The little divine beast Shen Yaoyao has been reincarnated. She has become a minor supporting character in a novel, born only to be sent away. Her biological mother, a mere pawn among pawns, was collectively manipulated by her biological parents and in-laws, leading to her tragic demise, thus swiftly vacating the position of the matriarch for the female lead. How adept my dear father is at feigning concern. While my mother traverses the gates of the afterlife, he merely shudders for a brief moment. And now he dares to replace me, the legitimate daughter, with his illegitimate one. A husband is your heaven. Submitting to your husband and honoring your in-laws is the family motto of the Grand Tutor's residence. My maternal grandparents are utterly foolish. They would rather see their lineage extinguished than see me thrive. Fortunately, she has 3 uncles who dote upon her. The eldest uncle battles valiantly for the nation, only to be met with a command from the emperor that leaves him utterly desolate. He turns the tables, forcing a palace coup and supporting the crown prince's ascension, becoming a regent of a different surname. The second uncle accumulates immense wealth, only to meet his end in a cauldron of boiling gold, transformed into a gilded statue. The second uncle shivers at the thought, promptly transferring all his wealth to Shen Yaoyao for her safety. The third uncle fares the worst, blissfully enamored with his northern wife, yet helplessly witnessing his wife and daughter being ravaged by soldiers of the Du. And then there are the elder brother, the crown prince, and the princess. Shen Yaoyao counts them on her fingers and realizes that everyone is eagerly awaiting her to defy fate. Do not fret, I shall be there after a quick feed. Chapter 1. From miscarriage to premature birth, from stillborn to abnormal. Shen Yaoyao has been reincarnated, alas.
What a predicament!
With great effort, Shen Yaoyao opens her eyes, and before she can comprehend her surroundings, she hears a maid wailing in despair. How is this child still alive? It is. An ugly freak. What nonsense is this? Shen Yaoyao pouts. Is this maid blind? She is a divine beast, and even in a mortal body, she should be born with extraordinary grace. In her previous life, she relied on her unparalleled beauty to become an acclaimed actress, sweeping numerous awards. Mother Fan, what nonsense are you spouting? The lady has surely given birth to a fine daughter. A beautiful maid retorts angrily, Chun Tao, hurry, bring her to me. The lady on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, weakly beckons. As Shen Yaoyao is gently cradled by Chun Tao, she is nestled into a warm and soft embrace, and a lovely face comes into view. My precious child, my darling.
How could this be?
Her face. The beautiful woman holds her tightly, her complexion pale, her heart aching profoundly. Shen Yaoyao clearly sees the reflection in the woman's eyes, and on her own wrinkled newborn face, there is a large red birthmark. This poison is indeed potent, such a large blotch, yet it failed to kill this little wretch, thus thwarting the matriarch's mission. Could the Yu family discover anything from the early birth of this monster?
Wait.
Shen Yaoyao twitches her little ears and hears the innermost thoughts of the maid Fan beside her. Yu family, poison, premature birth. Hold on, isn't this a script she rejected in her past life? The matriarch of the Shen family, Yu, was the only daughter of the Grand Tutor, once a highborn lady, yet she married down to a humble scholar, Shen Liang. Yu is gentle and kind, wholeheartedly supporting her husband after marriage, even exhausting her dowry to pave his path. Eventually, Shen Liang rose to the position of imperial censor, and the Shen family transformed from humble origins into a prestigious household. Alas, Yu, who devoted herself to her husband's family, was poisoned and harmed by the matriarch, resulting in a premature birth of a daughter with no grace. Left weakened, she fell ill and passed away, having devoted herself entirely to the Shen family without enjoying any fortune. Immediately after Yu's demise, Shen Liang took a new wife, who willingly served the elderly Grand Tutor and inherited all of Yu's family wealth. Everyone praised Shen Liang for his achievements and loyalty, but to Shen Yaoyao, this was clearly a tale of a highborn girl marrying a phoenix, meant only to be devoured. Your looks are exceptional, both you and the master, yet the child bears a birthmark, which surely indicates she has attracted some unclean entity. This is ill-omened. Should it spread, it would affect the master's career. My humble suggestion is to send her to the countryside temporarily, where a wet nurse can care for her until the future. Maid Fan remarked, attempting to take the child away. You looked at the infant in the swaddling cloth, tears streaming down her face. Having read the teachings for women since childhood, She believed that a wife should prioritize her husband and in-laws, yet this was her daughter, born after she sacrificed half her life. Sending her away would be akin to carving out her very heart. How could she bear to do so?
No.
Shen Yaoyao jolted. She recalled that in the script, this unremarkable daughter was sent away at birth to be quietly drowned, and a month later, maid Fan would bring in the daughter of Shen Liang's mistress, claiming the infant's birthmark had vanished, raising her as her own, only to labor endlessly for another's benefit. Mother, please do not send me away. I want to stay by your side. Shen Yaoyao pleaded, her tiny fists clenched tightly. Who is speaking? Mother, you looked at the swaddled Shen Yaoyao in disbelief. Is this truly the legendary bond between mother and child? My darling, your mother will not send you away. I would never abandon you. Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched Shen Yaoyao tightly. Madam, do not be too kind. I will take the young lady away. Maid Fan, in a panic, stepped forward to snatch Shen Yaoyao. Impudent. Yu fiercely protected Shen Yaoyao, her voice cold and commanding. This child was born prematurely. To send her away now would only endanger her life. She is a piece of my heart, and I will never part with her. Are you mad, Fan? How dare you act against the lady and her child? Chun Tao, furious, swiftly intervened to pull maid Fan away. Bad maid. She is the one who poisoned and harmed my mother, and now she wishes to kill me. Shen Yaoyao's eyes widened as she waved her tiny hands, babbling incoherently. Yu, astonished by her daughter's outburst, grasped Shen Yaoyao's small hand, her heart tumultuous. She thought it was merely the result of her excessive labor during pregnancy, but could there be more to it? How could a mere maid dare to poison and harm the matriarch unless someone in the Shen family had given the orders? Maid Fan, how dare you challenge your mistress? Take her away and confine her to the woodshed. No one is to see her. Yu, feeling weak yet resolute, held Shen Yaoyao tightly, fearing for her precious daughter's safety. I am wronged. I only think of the lady and the master. Maid Fan protested, but before she could finish, Chun Tao commanded several maids to swiftly carry her away. Hooray! Mother is good. The maid is bad. Drive her away. She is sent by the matriarch. Shen Yaoyao waved her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yu, giggling joyfully. Yu's heart melted, her fingers gently caressing her daughter's small face. It seemed her daughter possessed an innate ability. She must investigate what her daughter had said thoroughly. Madam, that fan maid is merely speaking nonsense. I see the young lady is in perfect health, as lovely as jade, and resembles both you and the master. Chun Tao reassured. The master? Is that my dear father? He is certainly not a virtuous man. Chun Tao, unaware of Shen Yaoyao's thoughts, continued, while Yu heard everything clearly. Yu's expression became uncertain. Chun Tao, seeing her worry, believed it was about the birthmark on the child's face and spoke again to comfort her. Madam, rest assured, the master and you share a deep bond, and he will surely not disdain the young lady. Oh dear, Sister Chun Tao is mistaken. If my dear father truly shared such a bond with my mother, he would not have taken a mistress. Nor would he bring the mistress's daughter to deceive my mother into raising her as his own. A mistress? A replacement? You could hardly believe her ears. At first, Shen Liang had been exceedingly delighted, always by her side. But gradually, he often claimed to be busy with court matters or socializing with friends, starting to return home less frequently. At one point, he was absent for 3 days straight. Could it be that he had already taken a mistress at that time? No, that's not all. She was a premature baby. If the illegitimate child had been full term, it must have been conceived before her pregnancy, during their secret liaison. Chapter 2. Will you be moved by a scoundrel's 3-second show of emotion? Yu's hands trembled slightly, her mind exploding with realization. Madam, what troubles you? Chun Tao noticed something was amiss with Yu, and asked with concern. Madam, the master has arrived. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her heart racing. Shen Yaoyao waved her little arms, babbling with delight. Oh. Daddy is here. He is a wicked man, mother. Do not be deceived by him. Seeing her daughter's adorable expression, Yu's heart melted. Yet upon hearing those thoughts, her expression shifted. It seemed she could not divulge the matter of Granny Fan to him just yet. At that moment, Shen Liang entered. He strode in like the wind, his jade-like face etched with anxiety. beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurried to the bedside. "Luo Rui, how are you?" Observing Shen Liang's genuine tenderness, which seemed devoid of pretense, Luo Rui felt momentarily dazed. Leaning gently against her husband, she was touched for a fleeting instant. Perhaps her dear child had misunderstood. How could she not admire her beloved husband Ba? Daddy is quite the actor. It's mother who bears the burden. He merely feigns concern for a few seconds. Shen Yaoyao glared indignantly at Shen Liang, who appeared handsome, yet acted in a manner unworthy of a human. Her daughter's blunt words caused Luo Rui to blush, yet they also awakened her to the reality of the situation. Indeed, it was merely a few insincere words of concern. "Darling, look at our child. Her eyes resemble yours, and her hair is like mine." Luo Rui tentatively presented the infant to him, her eyes filled with guilt and worry. Her precious child's eyes sparkled with clarity, and although just born, her hair was thick and dark. If not for the blemish, good. Shen Liang feigned delight, but a flicker of coldness and disdain crossed his eyes. Luo Rui felt a tightness in her chest. She had not misread him in that instant. Shen Liang's expression starkly contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor, as if he were an entirely different person. "Madam," noticing her prolonged silence, Shen Liang's smile held a hint of probing. "This unremarkable daughter will only bring shame upon me. I must hurry and have Luo Rui send her away, or else claim it's for her treatment. Coincidentally, heir also bore a daughter. Perhaps we can switch them." Shen Yaoyao clenched her tiny fists in fury. "This scoundrel father truly makes one sick. He actually intends to deceive mother with the pretense of treating her face, to swap the illegitimate daughter for me, the legitimate firstborn." Shen Liang's tone dripped with concern, as though he were a loving father, but to Luo Rui, it sounded like thunder. Her dear child's words had come to pass. No one could take her precious child away. "Master, please hear me out." Luo Rui, enduring the pain beneath her, knelt with her daughter in her arms. Her face was pale as paper, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her frail form swaying dangerously. The sharp pain in her abdomen made it difficult to maintain her balance. Had she not been focused on the infant in her arms, she might have collapsed. Chun Tao hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Madam, please rise. This is harmful to your health." As she spoke, Chun Tao implored Shen Liang, "Master, the madam has just survived a harrowing ordeal. She is in a very weak state." Yet Shen Liang merely frowned, showing no intention to assist Luo Rui. "Oh, mother, please don't kneel, Wu. This scoundrel has poisoned you to this state, and now you must kneel and plead with him." Luo Rui, too distraught to think of anything else, lowered her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "This child bears a blemish. I understand it is an ill omen, but she is flesh of my flesh. I implore you, master, do not take her away from me. If you must take her, then I shall be dealt with as well." As she spoke, Luo Rui wept like a wilting flower, heartbroken. Shen Liang gazed at her, a flicker of doubt crossing his heart. Luo Rui has always been gentle and obedient. Why is she suddenly acting so dramatically today? Could it be her brothers have said something? Shen Yaoyao perked up her little ears, listening intently. The Yu family brothers? She recalled. In the original story, Luo Rui's parents were the epitome of saintly compassion, akin to the Buddha, solely employing moral coercion to compel her obedience to her husbands. Family point. One could argue that her tragedy was largely catalyzed by her parents' indirect influence. Fortunately, Luo Rui's three brothers possessed clarity of mind and showered her with affection, yet their fates were all tragically grim. The second brother, Yu Deli, was the wealthiest man in the land, yet he ultimately met a horrific end, thrown into a boiling cauldron, transformed into a golden statue. The third brother, Yu Nichio, enjoyed a blissful marriage with a princess of the Beidi, only to watch helplessly as his wife and daughter were violated by soldiers of Diyu, while he himself was subjected to a gruesome execution. All of this was orchestrated by Shen Liang's hand. With this thought, Shen Yaoyao regarded Shen Liang with increasing disdain. He had climbed to power over the corpses of the entire Yu family. However, at this moment, she was merely a helpless infant, her wide eyes resembling a cute little creature. Wretched scoundrel father, a phoenix man, a beast in human guise. Unaware that he had been thoroughly vilified in her heart, Shen Liang continued to coax Luo Rui. "Luo Rui, do not speak such words. How could I bear to deal with you?" However, This child must be taken to a doctor for treatment. You have just given birth, and if you must also tend to this child, you will surely wear yourself out. Humph, wretched scoundrel, trying to deceive mother. Don't listen to him, mother. If necessary, we shall call upon my uncles to pressure him. He will surely be afraid. Shen Yaoyao was desperate to convey her thoughts to Luo Rui. Lowering her lashes, Luo Rui softly responded, "Though your words hold some truth, my eldest brother has already said that family will come to visit me on the third day if they find the child missing. They will undoubtedly inquire. Moreover, this is our child. I would willingly die for her." Upon hearing this, Shen Liang fell silent. For a fleeting moment, he even doubted that Luo Rui was deliberately using her family to pressure him. Shen Liang felt reluctant. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered that Yu Zhenhai was the emperor's appointed general, commanding a formidable army. While he was merely a fifth-rank official, whether he could ascend the ranks would depend on whether Yu Taisher and Yu Zhenhai would assist him. Chuckling awkwardly, Shen Liang said, "If that is the case, then let's endure a few days, madam. I shall find a good doctor for this child, and we can discuss it then. You must rest while I will handle my duties and come to see you later." So sleepy. Shen Yaoyao blew a bubble, her eyelids beginning to droop. Alas, her spirit was constrained by her infant body, leaving her significantly weakened, even her mind-reading abilities fluctuating. If only I had gold. Looking at her daughter's soft and adorable demeanor, Luo Rui's eyes radiated love and tenderness as she gently patted Shen Yaoyao to sleep, her thoughts swirling in the past. She had observed how respectful her husband was towards her brothers, never anticipating once her daughter had fallen asleep. Luo Rui exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Tao. Chapter 3, Wicked Old Woman. You deserve to be punished. News spread swiftly. The incident of Granny Fan being confined to the woodshed reached the ears of Lady Shen the next day. What? She has been locked up? Lady Shen's brows furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping in, fearing that Granny Fan's poisoning plot had been uncovered by Luo Rui. Rest assured, lady, Granny Fan is old and understands her limits, a maid nearby consoled her. You must not get involved in this matter. It is best to distance yourself completely. Lady Shen was well aware of the stakes involved. Yet despite the maid's reassurances, she could not settle her mind and headed to Luo Rui's courtyard. How is Lurui? Do you feel better? Madame Shen entered the room with concern, settling herself beside Lurui's bed, speaking softly. I heard you successfully gave birth to a daughter, which brought me joy. Throughout the night, if it weren't for the doctor advising you to rest and avoid visitors due to your frailty, I would have come sooner. Let me see my precious granddaughter. Shen Yaoyao, recently nourished and content in Lurui's embrace, gazed up at a crumpled face drawing near. How unsightly! Does this child truly belong to the Shen family? Shen Yaoyao's eyes widened upon hearing Madame Shen's thoughts, and she indignantly raised her tiny fist. What a wicked old woman! How dare she call me ugly? Though the child may lack beauty, her spirit is quite lively. Madame Shen chuckled, then turned her attention back to Lurui. Lurui, you have just given birth and require assistance you cannot manage alone. I heard you confined Granny Fan to the woodshed. Did she not attend to you well? What did she do wrong? Lurui's expression turned grave as she held Shen Yaoyao tightly, her heart tumultuous. She had never anticipated that the woman before her could be so duplicitous, performing so convincingly. Had it not been for Yaoyao's reminder, she would have remained oblivious to Madame Shen's hypocrisy. Granny Fan insulted me, overstepping her bounds in an attempt to send my precious child away to another courtyard. I had her confined to the woodshed to reflect on her actions. My child is a piece of my flesh. I will never allow her to be taken away. As Lurui held Shen Yaoyao, her gaze firm, Madame Shen's heart sank, and she immediately raised her voice in anger. That wretched Granny Fan. How dare she presume to make decisions for her mistress? I shall have her sold at once, ensuring she no longer bothers you. Seeing Madame Shen's attitude, Lurui felt a flicker of emotion, almost believing in her sincerity. Could it be that her daughter's harsh words were a misunderstanding? However, before she could dwell on her feelings, Shen Yaoyao could no longer contain herself, shaking her tiny hands in frustration, her cheeks puffed up in anger. How can the old hag be so pretentious? Who is she putting on a show for? She merely wishes to ascertain whether Granny Fan's treachery has been uncovered. She speaks of selling her, but it is clearly an attempt to silence her.
What?
Lurui was taken aback by this revelation as Madame Shen continued. Lurui, This incident is my misjudgment. I thought Granny Fan was prudent, having been with me for so long, and thus entrusted her to care for you, unaware she would dare to confront her mistress. Rest assured, I shall have her taken away for proper discipline, ensuring you face no distress." Madame Shen was calculating, intent on whisking Granny Fan away to silence her. What a fool! Utterly oblivious to the poisoning scheme. I have truly overestimated you. Were it not for your noble birth and ease of manipulation, I would never have allowed you into our home. The thought of you Lurui's hardships, culminating in merely a daughter, filled her with displeasure. What use is a daughter? It would be better to clear space for Liang's concubine, allowing me to cradle a grandson sooner. She had meticulously orchestrated this plan, yet Yu Lurui proved resilient, and the child had survived. Shen Yaoyao, upon hearing this, kicked at Madame Shen, causing her to yelp in pain. "Wicked old woman! You conspired with Granny Fan to poison my mother. You are fully aware of father's infidelity and still act as his accomplice. Mother, do not trust her." Shen Yaoyao's words left Yu Lurui stunned, nearly causing her to lose her grip on her daughter. Madame Shen had known about Shen Liang's concubine all along, not only concealing it from her, but also plotting to endanger both her and her unborn child. How could a person be so malevolent? Yu Lurui gasped, striving to regain her composure. At present, she lacked evidence of Granny Fan's poisoning. Even in her fury, she could not place blame on her, let alone confront Madame Shen. If Madame Shen were to take Granny Fan away, it would be as if all evidence had vanished. "Please do not be upset," Yu Lurui said, feigning humility. "I acted on impulse in punishing Granny Fan. She is your proc, after all. How could she possibly be at fault? I have faith in your judgment. Chuntao, go release Granny Fan. Allow her a moment to recuperate before returning to serve." "Madam," Chuntao hesitated, looking at Yu Lurui, puzzled by her sudden change of heart. "Do hurry," Yu Lurui urged. "Did you not hear my words?" Reluctantly, Chuntao went to the woodshed to free Granny Fan. What a fool, wanting to keep Granny Fan. Madame Shen was astonished, having intended to remove Granny Fan and replace her with someone trustworthy, yet she had not anticipated that Yu Lurui would choose to retain her. This was indeed fortuitous, saving her effort. "Lurui, focus on your recovery. I will ensure Granny Fan is disciplined, and that you are not wronged. Next time, you shall not have it so easy. The Shen family will not accommodate you." Seeing Madame Shen satisfied, Shen Yaoyao instantly felt discontent. "Even now, she plots against my mother. Wicked old woman. You deserve to be punished." Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Yu Lurui felt an overwhelming sadness. She had always considered the Shen family's interests, refraining from any defiance, only to end up in such a predicament. No one regarded her as a person, all the while wishing for her demise. Yet, retaining Granny Fan meant keeping a pawn. She would eventually extract the truth from her. After appeasing Madame Shen until her departure, Yu Lurui summoned Chuntao, instructing, "Chuntao, I need you to investigate something for me." She whispered into Chuntao's ear, causing her eyes to widen in shock. "A concubine? Madam, this..." However, Yu Lurui merely shook her head, her expression one of disappointment, as if unwilling to elaborate further. Seeing her distress, Yu Lurui generously offered her a sum of silver, ensuring her needs were met. How could he do this? She could hardly fathom that Shen Liang had already entangled himself with that orphan, claiming to have found kin, when in truth, he was merely hiding an illegitimate child. Seeking refuge from the storm. Chapter 4. The third washing feast could lead to your demise. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within Yu Lurui's stomach, nearly causing her to retch. The feeling was utterly revolting. "Madam, it is all the fault of that wretched couple. Please do not be too heartbroken, lest you harm your own health." Chuntao, with tears glistening in her eyes, hurriedly brought a clean basin for Yu Lurui to rinse her mouth. After several dry heaves, Yu Lurui struggled to regain her composure. Lacking substantial evidence, she feared confronting Shen Liang in a moment of anger could lead to dire consequences. The Shen family appeared to be harmonious, yet in truth, it resembled a den of cannibals. She needed to stand tall to protect her crying daughter in her arms. Despicable father. All excuses. He is merely preparing for the third washing ceremony for the child of his mistress. Mother, do not believe him. This scoundrel is using your money. Upon hearing this, Shen Yaoyao furrowed her brows in anger, wriggling in Yu Lurui's embrace. Yu Lurui felt a stirring in her heart and abruptly sat up straight, calling out, "Zhang Mama, come here." Zhang Mama approached promptly, asking, "What can I do for you, madam? Please check my dowry and see if anything is missing. If the count is incorrect, Make a list, Yu Luowei instructed quietly, leaning in to whisper. Zhang Mama was her wet nurse from her family, and given her difficult situation, Yu Luowei could only trust someone reliable with this task to feel at ease. Understood. Zhang Mama sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately set about her task. Yu Luowei anxiously awaited her return, feeling a twinge of doubt. Though Shen Liang was not well off, he had always been generous to her, spending most of his first salary on a rare piece of white coral for her. Could he truly be siphoning off her dowry? Mother, you are so foolish. That scoundrel has only 10 coins. If he is willing to spend 9 on you, you're moved? Shen Yaoyao shook her little head indignantly. Yu Luowei was taken aback. Clutching the list, her heart sank, and she closed her eyes, losing any remaining hope for Shen Liang. Investigate. Her voice firmed, her fingers trembling slightly. I must know the whereabouts of my dowry. Seeing her mother finally awaken to the truth, Shen Yaoyao beamed with joy. Mother is amazing. That scoundrel is utterly unworthy of such a beautiful mother. How dare he seek a mistress while pretending to cherish pearls? Shen Yaoyao clapped her hands excitedly. Even though I am still a baby, my abilities are vast. I will help mother teach that scoundrel a lesson and ensure you get a divorce. Yu Luowei laughed, the clouds of despair lifting considerably. Truly, her darling daughter was devoted entirely to her. Yet the prospect of divorce was not so easily achieved. Under the laws of Dayu, a wife could only petition for divorce if her husband had been absent for 3 years or had not communicated for 6 years. Otherwise, a wife who left would be punished with 3 years of exile for remarrying. While Shen Liang busied himself procuring items for the mistress's child, Yu Luowei was determined not to lag behind. Her beloved daughter deserved the very best, thus she promptly arranged an extravagant third washing feast, ensuring all the decorations and items were of the highest quality and meticulously wrote invitations to her family and the esteemed ladies of the capital. Yu Luowei's actions incited considerable displeasure from Madame Shen, who could not help but complain to her maids. How can she spend so lavishly on the third washing feast without considering how unattractive her daughter is? Does it even match? The maid hurriedly reassured her, Madam. She is using her dowry. It has not cost our Shen family a single coin. Please do not be upset. Nonetheless, Madame Shen felt a deep resentment. Since the dowry had already entered the Shen household, it now belonged to them. Yu Luowei had no right to meddle with it. On the day of the third washing feast, Yu Luowei spotted her family's carriage from afar, and as the curtain was lifted, she saw her parents, who cherished her dearly, and her elder brother, Yu Zhenhai, whose eyes were filled with concern and affection. Madame Shen stood at the entrance, disdain evident in her gaze as she watched the endless stream of gifts being unloaded from the carriage. Mother, how is my dear daughter? I have brought you precious medicinal herbs and a welcome gift for my granddaughter. Your second brother has been dispatched by the emperor to conduct business in Jiangnan, and your third brother is engaged in discussions in the northern deserts. This is a toy crafted from pure gold, designed by your third brother. Yu's mother hurried forward, presenting a dazzling array of golden baby toys to Shen Yaoyao, who gasped in delight. Oh, golden treasures. Sparkling gold. Hearing her daughter murmur about her love for gold, Yu Luowei quickly handed Shen Yaoyao a golden hammer. Mother is so wonderful. I love you, mother. I want to take a bite to see how solid it is. In a moment unnoticed by others, Shen Yaoyao's tiny hand grasped the golden hammer, glistening with light. Following closely, Yu Zhenhai, still bearing the aura of the battlefield, cautiously offered a basket of exotic fruits. Sister, I found this from the border. It is nourishing for postpartum women. Do try it. Yu Luowei felt her mother's tight grip on her hand and noticed the bloodshot eyes of her brother. The recent events had drained her emotionally, and seeing her closest family nearly overwhelmed her with tears. Yet, she was grateful to have her loving family. Mother, today is the third washing feast, yet Shen Liang has not returned home. She yearned to voice her grievances, to reveal Shen Liang's affair, his embezzlement of her dowry, and even his intentions to harm their daughter. However, before she could utter a word, her mother's loving yet disapproving gaze halted her. Ruer, upon marriage, one relies on their husband. How can we speak ill of him behind his back? Shen Liang is busy with official duties. His ambition is commendable. Mother, listen to me. Yu Luowei's incredulous voice was interrupted by the call of a servant in the courtyard. The auspicious time has arrived. Please place the young master in the basin. Yu Luowei could only focus on her daughter's needs, but as the wooden basin for the washing ceremony was brought forth, she sensed something was amiss. The herbal water exuded a distinctly unpleasant odor, unlike what she had prepared. Has this herbal mixture been tampered with? Yu Luowei inquired warily, passing the child to her mother and stepping closer to inspect the water. Indeed, it is a fine herbal concoction, I assure you. Just a single use will ensure this ugly creature meets her demise. Chapter 5. The Great Buddha of Les Han awaits your arrival. What? A demise. The moment Shen Yaoyao opened her eyes, she heard Madame Shen's sinister thoughts, filling her with rage and despair, prompting her to wail uncontrollably. That wicked old hag. She has swapped the herbal water prepared by mother, intending to poison me so that mother would adopt the daughter of the mistress. Shen Yaoyao cried out in her mother's arms, refusing to let anyone else take her. Seeing her daughter's unusual reaction and hearing her thoughts, Yu Luowei's heart turned cold. Protecting Shen Yaoyao from anyone approaching, Yaoyao is unwell today. We shall postpone the washing ceremony. Postpone? That cannot be. Madam Shen, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, Luorwei. I am only acting out of goodwill. How can you not appreciate my intentions? Truly, kindness is met with ingratitude. Yu Luorwei's mother, cradling the child, hesitated upon hearing this. Quickly admonishing Yu Luorwei, Ruer, Madam Shen means well. As a daughter-in-law, you must not be so ungrateful. Hurry and apologize to your mother-in-law. Yu Luorwei trembled with fury, while Shen Yaoyao continued to cry. You are siding with the in-laws against your own daughter. They are plotting against you. How can you turn your back on me? Father. Mother. Yu Luorwei struggled to contain her anger, explaining, my dear daughter is resisting the washing ceremony for a reason. I believe there is something wrong with the herbal water that must be examined before use. Nonsense. Ruer, I am your mother. How could I wish you harm? Yu's mother appeared somewhat desolate as she cradled her child, making her way toward the basin of water. Yu's father's face shifted between shades of blue and white, his expression marred by anger as he pointed at Yu Luorwei, exclaiming, You, who have never borne a child, know nothing. In matters such as these, one should heed the elders. What folly is this? Have I nurtured you for all these years only for you to be so ungrateful? The matriarch of the Shen family felt a surge of triumph within, though her exterior betrayed a facade of anxiety and grievance. Mother, save me. My grandparents are a pair of fools. They cannot hear my true feelings, how foolish. Shen Yaoyao struggled desperately in her mother's embrace, her small face flushed and nearly breathless from crying. Before the efficacy of the medicine is confirmed, no one shall touch my precious child. Yu Luorwei, heart aching and filled with urgency, resolutely blocked Yu's mother. Just then, Yu Zhenhai stepped forward, suggesting that since Luorwei suspected the herbal concoction was problematic, perhaps the imperial physician could be of assistance. Though Luorwei had instructed to avoid bringing the doctor here, due to the Shen family, for the sake of my niece. We must set aside such concerns. Uncle is mighty. Truly a great general. Be cautious of Shen Wuwu. Shen Yaoyao, still hiccuping, spoke through her tears. Cautious of what? Yu Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his 3-day-old niece could speak? The elder matriarch of the Shen family tensed at the mention of the physician. The physician approached with measured steps, inspecting the herbal infusion in the basin with care. After a thorough examination, he stroked his beard and remarked, Madam Shen's suspicions are not unfounded. This herbal concoction indeed poses a threat. What? The assembly erupted in uproar at this revelation. What did you say? Yu Luorwei clutched the physician's sleeve desperately, her expression teetering on the brink of losing control. The physician calmly rolled up his sleeves, dipped his hand into the basin, and after a moment, pointed at the remnants he extracted from the water. This water has been boiled with castor beans, which are highly toxic. Should the young mistress come into contact with it, it could very well lead to her demise. My precious child, do not fear. Yu Luorwei sobbed as she clutched Shen Yaoyao tightly, her heart pounding with dread. I almost lost you. Mother is splendid. Thankfully, you saved me. She is merely a little girl. It would be better if she were gone. That wretched physician has ruined our plans. As the truth unraveled, the handkerchief in Shen's matriarch's grasp was nearly torn to shreds, her heart filled with malice. Mother-in-law, why would you do such a thing? This child is your own granddaughter. Yu Luorwei glared at her. The expressions of Yu's parents soured as well, particularly Yu's mother, who had nearly placed her cherished granddaughter into that toxic water moments ago. Shen's matriarch, scanning the darkened face of Yu Zhenhai, took a step back. Luorwei, how could you think of me in such a manner? I merely heard that adding this ingredient to the cleansing water would make the child immune to toxins. I only wished for her safety. The matriarch of the Shen family had always exhibited a facade of benevolence, effortlessly feigning innocence. This is my own granddaughter. How could I intentionally harm her? An old crone. Oh, I shall apologize to you and my precious granddaughter. With tear-streaked cheeks, she presented a picture of remorse, even attempting to kneel before Yu Luorwei with the aid of her maid. Luorwei, you must not be so disrespectful. Before Yu Luorwei could react, Yu's mother rushed forward to support the matriarch. How can you allow your mother-in-law to kneel before you? Is this how the Yu family has raised you? Yu's mother, deeply pained, lamented the ignorance of the daughter she had once held so dear. It is not Luorwei's fault. It is my own. Had I not been so foolishly concerned, I would not have believed those who claimed that this herb would protect my grandson. The matriarch of the Shen family concealed a smirk beneath her handkerchief. Were it not for this meddlesome physician, I would have long since dealt with that insufferable girl. Luorwei, I do not mean to scold you. Your mother-in-law only had good intentions. You are the daughter-in-law of the Shen family. How can you treat her thus? Yu's mother sighed, her expression tinged with disappointment as she gazed at Yu Luorwei. The Shen matriarch, feigning innocence, replied, Luorwei has always been pampered by her parents. She is still in her confinement period, and with the recent upheaval, it has weakened her resolve. Such a talented actress she is. If only she were in the limelight, even the likes of Wang Yu and Qingxiao would pale in comparison. Her skills could surely earn an Oscar. Yu Luorwei paused, pondering who these figures were and what an Oscar entailed. Though she did not grasp the meaning, she sensed it was not a compliment. Were it not for my overhearing that old witch cursing me, I might have been deceived. No wonder mother is no match for her. In the end, they nearly succeeded in their schemes. Shen Yaoyao's words jolted Yu Luoruwei from her momentary uncertainty. Indeed, the Shen family had conspired against her, and it was evident that the current predicament was clear. Mother-in-law, who was it that suggested this castor bean remedy to you? Claiming it would render the child immune to all toxins? The moment the question escaped Yu Luoruwei's lips, the Shen matriarch stiffened, while Yu's elder sister-in-law, Su Chaoga, shot her an approving glance. When did this wretched woman become so astute? If only she had been so clever before, they could have perished together. As the Shen matriarch scrambled for an excuse, Yu Luoruwei stood up, child in arms, and fixed her gaze steadily upon her. Mother-in-law, your concern has only led to chaos. I shall take care of my precious child without your interference. In her typically gentle demeanor, a hint of warning glimmered in Yu Luoruwei's eyes, momentarily catching the Shen matriarch off guard. Yet it was fleeting. In the next instant, the Shen matriarch feigned a collapse, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. My frail old bones nearly caused harm to the child. If Luoruwei cannot forgive me, then let her strike me." Though the cleansing ceremony was not a grand occasion, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama. The Shen matriarch's public display of desperation revealed everything to the crowd. Luoruwei must despise me now. Our family has overstepped our bounds, and my well-meaning actions have brought about ruin. The Yu family, being of noble lineage, surely looks down upon me, this humble mother-in-law. I shall never again show my face to you. The surrounding crowd began to murmur and point at Yu Luoruwei, who, having narrowly avoided the loss of her beloved daughter, was on the verge of collapsing under the emotional weight and was being supported by Chen Tao. Chapter 6. A pitiful father figure. Old witch. You still wish to cast aspersions upon my mother. When I grow up, I shall surely avenge her.
Aunt.
What words are these? My sister is only worried for her child. Her words may have been harsh, but were never meant to disrespect you. Su Chaoga stepped forward, adopting a protective stance to shield Yu Luoruwei and her daughter, her smile warm and gracious. This matriarch of the Shen family is no fool. It is clear she intends to ensnare Luoruwei in a web of injustice. Should Luoruwei be accused of disrespecting her mother-in-law, how shall she hold her head high? These years have not been kind to her. Shen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with understanding. How had she not realized there were such perceptive individuals in the world? Perhaps it was her mother's growing intelligence that had awakened this insight, for with that pure gold toy, her ability to hear thoughts had expanded, now allowing her to perceive the voices of blood relatives and those whose lives were intertwined with hers. Aunt is truly wonderful, defending my mother, so kind and beautiful. I wish to draw close to her. Su Chaoga eyed the little one with curiosity, perplexed, for she had never heard of a newborn possessing the ability to speak. Matriarch Shen, the circumstances today unfolded unexpectedly. Luoruwei has always been kind-hearted. She is only concerned for your well-being, fearing that you may not withstand the strain. Please, rise. So as not to give the impression that our families are at odds, which would be quite detrimental, Su Chaoga urged. After speaking, she cast a glance at a nearby maid, who promptly approached to assist the elderly Lady Shen to her feet. However, Shen Shi was reluctant to comply, insisting, "Do not pull me up. I have yet to earn Luoruwei's forgiveness. How can I stand?" Just then, a tall figure entered, weary from travel. Shen Liang respectfully bowed to the assembled guests before approaching Yu Luoruwei, a flicker of anger flashing in his dark eyes. What has transpired? Why is mother in such distress? He inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The little one, filled with indignation, sputtered as she attempted to spit at her father. But her limited strength only allowed her to produce a series of tiny bubbles, rendering her all the more adorable. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenhai and Su Chaoga exchanged startled glances, their attention drawn to the child. Had this little girl just voiced her thoughts? Shen Liang, that despicable creature, dared to keep a mistress outside. Yu Zhenhai instinctively clenched his fists, wishing he could strike Shen Liang for his hypocrisy. Sensing her husband's agitation, Su Chaoga quickly grasped his hand, subtly shaking her head in warning. Only then did Yu Zhenhai quell his rising fury, fixing an intense gaze upon Shen Liang, as if seeking to pierce through him, before finally looking with compassion at his sister. Initially, upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Yu Luoruwei felt a twinge of guilt. Yet the child's heartfelt outburst jolted her to clarity. She was prepared to speak truthfully. However, the elderly Lady Shen, sensing an opportunity, seized Shen Liang's arm, her face a picture of sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Lianger, it is entirely my fault. My well-meaning efforts to prepare the cleansing water for your child went awry,
Upsetting the Yu family.
It is all my fault. Please do not blame them," she lamented, her tone laden with sincerity, yet her words dripped with venomous implications, hinting at Yu Luoruwei's supposed desire to chastise her mother-in-law. Oh, dear. This old woman must be a master of the Sichuan opera's face-changing art. She turns on a dime, and with such flair. Mother, do be cautious. Do not fall into the old hag's trap. Hearing her mother's lamentations, Shen Liang's dark eyes deepened with contemplation. Yet he quickly donned the guise of a caring husband, gently patting Yu Luoruwei's shoulder with heartfelt words.
Foray.
Mother is merely unversed in the ways of medicine, and while she may have made an error, it was with the best of intentions for the child. Let us not dwell on this. It is a minor matter. Today is the cleansing ceremony. We must not give others cause for amusement. Yu Ruwei instinctively inclined her head to acquiesce, but Lady Yu was swifter, casting a reproachful glance her way, her tone stern. Ruwei, Liang is right. This is a trivial issue. Quickly apologize to your mother-in-law. We must not cause our elders discomfort. Yu Zhenhai, with an air of authority, concurred, as a married woman. You must honor and serve your in-laws. It is unacceptable for them to suffer on your account. Do not delay in making amends. This pair of grandparents must be saints reborn. They ought to take the place of the less Han giant Buddha. Is there no limit to their meddling? Yu Ruwei thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. If it were not for their interference, my husband would not be so easily swayed. Wake up, grandparents. Swallowed whole. Yu Zhenhai's demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Where did that remark come from? The atmosphere grew tense as he and Su Chaoga exchanged glances. Then, he stepped protectively in front of Yu Ruwei, glaring at Lady Yu. Father, my sister was merely flustered. She meant no harm. Indeed, Su Chaoga chimed in. Her presence formidable. Our dear child was born under dire circumstances. Should anything happen to her, my sister would surely be devastated. It is understandable for her to feel distressed. Lady Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Yu Ruwei felt as though a great weight pressed against her chest, struggling to breathe. Had she not intervened, her daughter could have been lost. How could this be considered trivial? Sensing her agitation, Shen Liang noticed a shift in Yu Ruwei but could not pinpoint its cause. His gaze caught sight of the peculiar mark on Shen Yaoyao's face, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he retrieved a talisman from his clothing. Smiling sweetly at Yu Ruwei, do not be upset, my lady. This morning I sought out a priest at Qingguang Temple to procure a talisman for our dear child, ensuring her safety and happiness. Something felt amiss. Shen Yaoyao's eyes fell upon the talisman, its strange symbol sending a shiver down her spine. Chapter 7. Master Shen. Come and cherish me. Beneath Shen Liang's pleasant facade, a malevolent gleam momentarily flickered in his gaze. This talisman was procured at great expense from a sorcerer. It is a malevolent spirit talisman. Once it touches your daughter, she shall be tormented by evil spirits nightly and will not survive 3 days. This was indeed a malevolent spirit talisman. That scoundrel, to wish her harm, he had even summoned a curse. Shen Yaoyao's round eyes widened in outrage. Her small fists clenched tightly. I am furious. The consequences will be dire. Though she was a divine beast with a unique constitution, she would not be affected by the curse, but Shen Liang's intentions were despicable. The Yu family looked down at the furious infant in their arms, bewildered, hearing nothing amiss. Shen Liang approached, ready to affix the talisman to Shen Yaoyao. The little girl's face flushed with anger, her tiny lips pursed. In a sudden burst of defiance, she spat on the talisman. Her unexpected action left Shen Liang momentarily stunned. Before he could react, his expression darkened, his eyes glazed over as though possessed, and he began to speak uncontrollably. Yu Ruwei, do not think yourself so special merely because you are the only daughter of the Grand Tutor. You still married me. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Shen Yaoyao, nestled in Yu Ruwei's arms. This insipid child, and yet you wish to celebrate her cleansing ceremony so grandly. How utterly embarrassing. Usually, Shen Liang portrayed himself as a tender husband and doting father, but as he uttered these words, his eyes were cold and filled with disdain. This shocking display left the onlookers speechless. Son-in-law, what has come over you? Both Lady Yu and Yu Zhenhai exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Ruwei glared at him, her heart filled with scorn. Shen Liang, you no longer wish to pretend, do you? Yu Zhenhai's furious glare bore down on Shen Liang, his brows furrowed. Fists clenched tightly. Had Su Chaoga not intervened, he would have surely pummeled Shen Liang into submission. Shen Liang's pupils constricted, and he immediately fell silent, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, feigning contrition. I had a few drinks with colleagues today. Those words were merely drunken ramblings. I just recalled urgent matters in court, and must take my leave. With that, fearing he might lose control again, he bowed deeply to the assembly and hurriedly departed. Madame Shen's eyes flickered as she smiled at the Yu family. My son holds a significant position in the court, and I hope my esteemed in-laws do not take offense. Her words were laced with a hint of ostentation. In a drunken stupor, it mattered little. After all, a man should prioritize his career. Yu Taisher sighed with relief and chuckled. Meanwhile, Shen Liang had vanished around the street corner. Furrowing his brow, he patted his head, feeling a bit peculiar, but dismissing it with a smirk. Conveniently, he had no desire to attend the tedious washing ceremony, preferring instead the company of Inger and her sweet daughter. With that thought, Shen Liang eagerly headed towards Lu Yingying. On the street, Zhou Ruodong, the young heir of the Jinxiang Marquis, had managed to slip away from his guards to indulge in some fun. Clad in a splendid willow-green robe, he was strikingly handsome. With fair skin and delicate features, his long lashes framing beautiful eyes that outshone many a girl. In his left hand, he held a walnut pastry purchased from a shop in the west of the city, while his right clutched a skewer of candied hawthorn, cheerfully humming a tune. He mused aloud, reflecting on his childhood, when he had once gotten lost and nearly fallen prey to a human trafficker, which had led his family to keep him indoors ever since. How dull, he lamented. The more they restrict me, the more I crave adventure. The outside world is so full of fun and delicious treats. Zhou Ruodong's presence instantly captivated the attention of passers-by. Whose young master is this? He is simply exquisite. At that moment, Shen Liang encountered Zhou Ruodong, and suddenly, his mind buzzed, conjuring an illusion. Before him stood the young master, who transformed into the object of his longing. Lu Yingying. The surroundings morphed into the intimacy of a bedroom, where Lu Yingying, clad in tantalizing sheer fabric, gazed seductively at him. Shen Liang, I have missed you dearly, she whispered, her gauzy garment slipping from her shoulder, revealing her smooth skin, beckoning him with a playful wave. Come and cherish me. This vision ignited a fire within Shen Liang, and he could no longer contain himself. With a chuckle, he swiftly shed his garments and lunged toward Lu Yingying, exclaiming, Inger, I am coming. Zhou Ruodong, savoring a bite of his candied hawthorn, widened his beautiful eyes in shock as a naked man barreled towards him with outstretched arms.
Ah!
Zhou Ruodong tossed aside his treat and bolted away. In his delusion, Shen Liang perceived Lu Yingying laughing as she ran away. How playful. I shall chase you, he thought, his heart racing with excitement as he sprinted after Zhou Ruodong. Thus, the naked Shen Liang chased Zhou Ruodong through half the capital. Within half an hour, rumors spread throughout the city that the head of the Shen family was indiscriminately pursuing men in public. Just as Zhou Ruodong, panting and nearly caught, spotted a familiar group ahead, his guards from the Marquis's residence, he shouted, Here,
come save me.
The guards, upon hearing his voice, were nearly paralyzed with fear. The young master was cherished like fragile glass. Any harm that befell him would spell disaster for them all. Terrified, they rushed forward, encircling Shen Liang and delivering a thorough beating. An hour later, the guards left Shen Liang, cold and silent, at the entrance, abandoning him there. He lay naked, shivering in a filthy robe, his hair disheveled, bruises marking his body, devoid of any unscathed skin. Chapter 8, Shock. The master chases a man in the buff get lost. Where did this madman come from? The doorkeeper, with his nose in the air, disdainfully urged Shen Liang away. Weakly, Shen Liang propped himself up, trembling as he spat out. Impudence. Open your eyes and see who I am. Upon hearing his voice, the doorkeeper froze, realizing, My lord? Why are you not dressed? Inside, Yulurui was playing with her daughter, Shen Yaoyao, using a golden rattle. What? Has he lost his mind? Yulurui's face twisted in disgust. She had thought Shen Liang merely cold-hearted, but to be this shameless and disgraceful was beyond comprehension. Shen Yaoyao, with her delicate features, giggled incessantly, her chubby hands waving in the air. Ha! Scoundrel father, your schemes have backfired. You deserve this. You wish to harm me. Now you have exposed yourself for all of the capital to see. Yulurui's hands clenched tightly, realizing that the talisman meant to bless had instead been a curse directed at her daughter. In just a few days since Shen Yaoyao's birth, the Shen family had attempted 3 times to end her life. She reflected, having married into the Shen family, serving her mother-in-law and managing household affairs. She had never wronged them, yet they harbored such malice against her and her child. Since the Shen family is devoid of compassion, they shall not blame me for my ruthless actions. If they value their reputations so highly, let them witness Shen Liang's disgrace. When Shen Liang was eventually carried inside, he awoke to the sound of Madame Shen's wailing, surrounded by the curious gazes of noble women that made him feel exposed. My son, what has happened? Who dares lay a hand on a court official? She cried. My son is favored by the emperor. We shall seek justice. Shen Liang wished to dig a hole and bury himself, desperately trying to silence his mother's loud lamentations while feigning calmness to protect his dignity. Mother, I inadvertently offended the young master of the Marquis's house, leading to this situation. There is no need for concern. He cast a glance towards Yulurui, hoping for her family's assistance in the court, fearing reprimand. Yulurui merely nodded slightly. Such a scoundrel. He still expects my family to help him. Shen Yaoyao internally scoffed before falling back into slumber, feeling a gentle hand caress her cheek. Yulurui, gazing at her daughter's birthmark, recalled the physician's whispered words about the poison affecting her daughter's appearance. What is mother doing? It's just a small birthmark. It cannot defeat me. Shen Yaoyao murmured before sinking back into her gentle dreams, leaving Yulurui to quietly summon her servants with instructions. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenhai, the eldest brother of the Yu family, ignited a note in the candlelight. The next day's court was indeed abuzz with commotion. My grandson is but an 8-year-old child, publicly humiliated before all. How can this old body endure such disgrace? He lamented. Your Majesty, my son and daughter-in-law have sacrificed for the nation, leaving me with only this one descendant. I wish for Shen Liang to pay with his life. The Jinxiang Marquis wept bitterly, condemning Shen Liang for his disgraceful actions towards his defenseless grandson. Shen Liang knelt in the grand hall, unable to utter a word of explanation, as the entire city had witnessed his shameful pursuit of Zhou Ruodong, casting his hopes on the Yu family for salvation. Yet, after scanning the room, he found only Yu Zhenhai's solitary figure. Yu Zhenhai also sensed that gaze, and a subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was not in vain that he had covertly conspired with his wife the previous day. successfully causing his father to suffer from a bout of diarrhea, preventing him from attending court today. Reflecting on the atrocities that Shen Liang had committed against his sister, Yu Jinhai cast a fleeting glance at Shen Liang, and in response to the latter's expectant gaze, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have heard of the events of yesterday. Master Shen's conduct is utterly reprehensible, and his actions are beyond comprehension. The repercussions are so significant that they may tarnish the common people's view of the court. Most officials were adept at navigating the winds of favor. And although the Marquis of Jinxiang wielded no real power, there was no need to offend him. With Yu Taisher backing Shen Liang, the mere mention of the Yu family's disapproval prompted immediate agreement from the assembly. Indeed, this is unprecedented. Master Shen has gone too far. He is but a boy. And this is a great humiliation. The Marquis of Jinxiang quickly joined in, rushing towards the pillar as if to crash into it. Your Majesty, I feel deeply ashamed before the ancestors of the Zhou family for failing to protect my grandson. Quickly, apprehend Master Zhou. The court erupted into chaos, and the emperor, seated at the head, watched the tumult with veins bulging in his temples, ultimately silencing the uproar with a stern command. In his fury, the emperor decreed that Shen Liang's conduct was unfit, imposing a 3-month salary penalty and announcing it throughout the capital. Upon returning home, Shen Liang immediately opened his eyes, recalling the tumultuous events at court, and furiously stormed into the Yu family's quarters. Yu Luowei merely cast a sidelong glance at Shen Liang, gently patting the sleeping Shen Yaoyao before approaching him. My husband, she began. Shen Liang, gritting his teeth, confronted Yu Luowei, demanding to know why the Yu family had not offered him assistance. My husband, what on earth has transpired? Yu Luowei maintained a tone that was gentle yet tinged with grievance, as she explained softly. Shen Liang observed his wife, unchanged from her usual self, and felt a strange sensation within, unable to articulate it. Faced with Yu Luowei's inquiries, he found himself unable to voice his seemingly possessed actions. I informed my elder brother early on. We are family. How could we neglect you? Had it not been for my reminder to Chun Tao yesterday, and my brother employing a certain herb to incapacitate our father, he would have been unable to attend court today, and perhaps he would have escaped this punishment altogether. Shen Liang was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he flicked his sleeves and departed in a huff. What ill fortune! Such misfortune! I cannot fathom why everything seems to conspire against me lately. Could it be that I am suffering the backlash from the talisman given by that sorcerer? Chapter 9 Dirtier? I shall not let you escape unscathed. Returning to his study, Shen Liang remained incensed. The salary penalty was one thing, but the public announcement was akin to casting his dignity into a cesspool. He dared not even step outside.
Come here,
he bellowed. Lu Quan, summon that sorcerer to me at once. Quietly, a quarter of an hour later, when the sorcerer finally arrived, he greeted Shen Liang. Master Shen, the malevolent talisman is inherently a weapon of slaughter. Unless a superior can dispel it, it will not backfire.
Impossible.
Shen Liang vehemently waved his hand. The talisman had only passed through his hands, unless he recalled the hideously unattractive daughter who had spat upon the talisman upon seeing it. But upon further reflection, she was merely an insufferable brat. How could she possibly be the cause? As for the Yu family, that was even less likely. She was utterly devoted to him. Having remained housebound since giving birth, and given the events at court, it was evident that Yu Jinhai had unhesitatingly suppressed him. Yu Jinhai, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Meanwhile, the protective Marquis of Jinxiang was equally unsettled. To him, the emperor's decree was merely thunder without rain. How dare they publicly humiliate his grandson in such a manner? He resolved that such an affront warranted retaliation. After pacing restlessly for an hour, the Marquis decided to return the favor in kind. If Shen Liang played dirty, he would play even dirtier. That morning, the Marquis of Jinxiang arrived at the Shen residence with a loud ruckus, accompanied by 2 scantily clad courtesans. When Madame Shen emerged to greet him, she was taken aback to see the Marquis directing the courtesans to swagger into the Shen household. How dare you? What is your intention in our Shen family? Madame Shen gasped in shock. The Marquis sneered, unhesitatingly taking a seat in the grand hall. What am I doing? Everyone in these 10 miles knows that Master Shen has been plotting against my grandson in the streets. Perhaps your household's wives and concubines cannot satisfy Master Shen. So I have brought 2 courtesans to serve him well, lest you further embarrass yourselves. Madame Shen nearly choked upon hearing this, clutching her chest and leaning against the door as she witnessed the gathering crowd. She felt that she had never been so humiliated in her life, instinctively pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her tears. Old Marquis, your words are too excessive. Our Shen family has always upheld a noble reputation. A noble reputation? Does the Shen family even have such a thing? It has long been said that Madame Shen is the weeping type, and today is a true testament to that. Ever since the Yu family had allied with them, most people had treated her with deference, yet this powerless Marquis dared not to afford her any respect, prompting her displeasure. She sank to the ground, wailing and beating her thighs. What has our Lianger done to offend you? It is but a trivial matter. Yet you insist on making things difficult for our Shen family. It is truly a calamity. Oh, great heavenly lord, please intervene. The Marquis is here to bully us. Upon hearing this, the Marquis could scarcely contain his laughter, snatching a sword from a guard and brandishing it at her, which frightened Madame Shen enough that she fainted, realizing that no one around her was on her side. Meanwhile, Shen Liang, having spent the night in comfort at the outer chamber, was blissfully unaware of the impending chaos. As he approached the Shen residence, he noticed a throng gathered outside, halting in his tracks. Sensing trouble, Shen Liang attempted to slip in through the back door, only to be intercepted by a keen-eyed servant of the Marquis. "Master Shen, how do you fare? Why are you wearing a hat on such a sunny day?" The Marquis of Jinxiang advanced ominously toward Shen Liang, and faced with the Marquis's inquiries and humiliations, Shen Liang yearned to unleash a torrent of curses, but found himself unable to speak in front of the crowd. At this moment, however, both Shen Liang and the Shen family's reputation had hit rock bottom. With a single glance, a clever servant discreetly slipped into the estate through the throng. "Madam, the master is requesting your presence outside." Mother, hurry, take me to see the spectacle. My scoundrel father is being cornered at the door." Shen Yaoyao exclaimed eagerly, tugging at her mother's sleeve. "You little rascal," Yu Luowei chuckled, affectionately tapping her daughter's nose, deliberately delaying their departure as she followed the servant to the entrance. Upon seeing Yu Luowei, Shen Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him, but upon noticing his mother unconscious, he quickly sought an excuse. "Your lordship, the emperor has already punished me for this matter. Is this uproar an expression of dissatisfaction with the emperor's decision? My mother has already fainted. I kindly request that you show mercy, and I shall handle the rest with my wife." Having said this, Shen Liang hastily supported Madame Shen and rushed into the house, entirely disregarding Yu Luowei's frail state, as she had only recently given birth. Yu Luowei, cradling the child, bowed to the Marquis. Observing her polite demeanor and weakened appearance, the Marquis felt no inclination to press further, as the true instigator had already departed. "Miss Yu, I once held you as a child. You must be aware of the state of the Shen family." Yu Luowei's expression stiffened, her smile fading, realizing that what was evident to all was lost on her, ensnared in her own affections. Just as Yu Luowei was about to express her gratitude, the ever-observant Shen Yaoyao piped up.
"Hey?
This grandpa seems suspicious. I can't see clearly from afar." Yu Luowei, maintaining her composure, stepped closer to the Marquis, with Shen Yaoyao in her arms. "Yes, it is indeed this grandpa. There is a dark aura surrounding his descendants. His grandson, Zhou Ruodong, was cruelly murdered by those scoundrels, his face completely disfigured. Then, the bloodied shovel was hidden at my uncle's house, framing him as the murderer. This led to my uncle being demoted and exiled. On the way, my poor brother was struck in the back of the head by a firecracker that appeared out of nowhere, causing his brain to explode in a cloud of blood." The child's voice was tinged with a sob. The more Yu Luowei listened, the more terrified she became, as sweat trickled down her neck. "However, this incident must have occurred after my scoundrel father was promoted, leading him to sever ties with my uncle. Could it be that I triggered a butterfly effect?" Yu Luowei was unfamiliar with the term butterfly effect, but she understood that this matter concerned her elder brother's family for a lifetime. Not to mention that Duke Jinxiang had kindly reminded her. "My lord, please stay." Yu Luowei placed Shen Yaoyao into the hands of her personal maid and stepped forward to whisper a few words into the duke's ear. "Impudent. I have refrained from directing my anger at you, yet you dare to curse my precious grandson. Take care of yourself." Duke Jinxiang was furious, glaring at the Yu family with disappointment before sweeping away in anger. Chapter 10. My brothers will smash your face. Shen Yaoyao waved her small fists anxiously. "Mother, please stop spinning. We must think of a way to save the young lord." "Oh, young lord is too pitiful. They actually used a shovel to scrape the flesh off his face and burned his most vital part with a hot iron. It's all blood. So painful, so painful." The petite child furrowed her delicate brows. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming empathy for that intense pain. Suddenly hearing the child describe it this way, Yu Luowei was taken aback, as if struck by a boulder, making it hard for her to breathe. How blind had she been to fall for that heartless scoundrel Shen Liang, who was more terrifying than a ghost. Wait, a ghost? Yu Luowei's eyes brightened, the sorrow on her fair face gradually dissipating. She quickly called in Chun Tao and whispered instructions. "Keep a close watch on Shen Liang. If he makes any move, inform me immediately. Also," after a moment's pause, she anxiously added, "go to the general's residence and send a message to my brother, asking him to provide me with a highly skilled shadow guard." "Understood." Chun Tao's expression sharpened as she promptly accepted the order. That night in the study, Shen Liang assumed that he was being monitored due to his prior embarrassment. The mere thought of it filled him with humiliation, and he slammed his fist on the desk. Just then, a loud knocking reverberated from outside the study. Shen Liang, displeased, called, "Come in." "Sir, everything is ready." The butler Lu Quan, with shifty eyes, rushed in and lowered his voice conspiratorially. The young masters of the Zhang, Wu, and Wang families heard there was new fun to be had and immediately agreed. They are now on their way, with servants carrying shovels. "Well done." Shen Liang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he tossed Lu Quan a couple of gold coins. Outside, a figure flashed by. Yu Luowei was gently lulling the little one to sleep in her chamber when Chun Tao hurriedly pushed the door open. "Madam, as you suspected, The young lord of the Jinxiang Duke's residence has been taken out by the children of Minister Zhang, Lord Wu, and Vice Minister Wang. They not only dug a large pit but also heated iron, and the young lord is in danger. As soon as she finished speaking, the drowsy little one suddenly turned her head, wide-eyed and sparkling, waving her tiny hands and feet in urgency. Mother, take me with you. I must go. I will use my little fists to send those beasts flying. An intense belief within her urged that she must personally intervene. Yu Luorui's gentle expression instantly hardened. After a moment's contemplation, she soothingly caressed her daughter's face and resolutely instructed Chen Tao, immediately notify the shadow guard. We must leave the residence. But madam, you are still in confinement. If you go out and catch a chill, it could harm your health. Chen Tao hesitated. But I cannot rest easy if I do not go. In truth, Yu Luorui primarily wanted to take Shen Yaoyao along, as the little one was so agitated. Seeing Yu Luorui's determination, Chen Tao could no longer persuade her and instead focused on helping her get dressed, also adding a windproof hat. The group hurriedly made their way to the dense forest. In the meantime, in the forest stood Zhang Yunli, Wu Chuxi, Wang Zongbao, and Zhou Ruodong, the three little brutes by a freshly dug pit. Return my mother's heirloom. Zhou Ruodong was covered in injuries, his body smeared with a mixture of red and brown blood, his swollen eyes glaring fiercely. That jade pendant belonged to your mother, gifted by some wild man, right? You are probably a bastard child of some dog of a man. Your parents did not die for the country. They were deserters, deserving to be hacked to death. Wu Chuxi jeered, hands on his hips, with a lascivious grin. Enough. Do not slander my parents. Zhou Ruodong nearly went mad, tears brimming in his bloodshot eyes, yet his small frame stood resolutely straight, stubborn and pitiable. Do you dare to act so arrogantly? Wang Zongbao, with a sinister expression, charged forward and smashed a shovel down onto Zhou Ruodong's leg, kicking him into the pit. A sickening crack echoed as his leg broke. Zhou Ruodong curled up at the bottom of the pit, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. You little bastard. Your mother's jade pendant is buried right under this dirt. If you want it, dig it out yourself. Wu Chuxi laughed maniacally. Zhou Ruodong bit his lip, enduring the agony as he knelt and desperately clawed at the earth, his face smeared with sweat, blood, and dirt, his fingers gradually torn and bloodied. With a whoosh, dirt flew everywhere, covering him from head to toe. They intended to bury him alive. His small frame trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering with fear. Who is afraid of that powerless old man? My father is the Vice Minister of War. Wu Chuxi spat viciously, raising the shovel to strike him again. Do not hit my face.
No.
Grandfather will be heartbroken. Zhou Ruodong cried, desperately shielding his face. Before his words could finish, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Looking down, he saw Zhang Yunli leering as he pulled down his pants while the other two held him down. Who told you to have a face that tempts men? You refused to yield to us before. Now you're in our grasp. Once we're done with our fun, we'll smash your face and strip you of your clothes. Even if your body is found later, no one will recognize you. We might as well burn your precious parts. Who knows? You might become more feminine and enjoyable. In the moonlight, Zhang Yunli's face twisted with excitement as he approached Zhou Ruodong with a glowing iron. In that moment, humiliation, regret, anger, sorrow, and despair flooded his heart, coalescing into silent tears that fell drop by drop. Grandfather, Ruodong is unfilial. I have sullied the Duke's reputation. Just as they stepped into the dense forest, distant cries of agony reached their ears. Hearing Zhou Ruodong's anguished screams, Yu Luorui's heart ached painfully, causing her to grip Shen Yaoyao a little tighter. They were just a bunch of children, yet they could commit such heinous acts.
How vile.
These little brutes. Young lord, I have come to save you. Chapter 11. Rescuing the young lord. Chen Tao, go. Yu Luorui's gaze sharpened as she lowered her voice, instructing Chen Tao a few things before slipping into the nearby bushes. Zhang Yunli was just a step away from Zhou Ruodong, his twisted face illuminated by the moonlight. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him.
Who?
Zhang Yunli broke into a cold sweat, dropping the hot iron in shock. Did you see anything pass by? He was the most cowardly, trembling in fear as the cold wind swept through the forest, intensifying the chill. Wang Zongbao spat, thinking he was scared, and cursed, you cowardly thing. Who would come to this godforsaken place? He looked at Zhou Ruodong, who was half buried, gritted his teeth, and forcefully lifted a clump of dirt. Suddenly, Wu Chuxi, seated directly opposite, fell to the ground, his shovel flying from his grasp. His face was a portrait of terror as he pointed with trembling fingers behind Wang Zongbao. There's a ghost behind you. Its hair is disheveled, its tongue is a sickly green, protruding outward, its eyes bulging, and its face drenched in blood. A ghost. Wang Zongbao, frightened, covered his head and fled, colliding with Wu Chuxi's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Ignoring their pain, the two scrambled to escape. Chen Tao, with a strand of hair tucked away, approached with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, Shen Yaoyao, nestled in Yu Luorui's arms, gathered her strength, observing the ghostly apparition drawing near. Her delicate lips moving in silent incantation. Harnessing the energy of the heavens and gathering the essence of spirits, she unleashed a glimmering golden bubble. Suddenly, The tranquil night sky was rent asunder by a flash of lightning, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder, as the wind rustled the leaves ominously. Chun Tao instinctively lifted her gaze, astonishment filling her eyes. The heavens were truly showing favor. Help! The ghost is coming. The three small creatures looked upon the white-clad Chun Tao, perceiving a malevolent spirit demanding their lives, and fled in terror. The thunder seemed to have a mind of its own, striking directly where the trio had landed. In an instant, their clothes and hair were singed, their faces blackened, and they screamed in agony as they fled. Ha ha ha. Smoked and roasted chicken. Shen Yaoyao chuckled, revealing 2 rows of pink gums. As Chun Tao witnessed their desperate attempt to escape the forest, she spoke ominously from behind. Run. I wonder where you can flee to. Shen Yaoyao, invigorated, concentrated her energy and discreetly cast a spell upon Chun Tao's back, rendering her voice even more hollow and terrifying. I curse you to be visited by Sadako tonight. Yu Luruwei, hearing her thoughts, was filled with confusion. What is Sadako? If you dare speak of today's events, prepare for a fate of decay and demise. I promise. I will not speak of it. Zhang Yunli's pants soaked with yellow liquid, betraying his fear. The group fell to their knees, begging for mercy, their promises flowing like their urine as they fled the dense woods. Chun Tao tore off her wig, watching as Yu Luruwei emerged from the shadows, sticking out her dyed tongue in delight. Madam, how do I look? Shen Yaoyao turned her head and couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her comical appearance. All right, don't frighten the little one. Go wash that off. Yu Luruwei summoned her hidden guard, who unearthed Zhou Ruodong from the soil. Stumbling a few steps, Zhou Ruodong caught sight of Yu Luruwei, tears streaming down his face as he brushed off the dirt and dove into her embrace. Thank you, madam, for saving me. In that moment, upon seeing Yu Luruwei, he seemed to glimpse his long-lost mother, unable to hold back his emotions. Noticing Zhou Ruodong's injuries and his frightened demeanor, Yu Luruwei felt a pang of compassion. She handed Shen Yaoyao to Chun Tao and gently patted Zhou Ruodong's back. There, don't be afraid. In light of your distress, I will temporarily grant you your mother back. You must promise to be happy from now on. Shen Yaoyao, with an air of maturity, pouted. Who was speaking? Zhou Ruodong, who had been weeping in Yu Luruwei's arms, suddenly heard the childish voice and instinctively looked around, finally resting his gaze on the chubby baby in Chun Tao's arms. He stood up, surprised, and gazed at the little one. Yu Luruwei, noticing his interest in Shen Yaoyao, smiled. Thanks to the little one, you were saved. Zhou Ruodong looked down at the exquisitely crafted little face. Though he did not understand the meaning of her words, he felt an inexplicable urge to be close to her. His gaze fell upon the conspicuous birthmark on Shen Yaoyao's cheek, yet he felt no revulsion, only a gentle desire to touch it. Shen Yaoyao blinked innocently, blowing 2 bubbles from her nose, suddenly feeling a warmth on her cheeks. Chun Tao gasped, Madam, look. The birthmark on the young lady's face has faded significantly. Indeed, as Zhou Ruodong touched Shen Yaoyao's birthmark, it visibly lightened. Shen Yaoyao was overjoyed, reaching out with her small hands to grasp Zhou Ruodong, though a question lingered in her mind. Why could he cure the poison within her? Could it be that his essence was akin to mine? Madam, everything is in order. The hidden guard had brought forth the prepared body for the deception, awaiting Yu Luruwei's next command. Send the young master to the general's residence. I have arranged everything. Do not let the Shen family grow suspicious. The following day. How could my elder brother commit such a heinous crime? Now that evidence is surfaced, what shall we do? Catching a glimpse of old lady Fan outside, Yu Luruwei feigned anxiety, grasping Chun Tao's hand in distress. If the emperor learns of this, will not the Yu family face punishment? She pressed her forehead, pacing anxiously. Old lady Fan listened intently, eager to report to Shen Liang. Is the plan complete? He rejoiced, confirming it repeatedly before summoning Lu Quan. Proceed as I instructed. Chapter 12. Strip away her garments and deliver a harsh punishment. Madam, trouble is brewing. Chun Tao exclaimed, rushing into the inner courtyard in a flurry. Her voice raised in alarm. The Imperial Guard has taken the eldest young master's family from the general's residence, even the young master of Chong, and has been captured. What? Yu Luruwei feigned surprise, collapsing into a noble chair. Chun Tao, noticing figures leaving outside, lowered her voice. Madam, it seems they have departed. Yu Luruwei, upon hearing this, shed her earlier panic, her cold gaze narrowing, her expression darkening. What is the meaning of this? This isn't a treasonous affair. Even if it involves the Marquis of Jinxiang, with Shen Liang's interference, it should be handled by the Court of Judicial Review, not the Imperial Guard. Moreover, the swiftness of their actions is astonishing. They did not spare even a 5-year-old child. Her brow furrowed. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she glanced at the sleeping little one. Observing how her faded birthmark enhanced her delicate features, Yu Luruwei's heart softened, affectionately touching her smooth little face, though worry flickered in her heart. Meanwhile, news of the Yu family's arrest reached the ears of old Madame Shen, who immediately sent for the Yu family. Upon seeing Yu Luruwei, the usual warmth was replaced by a cold countenance as she assumed an accusatory stance. Yu family, your elder brother has acted recklessly, killing the legitimate grandson of the Marquis of Jinxiang. Are you aware of this? I have heard of it, Yu Luruwei replied. maintaining her composure and bowing gracefully. Having married into the Shen family, you are now one of us, and must consider the interests of the Shen family above all else. Do you understand? Old Madame Shen narrowed her eyes, her expression darkening, opting to drop the pretense. The Yu family is now a complete mess. Seeing the disdain in old Madame Shen's gaze, Yu Luowei, though already aware, felt a chill in her heart. She narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her expression icy, fixing her gaze upon old Madame Shen. Mother, what do you mean by that? How dare you feign ignorance and interrogate me? Old Madame Shen's murky eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, no longer concealing her irritation. We are in tumultuous times, and your elder brother has committed such an offense. The Marquis of Jinxiang, though lacking in real power, is deeply rooted. Offending him means that in the future, Liang and our entire Shen family will face hardship. From now on, maintain your distance from your maternal family. Her words were delivered lightly, as if they were the most ordinary of matters. Yu Luowei stared coldly, refusing to comply as she had in the past, her tone resolute and unwavering. This is absolutely unacceptable. You, old Madame Shen, taken aback by Yu Luowei's unexpected defiance, furrowed her brow tightly, clutching her chest as if she were about to be driven to the brink of anger. In the past, when my family was untroubled, you did not display such an attitude. In this moment of turmoil, you hastily summoned me to your chamber, commanding me to keep my distance from my maternal family and to spread these rumors. Are you not afraid that people will ridicule us? Branding the Shen family as ungrateful and petty, Yu Luowei showed no sign of retreat, her eyes glinting with defiance as she confronted the old matriarch of the Shen family. The truth of this matter has yet to be uncovered, yet you are so eager to sever ties. Do you possess any sense of conscience? You. The matriarch of the Shen family was at a loss for words, her breath coming in furious huffs. How dare you? The voice of reprimand grew closer as Shen Liang strode into the room, his presence commanding attention. Before he had even steadied himself, he began to berate Yu Luowei. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? You, who have been raised in a prestigious family. Have the Yu family taught you to show such disrespect to your elders? Hearing his words directed at the Yu family, Yu Luowei's expression darkened immediately. Is it fair for my husband to reproach me without understanding the circumstances? Shen Liang scoffed, revealing his growing impatience. Regardless of the situation, your mother is still an elder. It is not your place to question her. The Yu family is about to face dire consequences, and he need no longer pander to them. He unconsciously straightened his back, finally able to assert himself before the Yu family. Just as he prepared to establish his authority, a servant hurriedly approached the door, breathless with urgency. It is not good. My lord, the Jingzhao Yin's men have arrived. Before the servant could finish speaking, officials from the Jingzhao Yin burst into the inner courtyard. How dare you? This is my private residence. Who granted you permission to intrude? Shen Liang frowned, his admonishment cut short as he was surrounded by 4 officials. My apologies, Shen Darren. 2 of them seized his shoulders, dragging him away without allowing for resistance. As he was taken, Shen Liang shouted in confusion, "You scoundrels! I am an official of the court. By what right do you arrest me?" Yu Luowei appeared unfazed, as though it were not her husband being taken away, but rather an indifferent bystander. This little wretch must be behind this. Reflecting on the disheveled state in which Shen Liang had left, the matriarch could no longer remain seated. Her eyes reddened with fury. She pointed a trembling finger at Yu Luowei, unleashing a torrent of curses. You, a harbinger of misfortune. My son has married you. And it is truly a stroke of bad luck. After years of marriage, we finally had a child, only for it to be a disappointment, and now, you let the Jingzhao Yin's men take him away. Someone bring the family law. Today, I will teach you a lesson in respect. At the matriarch's command, the women guarding the door rushed in, the lead servant brandishing a paddle as she advanced toward Yu Luowei. What have I done to deserve such punishment? Yu Luowei met the fierce gaze of the approaching women with resolve, unflinching. I have diligently served my elders and managed the household since marrying into the Shen family, without any missteps. The family law is reserved for those who commit serious crimes. Unless you provide a valid reason, I cannot accept such punishment. Clever words. The matriarch had lost her reason, channeling her anger at Shen Liang toward Yu Luowei. Seeing her unwillingness to submit, her frustration only grew. With a venomous glare, she spat. Do not attempt to argue with me. You cannot escape punishment today. Hold her down and strip her of her clothing. Strike her fiercely. Chapter 13. Get away from me. I dare anyone to. Yu Luowei glared at the eager servants, her voice sharp and commanding. The mere sweep of her eyes instilled fear. Why is the lady so different from before? The servants hesitated, exchanging wary glances, reluctant to advance. The matriarch, eyes blazing with wrath, continued her tirade against Yu Luowei. What are you afraid of? If trouble arises, I will protect you. Strike her hard. You family, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I am merely teaching you to respect your elders and honor your husband. Before she could finish her self-righteous declaration, she was interrupted by the frantic arrival of a servant. And madam, someone from the palace has come. From the palace? The matriarch's brow furrowed. She could not fathom why palace officials would arrive. Could it be they learned of the Jingzhao Yin's arrest of her son and sent someone to intervene? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a flicker of hope, her anger transforming into anticipation as she quickly descended from her seat, approaching with an ingratiating demeanor. To the esteemed officials from the palace. May I? The official did not even spare a glance at the matriarch, directing his attention solely toward Yu Luowei. Your lady, you correct? The eunuch bowed, his demeanor respectful. Yu Luowei was taken aback by the palace's arrival, but quickly composed herself, nodding slightly. Indeed, how may I assist you, esteemed eunuch? The eunuch smiled warmly, shaking off the dust from his sleeve. By the decree of His Majesty, you are requested to enter the palace for an audience. Please wait a moment. I shall be ready shortly. Yu Luowei swiftly changed into appropriate attire, cradling her still sleeping infant. She could not trust the wolves of the Shen family with her precious child as safety. Eunuch, let us depart. As she stepped outside, the eunuch hurried to catch up, momentarily pausing when he noticed the baby in her arms. Just as rumored, a birthmark was visible. Not overly conspicuous, I suppose. This child is indeed a beauty. For the first time, Yu Luowei found herself riding in a palace sedan chair, its grandeur surpassing that of typical officials' conveyances. After a brief interval, the sedan stopped, and they proceeded on foot for another quarter of an hour before arriving at their destination. Madam, please. The eunuch opened the door, bowing as he invited Yu Luowei inside. As she entered the grand hall, the heavy scent of incense filled the air, creating an unspoken sense of pressure. The emperor, adorned in a golden dragon robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne. Standing beside him were the Marquis of Jinxiang and Zhou Ruodong, whose body was heavily bandaged. You are the daughter of the Grand Tutor Yu? The authoritative voice stirred the sleeping child in Yu Luowei's arms, causing her to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a magnificent golden dragon hovering before her, its golden eyes fixed intently upon her. Stupid dragon, do not disturb my sleep. Shen Yaoyao rolled her eyes and waved her tiny hand dismissively. The heavy aura that had initially overwhelmed Yu Luowei dissipated in an instant, granting her a sense of calm. As the emperor's gaze met Shen Yaoyao's, something within him stirred instinctively, leading him to feel a connection with the child.
Rise.
When he spoke again, his tone had softened. Thank you, your majesty. Yu Luowei stood from her bow. The emperor regarded her, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, she is a daughter nurtured by the Grand Tutor's household. Her grace and demeanor far surpass those of ordinary women. He stepped down from the dragon dais, approaching Yu Luowei. I have heard from the Marquis of Jinxiang that you saved his grandson? How curious. The emperor's gaze sharpened as he focused on her. How did you come to know that Zhou Ruodong was in peril? Not only did you inform the Marquis in advance, but you also took adequate measures to prevent the situation from escalating. A pang of anxiety struck Yu Luowei. Innocent people can suffer for possessing something precious. If the abilities of my child were to come to the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, it could spell disaster. Yu Luowei bit her lip, contemplating her response, and ultimately chose to conceal the truth. I once learned a bit of fortune-telling from a wandering sorcerer in my youth, but my knowledge is scant and hardly worthy of note. To have fortuitously saved the young master of the Marquis's household is truly a stroke of luck bestowed by your majesty.
Oh,
how intriguing. The emperor's face displayed a hint of amusement. Since you claim to possess such skills, why not take a moment to assess my appearance? What do you see? At that moment, Yu Luowei felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Lowering her head, she replied, Your Majesty, I am but a commoner, and do not dare to gaze upon your divine visage. With a casual wave of his hand, the emperor declared, It matters not. I grant you this opportunity to gaze up at me. Yu Luowei, somewhat helpless, lifted her head, contemplating her words as she did so. She observed the emperor's visage for a brief moment before hastily lowering her gaze. The emperor's complexion was rosy, with a radiant glow upon his forehead, indicative of robust health and longevity. With such a sagacious ruler, the realm was sure to enjoy bountiful harvests and tranquility. It is the sweet flattery that pleases those in power, is it not? As her words fell, the emperor burst into delighted laughter, exclaiming, Excellent. Madame Shen truly possesses great skill. Master Yu has raised a remarkable daughter. In the next moment, the Marquis of Jinxiang could no longer contain himself.
Tong.
Go express our profound gratitude to Madame Yu for her immense kindness. Without hesitation, Zhou Ruodong knelt before Yu Luowei, proclaiming, I thank you, Madame Yu, for saving my life. His forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Yu Luowei instinctively wished to intervene, but was interrupted by the Marquis. Madame Yu, Tong is the sole heir of the Zhou family. Without your gallant rescue, our lineage would face extinction. Such great kindness shall forever be remembered by our household. My lord. You exaggerate, she replied. Meanwhile, the little bundle in Yu Luowei's arms stirred, stretching lazily, feeling revitalized from the energy expended. Mother, can I strip the gold from the beams? Shen Yaoyao, waving her tiny hand, pushed the blanket that nearly covered her face aside and spotted the gilded beams above. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her little legs kicked excitedly. The golden hammer she had been clutching fell to the ground with a thud, rolling toward the emperor's feet. The emperor, charmed by Shen Yaoyao's adorable demeanor, bent down without a second thought to retrieve it. In that fleeting moment, a cold arrow whizzed just above his head, embedding itself forcefully into the screen behind the imperial desk, producing a resonant clang. The tremendous force was evident.
Ah.
Someone seeks the Emperor's life. Assassin. Protect the Emperor. Chapter 14. Wow. Brother is a great demon. The Emperor's expression darkened as he stood beside the screen, his gaze chillingly sweeping over the thronging guards. Had you arrived to protect me sooner, I would have already perished. Go investigate. He instinctively tightened his grip on the golden hammer. Had he not bowed his head just then, he might have met his demise in his own study. Madam, you have given birth to a little blessing indeed. I shall reward you handsomely. Is there anything you desire? The Emperor kindly placed the golden hammer into Shen Liang's hands. This matter is a result of your Majesty's great fortune. I dare not claim credit. I merely wish to request a favor, to allow me to meet my elder brother's family. Yu Luowei's foremost concern remained the situation of Yu Zhenhai's family. This is no trouble at all. Lan Ful, summon Yu Zhenhai and his family to the palace. The Emperor instructed the chief eunuch beside him. As for the reward, I see that this little blessing has a fondness for gold. I shall take care of that for you. The Emperor waved his hand grandly, personally drafting a decree of rewards and instructing a young eunuch to prepare it. Soon, Yu Zhenhai's family arrived at the imperial study. After paying their respects to the Emperor, they stood beside Yu Luowei. At first glance, Yu Chang'an's eyes widened upon seeing Shen Yaoyao nestled in Yu Luowei's arms, his sharp obsidian gaze suddenly filled with one thought: what an adorable little sister. He longed to tease her, but given their surroundings in the imperial study, he stifled his playful impulses. As he pondered, a sudden smack struck the back of his head. He recoiled, silently diverting his gaze from Shen Yaoyao to the dragon table on the steps. The Emperor then turned his attention to Yu Zhenhai. Minister Yu, he called. Yu Zhenhai promptly stepped forward to bow. I am here, Your Majesty. Madam Yu has already proven that the matter concerning the Marquis of Jinxiang's heir is unrelated to the general's residence. Therefore, I entrust you with the investigation. Hold this decree and you may summon the forces of Jingzhou Prefecture to assist you. The Emperor instructed, handing a prepared imperial edict to Yu Zhenhai. With both hands, Yu Zhenhai received the decree, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall investigate this matter promptly and provide the Marquis with an explanation. The Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Then I shall await good news from you, Minister Yu. As for the Marquis of Jinxiang, you shall remain for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. After leaving the imperial study, Yu Chang'an approached, gazing at Shen Yaoyao's rosy little face, unable to resist reaching out to tease her. Once, twice, he was evaded. But on the third attempt, he finally grasped Shen Yaoyao's tightly clenched little hand. Cautiously, he waited, then turned to Yu Luowei, saying, Aunt, why is my little cousin's hand so small, akin to a quail's claw? Is she not eating well? In her dreamy state, Shen Yaoyao's eyes widened upon hearing Yu Chang'an's words, and she glared at him indignantly. Who is the scoundrel that compared this lady's hand to a quail's claw? Hearing her daughter's sentiments, Yu Luowei couldn't help but laugh. She placed Shen Yaoyao into Yu Chang'an's arms, saying, Be good, dear. This is your elder cousin, Yu Chang'an. Wow, what a handsome elder cousin. Shen Yaoyao marveled at the person before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. It must be said, the Yu family's genes are quite favorable. Although her elder cousin was not strikingly beautiful, he possessed a memorable appearance. Particularly, his years of martial training lent him a unique ruggedness compared to his peers. Yu Chang'an's expression froze as he stared incredulously at the infant in his arms. Was it truly his sister, who had just spoken? He glanced around, not seeing anyone else. This must mean he and his sister shared an extraordinary connection. Yu Chang'an's eyes brightened. Aunt, this little sister is truly adorable. If it weren't for my father punishing me with a day of horse stance training, I wouldn't have missed my sister's washing ceremony. He cast a resentful glance at his father. Yu Zhenhai, noticing his son's expression, chose to ignore it. As his son, he ought to endure such minor hardships. How else could he inherit his legacy? Shen Yaoyao gazed at her dashing cousin, suddenly recalling his fate in the stories she had read, and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it is a pity that later, after Uncle was slain by the vile father's men, my handsome elder cousin became a heartless demon, leaving desolation in his wake. To the point where his mere name instilled fear in children. Yu Chang'an's previously joyful demeanor darkened instantly. What? Father will be harmed? I will become a heartless demon? Beside them, Yu Zhenhai and his wife were equally alarmed, having not anticipated such a fate for their son. Yu Zhenhai's gaze grew increasingly stern as he regarded his son. Unaware of the turmoil her words had stirred, Shen Yaoyao was astonished by the aura she sensed from Yu Chang'an. Strange, strange. How does my elder cousin possess an innate righteousness? Even stranger is how one with such righteousness could become a heartless demon? Shen Yaoyao pondered, while Yu Chang'an remained oblivious to the notion of innate righteousness, wondering why he felt none of it himself. As they neared the palace gates, hurried footsteps echoed from behind them. Madam Yu, wait. Shen Yaoyao peered over her elder cousin's shoulder and discovered Zhou Ruodong hastening toward them. Madam Yu, I have come to present a gift for little Yaoyao. Zhou Ruodong, breathless, pulled a jade pendant from his sleeve and earnestly placed it beside Shen Yaoyao. Such rich spiritual energy. Shen Yaoyao merely took a few breaths and felt a profound sense of comfort wash over her, surpassing even the sensation of gnawing on several pieces of gold. Look, The birthmark on my sister's face has faded significantly. Yu Chang'an exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Shen Yaoyao's visage. Could this jade pendant be a treasure of the immortals? The onlookers witnessed the remarkable transformation as the birthmark visibly lightened upon contact with the jade pendant. Could it be that the primordial power I sensed that day was due to this pendant? Shen Yaoyao blinked her large, glistening eyes. In Chapter 15, A husband is your heaven. I am unaware of the matters concerning immortals. Yu Ruotong shyly scratched his head, revealing that his grandfather had given him this pendant at birth. He had been born with a congenital deficiency, and had it not been for the mystical jade, he might not have survived past the age of 3. I heard that Yaoyao was born prematurely and has a frail constitution. I believe this pendant will surely benefit her, he added. Upon hearing this, Yu Luo Rui promptly picked up the jade pendant, intending to return it to Yu Ruotong. For such a precious item should not be given away lightly. Although the pendant could remove Shen Yaoyao's birthmark, it was also Yu Ruotong's lifeline. How could she sacrifice his vitality merely for the sake of her daughter's appearance? However, Yu Ruotong concealed his hand behind his back. Had it not been for Madame Yu's intervention, I might have perished outside the city last night. In comparison to my life, this pendant is of little consequence. My deficiency has been largely remedied. I only need to exercise caution to avoid any major issues. Yu Luo Rui wished to say more, but Shen Yaoyao reached out her hand towards Yu Ruotong, babbling in her adorable manner. What is it, Yaoyao? Do you wish for me to hold you? Yu Ruotong responded swiftly. Yu Chang'an interjected, young master Yu. Propriety dictates that men should not engage too closely with women. A handshake will suffice. He tightened his embrace around Shen Yaoyao, clearly indicating that he did not wish for Yu Ruotong to hold her. Slowly, Yu Ruotong raised his gaze, and an exchange of defiance ensued between him and Yu Chang'an. What you say is incorrect, young master Chang'an. I am a man and you are too. If we are to adhere to such decorum, then you ought not to hold Yaoyao either. We are siblings, Yu Ruotong asserted. Yu Chang'an, feeling challenged, instinctively prepared to retaliate. Please, brothers, do not fight. Shen Yaoyao's voice rang out, prompting both to glare at each other, yet still unwilling to release her. Mother, please accept the jade pendant. Brother Ruotong's health is excellent. Shen Yaoyao had just utilized her divine sense to examine Yu Ruotong's condition and even remedied the remaining deficiencies within him. Yu Chang'an stood there, his face contorted with anger. This scoundrel. Should he dare to treat my sister poorly again, I shall ensure he regrets it. Father, he felt a twinge of grievance. Brother, uncle is correct. If you cannot maintain your composure, you risk falling into the enemy's trap and being executed by the new emperor. Shen Yaoyao tugged at Yu Chang'an's sleeve. He paused, and his next words transformed into, rest assured, father, I shall diligently study. Though the written characters gave him a headache, since his sister wished for him to learn, he resolved to do so, believing it to be a simple endeavor. With this thought, he felt invigorated. This old witch, summoning grandfather and grandmother, is surely not with good intentions. Shen Yaoyao glared, her little arms flailing in indignation. Father, mother, Yu Luo Rui tightened her hold on Shen Yaoyao, subtly greeting the individuals in the main hall.
Oh yeah.
We heard from Madame Shen that you were summoned to the palace by the emperor. Was it related to your elder brother's affairs? Yu mother approached, supporting her, her face etched with concern. I do not know what state your elder brother's family is in. Yu Luo Rui's nose tinged with emotion. Indeed, no mother would remain indifferent to her children. Mother, do not worry. The emperor merely inquired about my elder brother's situation. He has cleared his name and is tasked with investigating the case. Wonderful. That is splendid news. Yu mother sighed in relief, a smile blooming on her face. Yet, Madame Shen in her corner began to weep. Ruer, it is truly wonderful. You cannot fathom how worried I have been for you and Yaoyao. What if Yaoyao were to offend his majesty? I would bear the guilt for eternity. Initially relieved, Yu mother's expression darkened upon hearing Madame Shen's words.
Oh yeah.
Newborn should not be exposed to the wind. You not only allowed the child to be exposed but also brought her to the palace. Should she offend the emperor, your father would be unable to save you. Madame Shen feigned despair, lamenting, it is all my fault. Had I not been negligent during the Wash 3 banquet, Ruer would not need to bring the child to the palace. I am so foolish. Not only have I displeased Ruer, but I have also caused her to be upset with Liang. It is all my fault. Madame Shen, this matter does not concern you. It is merely a failure in the education of the Yu family. Yu mother hurried to console her. Disappointment clouded her gaze as she looked at Yu Luo Ruer. How can you think so poorly of your mother-in-law? She has already stated it was an unintentional mistake. As a mother yourself, how can you not be more magnanimous? Feeling Yu mother's comfort, Madame Shen concealed her triumphant smile beneath her handkerchief. Little wretch, no matter how capable you are, can you surpass your own father and mother? Shen Yaoyao clenched her tiny fists in anger upon hearing Madame Shen's thoughts. This old witch is secretly putting the blame on my mother. It infuriates me. Yu Luo Rui comforted her little treasure, then raised her gaze resolutely. Mother, my treasure was born prematurely due to maternal toxicity and has been in peril multiple times. I will investigate every detail thoroughly. There is no need for you two to fret. As her words fell, she shot a cold glance at Madame Shen. The latter gasped, nearly collapsing to the ground. Could it be that this little wretch has discovered something? Yu mother quickly supported Madame Shen, glaring at Yu Luo Rui. Ruier, hurry and apologize to your mother-in-law. The Yu Grand Master slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Ruier, how have I taught you? To honor your elders and support your husband. Your husband is your heaven. How can you be so immature as to quarrel with your mother-in-law over trivial matters? Is the safety of your little treasure a triviality? Yu Luo Rui stared at him in disbelief. This is my biological father. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. The imperial decree has arrived. The wife of Minister Shen Yu is summoned. What? Madame Shen forgot her tears and sprang to her feet. Chapter 16. The bestowed little lucky star Yu mother and the Yu Grand Master exchanged glances, perplexed by yet another imperial decree amidst such turbulent times.
Yu Lu Hui.
Did you offend the emperor in the palace, prompting this decree? The Yu Grand Master sternly questioned. Yu Luo Rui gently caressed Shen Yaoyao's cheek, suppressing all emotions, and replied calmly, Father, you shall know upon accompanying me to receive the decree. Eunuch Lun entered leisurely, unfolding the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have heard that you, the virtuous wife of the Shen household, is unparalleled in her goodness. With her noble character and virtuous conduct, she is a model for all women in the realm. Her daughter Shen Yaoyao is gifted and charming, bringing me great joy upon our meeting. She has even performed a great service in saving the emperor, making her a true lucky star for me. In recognition of her merit, I hereby bestow upon her the title Little Lucky Star and grant her a reward of 100,000 taels of gold. With the proclamation read, boxes overflowing with gold were brought in behind Eunuch Lun. Staring at the gleaming fortune, Madame Shen was left speechless in shock. 100,000 taels of gold. When has the great Yu dynasty ever offered such a generous reward? She had never heard of it. The Yu Grand Master stood in stunned silence. His daughter, whom he had just chastised, had received imperial recognition, and his granddaughter had saved the emperor. The little girl is indeed fortunate to have captured the emperor's favor. How is it that she was not poisoned in the womb? Thus, the one favored by the emperor would be the child of Inger, thought Madame Shen maliciously. Shen Yaoyao, clutching a golden pearl, rolled her eyes at Madame Shen. Of course, my divine beast's luck is the best. As for that illegitimate daughter, she won't be so fortunate upon entering the palace. Shen Yaoyao took a bite of the golden pearl, her little mouth breaking into a joyful grin. The emperor is quite sincere, his gifts have truly touched my heart, so I shall offer a modest blessing for his long life. Listening to her beloved child's thoughts, Yu Luorui smiled with a mix of affection and helplessness. This little girl certainly had a grandiose manner of speaking. Feeling the continuous stream of spiritual energy emanating from the golden pearl, Shen Yaoyao let out a comfortable coo. No wonder it was a gift from the dashing emperor. The gold radiated with dragon energy, far surpassing the golden toys gifted by her uncle. However, suddenly, Shen Yaoyao's eyes widened at the sight of a courtyard filled with gold. Her small brows furrowing in concern. With so much gold, how could her little appetite consume it all? Mother, all this gold is mine. We cannot let that old witch take it away. Shen Yaoyao tugged eagerly at Yu Luorui's long hair. Yu Luorui reached out to gently pat her daughter's fluffy little head, then, after receiving the imperial edict, bowed to Eunuch Lun, expressing her gratitude. Following this, she retrieved a dozen gold bars from a chest, distributing one to each of the imperial guards, and then requested the generals to assist in transporting these chests to Yunfeng Pavilion, as she wished to open an account for her beloved child. Throwaway, what are you doing? How can you entrust so much gold to outsiders? Do you not trust me? Madame Shen's gaze darkened, her wrinkled face immediately reflecting a sense of grievance and hurt. Yu Luorui was clearly intent on taking the gold away. How could this be permitted? She still needed this gold to procure a residence and farmland for Ying's child.
Throwaway.
Your mother-in-law is correct. I believe it would be best to keep it within the Shen residence, under the watchful eyes of the guards. Yu mother admonished. Yu Luorui took a deep breath, her eyes filled with disappointment as she regarded her mother-in-law. Father and mother, you are unaware. This gold will merely be gold in the Shen residence, but if placed in Yunfeng Pavilion, it could yield annual profits. I do not distrust my mother-in-law, rather, I am considering the future of my beloved child. She feigned a worried expression, hoping her mother-in-law, as a mother herself, would understand her intentions. Speechless, Yu mother and Yu Taisher were rendered mute. Indeed, upon reflection, Luorui had not acted wrongly. Madame Shen tightened her handkerchief in silence. After calculating her plans, she could not help but weep, lamenting, Luorui even thinks of Yaoyao. My Lianga remains imprisoned, and as a mother, I feel utterly useless. Yu Luorui felt her temples throbbing. Father, do you realize that your actions will bring immense trouble to my elder brother? Have you ever considered who is plotting against him? What if he is successfully framed? Nonsense. Is your father so incapable of discerning right from wrong? The usually obedient daughter had suddenly contradicted him multiple times within a few days, causing Yu Taisher's face to darken. Shen Longzhong is a worthy son-in-law chosen by your father, possessing both virtue and talent. I trust him. And you, as his wife, are so cold-hearted. Your father and mother are deeply disappointed. Yu Taisher and Yu mother shook their heads, leaving with expressions of disillusionment. Yu Luorui took a deep breath. Her hands clenched tightly. She had never imagined that her once reliable, proud parents would become so unreasonable and arrogant. Perhaps they had always been this way. And only after having her beloved child did she finally see the truth. Do not be upset, mother. When uncle exposes the true nature of that scoundrel father, let us see if grandfather and grandmother will still cherish him. Shen Yaoyao waved her small fists energetically. Her mother's little darling was indeed thoughtful. Yu Luorui embraced her daughter tightly, filled with renewed determination. Indeed, after leaving the Shen residence, Yu Taisher went straight to the general's residence. Having received advance news, Yu Zhenhai had taken Su Chaoga to investigate the case, only to find that Yu Taisher had come away empty-handed. With Zhou Ruodong's testimony, Zhang Yunli Wuchisi and Wang Zongbao were swiftly apprehended. Upon learning the news, Shen Yaoyao urged her mother to take her to the general's residence to inquire about the case. Uncle, what has happened to those three beasts who harmed Brother Ruodong? Shen Yaoyao's little face was filled with anxiety. Yu Zhenhai paused in pouring tea, slamming the teapot down heavily. He spoke of the three sons of Minister Zhang, noting that since they had not harmed the life of young Master Zhou, and given the emperor's need to balance various powers, they would likely receive lenient treatment. Su Chaoga, aware of her husband's indignation, comfortingly took his hand. No. They killed someone, right beneath the big locust tree in Liuzuan. Shen Yaoyao exclaimed angrily, shaking her small fists. Chapter 17. The tragic death of the little girl in the latrine. Wu, that poor young lady, she was only 4 years old. They tore her clothes and held her in the latrine. When she was pulled out, her little hands were still reaching out for help. In the later part of that narrative, due to the protection of Minister Zhou and his associates, those three beasts were not punished for the murder of the girl and young Master Zhou, and they subsequently grew even bolder, eventually killing over 500 people. What? Shock was etched on the faces of all present. They are worse than beasts. A fierce rage surged in Yu Zhenhai's eyes as he slammed his hand on the table. I shall go to Liuzuan. Uncle, take me with you. I want to go too. Shen Yaoyao waved her hands to capture Yu Zhenhai's attention. Though her uncle was clever, Minister Zhang and his cohorts had made thorough preparations, and gathering evidence would not be easy. She had to assist her uncle and ensure those three beasts would not continue to wreak havoc upon the world. Yu Zhenhai frowned. That crime scene is no place for a little one. What if it frightens my darling and leaves her with a psychological scar? Boo, uncle underestimates me. I am hurt. From now on, I shall ignore you. Shen Yaoyao turned away angrily, refusing to look at Yu Zhenhai. Yu Zhenhai's expression stiffened. Had he truly earned his darling's disdain? Yu Luorui looked at her child, recalling the incident with Shen Liang and the talismans, and lovingly stroked her little face. Brother, let us go together. If there is anything our darling cannot bear to see, we shall avoid it. Yu Zhenhai considered this and nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the site of the great locust tree that Shen Yaoyao had mentioned. A foul stench assaulted them. Yu Luorui instinctively covered Shen Yaoyao's nose. This was a latrine, and nearby were dried yellow handprints left from desperate struggles. Just one glance revealed the despair of that little girl. Yu Luorui's eyes grew misty. Such heavy resentment. Could it be that the soul has not yet departed? Shen Yaoyao sniffled, her small hand tightly clutching the golden pearl as she scanned the area. A woman stumbled towards the latrine, clutching a small garment in her hand. As the woman approached, the guards immediately stepped forward to restrain her. Forgive me, my lord. My daughter Xiaohua was killed, and my wife was traumatized and is not in her right mind. A middle-aged man and an elder hurried to plead for forgiveness. If they were victims, why did they not report to the authorities? Yu Zhenhai had already deduced their identities. The elder trembled as he pounded his thigh. It's useless. Absolutely useless. The Yamen not only refused to help us, but threw us out instead. My daughter is right there. A Chui suddenly erupted, biting down on a guard's hand and struggling to rush towards the latrine. Auntie, the little sister has been waiting for you here all along. The golden pearl in Shen Yaoyao's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant glow. A Chui paused at the sound of the sweet voice, and before her eyes, a small figure appeared in the direction Shen Yaoyao pointed. Mother, father, grandfather, I died so tragically. On the tender face of the young girl, dirt and filth were smeared, and her orifices continuously bled due to suffocation. Her small body bore numerous scars from sharp instruments. Little Hua, my dear Hua,
Acqui.
Seemingly oblivious to the grime on little Hua, extended her arms to embrace the girl before her. However, as her hand reached out, it passed straight through little Hua's form. The woman stared at her hand in disbelief. Sister is trapped here by resentment and cannot be reincarnated. Uncle, please help her. Shen Yaoyao's voice trembled with tears. We beseech you, Great One, to assist us. Little Hua met her demise under mysterious circumstances. The middle-aged man and the elder quickly realized the official before them was benevolent and immediately knelt, bowing their heads fervently. Rest assured, I shall apprehend the murderer and ensure that little Hua's unjust death is avenged. Yu Zhenhai approached the young girl, squatting down to speak gently. Little sister, could you tell your uncle how you perished? That day, I was playing at the village entrance when 3 older boys approached me. At first, they were kind, offering me sweets and promising to take me to a place full of fun and delicious food. They led me to a beautiful courtyard, but once there, they began to remove my clothes. Terrified by their menacing expressions, I tried to escape from the bed, but they bound me instead. After that, all I remember is pain, agonizing pain. When I awoke, I found myself in a pit of filth, until my soul departed from my body. Yu Zhenhai's fist struck heavily against a nearby stone, his eyes ablaze as he addressed the girl. Little Hua, do not worry. I will exact vengeance for you. Thank you, uncle. The little girl knelt and bowed her head 3 times in gratitude. Sister, my uncle is formidable. He will surely help you. Shen Yaoyao waved her tiny fist in determination. 3 days later, when Shen Yaoyao heard news of the 3 brutes again, they were still boasting about their imminent freedom when several guards burst in. They arrogantly scolded the guards, only to be seized and taken to the death row. Upon learning that his son had been imprisoned, Minister Zhang brought the matter before the emperor, citing the Great Yu laws, arguing that the young Zhang Yunli and his companions were too immature to comprehend right from wrong and should not be sentenced to death row. He also accused Yu Zhenhai of abusing his authority, requesting the emperor revoke Yu's right to continue the investigation. Yu Zhenhai merely replied, "Since Minister Zhang claims these boys do not understand right from wrong, shall we put that to the test?" In the depths of the prison, the 3 brutes exhibited no fear. Rather, they were filled with excitement at the thought of their freedom. They fantasized about committing extraordinary deeds upon their release. Zhang Yunli narrowed his beady eyes, his face displaying a perverse glee unbefitting his age. Wu Chuxi and Wang Zongbao leaned in eagerly, asking, "What should we do?" The 3 young brutes grinned wickedly, their eyes brimming with bloodlust. The cell door swung open with a clatter.
See?
I told you there was nothing to fear. We're about to be set free. Zhang Yunli boasted, his face radiating with smug satisfaction as he raised an eyebrow at his companions and whistled. Chapter 18. If the gods are watching, may they suffer 1,000 tortures. Wu Chuxi and Wang Zongbao nodded in agreement, taunting the guards. You worthless dogs. Why the delay? Hurry and open the door, or I'll have your limbs severed and your eyes gouged out, stuffed into a wine vat to become a human pig. The guards, appalled by their audacity in the face of their crimes, were outraged. May Lord you find a way to ensure these 3 wretches receive their just punishment. The head guard commanded, and the eager men behind him rushed into the cell, overpowering the 3 brutes as they struggled. It was only then that they began to realize something was amiss and shouted, "Let go. My father is a court official. I'm not of age. You have no authority over me." Despite their fierce resistance, the guards were unyielding. Meanwhile, at Yu Zhenhai's request, the Jingzhou-in residence served as the courtroom for the proceedings. As the emperor could not attend, he dispatched his trusted chief eunuch, Lan Fu, to oversee the trial. The Marquis of Jinxiang, anticipating that the brutes' fathers might attempt to intimidate Yu Zhenhai, brought all his household guards and servants, creating an imposing presence to subtly pressure them against overly protecting their children. The case of the 3 bullies' murder had spread like wildfire among the populace, who were outraged by their viciousness and longed for swift justice. Initially concerned that their status as official sons might shield them from punishment, the people felt a surge of admiration for Yu Zhenhai as he argued passionately before the emperor. Proceed. The gavel struck, and the 3 brutes were shoved forth, kneeling defiantly as they protested, "We are still minors. By law, we should be granted clemency. What right do you have to judge us?" Their brazen attitude ignited the crowd's fury. These are the 3 wretches. Just look at their faces. They are clearly not good people. How could they be so cruel at such a young age? Such individuals deserve 1,000 cuts and should suffer in the deepest pits of hell. We beseech the Great One to seek justice for the innocent girl who met her unjust fate. The crowd echoed their demands, fervently calling for the execution of the 3 brutes. The family of the young girl, witnessing their arrogance and lack of remorse, was consumed by rage. The thought that their beloved child had perished at the hands of these 3 monsters in such a filthy and humiliating manner made the middle-aged man seethe with fury, wishing to tear them apart with his own hands. Yu Zhenhai narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the 3 brutes, slowly speaking. "Have you 3 not yet dined?" The words sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Everyone turned their questioning gazes towards Yu Zhenhai. Even the Marquis of Jinxiang puzzled by his intentions. Ignoring their scrutiny, Yu Zhenhai gestured for the guards to bring forth freshly purchased meals from a nearby tavern. Delicacies were laid before the 3 brutes, with bowls of rice positioned in an alternating manner.
Eat.
The 3 brutes exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Zhang Yunli was the first to pick up a bowl, adjusting the chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. The prison food is hardly fit for consumption. This is truly a feast. Observing his gluttonous display, Yu Zhenhai smirked. To know how to arrange the chopsticks indicates an understanding of propriety. This one cannot be spared. With a clatter, Zhang Yunli's chopsticks fell to the ground as his previously smug expression drained of color. He opened his mouth to protest, but a swift guard covered his mouth and dragged him aside. Wu Chuxi and Wang Zongbao quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Yu Zhenhai had set a trap for them. Yet now that they understood his intentions, they wondered how he would proceed. Wu Chuxi smirked, defiantly lifting his bowl of rice without adjusting the chopsticks, and began to eat. What a shame. Lord, you should have waited for us to finish before passing judgment. As the crowd believed Yu Zhenhai's plan had failed, a resounding, righteous voice cut through the murmurs. This one is cunning, and must not be allowed to live. Wu Chuxi was taken aback, but before he could react, the guards pulled him next to Zhang Yunli. It seemed that Yu Jinhai was resolute in his quest for their demise. Wang Zongbao felt utterly devastated as he gazed at the bowl of oppressive rice before him. Grinding his teeth, he flung the chopsticks aside and resorted to shoving the white rice into his mouth with his hands. If I cannot arrange the chopsticks properly, then I shall forgo them altogether. Let us see what you can do. Just as he reveled in his defiance, Yu Jinhai cast a cold smile. This boy is far too rebellious. He must not be allowed to remain. Yu Jinhai, you are exceedingly tyrannical. The fathers of the three miscreants immediately rose, glaring furiously. In the next moment, Yu Jinhai roared in the courtroom, expelling the three men and surveying them from a position of authority. His voice resonated with formidable authority, echoing in the ears of the three wretches like a deafening thunderclap. It was only upon being sentenced to death that the three finally comprehended fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they wailed and pleaded for another chance. Another chance? You had your chances, but what if the young girl you so cruelly murdered? As Yu Jinhai spoke, the color drained from their faces, leaving them pallid and collapsed on the ground. One of them, paralyzed by fear, even released a stream of foul yellow liquid onto the floor. The onlookers in the courtroom erupted in applause at the verdict. A just and virtuous magistrate, the father and grandfather of the young girl, leading the mentally disturbed Achui, knelt in unison, bowing 3 times to Yu Jinhai, tears flowing uncontrollably down their cheeks. Achui, however, remained eerily silent, her eyes fixated on the stage. Beasts. A swift execution would be too lenient. I long to taste their blood and devour their flesh. Her daughter, merely 4 years old, a bright and cheerful child, had been horrifically tortured to death. Her mouth, now sullied, could no longer cry out for her mother. If the heavens possess any awareness, may they be subjected to 1,000 tortures. I have heard you. Your wishes can indeed be fulfilled. A cherubic voice echoed in the ears of the girl's family. Who speaks? The grandfather of the girl furrowed his brow, instinctively searching for the source of the voice. Shen Yaoyao, cradled in Yu Luo Rui's arms, had round, sparkling eyes resembling precious jewels, her tiny limbs struggling to escape the brocade blanket. Fear not. The grandfather was enveloped in profound shock, his eyes brimming with tears. Could it be that even the divine could not overlook the atrocities of these 3 wretches and sought to aid their family? In the dead of night, the oppressive darkness of the prison grew even more foreboding, especially as a chilling wind swept through, amplifying the terror. It seemed a divine presence indeed protected them. Unbeknownst to them, it was all the machinations of Shen Yaoyao. She had meticulously calculated the timing, rendering the guard unconscious with her divine powers and subtly guiding him to the 3 wretches. Standing before the cell, she observed the 3 miscreants sleeping soundly. And as she recalled the image of her granddaughter drowned in excrement, rage filled the old man's eyes. Clutching the iron shovel tightly, he prepared for vengeance. With a resounding crash, the iron lock was shattered, the sound echoing like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, inciting tumultuous waves. As the 3 wretches awoke, they found the old man glaring down at them, his eyes radiating an ominous fury that sent chills down their spines. The sharpened iron shovel loomed above Zhang Yunli's face, and before he could react, it mercilessly struck his nose. The anguished scream reverberated through the air. Blood surged forth as his nose was brutally cleaved. In agony, he attempted to shield his face, but the enraged shovel descended once more, striking his forehead, eyes, cheekbones, and chin. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable. Without even a moment to lament, Zhang Yunli succumbed to pain and despair, his breath extinguished forever.
Run.
The dazed Wu Chuxi and Wang Zongbao could only watch in horror as Zhang Yunli was gruesomely dispatched, the terror rendering them powerless to escape. As they neared the cell's exit, exhilaration coursed through them. At last, salvation was within reach. Yet hope was swiftly crushed. Desperation and dread overwhelmed them, engulfing them entirely. We were wrong. Please spare us. They pleaded. Yes, we are but children, ignorant of the world. We merely found her adorable and wished to play with her. The terror of death bent their knees, and they bowed their heads in supplication. The old man's eyes, however, were devoid of warmth. Only endless sarcasm remained. Such ease in your words. My precious granddaughter's life was dismissed as a mere jest by these beasts. Since you understand your errors, go below and seek forgiveness from my dear granddaughter. With bloodshot eyes, the old man swung the still bloody shovel at their heads, relentless in his assault. Each strike sinking deep into their very marrow. Blood sprayed wildly, saturating the cell with a nauseating stench. It was only when the 3 wretches' faces were reduced to a pulp that the old man finally calmed, his trembling hands releasing the shovel, which clattered to the ground. Look, dear granddaughter, grandfather has avenged you. You may now rest in peace. In your next life, may you find a kind family and never endure such suffering again. He wiped away the tears streaming down his face, sighing heavily as he spoke softly to himself. He had no intention of leaving. He had come prepared for capture. The ability to exact revenge was a gift from the heavens, and he felt ready to embrace death. When the guard awoke to the scene within the cell, even having witnessed numerous violent incidents, the sight was utterly shocking. Yet no one deemed it cruel. Rather, they felt a sense of catharsis. Upon learning of the entire affair, Yu Jinhai pursed his lips. Acknowledging the mitigating circumstances of the criminals and their advanced age, he decided against detention, ordering their immediate release. This pronouncement left everyone momentarily stunned, though they soon erupted in applause. On the day of the executions, Yu Zhenhai commanded the guards to drag the three wretches out, bloodied and unrecognizable. They were sustained only by Shen Yaoyao as divine intervention. Each day was a torment, and as they knelt before the executioner's block, they surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Yu Zhenhai, you have gone too far. The fathers of the three miscreants, upon seeing their sons' mangled faces, nearly suffocated from rage. Taking a deep breath, they glared at Yu Zhenhai. As the presiding magistrate, you have allowed the accused to be beaten to such a state. This is gross negligence. I shall draft a memorial to the emperor to impeach you. The three fathers were livid, their eyes bulging with fury as they spat their words at Yu Zhenhai. In the face of their bluster, Yu Zhenhai only smirked, his tone devoid of warmth. It is merely a case of inmates fighting amongst themselves. If Minister Zhang insists on pursuing this, I can do nothing to stop it.
So be it.
You. The three fathers were left speechless, their fury rendering them mute. Yu Zhenhai ignored them, settling into his seat on the execution platform, his voice authoritative and chilling. Proceed with the execution.
Stop.
In the next moment, three round heads rolled onto the ground, blood spraying forth. The agony nearly caused Minister Zhang to faint, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Yu Zhenhai. Yu Zhenhai, we serve together in this court, yet you show no mercy. You shall pay for this. Who seeks vengeance upon whom? If you have grievances, why not voice them to me? The 6-year-old Prince Song Huaijin, led by Eunuch Lan, approached slowly, his gaze cold and indifferent as it swept over Minister Zhang. A mere glance was enough to instill terror. The three fathers shivered under his stare, silently bowing their heads. Noticing their submission, Song Huaijin showed no inclination to spare them, his youthful face bearing an unexpected maturity. The case presided over by Lord Yu was ordered by the emperor, and the judgment received the emperor's approval. Your incessant clamor and dissatisfaction appear to be a direct affront to the emperor's decision. A cold glance swept over the three incompetent fathers, who immediately knelt in fear, bowing their heads in supplication. Your Highness, forgive us. We do not dare question His Majesty's ruling, they stammered, struggling to find a suitable excuse while cold sweat trickled down their brows, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Chapter 20. The lame leg of the second uncle can be cured. Song Huaijin paid them no mind and strode directly toward Yu Zhenhai. With the crown prince present, the three inept fathers dared not cause a scene any longer, suppressing their heartache and bowing their heads in silence. In the center of the marketplace stood Xiao Hua's family, their hearts filled with an indescribable sense of vengeance fulfilled. Shen Yaoyao, sensing the emotions of Xiao Hua's family, joyfully waved her little hand adorned with golden pearls, her cherubic voice ringing in their ears. As long as you offer me gold, it is enough. As the gold bracelet was placed before the specially set altar, Shen Yaoyao felt a surge of power coursing through her limbs, a sensation so delightful that it was beyond description. Though the bracelet could not compare to the golden gifts from Yu Zhenhai and the emperor, it was imbued with their faith. Just as she began to relax, an array of disjointed images not belonging to her body flashed through her mind. Flames erupted, and countless deities battled fiercely. When had this occurred? No memories surfaced to explain these visions. Thanks to assistance from above this time, Shen Liang's eyes darkened with a hint of coldness. He had not anticipated Yu Zhenhai's fortuitous circumstances, which had led to his imprisonment. This grievance must be avenged. Shen Liang clung to the identity of the mastermind, ultimately shifting all blame onto Lu Quan. Captured red-handed, Lu Quan was sentenced to execution. Shen Liang, still haunted by his past, had quieted down considerably, refraining from further mischief. Shen Liang's gaze fell upon the small bundle in Yu Lurui's arms, momentarily stunned. Is this truly the daughter of that former ugly woman? The little face, round and cherubic, bore large, bright eyes that sparkled with light upon seeing gold. Her delicate nose and soft, cherry-like lips made her resemble an exquisite little beauty, the large birthmark on her face fading almost entirely. Yet, in Shen Liang's heart, Shen Yaoyao could not hold a candle to his and Inger's child. The Yu family could not compare to Inge either, lacking both her allure and vision. Were it not for Inger, he would not stand here whole. Contemplating the Yu family's indifference and Yu Zhenhai's opportunism, a wave of disgust washed over Shen Liang. His gaze deepened as he recalled how the Yu family had lavishly organized a 100-day feast for Shen Yaoyao, a celebration that rightfully belonged to his and Inger's child. Scoundrel! To seek the company of an illegitimate daughter while speaking so grandly, utterly shameless. The innocent thoughts of the child echoed clearly in Yu Lurui's ears, revealing the intent to seek an extramarital affair. She felt a cold smile form within, though her expression remained composed. At that moment, she found even a glance at Shen Liang utterly repulsive, unaware that Yu Lurui was already privy to his movements. Shen Liang continued to feign his role as the good husband and father. Upon arriving at the Yu residence, the beautifully chiseled child immediately captured everyone's attention. Our Yaoyao is clearly blessed, growing ever more beautiful. Yu Zhenhai took Shen Yaoyao from Yu Lurui's arms, increasingly enamored, unable to part with her. Little sister, This is a gift personally chosen by your elder brother. Do not despise it. His sister-in-law, Su Chaoga, presented a golden collar adorned with a charm of a golden pig, carefully placing it around Shen Yaoyao's neck. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hugged the little golden pig, playfully biting it, drawing laughter from those around her. Quickly, let second brother see what my niece looks like. A loud voice resonated from outside the door. Yu Deli, the second uncle of the Yu family, was wheeled in by a servant, his face beaming with excitement. After greeting the elders, his gaze fell upon the Yu family and Shen Yaoyao. He longed to embrace the armless infant, but feared his clumsy hands might harm her. How lovely you are, resembling your aunt. Bring in the gifts I prepared for my niece. With a grand gesture, Yu Deli summoned servants who entered with numerous large boxes. As they opened them, a dazzling array of gold shimmered blindingly, captivating everyone present. I heard from my brother that my niece adores gold. These were crafted in haste by my artisans. The assortment of gold was truly astonishing. How astute of this second uncle. Shen Yaoyao waved her chubby hand, reaching towards Yu Deli. Seeing this, he was filled with exuberance, cradling her in his arms. Up close, Shen Yaoyao noticed that her second uncle was even more handsome than her elder uncle, lacking the military's harshness and possessing gentler features. In truth, Yu Deli was no less than Yu Zhenhai, but due to his injury, he had been forced into commerce. Do not fear, second uncle's leg can be cured, came the cherubic voice. Who spoke? Yu Deli was taken aback, glancing around in surprise. Oddly, others seemed unable to hear the voice.
Just as he puzzled over this,
The voice resounded again in his ears. Second uncle is truly unfortunate. Once brimming with talent, he is now hindered by a leg injury, forced into commerce. Yet despite his wealth, he never forgets to aid the impoverished, donating generously to support the borders, only to meet a tragic end. Thrown into molten gold and cast as a gilded figure. Yu Deli's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Chapter 21. The chef's malicious intent. Just listening made him tremble in terror. Do not fear, Yaoyao shall not allow second uncle to suffer such misfortune. Shen Yaoyao's small mouth formed bubbles as her plump hand emerged from the silk quilt, gently touching Yu Deli's lame leg. With a touch, Yaoyao can make it better. It shall no longer hurt. The innocent voice once more reached Yu Deli's ears. Looking at the child in his arms, he realized she intended to comfort him. Even knowing that his leg would likely never heal, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Shen Yaoyao glanced at the Yu master and his wife. Noticing they remained oblivious to the heart's whispers, Yu mother busily orchestrated the meal, having personally prepared the dishes since the previous day. Ruerui, eat more. The better you eat, the more nourishing the milk, and my precious granddaughter shall thrive. As the family gathered around the table, Shen Yaoyao surveyed the spread and immediately sensed something amiss. This food is problematic. While the fresh venison and shrimp are delectable on their own, combined, they can cause constipation. Furthermore, the crabs and jujubes can lead to ailments due to opposing properties. These dishes are incompatible. Yu Luerui, hearing her daughter's thoughts, cast a wary glance at the array of dishes, her brow furrowing. Mother, who prepared these dishes? It was the newly hired chef. He claims to be well-versed in the principles of nutrition. According to him, those who follow his recipes live long, healthy lives. Yu mother spoke with uncontainable gratitude. This chef not only understands nutrition but is also quick and sweet-tongued. I truly wonder how the master could bear to let him go. Yu Luerui instantly sensed something was off. Mother, these dishes are problematic. The radiant smile of Yu's mother instantly faded as she retorted angrily. Nonsense. What do you know at your young age? This is a health food that is revered by the elite of the capital. Everyone consumes it. How could there be any issue? Her gaze fixated on Yu Luerui, disappointment evident in her eyes. That is not the case. These dishes have opposing properties. Prolonged consumption can lead to chronic poisoning, and in severe cases, it can even endanger one's life. Shen Yaoyao pouted, feeling immense dissatisfaction towards her ignorant grandmother. Yu Luerui wholeheartedly believed her precious words and reiterated to her mother, Mother, these foods indeed have opposing attributes. If you doubt it, let us consult a physician. It is understandable that you may not comprehend these matters, but the newly hired chef could not possibly be unaware. His intentions must be dubious. With conviction in her voice, Yu Luerui caused her mother to hesitate, but upon hearing her intention to dismiss the chef, she immediately voiced her opposition. What dubious intentions? To speculate without evidence is reckless. Is this how your father and I raised you? After your mother worked so hard to prepare a feast, you show no appreciation. Yu Luerui frowned. Her retort poised on her lips, but was once again interrupted by her mother. Let us not even discuss whether there is a problem. Even if there were, it could very well be an innocent mistake. I have taught you since childhood to be forgiving and not overly critical. The chef is of your age and quite capable. If he were not of a pitiful background, why would he willingly serve as a subordinate? Unable to contain herself, Shen Yaoyao interjected with sarcasm. But this situation should have unfolded after mother was murdered, and the scoundrel father remarried a woman from outside, moving into the Yu household to serve the elders. How could it have come to pass so soon? Could it be that mother altered her fate, triggering a butterfly effect? Hearing that all of this was orchestrated by Shen Liang, Yu Luerui felt a resurgence of anger, her resolve hardening. No, we cannot keep such a person in the house. If he dares to tamper with the food today, who knows what he might do in the future. Seeing Yu Lurui's determination to expel him, Yu's mother was left breathless with indignation. When did you become so unreasonable? This is the Yu household. You are already married, and family matters are no longer your concern. Yu Lurui could hardly fathom that her own mother would utter such words for the sake of a chef with dubious motives, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced. Coldly clutching Shen Yaoyao, she stood to depart. Yu Deli, witnessing this, hurried to restrain her. Sister? You know our parents' tempers all too well. His legs had regained sensation? His eyes brimmed with disbelief as he trembled, his gaze falling upon the little bundle in Yu's embrace. Could it be that his sweet little niece possessed some divine power? Second brother. Your legs. The entire family turned to Yu Deli in astonishment, with Yu's mother proudly attributing the credit to the health foods. What problems? I have always said that he possesses great talent. Look, your second brother has only had a few bites. And after all these years of being unable to feel his legs, he can now sense them. If he continues eating like this, he might even fully recover. Observing Yu's mother's smug expression, Yu Lurui nearly fainted with rage. Yu Deli quietly grasped her arm and turned to praise their mother. Mother, my sister is still young and naive. Since this chef's dishes are beneficial for my legs, I wonder if you would be willing to part with him and allow me to take him away. Hearing this, Yu's mother cast her second son an approving glance. Readily agreeing, Yu Lurui sighed in relief. Her second brother was indeed clever. If they took the chef away, what trouble could he possibly cause? In the evening, Shen Liang emerged from his outer residence, calmly changing his attire before hurriedly making his way to the Yu household. Upon entering, he donned a face full of remorse. I just finished my official duties and rushed over. My dear, you are not upset, are you? His tone was filled with trepidation. Yu Lurui observed his feigned concern with a smirk of sarcasm in her heart. In contrast, Yu Deli appeared delighted, teasing. Who would have thought that after so many years of marriage, you remain unchanged, still so doting on Lurui? This marriage had been orchestrated by him, and witnessing their affection brought him immense joy, yet the very next moment, his niece's words sent chills through him. Chapter 22. I'll make you a bald chicken for trying to outshine second brother. Second uncle's leg was harmed by that scoundrel father. Fearing he would not surpass second uncle in the examinations, he intentionally caused second uncle's leg to be broken, rendering him unable to take the exam. Otherwise, with second uncle's capabilities, the Yu family would have produced another scholar long ago. What? His leg was actually harmed by his close friend. He had intended to reveal that he could feel his legs again, but if what his niece said were true, Yu Lurui felt a chill run down her spine. Second brother and Shen Liang had been classmates, both promising candidates for the top honors, yet just before the grand examination, a mad horse had left second brother crippled, forever severing his ties to a political career. Shen Liang, oblivious to Yu Deli's subtle emotional shifts, caught a fleeting glimpse of arrogance in his eyes as he glanced at Yu Deli's limp leg. In an instant, his focus shifted to the chef being taken away by Yu Deli's servant, and he frowned, speaking nonchalantly. Your in-laws are truly generous towards second brother, even sending a chef from their household. Upon hearing him mention the chef, Yu Deli felt a sudden chill envelop him. What was there left to misunderstand? Yu Deli narrowed his eyes, a dark glimmer in his gaze. It appeared that his niece's words were indeed accurate. He had never wronged Shen Liang, always treating him as a close friend. Despite his less fortunate background, he had often shared his treasures with him, only to discover that instead of gratitude, he had harbored ulterior motives, plotting against him. Truly disheartening. The thought of having pushed his sister into the clutches of such a wolf sent shivers through Yu Deli's heart. Second uncle need not worry, Yaoyao will protect mother. The innocent voice of the child reached his ears, and as he gazed at the little niece cradled in Yu Lurui's arms, a flicker of solace emerged within him, yet his eyes remained filled with concern. Shen Liang remained blissfully unaware that his carefully crafted facade had been unraveled, wearing a disingenuous smile. It's getting late. Let us find an opportunity another day to reconnect and share a drink. Second uncle, do not heed his nonsense. He has no good intentions. He deceives you into going out, intending to set a fire, leaving everyone to flee while you, unable to escape due to your injury, are left severely burned. Shen Yaoyao pouted, her thoughts brimming with indignation. Then he would feign heroism, coming to your rescue, and you would be filled with gratitude and trust, ultimately handing over your affairs to him, allowing him to swindle you of your entire fortune. That scoundrel father was truly insidious. Yu Deli furrowed his brow, a chill creeping down his spine. As he looked back at Shen Liang, a flash of coldness crossed his gaze. This beast, whom he had regarded as a good brother, had betrayed him. Shen Liang suddenly felt a shiver run down his neck. 2 days later, Shen Liang deliberately arranged to meet Yu Deli. Brother Deli. This newly opened yakitori shop has garnered much acclaim from the elite. They adore it, and it is highly sought after. He took Yu Deli's wheelchair from a servant, unable to restrain his praise for the establishment, his tones so proud that one might mistake him for the owner behind the scenes. You see, the owner is a remarkable woman, intelligent, resourceful, and well-versed in social dealings, highly favored by the gentry. Yu Deli listened coldly, having already instructed his men to investigate before arriving. He knew this establishment was opened by Shen Liang to curry favor with an outer room woman. The thought of what they had done to Luruwei and the Yu family filled him with rage. He longed to exact vengeance. But considering his sister and child still suffering under the Shen roof, he could only suppress his fury for the time being. This matter could not be rushed. It required careful planning. Shen Liang's boastful words continued unabated, while Yu Deli pursed his lips, feigning ignorance. As the two approached the private room, they collided with the waiter, who staggered towards them, precariously balancing a jar of fine wine. It was evident that he was intentionally targeting Yu Deli, as he seemed to trip, aiming the entire jar at him. Yu Deli, ever observant, noted the waiter's expression, clearly deliberate. No wonder everyone was unharmed after the fire. While he bore the brunt of it, startled yet resolute, Yu Deli discreetly extended his foot, tripping the advancing waiter. The man, caught off guard, lost his grip, splashing the wine all over Shen Liang. How can you conduct yourself so carelessly? Shen Liang scolded, drenched and resembling a drowned rat. Yu Deli suppressed a chuckle, playing the peacemaker, suggesting there was no need for anger over such a trivial matter. You have praised this establishment so lavishly, I can hardly wait to indulge. Shen Liang, though momentarily thwarted, quelled his displeasure, for the chef was prepared. What is this? Yu Deli inquired, observing the grill before them with a furrowed brow. This is the restaurant's specialty. The chef will grill right before you, and you may choose whatever you desire, Shen Liang explained succinctly. Yu Deli nodded, watching the charcoal blaze. The chef, seemingly dissatisfied with the fire's intensity, poured some oil onto it. Instantly, flames erupted, and sparks leapt, landing on Shen Liang, already soaked in wine. He was ignited by the open flames, engulfed in fire before he could react. Ah! Shen Liang screamed, enveloped in flames, a cacophony of cries echoing through the room. The house servants, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, momentarily stunned at the sight of Shen Liang ablaze. Fools! Why are you dawdling? Help extinguish the flames. Shen Liang, now frantic, could no longer maintain his composure before Yu Deli. Under his frantic direction, the servants swiftly fetched water, dousing him. The cold water streamed down him, sending him into shivers, rendering him a pitiful sight, his fine garments charred, resembling a plucked fowl. Yu Deli observed the spectacle, a suppressed smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, before feigning concern. Witnessing Yu Deli's nonchalance, Shen Liang's frustration boiled over. This should not be, he thought, bewildered by the turn of events. Hadn't Liang assured him that everything was arranged perfectly? How could such a blunder occur? Amidst his anger and confusion, he felt a pang of concern for his son, urgently dispatching for a physician. Chapter 23, Usurping Credit from a Worthless Father. My goodness. How did it come to this? Yu Luruwei arrived, witnessing the scene with a restrained smirk. It was almost poetic justice. The pent-up frustration within her finally found an outlet, though she lamented that his injuries were not more severe. Observing his condition, she quickly composed herself and approached Shen Liang. My husband went out to dine. How could he return in such a state? She feigned surprise, and upon hearing the servants recount the events, she continued, clearly. This is the establishment's fault and should be reported to the authorities. Before she could finish, Shen Liang interrupted, we cannot report them. His excessive reaction drew a frown from Yu Luruwei, who regarded him quizzically. Sensing her scrutiny, he quickly amended his statement. It was merely an accident. The waiter acted without malice. There is no need for such drastic measures. Yu Luruwei scoffed internally at his lofty reasoning. It was evident he was unwilling to jeopardize his ties with an outside woman. Thank goodness the wine did not splash on my second brother, otherwise, with his mobility issues, he may not have been able to escape. She mused. Shen Liang had usurped her brother's prospects. Yet, he was still nothing more than a mere flower at the examination, lacking true merit, remaining stagnant in his position. Shen Liang felt a twinge of anxiety, suspecting Yu Luruwei had caught on, and cast a cautious glance her way. However, her demeanor remained unshaken, prompting him to furrow his brows in contemplation. Why the frivolity? Lady Shen, exasperated, shot Yu Luruwei a disapproving look. Your husband is in this state, and you still concern yourself with outsiders? Step aside and let the physician attend to him. Indeed, mother is correct, Yu Luruwei acquiesced, discreetly retreating to the side. As the physician tended to Shen Liang's wounds, she stealthily approached the discarded inner garment, quickly discerning its unusual fabric. This garment was markedly different from Shen Liang's usual attire, composed of an extraordinary material. Connecting the dots, her brother sustained grave injuries while Shen Liang emerged virtually unscathed. Yu Luruwei narrowed her eyes, and while the crowd was distracted, she stealthily snipped a piece of the fabric, instructing her shadow to deliver it to Yu Deli. Have my brother examine this material thoroughly. Understood, he replied. Yu Deli, upon receiving the fabric, wasted no time. After several experiments, he discovered its remarkable properties. It was entirely fire-resistant. No wonder Shen Liang, drenched in wine, remained unharmed despite the ferocity of the flames. He mused, excitement illuminating his eyes as he turned to his elder brother, Yu Zhenhai. Brother, if we can produce military garments from this material, our soldiers would be invincible on the battlefield. The following day, as a royal merchant, Yu Deli reported to court, eager to share his discovery with the emperor. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I command you to expedite the development of this material, strengthening our great Yu's military might. The emperor, delighted by his report, praised the Yu brothers. You both are the pillars of our nation. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall bestow upon you great rewards. Yu Deli and Yu Zhenhai immediately knelt in gratitude for the emperor's grace. Meanwhile, Shen Liang seethed in envy at Yu Deli's newfound glory. This should have been my accomplishment. He fumed, especially as Yu Deli twisted the knife, claiming, thanks to my brother's misfortune, I was able to make this discovery. Shen Liang felt the heat of indignation rise within him, yet he dared not express it, forcing a smile instead. Upon entering, he kicked over a stool, sending everything on the table crashing to the floor, the cacophony of sound failing to quell his fury. You scoundrels! All of you, especially that limping Yu Deli, daring to steal my credit. I should have eliminated him when I had the chance. Shen Liang raged, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yingying emerged from within, her voice sweet and gentle, akin to a spring brook, soothing to the soul. Such a delicate flower, her beauty captivated all. Even women could not help but admire her. What is the matter? She inquired, concern lacing her tone. It is all that cursed talisman. Ever since that incident, misfortune has followed me relentlessly, while the Yu family continues to prosper. If this continues, our plans. Shen Liang's eyes brimmed with worry. Sensing that the Yu family's vitality was returning, their demeanor no longer subservient as before. Everything seemed to slip from his grasp, an unsettling feeling taking root in his heart. Fear not, Lu Yingying reassured him, her composure remarkably steady compared to Shen Liang's turmoil. Rest easy. Yu Deli's actions in court today were utterly foolish. He is digging his own grave. What do you mean? Shen Liang frowned, instinctively questioning her. With a subtle smile, she nestled against his arm, her body pliable. The fabric I provided you is simply not suitable for mass production. At least in a place as economically backward as you. It is uncertain not only whether the yield can be guaranteed, but also whether it can even be developed at all. Shen Liang immediately comprehended her implication, transforming her anger into delight. Haha, Yu Deli has now fallen victim to his own cleverness, failing to fulfill the emperor's command. It will be intriguing to see how he manages the aftermath. With warm, soft jade in his embrace, Shen Liang gradually became distracted, his hands beginning to wander inappropriately. Just as Yu Luowei was about to lull her daughter to sleep, an unexpected guest arrived. Luowei, I've come to see you. Without waiting for an announcement, Shen Fong burst into the room. As she spoke, she eagerly handed over a box she was holding, catching sight of the intricate golden jewelry adorning Shen Yaoyao. She pursed her lips. You know our family is struggling. Unlike your maternal family, which is wealthy and noble, this gift, though not extravagant, has been carefully selected. Please do not disdain it. Chapter 24. The gluttonous and malicious nephew. Shen Fong warmly grasped her hand, pouring forth heartfelt words. Yu Luowei felt a warmth in her heart. Shen Fong had always stood by her side. When she had faced misfortune and fell into the water, it was Shen Liang who saved her. While Shen Fong had cast aside wealth to care for her tirelessly for several nights. It was during that time that her feelings for Shen Liang deepened, though she regrettably misjudged him. Thankfully, Shen Fong remained a trustworthy elder sister. Mother, don't be deceived by her. She has cursed me to suffer an early demise from the fortune of gold. Shen Yaoyao fumed, shaking her tiny fists, wishing to strike her aunt, whose face was thicker than a city wall. Hey, that old witch is shameless, having taken so much silver from mother, yet she dares to present such a meager gift. All under the guise of teaching her brother a lesson, while secretly brainwashing mother, binding her with filial piety to drain her of her resources. How could she dare to curse the good child? Was the care she provided back then merely a feigned? The fervor in Yu Luowei's eyes gradually faded, her tone turning much colder. Sister, you jest. What would a mere woman like me understand? Shen Fong was momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. Has this foolish woman taken the wrong medicine today? Shen Fong awkwardly retrieved a small silver lock from the box, eagerly preparing to adorn Shen Yaoyao. This child, with her thick brows and large eyes, would surely grow into a beauty. However, the moment her hand touched Shen Yaoyao, she sensed something amiss as warmth and moisture seeped down her arm and onto her clothing. Ah! Shen Fong glanced down, losing her composure and screaming. Unable to maintain her smile, glaring fiercely at Shen Yaoyao. Damn it, you little miscreant. How dare you wet me? This is a new garment of mine. Worth quite a bit. Observing Shen Fong's pained expression, Yu Luowei internally scoffed, maintaining her calm demeanor. I apologize. Perhaps the dear child simply does not fancy silver. Such incidents have never occurred when uncles gifted her gold before. Her nonchalant remark struck Shen Fong as particularly harsh, causing her expression to darken uncontrollably. Dinner is ready, sister. Let us dine with my nephew before you depart. Shen Liang entered with his customary warm smile. Of course, I have not seen mother in ages. I have been worried. At the dining table, Shen Fong and her son sat beside the old matriarch. Grandmother, I want to eat pig knuckles. Li Fugui, barely settled, clamored for pig knuckles. At such a tender age, he was already plump, his cheeks quivering with excess fat, as if oil might drip from them as he spoke. Yet despite this, the old matriarch indulged him. All right, my dear grandson, eat more. You seem to have lost weight after not seeing you for a few days. With Shen Tai's permission, Li Fugui unabashedly grabbed a pig knuckle, the greasy broth dripping down his hands as he continued to devour it ravenously. Shen Fong frowned, glancing at Yu Luowei. Speaking in a condescending tone, Fugui, have you forgotten what your aunt said? Li Fugui, thoroughly enjoying his meal, put down his food upon hearing her words, casting a venomous glare at Yu Luowei, filled with malice. Yu Luowei felt a chill run down her spine. The family doctor had warned that his excessive weight could lead to impotence and premature death, and Shen Fong had often lamented in her presence about her son's gluttony, prompting her to intervene. Yet, it seemed she had merely been used as a pawn by Shen Fong. Mother, he is a thankless wretch, resenting you for caring for him. After discovering his father's scheme, he even suggested buying medicine, and after your demise, he would dig up your grave and desecrate your remains, even proposing to inject gold water into Uncle Heir. Shen Yaoyao kicked her little arms and legs in Yu Luowei's embrace, her baby voice filled with indignation on her behalf. Yu Luowei pursed her lips, observing Shen Fong resorting to the same old tactics, using her as a shield, and spoke blandly. No worries, eat if you wish. If it's not enough, let the kitchen prepare more. In the past, it was you who often said your health was poor and could not handle rich foods. Now, seeing you enjoy your meal so heartily, your aunt also realizes that nothing is more important than your happiness. Hooray you. Shen Fong had not expected such a response, her brows knitting together as she opened her mouth, only to find her precious son glaring at her with contempt, causing her blood to run cold. I said, why do you always use your aunt as an excuse? I almost believed your nonsense. It turns out it was all you're doing. Look at your pitiful state, unable to even spare meat for me. Being your son is the worst luck imaginable. Li Fugui's words pierced Shen Fong's heart like a dagger. The more he spoke, the more outrageous he became, until even Shen Liang could no longer tolerate it. Slamming the table in anger, how dare you be so disrespectful? To his reprimand, Li Fugui merely scoffed, showing no fear, and turned the tables on him. My dear uncle, don't lecture me here. You are of no better standing than I, lacking both literary and martial prowess. Had it not been for your fortune in marrying a good wife, you might be worse off than I am. If you can achieve a mere third place, then surely I will top the list one day. You had better show me some respect, or do not blame me for disregarding our kinship. Shen Liang could hardly believe that one day he would be rendered speechless by his own nephew, his expression darkening as he fixed a steely gaze upon him. Yu Luowei regarded their familial strife with a wry sense of irony. Dinner had barely begun when it ended on an unpleasant note. Back in her chamber, Shen Liang remained seething with anger, his gaze towards Yu Luowei revealing his dissatisfaction. Seeing him assume an air of entitlement, Yu Luowei paused in her playful gestures towards the little one, nearly laughing in exasperation. What is it? She simply no longer wishes to be used as a pawn. My dear husband, I merely wish to show affection to my nephew, to give him the finest things. Is that truly a fault? Moreover, I speak nothing but the truth. Shen Liang gazed at Yu Luowei's innocent and puzzled expression, the anger within him stifled with nowhere to vent. Yu Luowei discerned his hidden thoughts, a subtle smile of cold amusement gracing her lips. She had come to understand that any deviation from the Shen family's desires would surely incur their wrath. Thus, she felt no need for caution. Li Fugui was inviting his own demise, and she would gladly facilitate it. Since he relished meat, she would ensure he indulged to his heart's content. Chapter 25. Outdone by a child, Yu Luowei ordered the kitchen to prepare a daily variety of rich and sugary dishes for Li Fugui, serving up gluttonous delights like crystal pig knuckles, dompa pork, and sauce trotters that would make anyone nauseous. Yet, Li Fugui devoured them with insatiable appetite. In just half a month's time, Li Fugui's already prodigious frame had swelled further, his facial features nearly obscured by layers of fat, his squinty eyes barely able to open. Despite this, he remained oblivious to any issues, growing ever more reckless. Shen Fong, witnessing her son's condition, was filled with concern. She approached Yu Luowei multiple times, both overtly and subtly, laden with insinuations. However, no matter what she said, Yu Luowei simply feigned ignorance, deflecting her concerns with ease. As Shen Fong anxiously paced, unable to express her frustration, Shen Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a blossoming amusement within her. Mother is truly remarkable. She infuriates that old witch. Now that mother isn't here to shield me, let's see how she disciplines Li Fugui. Shen Yaoyao clumsily turned over, clinging to the large gold ingot just delivered by her second uncle, and eagerly took a bite, leaving her face covered in drool. Oh, this little arm and leg can finally roll over. When will my teeth come in? Shen Yaoyao's little mouth pouted, finding it utterly impossible to gnaw on the ingot. Yu Luowei chuckled at the adorable sight of her precious child, gently wiping her porcelain-like, flawless cheeks with a silk handkerchief. You little imp. You think you're a treasure just because you were born a girl. Shen Fong, witnessing Yu Luowei's unyielding demeanor, felt her patience waning. Yula, I understand your good intentions and your concern for Fugui, but a child cannot be overly spoiled. You are well aware of Fugui's health. If this continues, you're not nurturing him but endangering him. As a heavy accusation loomed, Yu Luowei's actions could easily be misconstrued as intentionally jeopardizing Li Fugui. This old witch must be a spirit of lotus root, so calculating. She could easily prevent Li Fugui from eating, yet insists on making mother the villain. Shen Yaoyao felt a surge of worry, fearing Yuluo Rue might unwittingly fall into Shen Feng's trap. Yuluo Rue set the handkerchief down and gently patted her precious child. Never once glancing at Shen Feng, her tone cold. I merely care for the child. You are her mother, and since you are worried, I shall refrain from sending food. Shen Feng was pleased with the response she sought, and left contentedly. Once her footsteps faded, Yuluo Rue slowly raised her head. A thin layer of frost settling in her cool gaze as she summoned Chun Tao. Go tell Fugue that his mother is concerned about his health, and will no longer send him food. Be sure to relay today's events in full detail. Yuluo Rue's lips curled into a knowing smile. Chun Tao understood the unspoken message, and upon reaching Li Fugue, embellished the tale, inciting his fury. He abandoned his beloved pork elbow and stormed out. The eldest aunt was severely injured, with Li Fugue's robust figure and his anger. A mere shove sent her crashing into the table, blood spilling as if her brain had been shattered. Shun Yaoyao listened, enraptured, oblivious to the gold ingot rolling from her hands. Mother is simply brilliant, a perfect plan. Now Li Fugue will despise Shen Feng, and the two of them will turn on each other. What a spectacle awaits us. Yuluo Rue, charmed by her little one's flattery, smiled broadly as she gently laid her on the bed. Chun Tao, I must attend to matters. You keep an eye on the young miss. Just as she exited, Yu Chang'an entered, looking as though he had just returned from school. Upon seeing Shen Yaoyao, his face lit up with excitement. Sister, I can recite the 3-character classic fluently now. When you grow up, I'll teach you. Yu Chang'an cleared his throat, brimming with pride, and began reciting. Human nature is inherently good. Shen Yaoyao, initially expecting confusion, was taken aback when she realized she could still recite it flawlessly. The universe is vast. The sun and moon wax and wane. Yu Chang'an's jaw dropped, utterly astonished. Had he just been overshadowed by his little cousin? The joy he had felt moments before faded, and he eventually pouted, bursting into tears. Chun Tao, startled, rushed around Yu Chang'an, offering handkerchiefs and asking what was wrong. Young master, what troubles you? Bewildered, she watched as Yu Chang'an wept more intensely. Why? After all my hard work, I can't even compare to a little baby. This is the end. Father expects me to take the county exam next month. I thought it would be a piece of cake, but now I might not even measure up to Li Fugue, who got in through back channels. Li Fugue had been admitted to the prestigious White Horse Academy due to Shen Feng's request to the Yu family. He was somewhat clever and, having been praised by his teacher a few times, grew increasingly arrogant, boasting of his ambition to excel, much to his classmates' annoyance. Brother, your crying is unbearable. Shen Yaoyao protested inwardly, her small brows knitting tightly. Once Yu Chang'an finally stopped sobbing, she jabbed him playfully. But you truly cannot surpass Li Fugue. Hearing her thoughts, Yu Chang'an felt utterly defeated. How embarrassing. I might as well just take care of that fat pig in the night. A sinister smile crept across his face as he mimed a neck-slicing gesture. Shen Yaoyao blinked, her confidence wavering for the first time. Was her cousin truly capable of righteous indignation while also being so adept at creating problems? Yu Chang'an's eyes sparkled. Plagiarism? I must report this. If such a scoundrel excels, it would be a disservice to genuine talent. He clenched his fists, his expression one of righteous fury. Shen Yaoyao, contentedly gnawing on the imperial gold ingot, reveled in the royal aura it exuded. Yu Chang'an began to feel lost, puzzled by her strange words about another realm. Yet, he understood one thing. He was powerless against Li Fugue's deceit. Shall we simply let this slide? His face fell, his eyes dimming with frustration. I have a plan. Chapter 26. She called me the best brother in the great Yu dynasty. Observing her cousin's troubled expression, Shen Yaoyao's dark eyes sparkled with mischief. I have a plan, but it will require some effort. Hearing this, Yu Chang'an's gloomy demeanor brightened, eager to hear her proposal. Chun Tao could only watch, bewildered, as the young master oscillated between sorrow and joy, appearing quite frightening. She feared that he might go mad from the pressures of school. Just then, Yuluo Rue entered the room. Having pieced together the situation from her little one's thoughts, she was astonished, yet quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Even if one becomes the top scholar, it does not guarantee one will become a licentiate. She waved her hand, signaling Chun Tao to leave. Once they were alone, she continued, to become a licentiate, one must maintain a clean record during the examinations. If any issues arise, Yuluo Rue narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint in her gaze. Even without completing her thought, Shen Yaoyao and Yu Chang'an understood the implication. Mother is so clever and cunning. I adore her. Shen Yaoyao raised her chubby little hand, waving excitedly as if cheering for Yuluo Rue. If we are to thwart him, we must show no mercy. When Li Fugue is at his most hopeful of becoming a licentiate, we shall let him revel in his success before kicking him into the abyss. What a delightful spectacle. Despite her childish voice, her words dripped with schadenfreude. Yu Chang'an shivered at her words. His little cousin was terrifying, yet he found it thrilling. Sister, you are so capable. Why not assist me? Once I become the top scholar of the county. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Shen Yaoyao, only to be met with a swift slap from Yuluo Rue on the back of his head. Ouch! As he grimaced in pain, Shen Yaoyao's laughter filled the air, her eyes nearly squinting with glee. Yuluo Rue, with a stern expression, began to educate Yu Chang'an. You, my dear boy, as a member of the Yu family, must never engage in nefarious deeds, regardless of the outcomes of your studies. The essence of life lies not in academic success, but in one's integrity. You must stand tall and be a man of honor, eschewing the ways of the petty and unscrupulous, should you stray from this path. I shall be the first to hold you accountable. From observing the Shen family, Yu Luowei has come to understand that the most crucial aspect of life is to maintain a righteous demeanor. Yu Chang'an, initially jesting, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing his aunt's words and solemnly assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt, I have taken your words to heart, and I shall never act in such a manner." Cheating is indeed reprehensible, however, it can enhance one's focus on studies, interjected Shen Yaoyao, her chubby hands reaching out towards Yu Chang'an. As he extended his hand towards her, a glimmer of golden light surged into his being. Yu Chang'an felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, and thoughts that once seemed obscure were now effortlessly retained. This extraordinary sensation filled him with exhilaration, his cheeks flushed with excitement, unsure of how to express his joy. Brother is boasting. How embarrassing. Shen Yaoyao's words caused Yu Chang'an to blush, scratching his head sheepishly with a chuckle. Yu Luowei, witnessing this, felt a wave of satisfaction. If only her elder brother could truly excel, it would bring him immense joy. She gazed tenderly at her precious child, noting how the little one had gained a bit of weight, transforming from a frail visage into a rounder face, hinting at the emergence of a double chin. The previously unsightly birthmark was fading, nearly imperceptible to the eye. Since the arrival of this little blessing, the Yu family had thrived, flourishing beyond measure. Alas, she lamented not being able to provide her child with a warm and perfect home, a flicker of sorrow and self-reproach passing through her eyes. I have a loving mother, uncles, and a brother's affection. I am already content. Shen Yaoyao seemed to declare, as if to reassure Yu Luowei. She clutched the small golden paixio that her cousin had just brought and bit into it with glee. Gold, I love gold. Observing the child's delight, Yu Luowei regained her resolve. She vowed to work diligently to create a better life for her precious child. Just moments ago, she had instructed Granny Zhang to retrieve the account books of her several dowry shops. "Miss, I have brought them all," Granny Zhang announced, entering with a stack of account books nearly half her height. Yu Luowei entrusted her child to Chen Tao and Yu Chang'an, taking her seat at a nearby table to deliberate over the accounts with Granny Zhang. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Yu Luowei noted something was amiss. Suddenly, Granny Zhang's face reddened as she hesitantly produced a package of potency-enhancing medicine from her bosom. "What is this?" Yu Luowei inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a mix of embarrassment and shame, Granny Zhang explained, "This is from my late husband. He bought it from the Baohe Hall pharmacy, claiming it strengthens the body and revitalizes vitality. Even the feeblest old man is drawn to it." Baohe Hall? She had never heard of such a place. This newly opened pharmacy seemed shamelessly bold, promoting such products openly. Granny Zhang felt heat rising to her face at the mere mention of it. They marketed these concoctions with exaggerated claims, boasting that a septuagenarian could still perform like a young man, yet people were willing to pay for it. Indeed. Men only remain unaffected when they are hanging on the wall. Shen Yaoyao scoffed inwardly. Yu Luowei bit her lip, pondering whether to investigate this new pharmacy that had seemingly encroached upon her business. Not wanting to bring her child along, she instructed 2 guards to keep watch at the entrance. As Yu Luowei departed with Granny Zhang and Chen Tao, Shen Yaoyao could not resist encouraging Yu Chang'an. "Oh, my dearest brother, the finest in all of Dayu, you will take me out to have fun, won't you?" Shen Yaoyao gazed at him eagerly. Yu Chang'an hastily shook his head. No. If Aunt finds out, she will certainly tell my father, and he will surely punish me." Recalling the last time he had been mischievous and had faced Yu Jinhai's reprimand, he felt a pang of dread and instinctively covered his backside. But she said, "I am the best brother in all of Dayu." Chapter 27. Hey, your wife is carrying your father's child a quarter of an hour later. "Sister, do you like the color of the sack?" Yu Chang'an exclaimed, holding up a burlap sack he had found in the woodshed. "I love it. Brother, quickly put me inside." Shen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly complied, curling herself up to fit into the sack. Yu Chang'an hoisted her onto his shoulders and, sensing her weight, declared, "Hold on tight. We are off." Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, Yu Chang'an dashed forward with the sack on his back. The guard merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting white figure before seeing nothing more. Determined to reach Baohe Hall before Yu Luowei, Yu Chang'an exerted all his strength to sprint forward, while Shen Yaoyao, exhilarated by the swift pace, internally cheered him on. "Go, brother. Is this the power of the sword of the god of war? Truly extraordinary." Yu Chang'an, unaware of what the sword of the god of war entailed, recognized that his cousin was praising him. He couldn't help but chuckle, increasing his pace. As they approached the sign of Baohe Hall, Yu Chang'an instinctively slowed his steps and looked around. "Fear not. Mother has not yet arrived," Shen Yaoyao remarked, marveling at Yu Chang'an's speed. As their mother had left before them, but was still unable to catch up. Adjusting the sack on his back, Yu Chang'an carefully entered Baohe Hall, where the bustling activity was palpable, the lively chatter resonating from within. The 2 children went unnoticed amidst the commotion, and Shen Yaoyao peeked out from the sack, curiously surveying her surroundings. Wow, Baohe Hall certainly stood out compared to other pharmacies of this era. Customers were treated to free health lectures and could relax in complimentary moxibustion tubs, leaving them dazed and willingly parting with their silver for expensive tonics and medicines. Shen Yaoyao caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma lingering in the air, pondering that while these health products might have some effect, it was hardly substantial. Even throwing silver coins at a butcher would yield better results. Cousin, what do you think of those moxibustion tubs over there? Yu Chang'an observed, intrigued by the prospect of trying them out. A scam, Shen Yaoyao succinctly replied. Listening to the surrounding patrons gushing about Baoha Hall's benevolence, Shen Yaoyao scoffed, hee hee. A bunch of fools who have been duped yet still count their coins. Her gaze landed on a man nearby drinking deer blood tonic. Brother, let's move closer to that side. Yu Chang'an promptly bent down, maneuvering Shen Yaoyao through the crowd. Once I drink this deer blood tonic, I will be able to have twins in 3 years. Just wait and see who dares to say otherwise. The man proclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Shen Yaoyao's lips curled in amusement. You won't need to drink it to have children. Your wife is already pregnant with your father's child. As for how Shen Yaoyao knew this, the man's father was sitting right beside him, boasting about his own vitality. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, before his gaze fell slowly to meet his father's. Father, do you think my wife can truly be pregnant? We've drunk so much deer blood tonic, it must be possible. His father replied confidently, patting his chest and wiping his mouth with assurance. Upon seeing this expression on his father's face, the man suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder he had dragged me along to buy tonics. It was because he wanted to drink them himself. It seemed that she was already expecting. Recalling the green hat he had worn for an indeterminate duration, the man's anger surged within him, and with a resounding thud, he struck his father's face. His father, not to be outdone, engaged in a scuffle with him, shouting defiantly, "Oh, you unworthy son! Not only are you useless, but you also refuse to allow your father to assist you." The explosive exchange between the father and son instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. A diminutive figure, shrouded in deeds and accolades, stood quietly. My little cousin is truly remarkable, thought Yu Chang'an, suddenly feeling a surge of admiration for the small child on his back. As he navigated through the Baohetang, accompanied by Shen Yaoyao, it became evident that several individuals had fallen victim to deception. A white-haired elderly woman sat beside a moxibustion barrel, coughing as if her lungs might emerge. Ever since I began sitting in this barrel at Baohetang, my waist no longer aches and my legs no longer hurt. Her testimony elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding spectators. Is it truly that miraculous? Haven't you noticed? Your voice sounds nearly hoarse from the moxibustion. Someone remarked. At your age, working in the fields daily, how could you not be exhausted? If you sit in this fire barrel for an hour each day, of course, you'll feel rejuvenated. Is my voice hoarse? The elderly woman was taken aback, realizing the raspy sound of her own voice. Instantly, she stood up. Forget this moxibustion. I shan't endure it any longer. My little cousin, you are quite formidable. Another person liberated from their plight, Shen Yaoyao nodded with satisfaction. Let us continue. The health lecture nearby had become a veritable disaster zone. As the lecture reached its climax, the speaker gesticulated wildly. Look here. This packet of 5-stone powder in my hand, distilled from numerous precious herbs, can grant eternal life. A throng of gray-haired elders stood before him, brandishing their coins, fearful that they might be outpaced by others. Yes, consuming more would surely send you straight to the grave, hence you wouldn't th. Upon hearing this, the elderly audience, nearly duped into submission, regained some clarity. Wouldn't it be wiser to buy some sugar and brew a cup of hot sugar water instead? The crowd displayed a spectrum of expressions. What effects did you experience after consuming the 5-stone powder? Did your whole body feel warm? Anything else?
No?
It aligns perfectly with that mysterious voice's claims. Enraged, the elderly surged forward, crying out, Scammer, return our money. In Yu Chang'an's eyes, his little cousin appeared somewhat grander. The two small heroes had stirred chaos throughout Baohetang with a cacophony of shouts demanding refunds. Before Yu Luerwei could disembark from her sedan chair, she heard the ruckus and her expression hardened. Is the business at Baohetang truly this thriving? Chun Tao supported her dissent, straining to hear the commotion, her expression subtly shifting. Madam, it seems those people are all clamoring for refunds. If they don't return the money, I shall smash this fraudulent establishment. A man's furious roar echoed from afar, prompting Chun Tao and Zhang Momo to exchange glances, their apprehension palpable. It appeared that Baohetang was not as reputable as it seemed. Chapter 28. The pitiful supporting character, destined to pave my path hee. Let us see how they deceive others in the future. Shen Yaoyao was exceedingly pleased with her accomplishments, perched on Yu Chang'an's back while observing the spectacle. The two little ones huddled in a corner, peering toward the source of the loudest shouting, entirely unaware that Yu Luerwei was drawing near. Upon catching sight of the two children, Yu Luerwei was momentarily startled, questioning her own vision. As she approached, she confirmed that it was indeed them. Yu Chang'an beamed radiantly, blissfully ignorant that his secret outing with Shen Yaoyao had been exposed. Shen Yaoyao shyly lowered her head, retreating further into the sack. Chang'an, why are you here with Yaoyao? Yu Chang'an felt a sudden weight on his shoulder and instinctively turned to find his aunt's familiar face, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Shen Yaoyao face-bombed. Recalling Yu Luowei's admonishments before leaving, Yu Chang'an lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, aunt. I shouldn't have sneaked my sister out to play. Mother. It was I who asked brother to take me out. If you must blame someone, blame me. Shen Yaoyao raised her small face, resolute. Yet her tender hand reached out from the sack to tug at Yu Luowei's clothing in a plea for mercy. This tiny child, where did she acquire such cunning? Yu Luowei felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as she lifted Shen Yaoyao from the sack, playfully smacking her bottom twice. Will you still run off recklessly in the future? With a serious expression, Yu Luowei appeared fearsome, yet she tempered her strength. Unable to bring herself to be harsh with her beloved daughter, Shen Yaoyao, struck dumb by the swats, froze, her hand suspended in the air. The pride of the Shen family being spanked, how could she retain her dignity? I can't live anymore. Mother hit me, I've lost all face, boo-hoo. Shen Yaoyao twisted her body in protest, wailing loudly, though no tears fell. Chun Tao, witnessing this, chuckled. Miss is merely pretending to cry, not a single tear in sight. Yu Luowei sighed, finding herself at a loss with her mischievous daughter. Her anger dissipated, she gently grasped Shen Yaoyao's little hand. Yaoyao. You must not let Chang'an take you running about again. Pouting, Shen Yaoyao resembled an irate pufferfish, but when Yu Chang'an playfully poked her, she could no longer maintain her facade. I want to run off, mother, but you must take me with you next time you go out. Of course, of course. Upon hearing this affirmative reply, Shen Yaoyao's face lit up with a smile, her cherubic features glowing with delight, evoking joy and warmth. Yu Luowei's heart melted at the sight. Just as Yu Luowei had settled her daughter, a familiar voice emerged from the clamor. Turning to look, she found Lu Yingying, the orphan she had previously taken under her wing, now also Shen Liang's concubine. Noticing the child in Lu Yingying's arms, who was of a similar age to Yaoyao, Yu Luowei's fingers tightened. Shen Yaoyao also lifted her face to gaze in that direction. Oh, the heroine of the story has made her entrance. Lu Yingying stepped into the throng, her calm demeanor instilling quietude among the crowd. The medicine has already been ingested. Refunds may not be feasible, Lu Yingying remarked, shaking her head slightly, a warm smile adorning her face. However, since many of you harbor doubts, Bao Hetang cannot remain indifferent to your concerns. As she spoke, she raised her chin slightly, and immediately, 2 porcelain vials were presented. These are the newly developed pills from Bao Hetang. The one on the left, Bai Chun pill, will enhance a woman's beauty. The one on the right is the enhanced version of the Longhu medicine, the Jinqiang pill. Today, we are giving away these pills for free. Upon hearing the effects of the 2 pills, questions arose from the crowd. Are they truly free? Of course. However, supplies are limited. Each person may only receive one. Those interested may collect their share over there. Lu Yingying's composed smile and succinct words calmed the crowd's agitation. The matter of refunds seemed trivial in the face of the miraculous pills being offered for free. She appeared transformed from the orphan Yu Luowei had known. Now, she radiated vitality, almost unrecognizable. Chun Tao, having just recognized Lu Yingying, stared wide-eyed, her teeth gritting in anger. How can such a shameless woman show her face in public? Being a concubine to a man? Just wait until I confront her. Chun Tao pulled away from Zhang Momo's grasp, her brows furrowed. Madam, if you just say the word, I shall teach her a lesson. This was Bao Hetang. To confront her head-on might yield unfavorable results. Yu Luowei shook her head, unwilling to engage with Lu Yingying in this setting. Having noticed Chun Tao's earlier disturbance, Lu Yingying's attention turned in their direction. She adjusted her hair and approached them with a smile. Madam Shen, it has been a while. Have you come to Bao Hetang to seek knowledge? The pitiful supporting character, destined to pave my path. Lu Yingying shook her head in disapproval, her gaze towards the Yu family tinged with a hint of pity.
Pa.
Mother is far superior to you. Shen Yaoyao waved her small fists in a flurry, genuinely wishing to give her a good thrashing. Her words nearly accused Lu Yingying directly, causing the latter's smile to falter and a flicker of astonishment to flash in her eyes. This was certainly not reminiscent of the Yu Luowei of yesteryears. Suppressing her doubts, Lu Yingying's tone grew colder. It seems that Mrs. Shen is not here to learn. The Bao Hetang is currently busy, so we shall not keep you. Mother. The Baochun pills and the Jinqiang pills are both problematic. A small amount is tolerable, but excessive consumption leads to severe side effects. Yu Luowei's mind began to formulate a plan as she cast a casual glance at the queue of patrons collecting medicine, then turned to leave with a few companions. Madam, how can you allow her to speak to you in such a manner? Shouldn't I teach her a lesson? Chun Tao still simmered with indignation. Yu Luowei's face bore a faint smile. Did she not praise those 2 new medicines? Find a way to spread the effects of these pills to the ears of Zhang Shangshu's legitimate wife. Zhang Yunli has passed away. I am sure Zhang Madam wishes for another son. Chun Tao understood her intent, quickly bowing. Yes, I shall send someone to handle it. Shen Yaoyao's round eyes followed Chun Tao as she departed, her laughter ringing out as she beamed at Yu Luowei. Hee, mother is so cunning. I love it. A month later, Li Fuguei indeed achieved the top rank, becoming the county's chief. Luowei, your nephew is quite capable, becoming the county chief. The imperial examination success is within reach. Laugh, laugh. Your fat pig of a son is soon to be impotent. Shen Yaoyao grinned, revealing her rosy gums. Chapter 29. The The fury of Madame Shen Fong remained oblivious, casting a glance at the little one with increasing pride. The Yu family is so formidable, yet that Yu brat is merely a little student. What can the eldest daughter of the Yu family accomplish? She is just a useless girl who cannot bear sons. Perhaps the Shen family will have to rely on their own wealth to survive. Ah, indeed. Your Fugue's pig-like figure will soon burst through the gates of the Shen residence. Shen Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. Fugue is truly a good child. He is a blessing for our Shen family. I shall host a grand banquet to celebrate Fugue. Of course, I'm not boasting. My son is destined for greatness. Shen Fong replied, quite pleased. Before long, Yu Luerwei had arranged a splendid feast. Upon seeing that Yu's parents had also been invited, Madame Shen thought that Yu must be quite thoughtful. If her obedient grandson could gain praise from the esteemed Yu Taisher, it would elevate their status in front of others. This child Luerwei indeed comes from a prominent family. She is well-versed in propriety, managing our Shen family with such finesse, treating Fugue as her own. Madame Shen adopted a benevolent demeanor. However, what is there to boast about? Your grandson has become the county chief at such a tender age. His future is undoubtedly limitless. Our Chang'an, although also a student, is still not as accomplished as your Fugue. Yu Taisher chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Madame Shen's eyes nearly squinted shut from her smile. Ironically, the protagonist, Li Fugue, remained seated, hardly shifting, his gaze fixed greedily on the spread of deer meat, fish, shrimp, crabs, and dates before him, nearly drooling as he prepared to feast. Mother, you should eat too. Yu Luerwei stood respectfully beside Madame Shen, dutifully serving her, embodying the image of a devoted daughter-in-law. However, Madame Shen's heart raced at the sight of the dishes. They were not meant for her, but for Yu's parents. Shen Liang also noticed his smile instantly fading, his brow furrowing deeply. Mother is already older than Yu's parents and has a chronic ailment. Wouldn't this meal harm her health? Shen Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Now you're afraid? What were you thinking when it was about harming grandparents? Mother, please eat more. This chef was borrowed from my second brother. Both my second brother and parents praise his culinary skills. Yu Luerwei continued to serve with a radiant smile. Before long, Madame Shen's bowl was piled high with dishes that were incompatible with each other. Yu's father and mother chimed in. Indeed, this chef's skills are exceptional. Far superior to those of Shen residents' cook. In-law, you must savor it thoroughly. Madame Shen's face turned pale. If she claimed the food was problematic, it would surely raise suspicions with Yu's parents. She clenched her teeth, forcing a smile and reluctantly eating. Shen Yaoyao watched the old woman with a green face, immediately turning her adoring gaze to Yu Luerwei. Mother is so impressive. That old witch is in for it. Mother, if it's delicious, you should eat more. Yu Luerwei felt a surge of joy as she witnessed Madame Shen's discomfort and added more fuel to the fire. Aunt, your chef's dishes are truly delightful. Far better than the wretched cook of the Shen residence. Having passed the county chief exam, my studies are more demanding. I could use some good nourishment for my brain. Could you possibly give me the chef? Li Fugue wiped the grease from his mouth, greedily eyeing Yu Luerwei. When opportunity knocks, a fat pig takes the cue. Shen Yaoyao found it amusing. Li Fugue was simply lacking in wit. Yu Luerwei initially nodded, then pretended to hesitate as she glanced at Shen Fong, subtly rejecting Li Fugue. It's possible, but it's up to my sister. Li Fugue recalled the last incident, a surge of anger rising within him, casting a dark look at his mother. The ferocity in the wolf cub's gaze startled Shen Fong, who clutched her chest and quickly placated. Fugue, your aunt is affluent. Our family cannot afford such a remarkable chef. Why not? Since it's aunt's gift to me, let uncle pay for it, Li Fugue insisted. His mind solely focused on the chef's delectable roasted pork knuckle. Your uncle dotes on you, so he will naturally agree, Yu Luerwei replied with a smile, her patience unwavering. Pa! Such sweet words to make that scoundrel pay. In truth, it's still mother who will be footing the bill. This whole family is a bunch of leeches. Shen Yaoyao scoffed. Shen Fong tried to interject, but Li Fugue's fierce glare silenced her. Yu's parents were oblivious to the underlying tensions, merely feeling that their daughter was increasingly sensible. By evening, the Shen residence erupted in chaos, filled with the wails reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The elderly matriarch, due to her age, required special dietary considerations. Today's banquet, laden with excessive rich dishes, had overwhelmed her system, resulting in an allergic reaction and high fever. The family physician wore a solemn expression as he was led outside to prepare a remedy. Shen Liang's face darkened. You know very well that my mother is older and has health issues. Why would you encourage her to eat so much? Shen Yaoyao couldn't conceal her glee as she grinned widely. You feigned innocence, staring at Shen Liang with a wronged expression. Husband, how could you think that of me? I merely wished for mother's well-being. Should I let her watch us indulge in lavish dishes while she is left with mere pickles and radishes? What kind of person would I be? Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words, and could only simmer in frustration. Seeing him at a loss brought you a sense of joy, and she hastily covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, yet not without delivering another jab. The chef you want to let go of, let his monthly wages go through the public account. It's all for the sake of a grandmother's love for her grandson. Moreover, you cast a knowing glance at Shen Liang, who was of a respectable rank. yet still relied on his wife's dowry, which would tarnish his reputation if it spread. Shen Liang's anger boiled, yet he could not retaliate, opting instead to leave in a huff. As the elderly matriarch took her medicine, she opened her eyes only to hear this exchange, her heart aching with both anger and sorrow over the wasted silver, sending her into another fit. The following morning, Aunt Sister Yu Chang'an hurriedly rushed into the house with a large burlap sack, urging everyone to witness the unfolding drama. Hurry to see this spectacle. The Baoha Hall has been smashed by Madame Zhang and her lackeys. The entire street is abuzz with excitement. In Chapter 30. Does Lord Shen have an affair with this shameless woman? Brother, quickly hide me away. Shen Yaoyao anxiously flailed her small hands and feet. If you take me with you in front of mother, it won't count as sneaking away. She covertly glanced at her mother. Yu Luruwei found herself bemused by the antics of the two siblings. Go on, let us all go together. She rose, pleased that the bait she had set a month ago had finally caught its prey. Outside, upon hearing the news, old Madame Fan quickly straightened up and dashed towards Shen Liang's study. As they reached the door, they encountered Shen Liang, who had not even had time to tidy his attire. My husband, why do you appear so flustered? What has transpired? Yu Luruwei feigned ignorance while secretly mocking him. Shen Liang, preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yingying, had little patience for Yu Luruwei's inquiries. I have some urgent matters to attend to, my lady. There is no time for jesting. Upon hearing this, Shen Liang finally halted, his demeanor turning serious. Madam, the situation is critical. I cannot afford to waste time. Yu Luruwei smiled lightly. I merely spoke in jest. Why so anxious, my husband? Could it be that you are feeling guilty? Shen Liang frowned deeply. Nonsense. Lu Yingying is a delicate woman, and with my daughter by her side, I fear for their safety. Without further ado, he waved his sleeve and departed. Watching him leave, Yu Luruwei's expression darkened. Upon nearing Baoha Hall, they found a throng of onlookers gathered to witness the commotion. Bring me that Baoha Hall sign and smash it to pieces. Madame Zhang shouted, her eyes blazing with fury. How dare this wretched woman sell such poisons to deceive me? I suspected something was amiss with their medicines last time. And now it is confirmed. The crowd murmured in agreement. Lu Yingying, pale-faced, challenged. Does this lady possess any evidence to support her claims? After a scuffle, Lu Yingying's hair had become disheveled, and her pallor only incited Madame Zhang's ire further. How impatient is Madame Zhang to consume 4 courses of such potent medicine? It is no wonder she faces issues. Shen Yaoyao remarked, observing the unfolding drama. Initially, Minister Zhang was robust, but soon the side effects manifested. He became impotent after consuming the medicine, while Madame Zhang suffered from relentless bleeding, her hatred for Lu Yingying intensifying. Yet, she could not voice these grievances openly. Infuriated by Lu Yingying's skepticism, Madame Zhang's eyes were alight with rage. This shameless woman must know she cannot speak the truth, hence her taunts. Without hesitation, she lunged at Lu Yingying, raising her hand to strike. The force of the slap echoed, leaving a red mark on Lu Yingying's fair cheek, causing her to collapse and nearly drop the child she held. Seeing her in such a state only fueled Madame Zhang's contempt. A woman yet to marry, selling such dangerous drugs and birthing a bastard child. How disgraceful. Lu Yingying, unable to reveal the child's identity, clenched her teeth in frustration. Yet, Madame Zhang continued her tirade, spitting at Lu Yingying. I suspect this Baoha Hall was established by that wild man, solely to peddle harmful potions. You lie. Lu Yingying attempted to retort, only to be yanked by her hair, by Madame Zhang. Madame Zhang glared at Lu Yingying, who despite her beaten state, still bore a semblance of charm. Her eyes filled with venom. You are not seeking to run a pharmacy. You are merely looking for a man. As the servants shattered the sign, Madame Zhang beckoned them. Since this wretched woman desires to attract men, why not assist her? Look at how she is dressed. In a moment of realization, Lu Yingying found her long hair tangled in Madame Zhang's grip, rendering her unable to escape. Help! Lu Yingying cried out in despair, but the crowd merely observed. Her outer garments were being forcibly stripped away, and the men nearby were captivated by the sight of her exposed skin. Lu Yingying was on the verge of madness, desperately trying to cover herself while caring for her child, feeling utterly helpless. Are you not fond of enticing men? Why feign modesty now? You act like a harlot, yet wish to maintain a facade. Madame Zhang relished the scene. The child in Lu Yingying's arms finally succumbed to fear and began to wail. Yet Lu Yingying had neither the time nor energy to comfort her. Madame Zhang's relentless aggression was unwarranted, as the medicines Lu Yingying sold had not harmed anyone, and the child's cries only heightened her frustration. That scoundrel father is indeed no good. Isn't this woman supposed to be his true love? Why does he not come to her aid? Shen Yaoyao remarked, feigning wisdom. Yu Luruwei then noticed that Shen Liang had approached. Had the situation not escalated beyond control, he might have hesitated to intervene.
Wait.
Observing Lu Yingying's disheveled state, Shen Liang's eyes glimmered with pity. Madame Zhang, could this all be a misunderstanding? Perhaps we should sit and discuss this further.
Bah.
I will not be swayed by such words. Madame Zhang retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Liang, nearly touching his nose. Am I, the wife of a minister, to falsely accuse this wretched woman? She scoffed derisively. I suspect that Lord Shen has an affair with this seductress, hence his defense of her. Shen Liang felt a burning shame at her disdainful words, his blood running cold as he caught the curious gazes of the onlookers. How unexpected that the scoundrel still possesses some semblance of honor. Lord Shen is merely acting out of compassion for us, a mother and her child left vulnerable. How can you be so malicious in your assumptions? Lu Yingying, clutching her garment to shield herself while holding onto her child, took refuge behind Shen Liang. With Shen Liang as her support, her confidence surged. Madame Zhang, witnessing their exchanged glances, understood all too well. You disgusting harlot. She sneered, her piercing gaze fixing on Shen Liang. Lord Shen, I address you with respect. But do not think I am unaware of the affairs involving your family. We shall settle this debt later. Is she aware of Zhang Yunli's machinations? Shen Liang felt a chill sweep over him, sweat trickling down his back uncontrollably. In chapter 31, I am poor, I am weak, yet I have my reasons. Before departing, Madame Zhang cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yingying, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Enough. It is merely a misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Shen Liang, preoccupied with Madame Zhang's words, had no time to comfort Lu Yingying and hurriedly departed. Is he leaving just like that? TSK, he shows no concern for his mistress and illegitimate child? Shen Yaoyao remarked, biting into a piece of gold. Yu Luerwei felt a chill spread through her. It was as if she were seeing this man for the first time. Mother, do not be disheartened. There are countless men in this world. Why mourn over a scoundrel? Yu Luerwei gazed at her daughter's obedient demeanor. I am not saddened. I merely feel it is a waste, she replied, lamenting the years of affection squandered. She is blind in both eyes and blind at heart, which is why she has chosen such a cold-hearted and faithless man. Yu Chang'an furrowed his brows nearby. Little cousin, did you hear what Madame Zhang just said? Could it be that Zhang Yunli's matter is related to your father? Upon hearing this, Shen Yaoyao nodded furiously in her heart. Cousin, you have uncovered the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying, cradling her daughter, had completely fallen apart. There must be some misunderstanding. How could it be like this? I am the protagonist of this world. How can these foolish people act as if they have lost their minds and fight so fiercely? She bit her lip, deeply questioning her life. He serves you right. You've crossed paths with a mother who is a force to be reckoned with. Shen Yaoyao exclaimed, feeling that gold was harder than iron. Infuriating. This woman is pretentious. It's evident she is no good. Your father must be blind not to cherish such a wonderful wife like Auntie, instead wandering outside and flirting. Now he is in for it. Yu Chang'an spat. Even he knew that Madame Zhang's family was powerful and influential. Now that she had spoken harshly, a storm was inevitable. Sure enough, within a mere half-month, the enterprises Lu Yingying painstakingly established were uprooted, including the popular roast bird shop once designed for Yu Deli, the trendy ready-to-wear store that attracted countless patrons, and the wellness restaurant. But the worst fate befell the Baoha Hall. It was rumored that Madame Zhang had hired several thugs to block that woman's shop every day, fierce and intimidating, causing no one to dare to approach. With no income, the shop went under in just a few days. Chun Tao rushed in, her eyes sparkling with glee as she recounted these satisfying events. Yu Luerwei, calculating on her abacus, lifted her eyelids slightly, a smile in her eyes. She had just roughly calculated that her dowry shop had been making a fortune in the past half-month, with yesterday's earnings doubling that of the day before. Work hard, and strive harder. She was determined to earn money to provide a good life for her precious child. As for the million taels of gold belonging to the precious child, she never considered using it for herself. That was the foundation for her child to establish independence upon reaching adulthood. Mother is so amazing. 5-month-old Shen Yaoyao sat obediently on the bed, gnawing on gold. Yu Luerwei knew Shen Yaoyao loved gold, so she had specially made little toys out of gold, carelessly spread across the bed. Shen Yaoyao casually picked up the glimmering 9-link ring, and when she smiled, her upper gums revealed 2 translucent little teeth. In a sudden move, she bit down on it, her adorable appearance melting hearts. Yu Luerwei indulgently wiped her little face with a silk handkerchief. Upon seeing the bed full of golden objects, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her brow. All of them were his children. Shen Yaoyao indulged in extravagance, while their child, Zhu Zhu, could only look on enviously. It was utterly unfair. When one descends into shamelessness, one becomes invincible. Do you expect mother to shower you with mountains of gold and silver for being an illegitimate child? Shen Yaoyao rolled her eyes as if they could reach the heavens, completely ignoring Shen Liang's teasing. Shen Liang, losing patience to feign a caring father, got straight to the point. The promotion assessment is approaching. Everything inside and out needs to be tidied up, yet the public accounts are running low. Shen Liang frowned. Worry etched on his face. That crafty phoenix man has no shame. Clearly feeling for the woman outside, he wishes to use money to help her re-establish her business. Shen Yaoyao felt an uncontrollable surge of rage within her, nearly spitting at him. Yu Luerwei calmly picked her up, smiling, husband, do not be anxious. You have achieved much at such a young age. As for the promotion assessment, just do your best. As for asking me for money, there's no chance. Shen Liang looked at her feigning ignorance, his teeth clenched in irritation, yet he had to swallow his anger and patiently persuade her. My dear, it's not as simple as that. If this promotion assessment goes smoothly, it would be beneficial for both our family and your father's family. It would also strengthen Yaoyao's future choices in selecting a husband. Yu Luorui gently caressed Shen Yaoyao's little head, unmoved. It's fine. My family is wealthy and powerful, and Yaoyao is the emperor's little lucky star, blessed abundantly. I am content. The higher one climbs, the colder it gets. I truly do not wish for my husband to struggle so much. Shen Liang grew increasingly enraged, beginning to blame Yu Luorui. If it weren't for you taking our family's money to do favors for the rich, wouldn't I have had extra funds to manage things? Even Shen Yaoyao's million taels of gold have been set aside separately, leaving me, her biological father, in what position? So, my husband wouldn't want to touch my dowry, would you?
Yu Luorui feigned surprise.
I would not. Shen Liang vehemently denied, taking several deep breaths to compose himself. Luorui, I know you are the most virtuous. Our family is currently struggling. My mother is an illiterate, miserly old woman. Paying the cook's wages is a burden. You are driving her to her death. Please be understanding. A classic case of I'm poor, I'm weak, therefore I am right. You want to maintain dignity, yet refuse to part with money, treating mother as a fool. Shen Yaoyao disdainfully spat a bubble. Husband, Fu Gui is my mother's biological grandson, your own nephew. Furthermore, when Fu Gui asked our family for money, initially, you and mother said nothing. Was that not tacit approval? You are truly unreasonable. Shen Liang realized he could not win against Yu Luorui, and in a fit of anger, he stood up to leave. The Yu family cannot compare to Inger in any way. Inger is not only a gentle and understanding flower but also intelligent and considerate. Despite the difficult situation, she still thinks of ways to support me. I must not let her down. Shen Yaoyao nearly laughed out of exasperation at her father's sentiments. How shameless. Living off others and still flattering yourself. You summoned the hidden guard. Follow the young master, and see what he is up to. Chapter 32. The concubine's child is not the emperor's kinmiss. I personally saw the young master enter a small loan shop, borrowing money at exorbitant interest. Yu Luorui, holding Shen Yaoyao, smiled coldly, her eyes filled with frost. He is indeed capable, usually treating her like a bank, extracting countless dowries from her. Yet now he is willing to borrow high-interest loans for an outside woman. Knowing her second brother's lending business spans the entire city and fearing discovery, he deliberately went to a small loan shop. Well done. Yu Luorui gradually narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and cold. Zhang Mama, find a trustworthy servant and acquire that small loan shop. Remember not to reveal our identity. She wanted to see how Shen Liang would repay this hefty debt when the repayment deadline arrived. Mother is so powerful. That outside woman indeed has some skills. But my mother is the best. Shen Yaoyao swayed as she pounced towards Yu Luorui, offering the gold ingot covered in drool, her chubby little face beaming with joy. Revealing two short, translucent teeth, her adorableness warming hearts. Mother, for uncle, for second uncle. Listening to her excited words, Yu Luorui smiled helplessly, cradling her in her arms, gently wiping her little face clean with a silk handkerchief. Ever since the little one started teething, she had been pestering to give her drool-covered gold toys to Yu Deli. You, do not fear that second uncle will dislike you. Yu Luorui affectionately scratched Shen Yaoyao's nose. Shen Yaoyao's little hands, plump and tender, flailed towards Yu Luorui. As if rebutting, not at all. Yaoyao, drool, gold, good stuff. Seeing her pout, all proud and defiant, Yu Luorui couldn't help but chuckle and rub her chubby cheeks. Luorui, since you became pregnant, you haven't visited the palace for a long time. This must be your daughter? Empress Chu leaned forward warmly towards Yu Luorui, gazing at the bubble-blowing Shen Yaoyao with great fondness. This child is exquisitely crafted, utterly endearing. Quickly, let me hold her. The child is quite resilient. Do not tire the empress. Yu Luorui did not refuse, carefully transferring the swaddled infant into the other's embrace. The noble ladies who frequently visited the palace were already aware of the bond between Empress Chu and Yu Luorui, and they explained to those unfamiliar with the situation that the empress and Mrs. Yu had been close friends since their youth, as inseparable as one could be. Empress Chu cradled Shen Yaoyao while swaying gently on a swing, her gaze fixed lovingly on the little one in her arms. Oh, how adorable. Who would have thought that this tiny babe could save the emperor's life? To the surprise of all, Empress Chu removed the resplendent golden phoenix hairpin from her head, playfully using its tassels to amuse Shen Yaoyao. After much contemplation, I wish to adopt little Yaoyao as my goddaughter. What do you think, Luorui? I have already prepared the formalities for the adoption. The empress is truly benevolent and strikingly beautiful. It is a pity she is so infatuated with love. Suddenly, the smile on Empress Chu's face faltered.
Who spoke just now?
Is it possible? Her suspicions grew as she glanced at the child in her arms, who was engrossed in nibbling at a rattle. Apologies, sister. The younger sister has arrived late. I hope I have not interrupted your enjoyment. Without seeing her, they heard the voice of the exquisitely adorned Li Fei, who approached slowly, supported by a throng of maidservants. She appeared quite triumphant, and those unaware would think she was the true matriarch of the harem. However, Li Fei did not hasten to take her seat. Instead, she strolled over to Empress Chu and slyly remarked, Sister, I have been stifled in the palace these past few days. Now that I am finally out, I cannot simply sit idly. I wish to swing. Without regard for the Empress's disposition, Li Fei made her way to the swing. It may not be suitable for you to swing in your condition, Empress Chu cautioned. What does it matter if it is unsuitable? I intend to swing. I could feign a fall, and with so many witnesses, the Empress would find it difficult to defend herself. If the child were to perish, it would be enough to force the Empress from her position. If the child survived, it would certainly bring her great embarrassment. Li Fei ignored the warning. Her determination to swing unwavering. Wretched woman. She intends to use the child in her womb to ensnare the Empress. Yu Luorui's complexion paled. She was anxious to sound a warning, but with so many eyes upon them, it seemed unwise to act hastily. Fortunately, Empress Chu was alert to the situation. She understood that Li Fei adeptly crafted her public persona while harboring animosity toward her in private. The swing has been tampered with. Once she sits upon it, the child will be in peril, and the blame will fall upon the Empress. A chill of dread coursed down Empress Chu's spine as she considered Shen Yaoyao's silent thoughts. Sister, you do not wish to allow the younger sister to play.
Do you?
Or is it because the younger sister is with child that you are displeased? Li Fei prodded, noticing the Empress's prolonged silence, unable to resist rubbing her own swollen belly as she spoke. Come now. With just a few pushes the child could be lost, and your position as Empress would be at risk. You would then have to resign to the cold palace for the remainder of your days. As these words left her lips, Li Fei felt a pang of anxiety. Sister, what do you mean by that? Just as Li Fei prepared to showcase her best behavior, she heard Empress Chu's commanding voice. Someone quickly assist Li Fei. I felt the swing was unsteady. Check it immediately. Li Fei, being with child, was of utmost importance. If anything were to happen, the blame would fall upon them. With Empress Chu's directive, the attendants sprang into action without delay. This is impossible. They had taken every precaution. What to do? The child was nearing birth, and if they could not contrive an excuse for an early arrival, the emperor might grow suspicious. It seemed they would have to devise another plan to create the illusion of a premature birth, thus ensuring the Empress's abdication. Li Fei gritted her teeth in fury, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at the bustling attendants nearby. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, a careful examination revealed the truth. Your Majesty, the swing's ropes have been cut. With this revelation, Empress Chu's heart finally found peace, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked upon the child in Yu Luorui's arms. It was she, the little one, who had saved her. Had it not been for her, Empress Chu shuddered to think of the consequences. It appeared that today, Li Fei would need to rest in the palace to avoid disturbing her pregnancy. Although the entire ordeal had been perilous, thankfully, no calamity had befallen them. Yu Luorui sighed inwardly with relief. Thank goodness the dragon seed is unharmed. Otherwise, the Empress would surely face dire consequences. What is there to worry about? The child in her womb is not the Emperor's. Shen Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Chapter 33. The ancestor of the Emperor is impersonated. Shen Yaoyao's silent thoughts landed like a colossal stone upon the tranquil pond of Yu Luorui and Empress Chu's minds, creating a tempest of turmoil. They could hardly fathom that Li Fei possessed such audacity to disrupt the palace and tarnish the royal lineage. Any of these offenses would warrant severe repercussions, and if the Emperor were to discover the truth, Li Fei would find no respite even in death. The shocking revelation left Yu Luorui and Empress Chu in a state of unrest. Time pressed on, and Feng Ruo commanded the palace attendants to prepare for the banquet. Empress Chu, with her noble lineage and years of experience in the treacherous harem, soon regained her composure and turned to the chief maidservant by her side. Send a eunuch to the Yongxin Palace to check on His Majesty. Before she could finish her instruction, the Emperor's grand procession approached, accompanied by a multitude of princes and princesses, including the most cherished and mischievous Princess Regia. The young crown prince, Song Huijin, donned a majestic robe adorned with four-clawed dragons, his youthful visage now tempered by an air of authority. Following closely was the eldest prince, Song Huiyu, whose lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his eyes shrouded in mystery. With the emperor's arrival, the banquet commenced. Understanding that Shen Yaoyao was still too young to partake in the feast, Empress Chu ordered the maidservants to prepare rice oil for her. Yu Luorui felt a warmth in her heart at the empress's thoughtfulness, as if she had been smoothed over by an iron. She scooped a spoonful and gently blew on it to cool it down before offering it to the little one. To her surprise, the eager child waved her chubby little hands, straining to grasp the shiny golden bowl, and promptly buried her face within it. Yu Luorui gasped, quickly lifting her head from the bowl. Seeing her face smeared with rice oil, yet smiling and clapping her hands, particularly with her obsidian-like eyes sparkling like embedded stars, Yu Luorui could not muster any ire, only a tender smile as she wiped her clean with a cloth. You little one, Shen Yaoyao giggled, patting her round belly, suddenly letting out a burp. Her eyes widened in surprise, as if startled by the sound she produced. Yu Luorui chuckled and playfully poked her forehead, ready to tease her. When suddenly a gust of wind swept through, rustling their garments and causing the crowd to sway unsteadily, unable to keep their eyes open. After a moment, the wind subsided, and before anyone could collect themselves, a shout rang out. "Ah! His Highness the Crown Prince has fainted." Chaos erupted in the hall as Empress Chu rushed to Song Huijin's side, urgently commanding the attendants to fetch a physician. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a small hand grasped her sleeve. The tiny hand was icy, devoid of any warmth.
No, who are you?
Get out of this body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, shouting with all his might. Empress Chu was taken aback, just as she was about to inquire, when she saw him convulsing. After a moment, Song Huijin abruptly calmed down, lowering his gaze with a sinister smile playing upon his lips. I am the ancestral founder of the Liu dynasty. Why do you not kneel in my presence? A small figure slowly rose from the ground, her once innocent face now shrouded in a somber darkness. A gaze both cold and fierce swept across the crowd, rendering them breathless. Shen Yaoyao blinked her large, innocent eyes, surveying the stunned assembly, who hastily knelt before her, their brows knitted in trepidation. What a lonely ghost we have here, she remarked, sending a powerful wave of rice-scented energy towards Song Huijin, nearly dislodging the malevolent spirit controlling his body. Father, I refuse, no. In the next heartbeat, her tender visage contorted into an expression of sheer agony. The emperor immediately sensed something amiss. A terrifying, ghastly face emerged from Song Huijin, its blood-chilling mouth agape in horror. He squinted, his gaze sharp as a blade, directing it toward the intruder. Which fiend dares impersonate my ancestors? The revealed malevolence, no longer concealing its identity, lunged at the emperor with a ghastly ferocity. Alarm bells rang within the emperor's mind. Quickly, summon the national master. Yet at that moment, a wave of dark energy enveloped him, clouding his senses, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. All fell into a deep slumber, save for Shen Yaoyao, who remained wide-eyed in Yusher's embrace, fixating on him with unclouded wonder. Why don't you cry? The young prince furrowed his brow, drawing closer, an aura of chilling dread emanating from his 6-year-old frame. I'm just waiting to make you cry, Shen Yaoyao declared with a proud lift of her chin. Observing the prince's complexion grow pallid, the dark energy constricting around him, it became evident that he was on the brink of being wholly consumed. Dreadful spirits, tremble. Celestial beings, perish. She clenched her tiny fists and spat a droplet of saliva at the malevolence. The spittle splattered, creating a gaping hole in the creature, which ignited with brilliant yellow flames, rapidly spreading outward. The specter, taken aback, attempted to resist, yet the infant's cries reverberated like crashing waves, radiating golden light that struck the entity, leaving it no chance to flee as it was reduced to ashes. Song Huijin felt his strength wane, and upon weakly opening his eyes, he beheld the cherubic figure cradled in Yusher's arms. She seemed to be enveloped in a sacred golden light, and when she smiled, he was enveloped in a profound sense of peace, as if divinity had graced him with salvation. Captivated by her dark, lively eyes, he felt an inexplicable draw toward her. Compelled by an unseen force, he approached, cautiously reaching out to touch her flailing hand. As their fingers met, a surge of energy coursed through him, igniting a spark that raced from his arm to his spine. Strange, how peculiar. This young prince's soul is indeed intact. As the future dragon's son, he should be under the protection of the imperial star. How then could he be plagued by malevolence? Shen Yaoyao scrutinized the young prince, searching him again and again for clues. It was only when her small hand inadvertently brushed his head, and her consciousness transformed into golden light penetrating his being, that she discerned the anomaly within the depths of his soul, a foggy mass obscuring his essence. No wonder, his spirit was shrouded. Chapter 34. The prince becomes Yaoyao's disciple. Before Shen Yaoyao could delve deeper, a fierce wind surged once more, the sky darkening ominously, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Cursed heavens! The once imposing thunder gradually diminished, morphing into muffled sounds, as if subdued, scattering rapidly, leaving the sky clear once more. Now that is more like it. A satisfied smile graced Shen Yaoyao's cherubic face as she resumed her examination. At last, she discovered that a fragment of the young prince's soul was missing. Without the eldest prince's schemes, he would have but 1 year to live. Simultaneously, she sensed an uncanny familiarity emanating from him. The soft, innocent sounds she uttered reached Song Huijin's ears, and instead of surprise, he felt increasingly convinced that this small child was a divine incarnation, come to rescue him. You say I have but a year to live. Do you possess a solution? I am willing to pay any price, as long as it does not defy the heavenly order. Song Huijin spoke with a maturity beyond his years. Though the Diyu appears tranquil, the princes covet the throne, and unrest stirs at the borders. Should I perish, the state would be in turmoil, and the people would suffer. His brow furrowed. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at the exquisitely crafted child before him. This matter is trivial for me. Solutions abound, but you must choose wisely. The first is to locate the fragment of your soul and restore it. However, its whereabouts remain a mystery, and with only a year left, even I cannot guarantee its recovery. Thus, abandon that hope. Observing his disappointed expression, Shen Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and patted him with her chubby little hands. The second option is far simpler. You need only submit to me, becoming my servant for all eternity, never to betray me, as any treachery would lead to your demise. This way, she could protect him openly, immune to the laws of heaven. Expecting hesitation from Song Huijin, she was surprised when he pondered briefly before promptly agreeing. His gaze fervent and sincere. Song Huijin, swear to the heavens, from this day forth, I willingly become Miss Yaoyao's disciple, serving you in every lifetime, never to betray. Very well, I shall generously assist you. Shen Yaoyao placed her plump little hand upon him, murmuring an incantation. With a commanding word, a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowed from her palm into Song Huijin. Once her task was complete, exhaustion washed over her, and she burst into tears. The others awoke to her piercing cries, bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. Hearing Shen Yaoyao's wails, Yulurue felt as though her heart had been pricked by needles. She hurriedly embraced her, rocking and soothing her, gently patting her back. In the next moment, Song Huijin solemnly bowed to Yulurue, pointing to the child in her arms, exclaiming it was she who saved me. What? This little one from the Shen family possesses such power? You know not what you speak. She is the imperial family's little lucky star. It is said she saved the emperor during her first audience and has now rescued the prince. Truly a manifestation of fortune. Could it be that this child is a divine gift to Ardu? Upon hearing this, the gazes of all present shifted toward Shen Yaoyao, their expressions transformed. The emperor, assisted by his chief eunuch, regained his composure and turned his attention to Yulurue. You are indeed blessed, for you have borne such a star for the Diyu. His gaze then shifted to the child in her arms. She who saved the prince has saved the Diyu. Such merit deserves reward. Henceforth, she shall be titled the Princess of Fortune, and the prosperous Yuzhou, rich in gold mines, shall be her fief. You shall be honored for raising the Princess of Fortune and bestowed the title of first-rank lady. Such grand rewards left everyone speechless, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy as they regarded Yulurue. Not bad, not bad. This emperor knows how to curry favor. This reward is truly to my liking. A minor interruption concluded the banquet hastily, with Empress Chu specifically retaining Yulurue and her daughter. Falling petals. How fortunate it is to have your dear child by your side, or else my Jeaner. This empress possesses numerous admirable qualities, yet she is sadly entangled in matters of the heart. In her previous life, she was schemed against by concubine Li, leading to the demise of the heir. The emperor, without investigation, blindly believed her, using the young prince as leverage, compelling the empress to sacrifice her own heart's blood to save the demoness. The demoness was unharmed and continued to slander the empress before the emperor, not only stripping her of her title, but also annihilating her maternal clan. 300 lives, including infants, were not spared. The empress's fate was even more tragic, as she was gruesomely disemboweled and her heart fed to wild dogs. To conceal the truth, the demoness set fire to the cold palace, proclaiming that the empress had taken her own life out of guilt, deserving of her fate. What? Empress Chu furrowed her brow tightly, utterly incredulous. Had it not been for Shen Yaoyao's timely warning today, she might have fallen into the demoness's trap. Her gaze toward Shen Yaoyao softened with increasing warmth, yet the emperor's actions, as recounted by Shen, chilled her to the bone. After all, she and the emperor were wed, and she had borne him Jeaner. She had thought that, despite the lack of affection, they maintained a respectful distance. Little did she know. The emperor is a heartbreaker. After your demise, the demoness's son would directly target the prince to usurp his position. Today's calamity was part of their scheme. Had it not been for me, the young prince would have been nothing more than fodder for that evil spirit, losing even the chance of reincarnation, reduced to ashes. Her son had met such a fate. Empress Chu felt as if her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating her. She had always treated others with kindness, never exhibiting cruelty toward the concubines or palace attendants. How could they be so malicious as to spare not even her child? As a mother, her child was her ultimate boundary. A fierce anger ignited within her chest, hatred coursing through her veins. With such a tyrant, why do you still harbor affection? Pursuing a career is far more rewarding. Shen Yaoyao's words struck a chord, awakening her to the necessity of prioritizing her son's well-being. Chapter 35, Ancestral Offering. As she held Shen Yaoyao in her arms while seated in the carriage, her head still spun, as if caught in a dream. Staring at the fragrant little bundle in her embrace, she found it hard to believe. This mere half-year-old child could repel evil spirits and save the prince? Surely, the claims of those outside could not be true. Her precious child must be a celestial being descended to earth. My dear, how on earth did you accomplish this? Unable to quell her curiosity, she lowered her voice to inquire. Shen Yaoyao comfortably nestled in her embrace, her large, watery eyes already heavy with sleep, lazily yawned. I merely let out a burp and spat some saliva, and that wild ghost perished. Quite ineffective, really. Hearing her light-hearted tone, Yulurue was once again astonished. Just as she wished to inquire further, she noticed the little one had closed her eyes, sleeping soundly, her delicate lips forming tiny bubbles occasionally. The following day, Shen Liang was once more intercepted by his colleagues on the road, who immediately offered their congratulations. He was utterly perplexed, unaware of the happenings. Observing his furrowed brows and bewildered expression, his colleagues expressed their confusion. Lord Shen, you surely are not still unaware of yesterday's events? What occurred yesterday? Shen Liang's frown deepened, his heart racing. His colleagues, witnessing his genuine ignorance, exchanged glances of surprise before continuing to flatter him. Lord Shen is truly fortunate. married to a virtuous wife and blessed with a fine daughter. At yesterday's palace banquet, your daughter saved the young prince and was exceptionally granted the title of Fortune Princess by the emperor, which also elevated your esteemed wife to the rank of first-class lady.
What?
Shen Liang's heart jolted, and before he could process the information, he heard the mocking words of Minister Zhang. Indeed, among our colleagues, who possesses such good fortune as Lord Shen, he pleased the daughter of the Yu family and instantly rose to prominence, becoming a favored son-in-law. Unlike us, who toiled for years through arduous study to attain our current positions, he merely relied on a woman to achieve success effortlessly. He scoffed, his disdain evident in his words. Who could blame us for lacking a good wife or daughter? Minister Zhang's sarcasm was palpable. The notion of relying on a woman was something Shen Liang hated being mentioned. His past was laid bare before his colleagues, causing his face to flush with anger. He wanted to retaliate but was cautious due to the matter concerning Zhang Yunli, forcing him to swallow his indignation. However, Minister Zhang was relentless. His own son had fallen victim to Shen Liang's manipulations, leading to such a tragic end. And even now, people were whispering behind his back, recalling the matter of the pills. The thought of no longer being able to live as a man filled Minister Zhang with rage. Given his position, it would have been easy to deal with Shen Liang. But he realized that Shen Liang had powerful backing, compelling him to tread carefully. The pent-up resentment in Minister Zhang's heart found an outlet, directing all his fury toward Shen Liang, wishing to depict him as a man who had fallen into debauchery for survival. For Shen Liang, this was an immense humiliation. Simultaneously, he felt an even greater anger towards Yu Luowei. Such a significant event had been concealed from him, leading to this public humiliation. If Shen Yaoyao heard his thoughts, she would surely scoff, for it was he who had lingered with another woman all night, returning home late, yet had the audacity to place the blame on her mother. Truly disgraceful. In the Golden Hall, the emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat upright, exuding an imposing aura. His penetrating gaze swept across the ministers below, before finally settling on Yu Zhenhai. Minister Yu, how fares the research on that fire-resistant material your brother is investigating? Any progress? Your Majesty, my brother and I have scoured the entirety of Du, yet this material is rather peculiar. We have been unable to find anything similar. My brother has dispatched individuals abroad, hoping for some success. Oh, the emperor's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing, a palpable aura of pressure descending upon Yu Zhenhai. So, you two have come up empty-handed? Upon hearing the emperor's displeasure, cold sweat began to trickle down Yu Zhenhai's forehead. Your Majesty, I can indeed locate the components of this material. Shen Liang, hearing Yu Zhenhai's words, felt elated. Fortunately, he had overheard the information from Inger, and with the emperor's grave interest in this matter, he saw an opportunity to shine. The emperor's gaze fell on Shen Liang, scrutinizing him for a long moment, before expressing half-hearted belief.
Is that so?
Shen Liang, brimming with confidence, replied, I would not dare deceive your Majesty. To prove his competence, he even revealed the final component, the salt fiber, articulating his explanation thoroughly. The emperor, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and entrusted the entire matter to Shen Liang, promising that the Military Affairs Department would investigate the previous assassin sent by the Northern D barbarians. This indicated that the Northern D still harbored treacherous intentions toward our Du dynasty. If this material could be developed, our soldiers would be invincible against the Northern D's fire attacks. You shall achieve great merit, and I shall promote you by 3 ranks. Such was a tremendous honor. Shen Liang, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately knelt, exclaiming praises. Others, particularly Minister Zhang, seethed with anger, gnashing their teeth. How can this brat be so fortunate? After the court session, Shen Liang strode with pride, deliberately walking a circle in front of Minister Zhang, reveling in the flattery and congratulations from others, feeling a sense of vindication. Miss, everything is ready. Yu Luowei nodded at this, preparing Shen Yaoyao's fur cloak before leisurely exiting the room and boarding the carriage. The Shen family estate lay not far from the capital, in Feng County, and after a lengthy journey, they finally arrived before nightfall. As soon as they disembarked, Yu Luowei spotted Shen Dong and his family waiting outside, with his wife, Zhang Rongyin, supporting her belly, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Madame Shen shook off the crowd and approached with a beaming smile, casting a glance at Zhang Rongyin's belly. Mother, my sister's family has arrived. Let me assist you inside. Zhang Rongyin's filial piety greatly pleased Madame Shen, who remarked, You are pregnant. Do not overexert yourself. Truly, you are a commendable daughter-in-law of the Zhang family.
Indeed.
Had it not been for the dowry brought by my aunt, we would not have such a splendid ancestral home, Shen Yaoyao thought to herself with disdain. Chapter 36. Those who relish hardship will find it abundant. Before the group could step inside, they were met with the boisterous voice of Li Fugui. Why isn't the meal ready?
I'm starving.
His discontent echoed clearly, reaching every ear. Li Fugui lounged in a chair, his corpulence spilling over from all sides, resembling a pig destined for slaughter. Now, even breathing seemed a laborious task for him. One glance at him made Shen Yaoyao feel as though her eyes were coated in grease, prompting her to quickly divert her gaze to Zhang Rongyin's slightly protruding belly, which elicited a jubilant kick from her short, stout legs. Aunt is far superior to this pack of wolves from the Shen family. After the Yu family was annihilated by their scoundrel father, those who once sought to curry favor now avoid us like the plague. Yet, Aunt secretly burned paper offerings for the Yu family. Shen Yaoyao held deep affection for her sister-in-law. It took much effort for Yu Luowei to steady the exuberant Shen Yaoyao in her arms. Zhang Romin gently squeezed Shen Yaoyao's tiny hand, her eyes brimming with fondness as she said, "Mother and my sister have traveled a long way. Let us go inside to rest. The house has been prepared for us since early morning. Romin, you are indeed virtuous. Luowei, you must learn well from your sister-in-law." The family of Shen proceeded directly into the grand residence of blue bricks and black tiles. A bunch of leeches leeching off their wives. How shameless. Were it not for Aunt purchasing this house with her dowry, and Mother investing heavily in renovations, the dilapidated abode of a Shen family would not even be fit for rats, Shen Yaoyao mused. Once everyone settled comfortably in the bright and pleasant home, they naturally engaged in some pleasantries. Shen Fong, with a beaming smile, stated, "Though my elder brother holds a minor position in Feng County, it is thanks to Master Yu's support that he can stand tall there. Now, with Fuguei topping the county examinations, our Shen family is destined for greatness." Upon hearing this, Shen Yaoyao felt her blood boil. How laughable. This old crone dares to mock my grandfather's ineptitude, suggesting that the Shen family will rely on her family's gluttony in the future. She cast a scornful glance at the corpulently Fuguei, her eyes nearly rolling into the heavens. Indeed, what my sister says is true. A successful nephew is certainly a blessing for the Shen family. By the way, sister, you must be exceedingly busy lately, with your own ancestral rites and attending to matters here. With this remark, Yu Luowei subtly excluded Shen Fong and her son from the familial circle. Shen Fong felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, Madame Shen proposed an unexpected request. She wanted to take the whole family to the dilapidated old house to experience the so-called bitterness and sweetness of memory. Shen Yaoyao cursed inwardly, knowing that the old witch had not been able to contain herself earlier, and now she was determined to create trouble. Upon hearing this, Shen Fong immediately echoed, "Since Mother yearns for the past, as her children, we should not disregard her wishes." Shen Yaoyao pursed her lips, realizing that Shen Fong was eager to find fault, and it seemed they would inevitably have to visit that wretched house today. As she gazed at the repulsive food, she nearly retched. If one is willing to endure hardship, they shall find it in abundance. Since the old witch enjoys suffering so much, she might as well eat this daily. Madame Shen first turned her gaze to Yu Luowei, and then to Zhang Romin. "Romin, please send someone to prepare these dishes." Zhang Romin, upon seeing the unpleasant-looking food, steeled herself and ordered it taken to the kitchen. Soon after, a servant brought forth a platter of foul-smelling, grotesque dishes, causing everyone present to cover their mouths and noses. Even Madame Shen nearly vomited, forcing herself to maintain composure as she commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and eat, so you may remember the hardships we endured." Her gaze fixated on Yu Luowei and Zhang Romin. Shen Yaoyao felt a surge of urgency. "Aunt, do not eat. If you consume this and suffer a miscarriage, the old crone will blame you for being incapable of carrying a child. And Shen Fong will berate you for being a barren hen." Zhang Romin, already anxious, felt even more apprehensive now, hesitating to touch the food. However, under Madame Shen's piercing gaze, she felt compelled to comply. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, Yu Luowei stepped forward. Gently stroking Shen Yaoyao's little head, she said coolly, "Mother, my sister-in-law is with child and must be particularly cautious with her diet. As I am still nursing, I must consider my dear one as well. We shall forego this meal." Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's tears began to flow freely as she wailed at her children. "Your father left early. As a mere woman, I had to toil in the fields while raising you three. I alone pushed the cart, with one in front and two in the back, enduring untold hardships to raise you all. Now that you have grown wings, you forget your roots, even despising my small offerings. How disheartening this is for me." Shen Fong quickly responded with tearful eyes, "Mother, how can you say such things? We honor you. We only wish for my sister-in-law to understand our plight as common folk. Please do not harbor resentment toward her." Shen Dong nodded vigorously in agreement. "Sister-in-law, how could you go against Mother? Surely, she would not wish you harm." Seeing these two foolishly devoted individuals, Shen Yaoyao could hardly contain her laughter. How amusing. Why be so filial while keeping such distance? They certainly enjoy their meals. Having grown weary of Madame Shen's trite rhetoric, Yu Luowei resolved to no longer endure it and sought an excuse to leave. She lifted Shen Yaoyao into her arms, took Zhang Romin's hand, and stated, "Yaoyao is a princess granted fortune by the emperor. Her status is noble. I have never endured hardship at my family home and have no need for such meaningless suffering. The emperor dotes on Yaoyao. I am certain he would not approve of her consuming such food. Mother, since you cherish hardships so dearly, you may as well finish this dish." After speaking, Yu Luowei cradled her precious child and led the pregnant Zhang Romin away. Madame Shen's face flushed crimson. How dare this little wretch invoke the emperor, silencing her with such audacity. On their way out, Zhang Romin remained concerned about Shen Dong and Shen Zongrui. "I wonder if my husband and Ruer will suffer from those dishes." Shen Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Your husband is a venomous man, and your son is a thankless wretch. In the end, they will conspire to butcher you." turning your flesh into dumplings and feeding your head and bones to the dogs. Chapter 37. Turtle Essence, my dear grandson. Eat up. Listening to the childish voices wafting through the air, Zhang Rongyin stood frozen, a chill creeping up from her feet, wrapping around her like strands of silk, suffocating her heart as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. How is this possible? Though her husband lacked great accomplishments, his devotion to her was undeniable. Otherwise, she would not have defied her parents to marry into the Shen family without a dowry. Having been married for over 10 years, their household had no concubines, nor even a maid to share a room. Zhang Rongyin bit her lip fiercely, refusing to believe her husband and Zhong Rui could commit such acts. What a foolish woman. It is plain to see that Shen Dong cannot afford a concubine, and any maid of beauty in the household has been harassed by him. Yet they dare not speak out against his lecherous behavior. Shen Yaoyao could hardly bear to listen any longer. It seemed that only Zhang Rongyin remained in the dark, naively believing in Shen Dong's unwavering loyalty. Zhang Rongyin found it difficult to accept, her expression more grotesque than if she had ingested a fly. Yet she still could not fathom her own son would conspire against her. I am indeed the mother of Zhong Rui. Although he may be a bit playful, his character remains commendable, and he possesses a great filial piety. However, it is merely superficial flattery. Shen Yaoyao observed her aunt, who was deeply poisoned by the Shen family and felt utterly helpless. When he was killing you, he showed no mercy. As he sliced away your flesh, he mockingly called you good mother, devoid of any guilt in his heart, insisting that you would surely sacrifice for him. He would not cease until he had completely stripped the flesh from your body. Zhang Rongyin, frightened by this description, turned pale, her heart racing, unable to calm herself for a long time. As her gaze swept over Shen Dong and Shen Zhong Rui, she looked at the familiar faces she had seen day in and day out. Even though Shen Yaoyao's words rang true, she was still unwilling to believe them. Just yesterday, the two of them had been listening to her belly, cherishing the sound of the baby's heartbeat. Such a warm scene, such a close-knit family. How could such a thing happen? The following day, the Shen family went to the ancestral grave to pay their respects. As they passed a small creek, they encountered a turtle perched atop another, engaging in an indecorous act. Yu Luo Rui quickly covered Shen Yaoyao's eyes.
Quick.
Catch that male. Lady Shen exclaimed with delight, hurriedly instructing her servants to seize it. The turtle was as hefty as an arm, with stout legs that required 2 or 3 burly servants to subdue. She gathered her children and excitedly pointed to the swollen, engorged part of the turtle, exclaiming, "This is a rare treasure, the best for nourishing the kidneys and enhancing vitality." Donger quickly ordered to be sliced so that Zhong Rui and Fu Gui can partake. The old witch truly knew how to stir trouble. In a previous life, when Shen Dong and Shen Zhong Rui wished to eat it, their aunt, knowledgeable in medicine, had stopped them, her heartfelt pleas falling on deaf ears, only to be met with ridicule from the old witch, who scorned her as a barren woman who wished to deny others the joy of motherhood. Seeing her hesitance and compassion, Shen Yaoyao's brows furrowed. "Aunt, do not be soft-hearted. Respect the destinies of others, or you may endanger your own life." In the original script, Shen Dong and Shen Zhong Rui heeded the old witch's words, disregarding Zhang Rongyin's warnings. After consuming the dish, they felt invigorated, reveling in the pleasures of the brothel, only to find their bodies utterly drained, ultimately succumbing to illness, rendering them impotent. Shen Dong and Shen Zhong Rui, deserving of their fate, blamed everything on Zhang Rongyin, claiming she had cursed them. Shen Zhong Rui, having heard some bizarre tales, insisted that consuming meat made from a blood relative would restore their vigor. The father and son conspired ruthlessly, killing her, grinding her flesh into a filling, and carelessly discarding her remains for wild dogs to feast upon. Zhang Rongyin's expression froze, as if struck by lightning. Yet, when Shen Dong and Shen Zhong Rui approached, she still found herself softening, attempting to intervene. "Husband, Zhong Rui, we cannot consume this." Before she could finish, Shen Dong slapped her, shattering the rest of her words. Zhang Rongyin was momentarily blinded, her face burning with pain, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Shen Dong, suddenly feeling that the man she had known had become a stranger. Shen Zhong Rui sensed the tension and quickly took her hand. "Mother, father did not mean it. Please do not worry, grandmother would never harm us. I still want you to give me a little brother. And, do you not wish to hold your grandson soon?" How laughable. With Shen Dong's indiscriminate ways, had the women he entangled with not been wise enough to avoid him, he would have sown countless seeds by now, fathering numerous siblings. A man who lacks self-respect is akin to rotten cabbage. Shen Yaoyao pouted, expressing her disdain. Zhang Rongyin, thoroughly disheartened by Shen Dong's slap, stood in disappointment, silent. Meanwhile, old lady Shen kept urging, "Donger, this is the freshest and most nourishing. Once it loses its freshness, its efficacy diminishes. Eat it quickly." Shen Dong glared at Zhang Rongyin, warning her not to speak again, before turning to Shen Zhong Rui and Li Fu Gui, each taking a piece and devouring it ravenously. Witnessing their greedy consumption, Yu Luo Rui felt nauseated. "Ugh, it's so disgusting I might vomit." Shen Yaoyao's delicate face contorted, yet a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. "Go ahead, eat. Let us see what fate befalls you after you finish. A grand spectacle awaits." Yu Luo Rui's eyes also gleamed with intrigue. The three of them fulfilled the old witch's expectations, consuming every last morsel, with Li Fu Gui nearly licking the plate clean. After they finished, they began the ritual of burning incense for their ancestors. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as each person paid their respects. When Yu Luo Rui held Shen Yaoyao to incense, a fierce wind swept through, making it impossible for anyone to see. When the wind calmed, they noticed the incense had transformed into 3 long and 2 short sticks, an ominous sign indeed. Oh no! This is a sign of ancestral wrath. Old Lady Shen exclaimed, leaping up in alarm, pointing at Shen Yaoyao, declaring it was her fault for provoking the ancestors. Quickly, bow and apologize, seek their forgiveness. Holding Shen Yaoyao, Yu Luo Rui saw her mother's expression, as if she wished to devour her precious child, and her gaze sharpened. Mother is fine, bow if you wish. I want to see if they can withstand my bowing. Shen Yaoyao clapped her hands joyfully, eager for the spectacle. Seeing her unperturbed demeanor, the Yu family relaxed. The next moment, Shenzong Rui and Li Fugui took turns to speak up. Indeed, how unlucky. It is our first time encountering such a thing during a grave visit. Everything is usually just fine. The two conspired, casting sarcastic remarks at Shen Yaoyao. What nonsense are you two spouting? Shen Fong scolded them, though her tone lacked any real severity. Turning to Yu Luo Rui, she smiled and attempted to mediate. Luo Rui, surely you are magnanimous enough not to hold their childishness against them. Yu Luo Rui regarded her insincere demeanor with an internal scoff, though her expression remained neutral. However, the incense truly seemed ominous. Perhaps the ancestors were sending a message. Mother only wished well for you and the child. If something truly went awry, it would be too late for regrets. Listening to her veiled insinuations ignited a flame of anger within Yu Luo Rui. If she knelt, it would imply acknowledgement of Yaoyao's provocation of the ancestors. If she did not, and calamity struck, it would be seen as the ancestors' punishment. A clever calculation indeed. Dear sister, as you said, Yaoyao is but a child. Our ancestors are surely benevolent and would not hold any errors against her. Old Lady Shen watched as Shen Fong faltered, ready to explode, but was interrupted by Yu Luo Rui's calm interjection. Nevertheless, Yaoyao is a descendant of the Shen family. It is only right for her to bow to the ancestors. Saying this, she knelt with Shen Yaoyao, formally bowing 3 times. And so, while they feigned bravado with their words, they were clearly afraid, obediently bowing down. Li Fugui exchanged glances with Shenzong Rui, filled with disdain. Frolic while you can, for soon you too will find yourselves in dire straits, your vigor swiftly waning. Shen Yaoyao sighed melodramatically. Zhang Rongyin hurried to assist Yu Luo Rui, gazing at the delicate child in her arms, overwhelmed with tenderness. Sister-in-law, do not take this to heart. It is merely a coincidence. Aunt, this is no mere coincidence. The innocent tone held an air of profundity that startled Zhang Rongyin. It is simply that the Shen family's ancestors are growing old and moving slowly. Zhang Rongyin, with a furrowed brow, she gazed into Shen Yaoyao's eyes, her heart aching for the little one who had to endure such hardships at such a tender age. Shen Yaoyao clearly heard her unspoken thoughts, her lips twitching slightly. Auntie is truly a good person. Zhang Rongyin, oblivious to her inner voice, was wholly focused on Shindong, fearing that he might have adverse reactions to something unwholesome he had consumed, while also harboring doubts. How could such events truly unfold when her husband was devoted to her? Auntie, you must be more aware. Shen Yaoyao was at a loss for words. Shindong's roguish gaze was practically glued to her mother. Was Auntie blind? Zhang Rongyin seemingly caught that thought, instinctively looking back, only to find Shindong gazing at her as well. In her dream, the elderly matriarch stood before her with her back turned. Old master? Shen old lady furrowed her brows in disbelief and rushed forward, only to be startled when she finally saw his face. Ah! Shen old lady felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she covered her bruised face with her hands and harshly questioned, "You foolish woman, what have you done to bring this upon me?" Shen old lady was bewildered by the inquiry, shaking her head in confusion. Never mind that. I have come to warn you that there are thieves around Liang heir. I had already given you a hint during the ancestral offerings, but alas, our ancestors were slow, and we were a step behind. You must be cautious and ensure Liang heir does not fall into the hands of those thieves, for it would spell disaster for our family's legacy. Thieves? Shen old lady frowned, pondering deeply. You need not worry excessively. Liang heir is fortunate to have noble benefactors. As long as you treat the benefactors well, Liang heir's future will undoubtedly be boundless, leading our Shen family to greatness. Really? Shen old lady clapped her hands in delight, only to suddenly awaken from her dream. Struggling to sleep again, she turned over repeatedly, contemplating the dream's dialogue, arriving at a startling conclusion. The old master had hinted during the ancestral offerings, and the only one in the family who had exhibited unusual signs was Shen Yaoyao. The thief lurking beside Liang heir must be Shen Yaoyao. As for the noble benefactor, Liang heir had notably gained the emperor's favor, and such an important task had been entrusted to him. There could be no mistake. The more Shen old lady thought about it, the more agitated she became. Considering the old master's words about treating the benefactor well, it seemed prudent to allow the outside woman into their home sooner rather than later to avoid prolonged complications. Yet, when she thought of Yushur, a look of distaste and aversion crossed her face. She had long since deserved to die. Yet this wretched creature still clung to life.
No.
She absolutely could not let her obstruct her son's promising marriage. She would find a way. For having that outside woman serve as a concubine was unacceptable. Shen old lady's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. That night, Yu Luo Rui coaxed Shen Yaoyao to sleep, carefully laying her on the couch and tenderly covering her with a quilt she had sewn just for her. A wisp of smoke drifted in unnoticed, infiltrating Yu Luo Rui's nostrils, causing her eyelids to grow heavy until they finally shut in a deep slumber. In Chapter 39, the filial son feeds his mother feces, Shen Yaoyao found herself standing before a dazzling mountain of gold in her dreams. Without hesitation, she rushed towards it. But before she could reach it, the mountain sprouted limbs and swiftly fled. It escaped, and she pursued, desperately trying to catch up. In her frustration, she suddenly broke free from the dream. As her eyes fluttered open, an enormous face shrouded in burlap loomed before her. She frowned, unable to restrain her disdain. What on earth is this hideous thing? Beneath the burlap, Shen Dong was still lost in his fantasies, lecherously surveying the already unconscious Yushur. His sister-in-law was indeed from an affluent family, not only graceful and poised in her demeanor, but also remarkably beautiful, with an impeccable figure. Even after giving birth, her waist remained as slender as a willow branch, showing no signs of motherhood. Truly beautiful, Shen Dong lecherously licked his lips, greedily rubbing his hands together. His eyes filled with excitement. He had long yearned to indulge in his sister-in-law's charms, but out of respect for his brother and Yushur's family background, he had held back. Now, with his mother's permission, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Since my brother does not appreciate you, allow me to savor your delights. In the next moment, he extended his restless hands towards Yushur's bosom, intending to experience the softness and allure of that region. You reckless fool, seeking your own demise. Shen Yaoyao's watery eyes brimmed with rage, and as her thoughts ignited, a golden aura surged forth, enveloping Shen Dong's body. Unaware of the impending peril, Shen Dong's gaze roamed over Yushur's fair and lovely visage, admiring while muttering complaints. Shen Liang truly lacked appreciation. How could he not cherish such a stunning beauty within the household? The faint fragrance emanating from Yushur heightened his impatience. And just as his hand was about to make contact, a sharp pain pierced through him as if countless needles had simultaneously penetrated his palm. Sweat broke out on Shen Dong's brow as he realized he could not even scream. Clutching his throat, he turned pale with fright. Shen Yaoyao observed his horrified expression, a cold sneer forming in her heart. This is merely a prelude, you scoundrel, daring to covet my mother. The thought of his filthy hands nearly touching her mother reignited Shen Yaoyao's fury, which surged like a tidal wave toward Shen Dong, engulfing and consuming him. Help! Help me! Shen Dong felt as though he were being dragged underwater by invisible hands, desperately holding his breath as the immense pressure caused his heart to ache. Struggling to escape the grip, he found himself utterly powerless, his face turning an alarming shade of blue, on the verge of suffocation. The following morning, Shen old lady awoke from her slumber feeling refreshed. With Yushur no longer an eyesore, her Liang heir could finally hold his head high. As for the Yu family, soon they would be unworthy of even kneeling to clean her shoes. Old master, rest assured, I have not failed your trust. She held her head high, resembling a victorious rooster, commanding her maidservants to gather the families of Shen Dong and Shen Fong for a scandalous confrontation. Early in the morning, they stirred up quite a ruckus. Li Fugui, laden with excess fat, muttered his dissatisfaction. Old madam, we haven't located the master. Shen old lady waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned, instead fabricating an excuse as the group marched towards Yushur's residence. With a sense of triumph, she flung open the door, expecting everything to unfold as planned, only to find Yushur perfectly seated at her dressing table. Shen old lady instinctively frowned, assuming Shen Dong had failed, inwardly cursing, what a useless person. Not even a patch on Liang heir. Yu Luo Rui noticed the confusion and anger in the old lady's eyes, silently mocking her while feigning ignorance. Mother? Why have you brought so many people to my courtyard? Shen old lady was momentarily taken aback.
Oh.
Master. Before anyone could react, Shen Dong burst into the room, appearing disheveled and emitting an indescribable stench. Mother, delicious, so delicious. He held 2 large clumps of yellow excrement, shoving them into his mouth with relish, leaving everyone present disgusted to the point of nausea. Shen Dong glanced at Shen old lady, his eyes suddenly brightening as he approached her with the excrement. Shen old lady recoiled in horror, exclaiming, Shen Dong, what on earth are you doing? Was cradled in Chun Tao's arms, her laughter nearly causing her head to spin as she witnessed the scene unfold, particularly the old witch's reaction, which left her pale and nearly tripping over her own skirt. Husband, what has happened to you? Zhang Rongyin exclaimed, rushing over with tears glistening in her eyes. However, Shen Dong paid her no heed, his focus solely on the old matriarch, who was shrieking in terror. In the end, he was reluctantly restrained by the servants and taken away to bathe and change clothes. As soon as he left, the old matriarch collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Oh, how can I live like this? Which wretched creature has harmed my Dong? Fear not, My dear son, I shall find the culprit and ensure they suffer for this. Her gaze darted towards Yaoyao, her mind already set to pin the blame on her, regardless of the truth. Shen Liang, hearing the old witch's thoughts, felt her little teeth itch with anger. And she resolutely bit down on the golden ingot she held. Shameless old hag, how dare you incite your son to scheme against his sister-in-law? It would be too lenient to merely have you eat feces. Shendong should forcefully shove it into your mouth to cleanse your vile tongue from spewing such filth. Just as the old matriarch was about to shift the blame onto Yaoyao, she was interrupted by Yaoyao's calm voice. Do not worry, mother. With my brother in this state, we cannot let the perpetrator go unpunished. I have already dispatched someone to report to the authorities, and they will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's cries abruptly ceased, and her eyes gleamed with malice as she pointed an accusing finger at Yaoyao. Do not pretend to be sympathetic. Donga was fine yesterday, and now look at him, found near your courtyard. It must be your doing, you wicked woman. What has my son done to deserve such cruelty from you? Chapter 40. Reporting to the authorities. Capturing Shendong as she spoke. The old matriarch attempted to pounce on Yaoyao, but fortunately, Zhang Mama stood nearby, blocking her hand and admonishing her sternly. How dare you? Our young lady is a lady of rank, bestowed by His Majesty. If you strike her, it would be tantamount to slapping the Emperor's face. Do you wish to lose your life? The old matriarch, accustomed to wielding her age as authority, found herself momentarily stunned by this reprimand. Embarrassment flushed her face as her venomous glare remained fixed on Yaoyao, yet Zhang Mama's words held her back from further aggression. Meanwhile, Yaoyao's messenger had rushed to Jingzhou through the night. Shendong, serving as the county magistrate of Feng County, should have handled such matters himself. But in his current state of confusion, they sought the assistance of the Jingzhou prefect. Upon hearing the situation involved the highly esteemed fortune princess and a lady of high rank, Lord Wang of Jingzhou Prefecture was startled awake, nearly tumbling from his bed. He hurriedly donned his official boots, gathering his officers with urgency as he rushed to the scene, practically urging his horse to gallop like a shooting star. When he arrived, he found the old matriarch rolling on the ground, wailing and cursing. Oh, my unfortunate son, how could he be entangled with such a poisonous woman? Our family is cursed. No wonder there were ominous signs during yesterday's incense offering. It seems our ancestors foresaw this calamity. As she lamented, the Jingzhou prefect frowned, and his secretary immediately understood to intervene. Stop. Who among you has reported to the authorities? State your grievances clearly. Seeing the officials had arrived, the old matriarch's lips pursed nervously, her eyes flickering. Would they uncover anything? However, she quickly reassured herself that her plan was foolproof. With Donger having failed in his intentions, what could they possibly discover? Moreover, even if Yu's family sensed something amiss, as a woman, her virtue and reputation were paramount, making it difficult for her to speak out. The old matriarch's confidence returned, and she sprang to her feet, rushing to Lord Wang, pointing at Yaoyao and twisting the truth. The officials exchanged glances, shivering at the venomous rage in her eyes, realizing the depth of animosity between the old woman and her daughter-in-law. Humph, old witch. You have harmed my mother, and now wish for her to take the blame, hoping for her demise to clear the path for a mistress to enter the family. You deserve nothing less than death. Shen Liang narrowed her eyes, her cherubic face radiating a chilling aura. Unfazed by the old matriarch's slander, Yaoyao responded with calm logic. Mother, I understand your pain for uncle, but you cannot cast this filthy water upon me. Is uncle not your son while my husband is not? If such rumors spread, regardless of my involvement, it would tarnish my husband's reputation. Mentioning Shen Liang caused the old matriarch's confidence to waver. You do not attempt to intimidate me. If you have committed such a heinous act, you must bear the consequences. My Lianger knows nothing of this, and if he did, he would immediately divorce you. That venomous woman. Yaoyao's eyes turned frosty as she internally scoffed. Very well. Since you insist on this, let us dissect the situation thoroughly. How could uncle have stealthily entered his sister-in-law's room in the dead of night? Stealthily? The old matriarch furrowed her brow, realizing Yaoyao was fabricating lies. Instinctively, she wanted to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Ah, the old witch truly has aged but remains cunning as ever, Shen Liang thought, rolling her eyes internally. Thankfully, she had been vigilant that night, alerting Zhang Mama, leading to uncle's failed attempt and subsequent humiliation as he fled blindly, colliding with the wall. Lord Wang rubbed his forehead, glancing at Shendong, who appeared unharmed. Do I look like a fool to you? I had hoped to spare the main family some dignity. But with you slandering me so, I must speak the truth. My brother was caught red-handed, with a sack over his head and the drug he intended to use still in his possession. Zhang Mama presented to Lord Wang. You venomous woman. The old matriarch was aware of the situation, yet could not expose the truth, left to seethe as Yaoyao spoke freely, nearly fainting from the rage. Nearby, Lord Wang began to piece together the events. It was clear that Shen's main family coveted the beauty of the daughter-in-law and attempted to break in under cover of night, only to have their own scheme backfire spectacularly. He cast a disapproving glance at the old matriarch, who was clearly biased, still attempting to shield her son despite his disgraceful actions, as if he were unwise. With the facts evident, he commanded, arrest Shendong and detain him. Given his official status, we must report this matter up the chain. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Shindong was dragged from the backyard and taken away. The old matriarch watched in horror as her son was led away, her mind reeling. How could this happen? Old man, you have brought me to ruin. She could not fathom it. Her plan had seemed flawless. If Yu Luowei's innocence was tarnished, Liang would have a legitimate reason to divorce her without facing Yu's family's wrath, and outsiders would only scorn Yu. Meanwhile, Dong, with his head covered, would evade detection. What had gone wrong? Consumed by anger, the old matriarch fainted, only to be carried away by Shen Fang's family. Zhang Rongyin observed the chaotic departure. Unable to meet Yu Luowei's gaze, shame flooding her heart. Aunt, my father is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Please spare him. Suddenly, Shen Zongruei, who had remained silent, cried out, kneeling at Yu Luowei's feet in desperation. Not that kind of person?
Pa.
There's no one who could misunderstand him. Shen Yaoyao gazed at him, utterly vexed by his attempt to manipulate maternal affection. Aunt, we are family. You cannot turn a blind eye to my father's plight. Chapter 41. If divorce is not possible, then let there be a severance. Good aunt, for my mother's sake, please speak up. Shen Zongruei pleaded desperately, casting anxious glances at Zhang Rongyin. Truly a vile son. Mercilessly striking against his own mother while kneeling for his father, Shen Yaoyao regarded Shen Zongruei with disdain. Though Zhang Rongyin was soft-hearted, she could not bring herself to ask Yu Luowei for leniency regarding Shindong's actions. Zongruei, do not trouble your aunt with your pleas. It is futile. Shen Zongruei, witnessing her refusal to plead for his father, angrily shook off her hand. What a wretched creature. Yu Luowei squinted, her gaze icy as it landed on Shen Zongruei. Despite his words of surrender, the malice in his eyes sent a chill down her spine, igniting both fear and fury within her. Reflecting on Shindong's actions, she felt that even dismembering him would not quell her hatred. She could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her and her precious child had Shindong succeeded that night. Nor could she ascertain if the narcotic smoke would harm her little one. The child was still so young. Would it affect their future development? Moreover, she feared that if Shindong regained consciousness, the child's abilities might be exposed, which was utterly unacceptable. This matter had already been entrusted to the Jingzhaoyin. How it was handled and the outcome were beyond her control. People often say that harmony brings prosperity, yet for such trivial matters, you disturb the peace of the entire family. It is truly an overreaction. Immediately send someone to inform Lord Wang that this is all a misunderstanding, and request his release of my elder brother. Yu Luowei sat before the vanity mirror, catching a glimpse of Shen Liang's hypocritical face in the bronze reflection. Listening to his nonchalant narration of the events, she could not suppress a cold laugh. My husband speaks so lightly. Yet does he truly grasp the severity of my brother's actions?
What?
It was merely thievery. They are just desperate from poverty. Why must you be so petty? Shen Liang, seeing Yu Luowei defy his wishes, darkened further, his voice frigid. Do you truly believe it was mere theft? Her gaze was so frigid it left him breathless. He nervously touched his nose. But, you have nothing to worry about, right? After all, he is my blood brother, flesh of my flesh. Must you truly drive him to his death for your satisfaction? He has already lost his sanity. Consider it a lesson learned. Gradually, he began to see this as a matter of course. Shen Yaoyao, infuriated, could hardly hold onto her beloved golden ingots. Yu Luowei took a deep breath, struggling to contain the fury boiling within her. The thought of enduring life with such a person, pretending to be amiable, felt akin to being placed in a boiling pot of oil, each moment an unbearable torment. If divorce is not feasible, then let there be a severance. Mother, sever ties with him. Such a despicable creature is unworthy of you. Let the scoundrel and wretched woman endure eternally. Hearing her child as support, Yu Luowei's eyes gleamed with determination. Historically, the only justification for severing ties has been when a husband abuses or endangers the wife's family. The cook sent by Shen Liang to poison her had already been dealt with, and she could not bear to witness her parents being harmed without intervening. She knew she could not allow that. The only remaining matter was Shen Liang's past scheming against her second brother, using a mad horse to harm his crippled leg. However, this incident was too distant. Finding evidence would be akin to climbing a mountain. As she pondered this, Shen Liang returned, accompanied by the matriarch of the Shen family. Upon entering, the old matriarch wept loudly, directing her lament towards Yu Luowei. What a misfortune for our family! Who would have thought such a ruthless woman would enter our home? Such a performer. If you are so skilled at acting, why not take to the Southern Opera stage? If you truly succeed, you wouldn't need to covet your daughter-in-law's dowry. Listening to her childish jest, Yu Luowei nearly burst into laughter. It was indeed quite fitting. The old matriarch, oblivious to Yu Luowei's thoughts, continued her wailing. You wicked woman, with such a heart of stone. Knowing that Rongyin carries a child, you would wish for that child to be born without a father, leaving Rongyin and Zongruei as orphans. How will they survive? Believing that mentioning Zhang Rongyin and Shen Zongruei would soften Yu Luowei, the old matriarch was taken aback when she remained resolute. Rest assured, mother. The child in Rongyin's womb is of the Shen family. How could one force them into despair? Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's eyes brightened, thinking Yu Luowei might relent, only to be infuriated by the next words. Why not draw funds from the Shen ancestral hall to support them, ensuring their living expenses are comparable to yours? That would be compensation for their plight as orphans. The old matriarch stammered, unable to utter a word in response. The Shen family was impoverished, unable to sustain themselves, let alone provide for the ancestral hall. The funds for the ancestral hall had all been siphoned from Yu Luowei's dowry by Shen Liang to maintain appearances. However, now that Yu Luowei clung tightly to her dowry, how could she spare even a single coin? Mother's strategy is truly brilliant. Using this money to support my aunt is akin to extracting flesh from the old witch, bound to cause her great pain. Since mother did not oppose this, it was settled. Yu Luowei firmly resolved this matter and embraced Shen Yaoyao, personally instructing the servants. Watching her leave, the old matriarch could no longer contain her emotions, weeping as if mourning the dead. Shen Liang, tortured by the noise, longed for Inger. Remembering her words about needing a substantial amount of money for materials, he realized he had none left. He had exerted both soft and hard tactics on Yu Luowei, yet she remained unyielding. This wretched woman would pay dearly once he attained success. It seemed he had no choice but to borrow again. Gritting his teeth, Shen Liang headed straight for the moneylender. He remained oblivious to the shadow that silently followed behind him. Chapter 42. The second uncle's leg is healed. Shopkeeper. I wish to borrow 800,000 taels. Upon uttering these words, the moneylender was taken aback, halting his calculations and regarding Shen Liang with disbelief. One must understand that Shen Liang's monthly salary was a mere 120 taels. 800,000 was a sum he could never hope to earn in a lifetime. However, the shopkeeper's gaze shifted to the gestures of the shadow outside, and he quickly understood. Sir Shen, that is an excessive amount to borrow. While our shop can lend you this sum, the interest will triple. Triple? Shen Liang gasped, yet recalling Inger's unwavering assurances and the Emperor South promises during court, he steeled himself and agreed. Triple it is. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled broadly, immediately instructing his subordinates to prepare the contract. You sign here, and I will procure the funds for you. Yu Luowei could no longer tolerate Shen Liang, eagerly taking Shen Yaoyao to Yu Deli's residence to discuss the incident with the mad horse, hoping to uncover clues and sever ties with Shen Liang. The carriage was lined with a thick white fox fur blanket, and Shen Yaoyao, now 8 months old, plump and adorable, crawled across it. She laboriously retrieved a golden ingot marked with her tiny bite marks from amidst a collection of toys and crawled over to Yu Luowei, proudly presenting her treasure. Here, aunt. Yu Luowei accepted the ingot from her hand, her face alight with affection. The little one was quite impressive, already managing to articulate words one by one. My dear, you are wonderful. Always thinking of your uncle. Shen Yaoyao beamed at her, revealing 4 little pearly teeth. Mother, do not worry. Uncle's leg will heal today. The innocent words reached Yu Luowei's ears, sending a tremor through her. Her heart raced, filled with hope that she struggled to contain. Could it be true? Would her uncle truly recover? Shen Yaoyao proudly raised her small chin, exclaiming, Yaoyao is awesome. Yu Luowei, enchanted by her sweet voice, felt a surge of excitement and could not resist planting a kiss on her soft, tender cheek. The carriage soon arrived at Yu Deli's residence, where they encountered him slowly making his way along the wall after getting out of his wheelchair. After so many years, second brother could finally stand. Remembering his spirited demeanor before his disability, Yu Luowei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mother, uncle. Shen Yaoyao joyfully waved her little hands, repeatedly uttering these words. Little sister? Yu Deli's gaze fell upon Yu Luowei and Shen Yaoyao, his smile warm and gentle. He then received the gift Shen Yaoyao had prepared for him, and upon seeing the small box filled with gold ingots marked with tooth imprints, the corners of his mouth lifted even further. Our Yaoyao cares most about her second uncle. Shen Yaoyao struggled to articulate each word. Without hesitation, Yu Deli obediently touched each gold ingot. As he stood up from the wheelchair, he felt an unprecedented lightness, as if he no longer needed external support. Could he truly walk again? Yu Deli pressed his lips together, his previously calm eyes now rippling with emotion, while he maintained an outward composure, his heart tumultuous. Second brother, are you alright? Please walk. Yu Luowei noticed the change in him, her voice brimming with excitement. Under the astonished and expectant gazes of those around them, Yu Deli took his first step, smooth and steady. He circled the courtyard, and when he stopped, the tears welling in his eyes could no longer be contained, falling directly to the ground. He had once thought he would never stand again. Luowei, I am well. Look, my legs are completely healed. Yu Luowei was equally overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face without pause. In a burst of exhilaration, Yu Deli lifted Shen Yaoyao, spinning her around.
Yaoyao.
If you desire anything, tell your second uncle. Even the stars and moon in the sky, your second uncle, will bring them down for you. Shen Yaoyao's little face flushed, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No need, uncle. Yet her inner voice betrayed her. Gold. Yaoyao loves gold the most. More gold. Please. Yu Luowei chuckled softly, amused by her cleverness. Yaoyao, this is for you. Yu Deli unfastened one of his waist tokens and handed it to her. With this, You can access the wealth of the 360 money houses your uncle oversees. Second brother, Yaoyao, is only 8 months old. Yu Luo Rui gasped, realizing that second brother controlled the entire economic lifeline of the Great Yu dynasty, essentially bestowing immense wealth upon Yaoyao. Yaoyao is no ordinary baby, Yu Deli asserted, shaking his head. He then noticed the same look of concern in Yu Luo Rui's eyes. Yaoyao's abilities must remain a secret. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding the stakes involved, and their worries gradually faded. Second brother, you should send someone to my pharmacy each day to fetch medicine. Creating a semblance of recovery to avoid raising suspicions, Yu Deli agreed earnestly. I have important matters to discuss. Let us move to the house. Upon entering, Yu Luo Rui immediately recognized the meticulously arranged writing implements, realizing that despite second brother's vast business, he still had unfulfilled aspirations. If not for that incident years ago, he surely would have excelled academically. Second brother, now that your legs are well, why not prepare to seize the top position this year? Before Yu Deli could respond, Shen Yaoyao's inner voice chimed in. Hooray! Second uncle is a literary star incarnate, destined to be the top scholar. Initially apprehensive about his years of stagnation, Yu Deli felt a flicker of hope rekindled by Shen Yaoyao's words. Second brother, how much do you remember about that incident? Have you uncovered any clues? Yu Luo Rui pressed her lips together, gazing at Yu Deli as she shared her thoughts candidly. The thought of the Shen family's despicable actions ignited a fierce anger in his eyes, flames of fury shooting forth. If Shen Liang stood before him, he would undoubtedly tear him to shreds. This den of wolves is not worth our time. Second brother can support you. Oh, what a pity for the horse owner. Shen Yaoyao giggled. It seems he has suffered an undeserved misfortune. The horse owner is no victim. He is the nephew of the manager of the Bao He Tang, the seventh uncle of the concubine. Hearing this, Yu Luo Rui and Yu Deli tightened their fists. Shen Liang truly harbored ulterior motives, calculating and scheming. Reflecting on their entire family's kindness towards him, they never expected him to turn into such a predator. Alas, the woman's shop had been destroyed by Madame Zhang, and the shopkeeper and staff had long since fled, scattered and lost, making it challenging to locate them now. Yu Luo Rui could not help but feel regret. Had she known, she would have acted differently. Yu Deli, understanding her sentiments, comforted her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As long as they are alive, they can be found. Your second brother's business spans the entire Great Yu dynasty. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they cannot escape. Second uncle is amazing. Shen Yaoyao squirmed in Yu Luo Rui's embrace, waving her chubby little hands. Her sweet and adorable babble instantly captivating the hearts of the Yu siblings. Yu Deli smiled as he took her from Yu Luo Rui, gazing at her with affection. Uncle is truly grateful for our little Yaoyao. She is our family's little blessing. How foolish the Shen family was to disdain their little star. Their ignorance was beyond remedy. He summoned his subordinates, calmly instructing them to spread the news, offering a reward of 100 taels for any clues provided, and the same for capturing the culprit. Days passed and finally, the verdict for Shen Dong was announced. The official notice stated that he had been convicted of theft and endangering the princess's fortune, sentenced to 10 years in prison, and stripped of his official title. Furthermore, it was revealed that Shen Dong had accepted bribes during his tenure as county magistrate, resulting in the confiscation of all his assets. What? Upon hearing this, the old matriarch of the Shen family felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. My Dong, how could he be so unfortunate? It's all that wretched Yu family's fault. Anger flared in her eyes as she grasped Shen Liang's hand tightly, gritting her teeth. The Yu family is a harbinger of doom. Your elder brother has been ruined because of her. Liang, remember your brother's grudge against her. You must never let her go. Shen Liang looked at his mother, his gaze darkening as thoughts of a Yu family filled him with a ruthless resolve. Rest assured, mother, everything will soon be set right. Guided by Inger, he had located the necessary materials. Once he accomplished this task, he would be promoted to a third-rank official, and with Inger's assistance, he would rise to great heights. Ensuring the Yu family would only serve as his stepping stone. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he anticipated the day of reckoning. Watching her son brimming with confidence, the old matriarch felt a pang of sorrow, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. Though her eldest son was lost, her younger son remained. The Shen family relied on Liang. Once he held a high position, he would surely rescue Dong. She sighed, thinking of her grandson Shen Zong Rui. Lamenting his shortcomings, the old matriarch pinned all the blame for Shen Zong Rui's failures on Zhang Ronging, completely forgetting that the entire Shen family had risen from humble beginnings, thanks to the support of the Yu family. Liang, your brother is your only heir. You must think of him and raise him well. Shen Liang nodded dutifully, assuring her that he would do just that. Dear mother, do not be too sorrowful. Although Zong Rui did not succeed, my sister's wealth and intelligence have always been evident. She is exceedingly considerate and dutiful towards you. With Ing Heir's guidance, she has triumphed in the county examination, and in the future, she shall undoubtedly achieve the highest honors, bringing glory to our Shi family. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if that day were already in sight. At that time, he would no longer need to bow to the Yu family's whims. For even if Yu Jinhai were first-class military general, he would eventually be dispatched to war. Yu Luorui's delicate fingers, as slender and white as green onions, tapped the abacus. Suddenly, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps, filled with anger, coming closer. What could have caused such fury? She lazily lifted her eyelids and caught a glimpse of the furious Chun Tao, whose face resembled a steamed bun. Seeing her calm demeanor, Chun Tao could no longer contain herself and blurted out the news she had just heard from outside. Miss, why are you not angry at all? That brute dared to sentence you to 10 years, which is akin to providing a living for that madman. It is far too lenient. Evil will be met with retribution. Yu Luorui replied with a faint smile, setting aside the abacus. What is Yaoyao doing? Chun Tao pursed her lips, still feeling indignant for her mistress, but refrained from saying more. The young lady was carried by a maid to play at the back door early this morning, and she brought several trays of pastries with her. This child, usually so fond of gnawing on gold, why is she suddenly enamored with pastries? Yu Luorui chuckled, fearing that the little one would overindulge and become unwell. She rose and, accompanied by Chun Tao, headed towards the back door. Upon arrival, they spotted the little girl in a pink outfit, crouching in the corner. Miss, what are you doing? Chun Tao approached curiously, nearly fainting at the sight. The little girl was crouched in front of a mouse hole, her chubby hands holding pastries, while a line of small mice stood obediently, waiting to be fed. Shen Yaoyao meticulously broke the pastries into tiny pieces, her eyes sparkling as if she were engaged in something monumental. Mice, eat well. You shall work for me. The little girl beamed, revealing 4 tiny white teeth, her expression adorably naive. Chun Tao watched in astonishment, her breath hitching, as she heard the little girl babbling. The mice, as if understanding, awkwardly bowed and scampered away. Suppressing her shivers, Chun Tao rushed to scoop up the little girl, her gaze filled with concern as she inspected her repeatedly. Relieved to find her unharmed. Little miss, how can you play with mice? They are such filthy creatures. The very thought of mice made her skin crawl. Shen Yaoyao shook her head vigorously, responding in a sweet voice. Mice are my friends. Chapter 44, Run, It's a Disaster. The day of the provincial examination results arrived, and the old matriarch of the Shen family eagerly awaited this day, donning the garments tailored 3 months prior and adorning herself with a plethora of jewelry, radiating joy. Even Shen Zongrui from the countryside, along with the heavily pregnant Zhang Rongyin, were brought to the city. Dear family, you have been plagued by misfortune for too long. Let us bask in the good fortune of our prosperity and drive away the bad luck. The old matriarch's gaze frequently darted towards Yu Luorui, her intentions unmistakable. The old crone is flaunting all the jewelry our mother bought her, as if she fears her neck might break, Yu Luorui thought, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Let the show begin. The Shen family set out towards the announcement site, encountering Shen Liang, who was pulling along his colleagues. Lord Chao, Lord Li, shall we go together? The courtiers, sensing Shen Liang's rising favor with the emperor, followed suit to join the festivities. I hear that the tasks assigned by the emperor have nearly been completed by Lord Shen. Promotion is surely on the horizon. Do not forget us, your colleagues. Once you achieve great heights. Receiving their flattery, Shen Liang feigned humility, though internally he felt elated. This time, Yu Daren's eldest son, Yu Chang'an, also participated in the examination, and Lord Shen was likely concerned for his nephew. How commendable of you, Lord Shen, to take the time to support your wife's family, they remarked. Amidst the praise, Shen Liang nodded along, having completely forgotten whether Yu Chang'an had participated. His focus lay solely on the ranking of his dear nephew, Li Fugui. But, Shen Yaoyao exclaimed upon seeing Yu Chang'an approaching with a burlap sack, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do not rush. I am doing my best to carry this. Yu Chang'an chuckled, lifting the sack and playfully hoisting her into it. Bad, I am not fat. Shen Yaoyao pouted, indignant. Just as Yu Chang'an was about to expertly carry the sack, Yu Luorui intervened, amused yet exasperated. Enough of this, Chang'an. Your father and second uncle have already brought the carriage to take us home. Carry your sister out now. Both Yu Zhenhai and Yu Deli were well aware of the Shen family's unsavory reputation and had no desire to step foot in such a tainted household. The group arrived at the announcement site only to discover that the results had already been revealed. Unable to contain his excitement, Yu Chang'an returned Shen Yaoyao to Yu Luorui and eagerly squeezed through the crowd. Moments later, he emerged, beaming with joy. How was it? Yu Zhenhai inquired, his gaze stern yet betraying a hint of tension in his clenched hands. Haha, I made the list. I am a scholar, Yu Chang'an exclaimed, performing a celebratory dance. He could hardly believe his dreams had come true, all thanks to his little cousin. Although he ranked last, he was indeed a bona fide scholar. With glee, he scanned the list for familiar names and immediately spotted Li Fugui at the top. What? How is he on the list? Yu Chang'an wailed in dismay. Wasn't it agreed that Li Fugui would be the one to suffer? Do not cry. Shen Yaoyao comforted him from her mother's embrace. Mother said the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. This is the way of the scholar. There are still higher ranks to achieve, like the Jinshi and the top scholar. She earnestly counted in her mind, while Yu Chang'an grew increasingly despondent. Cousin, if you cannot comfort me, then do not. As panic began to spread among the crowd, a sudden tremor shook the ground, causing people to sway. Just as everyone feared an earthquake, a commotion erupted, with shouts ringing out from the crowd. Heavens! A spring has erupted from the ground. This is a great omen, a sign of good fortune. The top scholar was none other than the son of the Li family. As if heaven itself were proclaiming Li Fugui as a celestial being. Surrounded by admirers, Li Fugui's rotund face beamed with pride, a fountain gushing before him, with sunlight casting a vibrant rainbow above. Shen Yaoyao, observing from the crowd, couldn't help but scoff. What nonsense! That glutton has merely fabricated miracles. Bolstered by his mistress's marketing efforts, achieving success, and winning the affections of the illustrious Lady Rugia. Heaven bless. It must surely be a divine hint that my son will one day become the top scholar. My son is a gifted prodigy. Shin Fengel was overwhelmed with joy. Others joined in, chanting slogans. Heaven sent prodigy. Heaven sent prodigy. Their voices harmonized with fervor, creating a rousing atmosphere. In that moment, even the figure of the hefty pig seemed to stand taller. Madame Shin was beside herself with joy. And Shen Liang could hardly contain his pride as he eagerly introduced Li Fugui to his colleagues. He is my dear nephew. Truly a remarkable talent, Lord Shen. How fortunate you are. Even your nephew is so bright. While his colleagues offered their compliments, they couldn't help but internally scoff. What is there to be proud of? He is merely a nephew, not a scion of the Shen family, and he looks like a wild boar standing upright. As Shen Liang basked in the flattery, someone noticed something amiss. Oh, why is the water from that fountain becoming increasingly murky? Ugh, what a foul stench. People covered their noses in disgust. To their horror, the water gushed forth, transforming into a yellow-black sludge right before their eyes, making them gag. Quick, let us get out of here. They hurriedly retreated. But before they could take many steps, bang.
Bang.
The ground beneath them erupted, splattering them with the noxious waste. Madness. What nonsense is this? Heaven-sent prodigy, indeed. Run for your lives. Chapter 45, Nonsensical Heaven-sent prodigy. A dreadful stench enveloped the entirety of the capital, and the citizens who had come to witness the announcement fled in panic, wishing to rend Li Fugui limb from limb. What a farce about the literary star descending from heaven. It was nothing more than a divine fecal shower. Madame Shen and the court officials, dragged forward by Shen Liang, were no exceptions. They were splattered with filth, and in their panic, they inadvertently swallowed some as well. Shen Liang. The venerable lord, he glared at his disheveled self and his fellow officials, furious and indignant. What nonsense is this? I have never been so humiliated in my life. This matter shall not end here. Shen Liang, feeling aggrieved, opened his mouth to explain, but the overpowering stench was unbearable. He quickly covered his mouth. Helplessly watching as Lord, he angrily stormed off. The others were not faring any better, holding their breath, feeling for the first time that breathing was a torment. Truly, Shen Liang's nephew was extraordinary. The miraculous event and the nephew's image were indeed a fitting match. Shen Liang observed as those who had previously praised him now turned to mock him with sarcastic remarks, his face turning a shade of green with fury. The Shen family's miracle is indeed a blessing few can withstand. Farewell. Take care, Lord Shen. A tide of resentment washed over them for Shen Liang, for they had been drenched in filth. Not far away, at a tea house, Wei and her companions had arrived early, comfortably seated on the second floor with a prime view. Witnessing the spectacle, they were both astonished and delighted. At last, the Shen family had brought shame upon themselves. Zhang Renjing stood in a corner, her expression troubled. She had been dragged over by Shen Yaoyao, initially intending to call Shen Zhongrui along, but he insisted on staying close to Li Fugui to bask in his fortune. He was the nearest to Li Fugui, and thus the most splattered, resembling someone just dragged from a cesspool. Fortunately, her sister had insisted on playing at the tea house. The sight of that filth was revolting enough, and she shuddered at the thought of being splashed herself. Stinky. Shen Yaoyao exclaimed intermittently, quickly climbing beside Yu Chang'an, excitedly waving her chubby little hands. Sister said it wrong. It's not brother who is stinky, it's them. Yu Chang'an crouched down, patiently teaching the little one how to speak. Nearby, Yu Zhenhai and Yu Deli exchanged bewildered glances as they observed the innocent children, both unable to suppress their astonishment. It seemed as though Yaoyao could foresee the unfolding events. Fortunately, only Zhang Renjing was present as an outsider, and they thought little of it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Everyone has given him the nickname Fecal Scholar, and it has spread throughout the city, ha ha ha. Yu Chang'an chuckled at the discussions below, nearly doubling over with laughter. The three siblings stifled their amusement, their faces nearly stiffening. Shen Yaoyao joined in, waving her little hands. Fecal Scholar is stinky. Sister is learning to speak so well. Yu Chang'an beamed with pride. This was his hard-earned teaching. Yu Taisher and Yu Mu exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. Chang'an, at your young age, how can you speak like this? The Shen family is our kin, and Li Fugui is a relative of the Shen family. You should support each other. Never cast stones down the well. In defiance, Yu Chang'an made a face and hid behind Yu Luowei. Below, the Jingzhao Yin, having received word, pinched his nose and rushed over with a large contingent, infuriated. Which fool has severed the drainage channel? Is their head filled with dung? Investigate this immediately. The Jingzhao Yin surveyed the chaotic street, exasperated. A quarter of an hour later, the officials arrived, escorting Xin Fang and several laborers, covered in filth. My lord, she hired workers to break the drainage channel. Here is the payment for the transaction. With irrefutable evidence, the Jingzhaoyin glared at Shen Fang with eyes that seemed to hunger for revenge. Another Shen family affair. One sibling consumes dung, and the other spews filth, truly a family trait. The onlookers suddenly realized the truth.
Ah.
What nonsense about divine miracles. It turns out Li Fugui orchestrated this himself.
Bah.
The mother and son are not worth a thing. Let us pour this filth down their throats. In a fervor, the crowd surged, ready to rend Li Fugui and Shen Fang apart, had it not been for the officials of the Jingzhaoyin restraining them. Yu Taisher and Yu Mu stared in shock at the unexpected turn of events, their faces flushed, rendered speechless. Yu Luruwei, with a smile playing at her lips, turned her gaze to Shen Yaoyao. Recalling the incident a few days prior, when the clever child had fed a mouse, could it be that she had caused the mouse to dig and burst the drainage channel? Even the foolish Shen Fang should not have been so careless. Yu Chang'an, having rejoiced for a moment, now wore a frown. This fecal scholar was indeed a scholar. How could such a petty person achieve success? How infuriating. Sister has a plan. Shen Yaoyao stretched out her little hand towards Eldest Uncle. Pick me up. Understanding her intent, Eldest patted his nephew's head as the three huddled in a corner, exchanging secrets in hushed tones. What book? Can I assist? Zhou Ruodong suddenly appeared from behind, speaking warmly. Sister Yaoyao is even more beautiful. Good. I can speak now. Shen Yaoyao proudly patted her chest. What are you doing here? You're not allowed to look at my sister. Yu Chang'an protectively shielded Shen Yaoyao, glaring at Zhou Ruodong. I came with grandfather to see the announcement. He also participated in the provincial examination and, like Yu Chang'an, has earned the title of scholar. What were you just discussing?
Can you tell me?
Without a second thought. Yu Chang'an rebutted, of course not. This is a secret between my sister and me. How could I divulge it to an outsider? How many characters can you write in a day? Shen Yaoyao tilted her head, her innocent eyes gazing at Zhou Ruodong. Zhou Ruodong pondered before replying. I once copied the 1,000-character classic 100 times in a single day. The little one nodded, then shifted her gaze to Yu Chang'an. What about you? Yu Chang'an was taken aback, his mouth agape, reluctant to admit he was inferior to Zhou Ruodong. Copying is nothing. In terms of boxing, I can perform 100 sets in half a day. Yu Chang'an struck a few poses, full of vigor. And no use. Shen Yaoyao, disinterested in Yu Chang'an, beamed at Zhou Ruodong, exclaiming, Zhou Guogua, join us. Shen Yaoyao's grin was mischievous. The nickname of shit scholar was merely an appetizer. Fully peeling away his skin would be the main course. Her younger cousin was delightfully cunning, and she adored him. Yu Chang'an, merely listening, felt an anticipatory thrill building within him. Chapter 46. Do not undermine the youth in poverty, though she was distanced from the source of the foul odor. Its stench wafted over, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. She needed to cleanse herself swiftly. Chun Tao, lead the nimble maidservants to splash water throughout the estate, leaving no corner untouched, and then burn mugwort in the courtyard to purify the air.
Ah.
Shen old matron's desperate wails echoed as the previously dried excrement cascaded down her head, mingling with the cool water, accidentally spilling into her mouth and down her throat. With a retch, she collapsed against the wall, vomiting the repugnant yellow liquid all over the floor. The others fared no better. Shen Zongruwei appeared as though he had been submerged in a cesspool. Filthy maid, do you lack vision? After some time, Shen matron finally regained her composure. Glaring furiously at the instigator of her plight, her hand raised, ready to strike.
Stop.
Yu Luruwei strolled in leisurely, witnessing the miserable spectacle of their family, and a significant portion of her pent-up frustration dissipated. Mother, the maidservants did not act with malice. It's just that the stench was so overwhelming that even I momentarily thought a beggar had arrived. She deliberately pinched her nose while speaking, her disdain unmistakable. You. Since the Yu family married into the Shen family, her status had risen significantly, and after years of indulgence, she was furious at such humiliation, her eyes rolling in anger. Yet, Yu Luruwei wore an innocent expression, completely oblivious to her supposed misstep. Luo Ruwei, how can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Shen Liang's face flushed with anger as he pointed accusingly at Yu Luruwei. As he approached, Yu Luruwei immediately furrowed her brow and took 2 large steps back, regarding him with a look of disgust, as if he were something vile. Shen Liang was deeply offended by her disdainful gaze, the malice hidden in his eyes surfacing. Fixated on her with an intense glare, wishing to shatter her bones inch by inch, though it vanished just as quickly. It's all Li Fugui's fault. His incompetence has led to this mess, and now he has not only dragged himself down but the entire family along with him. Shen Zongruwei completely crumbled, devoid of the joy he had felt when he thought of sharing in the family's fortune. Zongruwei, are you alright? Zhang Rongyin approached him with a sympathetic expression, unable to harden her heart against him even after hearing Shen Yaoyao's revelations. After all, he had not harmed her, and he was still the child she had borne after enduring 10 months of hardship. Seeing her unbothered by the filth covering Shen Zongruwei, Yu Luruwei took out a handkerchief to wipe the grime off his face, letting out a sigh, but ultimately saying nothing more. As Shen Yaoyao would put it, it was a matter of respecting others' fates. Since entering the residence, Shen Zongruwei had taken in the grandeur around him. growing increasingly disdainful of the rustic house from which he hailed. He could not help but fantasize about how splendid it would be to stay here as a young master. His eyes darted around before he suddenly knelt at Shen Matron's feet. "Grandmother, now that such a scandal has erupted regarding my father, everyone knows, and they mock me. I cannot even bear to attend the academy. Your household is prosperous with many rooms. Please allow my mother and me to stay and serve you.
Alright.
We have our own home. Do not burden your aunt," Zhang Rongyin hastily interjected, only to be violently shrugged off. "Mother, you're still with child. Zhongrui cannot bear to see you work so hard." Shen Zhongrui wept, his nose running, quickly softening Shen old matron's heart. No matter how accomplished Li Fugui became, he was still her grandson. If she could keep Shen Zhongrui and nurture him into a talent, it would only benefit the Shen family. My poor grandson. If it must be so, let him stay. You sure, send someone to prepare the north courtyard for Zhongrui and his mother's residence. Upon hearing this, Yu Luorwei suppressed a smirk, maintaining a calm demeanor as she replied, "Mother's concern for her grandson is entirely natural. My husband and I naturally concur. As the eldest son of the eldest brother, his needs must not be neglected. We shall treat him as a legitimate son of the Shen family. What do you think?" Shen old matron's expression turned to one of astonishment, her furrowed brows relaxing. She had not anticipated Yu Luorwei to be so agreeable today. Her prepared retort was rendered unnecessary. Just as she was about to swallow her words, she heard Yu Luorwei add nonchalantly, "However, the household funds are insufficient. We still require your and my husband's assistance." Shen old matron's face darkened instantly, glaring fiercely at Yu Shi, knowing full well that this wretched woman was not so easily dealt with. The savings she had accumulated over the years were dwindling, and with Li Fugui's expenses, hardly a coin remained. The thought of that money made her heart ache. Were it not for the hope of Li Fugui achieving success and aiding the Shen family, she would have ceased long ago. Initially, Shen Liang had intended to unleash his ire, but upon hearing Yu Luorwei's words, he promptly sealed his lips. As a fifth-rank official, his salary was meager, and with the borrowed silver from the pawnshop, he dared not even contemplate the consequences of failing to repay it. "You sure he is but a child? How much could he possibly spend? Why must you be so calculating?" Shen matron's eyes darted, and she decisively made up her mind. "Mother, do not speak such words again. If the name of the legitimate wife's dowry is spread, what will happen to my husband's reputation?" Yu Luorwei hastily rose to perform a courtesy, feigning a dutiful demeanor. After a moment's pause, she sighed, her weathered face etched with difficulty, addressing Shen Zhongrui. "He. Shan Yaoyao clapped her little hands, innocently mimicking, do not bully the poor." Uffed. Shen Liang felt as if he had been shot. Do not bully the elderly, impoverished." Shen matron's composure faltered. "Death, the deceased, is paramount." The little one had audaciously insulted even the ancestors of the Shen family. Chapter 47. The Emperor's green hat is truly sturdy. Shen Yaoyao stumbled through her words, satisfied as she patted her small chest, casting a glance at her mother, signaling, "Look how impressive I am. I can say so many words." Only the Shen family members remained speechless, unable to argue with an infant. By the decree of Her Majesty the Empress, the esteemed Yu Shi and the fortunate princess are summoned to the palace for companionship. On the streets of Chang'an, Shen Fang knelt on the filthy ground, laboriously scrubbing with a rag, the stench overwhelming her senses. The Jingzhaoyin had ordered her and Li Fugui to clean the streets for half a month. "Fugui, help your mother clean as well. There is so much filth," Shen Fang implored, casting a glance at her son, who stood aloof, arms crossed. "What? I am to be the future top scholar. How can I do such menial work?" Li Fugui exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on his tail, his face contorted in disgust. "It's all your fault for insisting on such foolishness. Now I've lost face completely. Fugui, mother is doing this for you." Shen Fang felt a chill in her heart. She had followed Lu Yingying's advice, doing everything for her son's sake, yet it had only earned her his disdain and reproach. At that moment, a luxurious carriage passed by. Liang, raising a child, securing old age. Shan Yaoyao chirped, extending her little hand out the window, gleefully pointing at Shen Fang. The innocent sound pierced Shen Fang's ears, grating and harsh. "Mother's good little treasure is the best." Yu Luorwei, pleased, pulled the child closer, ignoring the two figures, urging the driver to continue on their way. Inside Fengyi Hall, Empress Chu was restless, immediately rising upon hearing footsteps, striding toward the entrance. "Your Majesty," the Empress Yu Luorwei, holding Shen Yaoyao, was about to bow when the Empress supported her, saying, "This is not in front of others. Why must you be so formal with me?" As her words fell, Yu Luorwei realized that only the three of them remained in the hall, all the palace attendants having been dismissed. In the aftermath of the last swing banquet, my heart has been in turmoil, especially with the ever-expanding belly of Lady Li. She has been tormented by nightmares for consecutive nights, unable to find solace in either sleep or sustenance. However, upon encountering Yu Luozhui and Shen Yaoyao, my restless spirit has finally found some tranquility. That wicked woman's offspring appears to be thriving. Calculating the days, the birth is imminent. Shen Yaoyao's inner thoughts reached the ears of Empress Chu, causing her to frown in concern. "How can this be? According to the records from the Xiangshu Pavilion and the pulse diagnosis from the Imperial Medical Bureau, Lady Li still has over 3 months before she delivers. Could it be an illegitimate child? Beware, Your Majesty. That scheming woman is likely attempting to feign a premature birth, hoping to pin the blame on you. After a brief contemplation, Empress Chu summoned Feng Ruo to relay her instructions. Half an hour later, Feng Ruo hurriedly announced, Your Majesty, Lady Li has indeed arrived. Let her come. We shall face whatever challenges await us. Shen Yaoyao exclaimed, straightening in her seat, her small hands and feet fidgeting with excitement. As the doors opened, Lady Li approached with her conspicuously large belly, moving with deliberate slowness. I pay my respects to Your Majesty, she greeted. Lady Li, with a royal heir in your womb, why are you wandering about instead of nurturing your pregnancy? Empress Chu's tone was calm, yet authoritative. The physician has assured me my pregnancy is stable and movement is beneficial for labor. Moreover, I recall Your Majesty has shown me much kindness since my pregnancy. I have brought this exquisite flowing silk, recently gifted by His Majesty, as a token of respect, Lady Li replied, as her maid presented the resplendent fabric. Taking the silk, Lady Li's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as she stepped forward, only to find herself unable to glide as expected. Looking down, she realized the floor of Feigned Palace had been covered with a layer of anti-slip powder. Ha! Stuck, are we? The wicked woman's plan to feign a fall and miscarriage has failed. Lady Li, what seems to be the matter? Why do you hesitate? Empress Chu inquired with a hint of mockery. Lady Li's expression shifted dramatically, but she took a deep breath and approached, taunting, Your Majesty, this flowing silk is unique. Why has His Majesty bestowed it solely upon me and not upon you? Perhaps he believes my youth complements its vibrancy. With a haughty demeanor, she raised an eyebrow and contemptuously directed her gaze toward Empress Chu. Are you not eager to strike me? If you do, I shall fall. And you shall have to bear the consequences of my supposed miscarriage. To her surprise, Empress Chu suddenly took a step back, distancing herself from Lady Li. Is she mad? How can she endure such provocation? Lady Li clenched her fists, seething with indignation. Just as she prepared to take action against Yaoyao, a eunuch announced, The Emperor has arrived in the Empress's quarters. Is it true that the Empress summoned my little lucky star to the palace? The Emperor entered, surrounded by attendants, his face lighting up upon seeing Shen Yaoyao, who had grown since their last encounter. Indeed, my personally designated fortune princess, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Only then did he notice the heavily pregnant Lady Li. I did not expect to see you here as well. You must take extra care now that you are further along. Nurture my little prince well, and when he arrives safely, I shall reward you handsomely. Embracing Lady Li, she leaned into him as they exchanged affectionate glances, a sight that made Shen Yaoyao avert her eyes in discomfort. How beautiful indeed, with a crown of thorns firmly affixed. The innocent thoughts of the little one echoed in the ears of Empress Chu and Yaoyao, who exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Lady Li, reveling in her triumph, cast a glance at Empress Chu before turning to Shen Yaoyao, exclaiming, This is the fortune princess His Majesty often praises. She is truly lovely. Feigning delight, she reached to touch Shen Yaoyao's cheek, but the little girl, with her innocent mischief, spat out in protest, I don't like you. Such a young child. Clearly someone has taught her. Lady Li complained, her face painted with feigned sorrow as she directed her grievances toward Empress Chu. Your Majesty, I have always been respectful since entering the palace. Even if you dislike His Majesty's affection toward me, you should not instill such words in a child. After uttering her complaint, she theatrically covered her face with a handkerchief and pretended to sob. Yaoyao knelt gracefully, defending, Your Majesty. Surely you perceive that the Empress is a paragon of virtue. How could she engage in such behavior? Besides, even if she wished to teach, I have only recently entered the palace with my daughter. There has been insufficient time for her to learn such things. Perhaps the fortune princess is simply exceptionally bright and learns quickly. Enough. She is merely an infant, incapable of grasping such concepts. I see now that I have indulged you too much, allowing you to speak so freely and dare to offend the Empress. Lady Li stood frozen, wounded by the rebuke, biting her lip in distress. Mother, cry, cry. Shen Yaoyao chimed in, her innocent eyes wide, delivering the final blow. Seething with rage toward Shen Yaoyao and Yaoyao, Lady Li realized the Emperor had no intention of comforting her. Unable to bear the humiliation, she left in tears. The Emperor's brow furrowed, his expression dark as a brewing storm. Indeed, a concubine is a concubine, never to rise above her station, only to be indulged more and more, becoming increasingly arrogant and disrespectful. Today, she quarreled with an infant, displaying no semblance of grace befitting a consort. Casting a glance at the regal Empress, he recalled her years of unwavering composure and meticulous management of the inner court, filling him with a sense of admiration. The Empress, with her inherent grace and dignity, was a stark contrast to Lady Li's lack of decorum. Your Majesty, it is Lady Li who has overstepped. However, considering she is with child, I urge you to overlook her insolence. Such a venomous tongue and poisonous heart. Shen Yaoyao silently chastised the Emperor and Empress in her thoughts. The emperor's hand froze in midair, a look of surprise on his face as he observed the empress, sensing a subtle change in her demeanor. The empress, aware of the emperor's newfound discomfort, secretly scoffed at him, thinking how fickle men can be. When her gaze shifted to Yaoyao, it softened as she recalled a recent gift of a magnificent turtle from the southern seas. I have set up a platform in the imperial garden to view the turtle. Would you care to join me, Yaoyao? The emperor eagerly interjected, I shall accompany the empress. In the imperial garden, the concubines gathered, marveling at the turtle. When the eunuch announced the arrival of the emperor and empress, they all knelt in reverence. Rise, the emperor commanded, relishing the lofty sensation of his position as he took the empress's hand and approached the turtle. The empress frowned, unable to break free, her heart filled with disdain. As Shen Liang caught sight of the turtle, she felt an inexplicable fondness, squirming in Yaoyao's arms, eager to get closer. Turtle, it's me, old friend, she exclaimed, revealing her tiny teeth in delight. Yaoyao was taken aback, a wave of apprehension washing over her. While she knew her daughter to be spirited, she had not anticipated such boldness. The little girl was clamoring to ride on a turtle. As beads of sweat formed, Yaoyao frantically contemplated how to restrain her, only to witness the turtle slowly making its way toward them, stretching its neck as if inviting the little one to climb aboard. With uncontained joy, Shen Liang scrambled up onto the turtle's back. Yaoyao was startled by the sudden actions of Shen Liang, her heart racing as if her soul was about to flee. However, upon seeing the little one securely seated on the turtle's shell, her anxiety gradually subsided. Let's go, turtle. Shen Liang waved her chubby little hands, her laughter radiating innocence and joy. Miraculously, the divine turtle seemed to comprehend her words, indeed bearing her around the imperial garden at a leisurely pace. What a spectacle it was. A group of individuals of the utmost nobility followed suit, their steps synchronized with the turtle's movements. The emperor frowned, feeling as though he might be losing his mind. Here he was, the sovereign of a great nation, behaving so childishly, frolicking alongside his concubines with such delight. A glance at the empress and the concubines revealed them engaged in warm camaraderie, discussing exquisite floral designs, fashionable hairpins, and various makeup styles. No longer clinging to him in a frenzy for his favor. This realization only deepened his discontent, as he found himself increasingly overlooked, a most absurd situation indeed. What a despicable man. He looks unappealing yet harbors such lofty aspirations. Shen Liang, aware of his thoughts, huffed silently in her heart. Ever since Empress Chu had been enlightened and cast aside her romantic notions, she had turned her focus towards her career, proactively uniting the concubines and preparing for the crown prince's future, thus creating a new dynamic both within and outside the court. The emperor, recognizing this shift, suddenly darkened his expression, sternly reprimanding the empress and the concubines. Look at yourselves, wasting time on frivolities. Is this how you manage my harem, empress? His sudden outburst startled everyone, prompting the empress to furrow her brow and lead the concubines in kneeling to plead for forgiveness, though internally, she couldn't help but scoff. Just moments ago, they had been so engrossed in pursuing the great turtle, more enthusiastic than anyone else. Now, his mood was inexplicably volatile. It was no wonder they said serving a monarch was akin to cohabiting with a tiger. Yaoyao was equally alarmed, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise her head, wishing to retrieve her daughter from the divine turtle's back. The emperor's temperament was unpredictable, and her precious child was still young, likely to speak without thought. Should she inadvertently provoke his wrath, it would be disastrous. As if summoned by her fears, Shen Liang swung her chubby little legs, furrowing her brow and tilting her head to gaze at the emperor, her voice sweet and clear. Do you want to ride the turtle? Seemingly not yet finished with her play, she generously offered. Then, you may have it. However, her small hands clung to the large turtle, her expression clearly indicating she had not yet had enough fun but wished to avoid angering the emperor. Her eyes remained fixed on him, as if to say, I am being magnanimous. The emperor pondered. Is that what she means? Though he felt a surge of annoyance, he could not unleash it upon a child barely a year old, ultimately sighing and gesturing for everyone to rise. Do you truly not wish to play? Chapter 49. Yaoyao falls into the water. I want to play. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Everyone turned to see the princes, freshly released from their studies, hurrying over to witness the divine turtle. It was the third prince who spoke first. Indeed, it is a divine turtle, so enormous. The third prince rushed forward, eager to touch the creature, having never encountered such a large turtle before. Who are you? Shen Liang scratched her head, her innocent eyes blinking in confusion. Just as the third prince's hand was about to make contact with the turtle's shell, the previously docile creature unexpectedly changed demeanor, opening its massive mouth and lunging at his hand. A child unaccustomed to such a display, he recoiled in fright, stumbling over a small stone and landing on the ground. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, the turtle approached him once more, causing him to wail uncontrollably. The turtle won't bite. Shen Liang blinked her big eyes and gently patted the turtle's back with her little hand. Remarkably, the agitated turtle seemed to calm down, retreating slowly. The third prince's mother, Consort Shen, seized the moment to scoop him up, scolding him anxiously. You must never show disrespect to the divine turtle. I want tea. Why is it acceptable for her The third prince pointed at Shen Yaoyao, his voice filled with indignation. What a remarkable creature, let me see. A confident and proud tone resonated from the young voice. The crowd turned to see Princess Rugia, Chu Yanyan, the niece of Empress Chu, arriving alongside the young crown prince, Song Huijin. It's just a turtle. What is so impressive about it? I can tame it too, Chu Yanyan declared, removing a pouch from her waist and producing some dried fish. She confidently approached the divine turtle. Be good, great turtle. If you allow me to ride on your back, I will reward you with endless treats for the rest of your life. How about that? As the great turtle indulged in the dried fish, she gently patted its head, speaking softly to negotiate. As anticipated, the great turtle was charmed by the food and readily allowed her to mount its back. Ah, it's so easy. I should have brought some dried fish too. The third prince looked on with envy, his expression morose as he lamented. Once on the turtle's back, Chu Yanyan found herself face to face with Shen Yaoyao, their gazes locking. It's too cramped up here. You need to get down, Chu Yanyan declared with an air of superiority. Her chin raised arrogantly. The onlookers understood her temperament. She was the eldest daughter of the Chu family, doted upon since childhood due to her connection to the empress. Her nature inevitably spoiled. However, Shen Yaoyao's status was equally esteemed. Not only was she the granddaughter of the influential Yu family, but she also held the title of Fortune Princess, overshadowing Chu Yanyan. Both young girls enjoyed the favor of the emperor and empress, their rivalry palpable, causing the concubines to sweat with anxiety, while others watched with keen interest. Yu Luowei felt as though she had one foot in the netherworld, her heart rising and falling in trepidation. Fearing for her darling's well-being, she stepped forward to apologize first. Princess, please forgive us. Yaoyao did not intend to compete for the turtle. She is still so young. Let her play. Shen Yaoyao, unconcerned about competing, waved her hand dismissively. Uncle Emperor, I want to play, I will let him have it. She blinked her large, gleaming eyes, turning to her mother with outstretched arms, signaling for her to lift her down. Chu Yanyan was taken aback. Though she had won, she felt an inexplicable sense of disdain. Frowning, she was even more taken aback by the sight that followed. The crown prince, unexpectedly, stepped past Yu Luowei to gently assist the little girl, tenderly producing a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands and face. What right does this little girl have? Chu Yanyan thought, feeling a surge of disappointment. She and the crown prince had grown up together. Yet he had never treated her in such a manner. A wave of jealousy surged within her, and suddenly a malicious thought crossed her mind. Without hesitation, Chu Yanyan raised her hand and pushed Shen Yaoyao from behind. Caught off guard, Shen Yaoyao tumbled forward, plummeting into the nearby Tai pool. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Darling! Yu Luowei exclaimed, disregarding rank and propriety, furiously shouting at Chu Yanyan. Princess, she is just a child. How could you be so cruel? If anything happens to her, I swear, I will not spare you. With that, she attempted to leap over the railing to rescue her beloved child. The weather was still cool, and the water of the Tai pool was icy cold. Not even an adult could withstand such temperatures, let alone Shen Yaoyao, who was not yet a year old. However, someone was quicker. With a splash, Song Huijin, closest to the edge, leaped into the water without a moment's hesitation. Chu Yanyan, stunned by the commotion, had merely acted out of frustration, never intending for things to escalate this way. No one had ever rebuked her in such a manner. In the Tai pool, Song Huijin took a deep breath and plunged into the water, his limbs moving swiftly, yet he felt it was not enough. Hurry, my dear Yaoyao. Please do not come to harm. Wait for me. As he watched the little figure gradually submerge, Song Huijin's body tensed, despite his exhaustion. He dared not relent for even a moment. Behind him, calls echoed chaotically. The prince and the eunuch's adept in swimming jumped into the water in a panic. Yet the prince's figure had long since vanished from sight. The water of the Tai pool was frigid and piercing, as if it wished to penetrate through him. Song Huijin trembled from the cold, his limbs numb, relying solely on sheer willpower to swim forward. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort of his body, laboriously moving toward Shen Yaoyao, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Shen Yaoyao was enveloped in a blinding golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. Prince, the pot, the nest not for. Shen Yaoyao's lips moved as she saw him approach, and with a sense of reassurance, she peacefully closed her eyes. Yaoyao, I am coming to rescue you. Song Huijin's brow quivered intensely, suppressing his emotions. He heard the shouts behind him and quickly embraced Shen Yaoyao, exerting all his strength to drag her to the shore. Yaoyao, how do you feel? Ignoring his own condition, Song Huijin expelled a mouthful of dirty water and immediately focused on Shen Yaoyao, fearing for her well-being. Good child. My precious child. Yu Luowei, disregarding decorum, rushed to Shen Yaoyao's side, anxiously checking her condition. Seeing her drenched and vulnerable, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, rendering her speechless. Chapter 50. The death curse. Don't be afraid, my dear. Mother is here. Yu Luowei cradled the small, soft body, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze sweeping over her inch by inch. It was not until the arriving imperial physician confirmed that Shen Yaoyao was unharmed that she finally exhaled in relief. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. And even at this moment, She could not suppress her lingering fear. Raising her eyes to the soaked Song Huijin, she spoke through her tears. "Thank you, your highness. It is thanks to your selfless act of jumping into the water to save Yaoyao, had it not been for you." The mere thought of such a possibility caused her tears to flow like a fountain. "Madam Yu, there is no need for such courtesy. Yaoyao saved me. It is only right that I repay the favor." Song Huijin, shivering from the cold, thought of Shen Yaoyao first. His gaze fell upon her small, waterlogged form, his brows instinctively furrowing with concern. Although Yaoyao had reassured him in the water, how could he not worry when she lay there with her eyes tightly shut? The instigator of this chaos, Princess Rigia, Chu Yanran, stood frozen in shock, her usual pride stripped away, nervously fidgeting with her hands.
Child.
How have your parents and siblings taught you? How could you act so maliciously? Fortunately, Yaoyao is safe today. Had anything happened, I would not be able to protect you. Empress Chu glared at Chu Yanran in disappointment and anger, having thought that despite her usual arrogance, she at least possessed some sense. The emperor's expression was even darker than water. Shen Yaoyao was his personally designated auspicious princess, and now she had been pushed into the water before him, nearly losing her life. It was a direct affront to him. Cousin? Chu Yanran, raised with the utmost affection, had never been treated in such a manner. With both her beloved empress aunt and the emperor uncle glaring at her, the rest regarded her with disdainful eyes, whispering behind her back. The grievances and self-blame she had felt moments ago vanished, replaced with tears of indignation as she protested. "But she is fine, is she not? Even without my brother the prince, I was prepared to rescue her myself. I merely acted out of momentary anger to teach her a lesson." Such a spoiled child. Hearing her speak without concern, even lacking an ounce of remorse, Yulurue felt her fury boiling over, trembling uncontrollably. "Your highness, despite your noble status, Yaoyao is my cherished jewel. You pushed her and dare to speak so? I will not let this go." Yulurue glared at Chu Yanran, each word striking with conviction, before slowly kneeling before the emperor and empress. "Your majesty, your highness, everyone witnessed what happened. A prince must be held accountable just like a commoner. I hope your majesty and the empress will uphold justice for my child." Upon finishing, she straightened her back and bowed deeply to them. One was the daughter of a close friend, and the other was her own niece. The empress felt increasingly guilty, especially upon seeing Shen Yaoyao, still so small, shivering from the cold, instinctively seeking warmth in her embrace. "Lorue, my heart aches for Yaoyao, who has suffered this unwarranted calamity." She commanded her maid to retrieve countless treasures from the palace treasury to compensate the little one for her suffering. The emperor's face remained dark, his cold gaze fixed on Chu Yanran, his formidable presence suffocating those present. "The Princess Rigia displays extreme behavior and has committed an offense in court. She is to be confined for reflection and shall not enter the palace for 10 days. The emperor was indeed harsh. 10 days without seeing Song Huijin was akin to taking her life. Chu Yanran bit her lip defiantly, unwilling to shed tears in front of others, and opened her mouth to retort but was hastily pulled away by her accompanying maid. "Your highness, let us go." The maid dragged Chu Yanran away forcefully. Yu Luorwei clutched Shen Yaoyao tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, she would disappear from her life. It had nearly cost a life. Yet the noble princess faced only confinement. "Yaoyao, are you alright?" Shen Yaoyao, having awakened at some point, reached her small hand to Yu Luorwei's face, gently wiping away her tears. "Good child, you're awake." Yu Luorwei looked at her understanding daughter, feeling even more guilt and fear. "It is Mother's fault. I did not take good care of you. Mother, do not cry." Meanwhile, a small eunuch moved stealthily toward the eastern palace. Shen Yaoyao sensed something amiss and heard his thoughts in the next moment. "I am truly sorry, your highness, but what can I do? The other side offered too much." "Oh no, the young prince is in danger." Shen Yaoyao furrowed her brow, tightly grasping Yu Luorwei's sleeve, conveying her recent revelation. "Mother, hurry and save brother the prince. The bad person wants to harm him." Yu Luorwei was alarmed. Shen Yaoyao's urgency left no time to inform the empress. The prince had just saved her, and now he was in peril. She could not stand idly by. Disregarding palace rules, Yu Luorwei rushed toward the eastern palace, with Shen Yaoyao in her arms. Upon entering, Song Huijin had already changed into dry clothes, holding a steaming bowl of ginseng soup, preparing to drink it. The small eunuch stood opposite him, his cold eyes fixed on his every move, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he watched him about to drink the poisoned soup.
"No.
"No, you cannot drink that." Shen Yaoyao flailed anxiously in Yu Luorwei's arms, intermittently shouting, "Bad person." Yu Luorwei was equally frantic, but it was too late to intervene. Her heart raced. Unexpectedly, Song Huijin's actions halted abruptly, and he suddenly splashed the entire bowl of ginseng soup onto the eunuch, the scalding liquid pouring down, causing him to scream in agony. Yu Luorwei was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, standing frozen. The usually gentle Song Huijin narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating an aura of authority.
"Speak."
"Who sent you to harm me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch collapsed, convulsing and spitting blood, his eyes wide with terror as he slowly breathed his last. Shen Yaoyao sensed a wisp of ominous energy emanating from him. "Mother, the villain has been cursed." This curse was particularly malevolent. Once the afflicted attempted to utter forbidden words, they would perish instantly. With their demise, the traces of the curse would vanish, leaving no evidence behind. Chapter 51. How could the devotees dare to align with the divine? Song Huijin cast a discreet glance at Shen Yaoyao before summoning his servants to remove the body for the Ministry of Justice to handle. He instructed them to report back immediately if any clue surfaced. The eunuchs executed their task with calm efficiency, devoid of any panic. Go and inform the Empress of the events that transpired here. As the hall regained its tranquility, Yu Luo Rui finally voiced her inner curiosity. Your Highness, how did you discern that the young eunuch was problematic? Was there prior notification? Song Huijin pressed his lips together, contemplating for a moment before responding. Madam Yu, do you believe that some individuals possess extraordinary abilities? His words caused Yu Luo Rui's eyelashes to flutter as she instinctively glanced at the precious child in her arms, her heart racing with trepidation. Could it be that the Crown Prince had uncovered something? He had possessed the ability to discern good from evil since childhood, which had allowed him to navigate the perilous palace life with relative safety. Yet this time, he was able to perceive the dark malevolence surrounding the eunuch, an unprecedented occurrence. Perhaps it was due to that time when Yaoyao saved him. Song Huijin's gaze deepened with restraint. Yaoyao harbored many secrets, and all he could do was ensure her safety. Yu Luo Rui exhaled in relief. Upon receiving the news, Empress Chu hurried to the scene, her eyes filled with concern. Ignoring palace decorum, she rushed to her son, her heart settling only after confirming his safety. Jiner, are you unharmed? Mother, I am fine, thanks to Madame Yu and Sister Yaoyao's timely rescue. Song Huijin, mature beyond his years, bowed respectfully to Shen Yaoyao, genuine gratitude reflected in his demeanor. Hearing this, Empress Chu looked at the mother and daughter with heartfelt appreciation, unsure how to express her gratitude. Luo Rui, you have truly raised a remarkable daughter. Time and again, she has saved Jiner. I am at a loss for how to reward her. Shen Yaoyao blinked her innocent, naive eyes and waved her chubby little hand at the Empress. Crown Prince, I didn't do anything. Her mind was filled with Song Huijin's words, reminiscent of a mythical artifact that could discern good and evil. The Kunlun Mirror, the foremost of the 7 divine artifacts, had long since been lost with the fall of the ancient deities. Shen Yaoyao felt overwhelmed, her little brows furrowing in agitation. Oh no, I feel like I'm about to think too much. She was merely a 9-month-old infant. Thoughts of ancient artifacts were far beyond her capacity. Yu Luo Rui furrowed her brow, watching her with concern, bewildered by her child's chaotic thoughts. Had she recently read her any mythological tales? The Emperor, having received word, summoned the National Master in a fit of rage to investigate the Crown Prince's repeated encounters with curses. Yu Luo Rui, a witness to these events, was also summoned and entered the imperial study with Shen Yaoyao in her arms. The Empress stood nearby, her nails digging into her flesh, intently observing the National Master, fearful of any ill tidings. The atmosphere grew tense until the incense stick burned down, and the National Master finally spoke. Strange, strange. The last time the Crown Prince was possessed, it should have been a fatal calamity. Although he has survived, a fragment of the Prince Star is missing, indicating that he will face several more life-threatening trials. The Empress's face paled, nearly causing her to falter. What shall we do, National Master? Is there a way to break this? The National Master again performed a ritual, conjuring a yellow talisman that, upon igniting, transformed into an elusive golden light that drifted towards Shen Yaoyao, enveloping her. What is this? The Empress watched as his expression grew increasingly grave, her heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand, stifling her breath. However, this unnamed star shines too brightly, seemingly inclined to align with the imperial star. Such blasphemous words he dared not utter before the Emperor. His words led both the Emperor and Empress to think of Shen Yaoyao, a mere infant yet repeatedly saving the Crown Prince. Jiner, what do you think of the Fortune Princess? The Emperor's gaze was profound, laden with meaning as he inquired about Shen Yaoyao. Yu Luo Rui's heart raced in alarm, yet she refrained from acting, fearing to provoke the Emperor. She could only anxiously watch the Crown Prince. When the topic of Shen Yaoyao arose, Song Huijin's demeanor shifted, his face brightening with a smile, eyes harboring a hint of affection. Sister Yaoyao is adorable, vivacious by nature, and incredibly wise. Hearing the Crown Prince's praises, the Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Since you hold her in such high regard, how about I decree their betrothal? Although the Fortune Princess is still quite young, we can arrange the engagement now and wait until she is of suitable age to enter the Eastern Palace. Yu Luo Rui gasped in shock. She instinctively tightened her grip on Shen Yaoyao, feeling unwillingness at the notion of marrying her daughter to the Crown Prince at such a tender age. While others might express gratitude, she was acutely aware of the palace's treacherous nature. The position of Crown Prince was a coveted prize among the imperial heirs, akin to a piece of meat surrounded by wolves. The circumstances she had witnessed were already enough to make one shudder. She did not wish for her precious child to be ensnared in such turmoil, living in fear each day. All she desired was for her beloved child to grow up healthy, free from worry, and to live a peaceful and joyful life. However, the Emperor's intentions were now set, and her status left her powerless to resist. Empress Chu also frowned, sensing the inappropriateness of the situation. While she too cherished the daughter of Luo Rui's family, the child was simply too young, and the future remained uncertain. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Song Huijin preempted her. Father, I am still quite young, and have much to learn about statecraft. I do not wish to marry at this time. I want to study diligently under my master to better assist you in governing you and ensuring the prosperity of our people. Song Huijin's refusal was immediate and instinctive, a chill washing over him as cold sweat broke out. Father is too intimidating. How could a devotee dare to be wed to the deity they revered? Such an affront. Chapter 52. As long as Yaoyao is here, my uncle shall not perish. Given this, the matter would be set aside for the time being and discussed later. The emperor, though regretful, did not abandon the notion. It was evident that Jeaner held a fondness for the sister. Who knows what fate may unfold with further acquaintance. In the carriage returning to the Shun residence, Yu Luo Rui cradled Shen Yaoyao, her eyes brimming with affection, her tone gentle. My dear, do you like the crown prince? The emperor seems to hold intentions to betroth you to him. Shen Yaoyao, not lifting her head, focused intently on the gold gifted by the young prince, happily biting down, leaving a faint imprint of her little teeth. Yummy. I like it. Big brother sent me gold. Her mouth was stuffed full, making her words even more muddled. Seeing the innocent demeanor of the little one, Yu Luo Rui couldn't help but chuckle softly. Despite the child's remarkable abilities, her mind was still that of a small child, entirely oblivious to the implications of her words. She pursed her lips, reaching to adjust Shen Yaoyao's collar, silently vowing to protect her child, ensuring she would never again face harm. Little dried fish, big turtle, little princess, no, simple. Shen Yaoyao shook her head, constantly muttering about the gold. Could it be that she has been frightened into a psychological shadow? Hearing her fragmented thoughts, Yu Luo Rui embraced her tightly, her heart aching with a deeper sense of sorrow and guilt. It is entirely her fault for not properly caring for the dear child, who, at such a tender age, has experienced such a fright. It is truly pitiful. How could she be so careless as to lose sight of a child and even collide with Princess Rugia? The barrage of accusations ignited the suppressed fury within Yu Luo Rui, and despite being aware of Shen Liang's hypocrisy and malice, she could not help but feel a chill in her heart. With a gaze filled with disappointment and coldness, she rebuked him sharply. My husband only knows of the collision with the princess, but are you aware that our daughter nearly lost her life in the palace? Her eyes were so icy and sharp that Shen Liang, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, his tone unwittingly softening somewhat, yet he still considered Yu Luo Rui to be overreacting. It's merely children playing around. It is not as grave as you claim. Moreover, the palace has already bestowed numerous gifts as compensation. In truth, our Yaoyao is quite fortunate, having received so many rewards from just one visit to the palace. Shen Liang was completely oblivious to her reaction, preoccupied with thoughts of how to appropriate those rewards for himself. My dear, Yaoyao is still young, and our household has ample income. Could we not? Yu Luo Rui saw through his ulterior motives with a piercing gaze, her contempt for him growing deeper. She could hardly comprehend how she had once been blind to his extreme hypocrisy. My husband, it is too late. Those rewards have already been taken away by the servants and deposited into the account of Yunfeng Pavilion, to be used as Yaoyao's dowry when she turns 18. What? The smile that had just graced Shen Liang's face instantly shattered and twisted into one of fury as he glared at her, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, as if he wished to see her suffer. The immense blow rendered him unable to maintain his facade any longer, and he roared at her. Who allowed you to do this? How could you be so selfish? Yu Luo Rui's gaze fixed on him, her eyes clouded with a frosty veneer, exuding an aura of chilling resolve. Why must you be so agitated, my husband? These rewards were earned at the cost of our dear child's life. They rightfully belong to her as her dowry. Anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions will surely face divine retribution. As her voice rang out, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously, sending a shiver down Shen Liang's spine. Almost immediately, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear, propelling him to flee in haste. Observing his trembling figure retreat, Shen Yaoyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves him right, father. Truly, the heavens have been exceedingly gracious. She clapped her chubby little hands in delight. The unworthy father was already driven to the brink by the materials needed for fireproof clothing, having borrowed money from the small pawnshop, yet it remained insufficient. Mother, you must be cautious. Do not let him be driven to desperate measures. Indeed. Yu Luo Rui narrowed her eyes, gazing in the direction Shen Liang had exited, a chill enveloping her. She summoned Granny Zhang and instructed her in a grave tone, notify the pawnshop that regardless of how much he borrows this time, the interest must be increased tenfold. Though unspoken, Granny Zhang understood precisely who was being referred to. Understood. As Granny Zhang hurriedly departed, Shen Yaoyao recalled another matter. In her previous life, her unworthy father had also been misled by an outside woman, seizing the opportunity to present materials on the eve of a military expedition, swiftly gaining the emperor's trust. Yet, he had fabricated a large batch of shoddy fireproof clothing, claiming it to be impervious to flames, when in reality, it fell far short of the required standards. It was they who caused Uncle's demise. At that time, Yu Zhenhai had been appointed as the Grand Marshal, leading the troops into battle. It had initially seemed a promising situation. However, it was precisely these poorly crafted military uniforms that led to the downfall of the entire army. The enemy employed fire attacks, believing they could rely on the fireproof clothing for victory, only to discover that the garments, when faced with flames, were no more resilient than Shen Liang had demonstrated. Igniting at the slightest spark, many soldiers, unable to remove their clothing in time, became engulfed in flames, instantly transforming into fiery torches, reduced to charred remains in mere moments. The battlefield was ablaze, the air thick with the stench of scorched flesh. Yu Zhenhai, hearing the anguished cries of his comrades, was consumed by pain and despair. Though the surroundings were unbearably hot, his heart felt as though it had been cast into a harrowing abyss. This scene became an indelible shadow upon his soul. Out of over 200,000 troops, only a handful survived this catastrophic conflict. The foolish monarch, swayed by my unworthy father, sentenced uncle to execution without even a trial. Yu Zhenhai, burdened by guilt towards his fallen companions, had long since lost hope for survival, suffering under the scorn and curses of the people. As if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Upon hearing of her brother's plight, Yu Lurui clutched her chest in anguish, unable to fathom the depths of his suffering. Mother, uncle, how tragic. The scoundrel father deserves to die. Shen Yaoyao wrapped her chubby little hands around her, offering comfort. Do not fret, uncle shall not perish. Chapter 53, a masterpiece to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the populace, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to bring peace to all generations. In the classroom, Li Fuguei recited these 4 lines of verse in front of the teacher and his fellow students, watching as they stood dumbfounded, his corpulent face quivering with delight. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. Li Fuguei, basking in the praise, felt as if he were floating on air. His head held high, as if he could raise his tail to the heavens. While others were oblivious to Li Fuguei's true nature, Yu Chang'an understood all too well. His audacity in plagiarizing others' works was infuriating. Frowning, he clenched his fists and stood up to contest Li Fuguei. This poem is profound and scholarly. Can it truly be your own creation? Yu Chang'an's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, piercing through Li Fuguei, whose demeanor faltered under the pressure. Yet, recalling the woman's words, he straightened his back defiantly. Of course, this poem is not my work. Could it possibly be yours? Seeing the shameless glutton insist that he had authored the poem, Yu Chang'an's hands trembled with indignation. He opened his mouth to speak again but was silenced by the teacher's cold reprimand. Disrupting the classroom and questioning your peers is utterly disappointing. You are to transcribe the 1,000-character classic 100 times as punishment, to be submitted tomorrow. Yu Chang'an's eyes reddened with grievance, yet he remained obstinately unrepentant. Teacher, please do not be angry. Yu Chang'an may have simply wished to gain your attention. I do not blame him. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fuguei feigned innocence before the teacher, infuriating Yu Chang'an further. After class, Li Fuguei would relay today as events to Shenfang. Laugh now. Soon you shall have no reason to smile. Shen Yaoyao observed the mother and son duo, their arrogance akin to one another, and could not help but smirk inwardly. This esteemed teacher was renowned for his mastery of poetry, and any verse he composed could become a classic. Those who dared to challenge him invariably met defeat. In no time, from the elite to the common folk, everyone revered this enigmatic teacher, pursuing him with fervor. How wonderful it would be to have countless grand mansions, providing shelter and joy to the impoverished. Such exquisite poetry. Yet another gem. Heaven bestowed my talents for a purpose. Wealth may scatter, yet will return. What an inspiring sentiment. One could hardly fathom the caliber of genius capable of crafting such lines. Surely, he must be a celestial talent. An old steed in the stable aspires to travel 1,000 miles. A veteran soldier, despite age, retains his ambition. What kind of remarkable individual could possess such experience and audacity? It is indeed admirable. In the classroom, the students fervently discussed the works of the mysterious teacher, singing his praises. Li Fuguei had initially thought little of it until he began to recognize the verses they cited. Were they not the very lines his uncle's concubine had taught him? Frowning, he felt a storm brewing within, yet maintained an outward calm until after class, when he hurried to confront the woman. Slamming the verses onto the table, he demanded, "Why do these lines match exactly with what you taught me?" With the provincial examination approaching, how could he respond when his mind was blank? Would he be forced to admit that his previous works were merely plagiarized? Lu Yingning was taken aback by the sudden interrogation, momentarily frozen in place. As she carefully examined the verses above, she was astonished, nearly fainting from the shock. How could this be possible? Who was this impostor that had seemingly siphoned the very essence of her thoughts? These were the fruits of her labor, the result of agonizing contemplation over several days and nights, intended to assist Li Fuguei in his pursuit of fame and to support Shen Liang. And now, they had been exposed? The more she pondered, the more her countenance darkened, struggling to accept the reality. Could it be yet another time traveler? Lu Yingning felt a whirlwind of frustration. How many time travelers could there possibly be in this world? Hadn't he the system claimed she was the only one assigned to this task? In the tea house, The storyteller at the center was animatedly praising the sudden emergence of this literary genius, his words flowing like a torrent, spittle flying as he spoke. The audience was enraptured, their spirits soaring with excitement. Meanwhile, the three young children in the front row were utterly captivated, lost in a trance. Yu Chang'an set down the dried fruits in his hands, gazing adoringly at his cousin, so eager he nearly wished to kneel before her. Yaoyao, you are truly remarkable. Given another 100 years, I could never conceive of such verses. Are you not perhaps a manifestation of the literary star? You have never even attended a school, yet have created such a masterpiece, while we toil in our studies, falling short by half. It is truly shameful. Shen Yaoyao, munching on a golden apple, her cheeks glistening with juice, heard their praises and bashfully wiped her face with her chubby little hand, proudly lifting her chin to reveal her cherubic features. Her soft, doughy appearance was enough to melt hearts. Is it not merely the huaxia of 5,000 years hence? Who has not experienced such things? The verses were all painstakingly crafted by Shen Yaoyao, who had spent 2 full days in silent contemplation before passing them to Yu Deli, who worked tirelessly to have them printed and disseminated across the nation. Throughout this, Yu Chang'an was the most exhilarated, knowing that with these verses circulating, Li Fugui could no longer plagiarize during the provincial examination. He was eagerly anticipating Li Fugui's downfall. Zhou Ruodong gazed adoringly at the exquisite child, his eyes glistening. You surpass even the Confucian masters. Why not allow me to study under you? With your guidance, I believe I would make significant progress. Shen Yaoyao looked at him, taken aback by his earnestness, nearly choking on her own saliva. That is quite unnecessary. You should not harbor such thoughts about my sister. We must maintain decorum. Attend school and seek the wisdom of the masters instead. Yu Chang'an, upon hearing this, immediately grew vigilant, casting a wary glance at Zhou Ruodong. After all, she was his sister, and any teaching should rightfully come from him. On the day of the provincial examination, the entrance to the provincial governor's office was thronged with people, all there to send off the candidates. Before Yu Chang'an stepped inside, he waved fervently at his family. Father, mother, I will not disappoint you. Turning around, he nearly collided with Li Fugui, who now wore an expression devoid of his usual arrogance, his eyes filled with irritation. Watch where you're going. Li Fugui, his bulk jostled, glared at Yu Chang'an with malice. Who do we have here? The infamous shit scholar. Yu Chang'an scoffed, and, before Li Fugui could respond, he turned and sauntered away with nonchalance. As the examination papers were distributed, Li Fugui stared blankly at the questions, his mind a void, and after a prolonged silence, he could not produce a single line of poetry. His face reddened with frustration as he scratched his head, especially when he saw Yu Chang'an fervently writing nearby, which only intensified his anxiety. The time passed, yet his paper remained blank, save for his name. I cannot allow this to continue. If Yu Chang'an finds out, he will mock me mercilessly. Li Fugui gritted his teeth, determined to resort to a plan he believed would be foolproof. When Yu Chang'an next looked up, he noticed Li Fugui had regained some swagger, even daring to meet his gaze with a challenging look. Furrowing his brow, Yu Chang'an was puzzled. Did this fool have a trick up his sleeve? He steadied his nerves and focused on the examination. As Li Fugui saw his scheme unraveling, his teeth clenched in anger. But he soon regained his composure. On the final day of the examination, while Yu Chang'an was deeply engrossed in his work, a commotion erupted, followed by Li Fugui's cries of innocence. This is unfair. It was a deliberate setup. Despite his protests, the evidence of his cheating was irrefutable, and the authoritative voice of Lord Chun left no room for challenge. In the next moment, Li Fugui was dragged away by 2 guards, still shouting, "You cannot treat me this way. I am a prodigy, destined for greatness." Yu Chang'an found his cries laughable. It was utterly foolish for Li Fugui to attempt such underhanded tactics in plain sight, and he deserved this fate. Freed from Li Fugui's presence, Yu Chang'an felt rejuvenated, completing the remaining questions with a surge of inspiration. After reviewing his work, he exhaled in relief. As Yu Chang'an emerged from the provincial governor's office, he found his family waiting outside. Upon learning that Li Fugui had been carried away, he could not suppress a laugh. How did it go? Yu Zhenhai inquired, his demeanor serious. Yu Chang'an, filled with joy, replied, "How I fared is no longer important. What matters is that Li Fugui is finished. He shall never again have a chance at the imperial examinations, which means he is forever barred from the path of officialdom." He regretted not witnessing Li Fugui's downfall firsthand. "You rascal!" Yu Taisher chastised him for his glee, while Yu Mu lamented, "What a pity. He seemed such a promising talent. How could he stoop to such depths?" As Shen Yaoyao was cradled in Yu Luorui's arms, she clapped her tiny hands and chimed in cheerfully. Hearing her, Yu Chang'an immediately understood, nodding vigorously. Indeed, it was a splendid time for preparing the New Year's feast. Chang'an, a glare from Yu Taisher caused him to make a playful face. Yu Luorui, seeing her mother still lamenting, could not help but speak up. "Mother, the Shen family has always been morally dubious. As the saying goes, a crooked beam cannot support a straight roof. It is no surprise that Li Fugui would act in such a manner. It would be wise for us to limit our dealings with the Shen family." Before she could finish, Yu Taisher interrupted, "Luorui, the Shen family is your in-laws. How can you speak so carelessly? Is this the lesson we have imparted to you? Yu Mu chimed in. Indeed, while Li Fugue may not be a good person, Shen Liang has his merits. Shen Yaoyao, overhearing, could not help but spit out the juice, thinking, grandfather and grandmother truly do not understand my fine fiancé. But she held her tongue, for the drama with her unworthy father was soon to unfold. At that moment, Shen Liang remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As he daydreamed of wealth and promotion, he found himself in the embrace of soft, fragrant beauty, unable to resist his desires. In a heartbeat, he had stripped Lu Yingying bare, pressing her beneath him, breathing heavily. Inger, you are exquisite. Once I rid myself of that old hag, I shall proudly marry you. Their passionate entanglement was abruptly interrupted by a violent kick at the door. You are Shen Liang, are you not? A dozen burly men barged into the room. Witnessing the couple in their compromising position, Lu Yingying screamed in humiliation, her heart filled with despair. Who are you to dare intrude upon a private residence? Shen Liang, caught off guard, hastily grabbed a nearby quilt to cover himself. The leader of the men, noticing Shen's audacity to assume an authoritative demeanor, sneered. Master Shen, you owe money to our boss. We have come to collect what is rightfully due. Shen Liang frowned, his voice softening despite his indignation. But isn't it still before the repayment date? The man brandished a glinting knife, his tone chilling. The last batch of loans may not be due yet, but the first 10 certainly are. If you do not have the funds today. His gaze hardened, and his subordinates seized the naked Shen Liang and Lu Yingying, disregarding their struggles, and unceremoniously tossed them out into the street. On the bustling street, the sight of the two exposed individuals quickly drew the attention of passers-by. Debts must be repaid. It is only just. If you dare to pay even a single coin less, I shall chop off a finger to settle the score. Let us see how many you and this woman possess. Chapter 55, Father and the Wicked Woman. How embarrassing. The menacing figure struck the ground before Shen Liang and Lu Yingying with his knife, causing Shen Liang to feel a rush of fear. Get out! Get out! Lu Yingying's face flushed with shame and anger as she attempted to push Shen Liang away from her. Yet, it suddenly dawned on her that being exposed would leave her entirely vulnerable. Her complexion turned a shade of gray. Whose house is this? How can such disgraceful acts occur in broad daylight? The crowd grew larger, pointing and murmuring about the scandalous scene. If this was my family, I would either beat them to death or find a rope to strangle them, some exclaimed. The modest women hurriedly covered their eyes, too ashamed to look, while the men gazed hungrily at Lu Yingying. Her bare form was striking, and despite being pressed down by Shen Liang, one could easily imagine her alluring curves. The men were captivated, salivating at the thought of such a natural beauty, lamenting the circumstances that led to this event. Lu Yingying, overwhelmed with shame and anger, fainted from the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, the matron of the Shen family nearly toppled from her chair upon hearing the news. Rushing to the scene, she found Shen Liang and Lu Yingying entangled together. What a calamity! How can this happen? Why are you still standing there? The matron kicked a servant nearby, who scrambled to fetch clothing to cover the exposed pair. Just as Shen Liang was about to dress, a heart-wrenching voice pierced through the crowd. Husband, what have you done? The frail figure of Yu Luowei, trembling with despair, questioned him. How could you commit such acts? Our precious child is not even a year old. Her heartache rendered her speechless, only sobs escaping her lips. How pitiful! I heard that the Yu family gave no dowry and provided countless gifts for the wedding, only to receive such a fate. Who would have thought that this husband would be so shameless, mingling with such lowly company? The murmurs of the crowd were filled with both sympathy and disdain. Shen Liang, still in disarray, struggled to approach Yu Luowei, attempting to explain.
Hooray.
It is not as it seems, he stammered, his thoughts racing as he failed to conjure a reasonable excuse. Shen Yaoyao, shielded by her hands, squirmed in her mother's embrace, resembling a creature jumping in vain for fruit just out of reach. Daddy, you're naked.
Who is that?
How embarrassing, the crowd whispered, their judgment harsh. A man who cheats on his wife while she is still nursing their child is truly despicable. Shen Liang felt the heat of shame wash over him as he wished he could vanish. As Chun Tao approached, she purposely bumped into Shen Liang, causing him to stumble and fall.
Ha!
Serves you right. Shen Liang, embarrassed and furious, barely got to his feet before being kicked down again. You scoundrel! Is this how you treat my sister? Yu Zhenhai charged forward, delivering a fierce punch. Shen Liang felt a crack as his nose broke under the blow, blood spilling forth. Don't hit my son. You're going to kill him in public. The matron of the Shen family, panicked, directed her servants to intervene. Enough. In the Shen household, the matron is the one in charge. No one dares to act recklessly. You useless fools. The matron, exasperated, stepped forward, trembling as she brandished her cane.
Come.
If you wish to harm my son, you must first kill me. She would not believe that Yu Zhenhai would dare to strike her in the street. Why, aunt, what are you doing? Fists and feet have no eyes. Xiao Chaoga rushed forward, gripping her arm tightly. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, the matron was kicked aside by Yu Zhenhai. Shen Liang collided with his mother, both tumbling to the ground in a scene both absurd and pitiable, causing onlookers to avert their eyes.
Ouch!
The matron, frail and pale, had been injured severely. My apologies, aunt, I didn't see you there. Yu Zhenhai's tone was apologetic yet dripping with sarcasm. What sins has my son committed? Which man does not have concubines or affairs? Why must your family hold your women in such high regard? It was just a momentary lapse, she exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration. How can you be so unreasonable? The Yu family patriarch and matriarch arrived, witnessing the chaos with fury. What promises did you make when you sought to marry Lorwei? Now you dare to act in such a manner. Yu Taisher was enraged, his chest heaving with indignation. He had believed in Shen Liang's character, ignoring the naysayers, only to find himself betrayed. How could the Yu family suffer such indignities, even from their own kin? The crowd murmured, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the Yu patriarch and matriarch felt a mix of regret and shame. Had they truly erred in their judgment? Chapter 56. The severance of ties between the Yu and Shen families. Shen Liang. You ungrateful wretch. I was blind to have introduced my sister to you. Yu Deli, furious, wheeled himself closer, his hands trembling with rage. Since our families have been joined, nothing but misfortune has befallen us. I was even injured by a wild horse. Had it not been for the need to conceal his injuries, he would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against Shen Liang. Indeed, I remember when the second son of the Yu family was renowned for his poetry, a favorite for top honors. It seems the Shen family brings ill fortune. As the words left his mouth, the crowd recoiled in fear. Shen Liang, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, humiliated and spitting blood. Meeting Yu Deli's icy gaze, he shuddered, fearing that the fool might have uncovered the truth of his past. The throngs of onlookers grew, including colleagues who had been splashed with filth during the incident. Master Shen, what has happened? Have you lost your senses? To be in such disarray in public is utterly disgraceful. Where is Master Shen's esteemed nephew? Why has he not brought you a change of clothes? Oh, I remember now. He was caught cheating during the examination and received a punishment of 10 strokes. He should still be in bed. Zhang Shangshu observed with keen interest, his words dripping with sarcasm, as he slowly articulated phrases that struck at Shen Liang's heart. Shen Liang's expression fluctuated between shades of green and red, her teeth clenched in indignation as she glared at those who reveled in her misfortune. Enough. Lord Shu and Lord Bai. Upon hearing someone speak up for her, a flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, only to be extinguished by the next words that nearly sent her into a fit of rage. Lord Shen has already suffered enough. Merely spectating is sufficient. There is no need to stab her in the heart. Such a remark was particularly scathing. Shen Liang felt her dignity utterly shattered, consumed by a desire to vanish into the ground. But where could she flee? The relentless creditor stood before her, his eyes glinting like a cold blade. Lady Shen, terrified, fell to the ground. Left with no options, Shen Liang rummaged through her belongings, pawning off the hairpins and jewelry she had previously acquired for Lu Yingying, along with all the furnishings in her courtyard, just to barely cover the interest owed. The man adjusted the coins in his hand, revealing a sinister smile. Next month, I shall come to collect the principal and interest. Should there be none? The murderous intent in his gaze made Shen Liang shrink back. The following day at court, I beseech your majesty to show mercy and grant the dissolution of their union. Master Yu, forsaking his dignity, knelt before the emperor alongside Yu Zhenhai and Yu Deli, vehemently denouncing Shen Liang. As the emperor cast a disdainful glance in her direction, cold sweat broke out on Shen Liang's forehead. The emperor sighed, his expression troubled. The law of the land stipulated that only after 3 years of estrangement and 6 years of absence could a husband seek divorce. Should the Yu family be granted such an exemption, it would set a precedent for others to clamor for the same, leading to chaos. Was it not merely a case of infidelity? Which household could guarantee immunity from such matters? The rightful wife ought to be magnanimous, possessing the capacity for tolerance. Why create such a spectacle? Indeed, I would suggest that the Yu family should graciously accept that woman into their home. The courtiers expressed their outrage. While the Yu family deserved sympathy, if the husband failed in his responsibilities, would it not lead to societal upheaval? The scandal involving Lord Shen was indeed excessive, parading disgracefully in public, tarnishing the court's reputation, and it was truly detestable. Zhang Shangshu stepped forward, delivering unabashed mockery toward Shen Liang, his gaze filled with contempt for Yu Zhenhai. Yet, one hand cannot clap alone. The Yu family was no paragon of virtue either. Were it not for the woman's jealousy, how could she have driven him to establish an illicit relationship? In his heart, Shen Liang and Yu Zhenhai were birds of a feather, responsible for the death of his son. Now, they faced this humiliating predicament, a fitting punishment from the heavens. Yu Deli felt his temper flare, barely restraining himself from pummeling those who spoke such vile words, mindful only of the emperor's presence. Young Prince Song Huiqing shook the sleeves of his court attire, stepping forward with measured calm and poise. Father, since you have conferred the title of Princess of Fortune upon Miss Yu, she rightly deserves her own princess residence. The Yu family must nurture the princess and should reside together. Upon hearing this, the Yu family members exchanged glances of surprise. This was indeed a viable solution. Upon leaving the Shen residence, Luo Ruerwei would no longer have to endure the disdain of her husband and his family. The emperor's eyes lit up at the suggestion, nodding in agreement and casting an appreciative glance at Song Huiqing. In that case, let the residence where I lived as a prince be bestowed upon the Princess of Fortune. He also dispatched a significant number of guards to protect the princess's residence, ensuring her status would only increase. The courtiers were taken aback, astonished by the emperor's evident favoritism towards the Princess of Fortune. The emperor, oblivious to any impropriety, feared he might shortchange his little lucky star. Truly, the emperor cherished the princess. Even legitimate princesses did not receive such preferential treatment. Shen Liang, having squandered her opportunities, would now regret her actions. Hearing the murmurs around her, Shen Liang felt a mix of shame and envy. Shen Liang, what progress has been made regarding the fireproof material? The emperor's gaze turned frosty, his murderous intent rising. Were it not for the recognition of his usefulness, he would have long since beheaded this insolent man. Shen Liang noticed the emperor had shifted from calling him Lord Shen to simply Shen Liang, a realization that sent a chill down her spine. Yet, recalling that only he could produce the requested material, her spine straightened with newfound confidence. After court, the Yu family arrived to collect Luo Ruerue. Shen Liang and the elder Lady Shen, still nursing their injuries, struggled to rise and greet them, with a conciliatory smile plastered on her face. Shen Liang opened her mouth to speak, only to be unceremoniously yanked by the collar and violently slammed against the wall by Yu Zhenhai. Brother, spare me. I swear I will never do it again. Lady Shen attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Yu Deli's wheelchair. Frustrated, she could only shout at the Yu couple-in-laws. Will you just stand by and watch your son commit such acts of violence? Master Yu scoffed, unleashing a bitter retort.
Who is your in-law?
Your son has acted in a manner beneath contempt. How dare you seek to align our families? From this day forth, our families are severed. If Shen Liang dares to pass by my door, I shall ensure someone breaks one of her legs. In Lady Shen's mind, the Yu elders were easily manipulated. Yet the situation unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations. She wished to argue, but the chilling malice in Master Yu's eyes quelled her voice. Uncle, do your best. Yu Luo Ruerue cheerfully emerged from the residence, clutching Shen Yaoyao. The little one, witnessing Yu Zhenhai assault Shen Liang, blushed with excitement. Flapping her hands in fervent support of her uncle, Ruerue affectionately ruffled the child's hair, smiling as she instructed her servants.
Zanzmana.
All the paintings and furnishings in each room were purchased with my dowry. Take them all away. Chun Tao. Do not leave any of the carved window frames or the sandalwood desks and chairs in the study. Be thorough with the turtle screen and incense burner in the elder lady's room. Stop. Stop right there. Watching box after box of gold and jewels being carried away felt akin to having Lady Shen's heart ripped out. You heartless wretches. I cannot endure this. At that moment, Lady Shen abandoned all pretense, collapsing to the ground, wailing like a slaughtered pig. Come, let us reason. How can a couple part ways over a trivial disagreement? The Yu family, boasting of their high status, looks down upon us. Having come from humble beginnings, she knew precisely how to create a scene. Yu, Master Yu, and Yu mother were taken aback by such shamelessness, left speechless in their fury.
Su Zhao.
Recognizing that Lady Shen had correctly gauged the Yu couple's desire for dignity, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Approaching Lady Shen, she firmly lifted her to her feet. And if you continue speaking this way, let us delve into the matter and see precisely what your fine son has done to compel my sister to defy marital norms and seek a divorce. Shen Liang, overhearing the veiled threat, immediately interceded to prevent Lady Shen from escalating the situation. She approached Yu Luo Ruerue, attempting to assert her authority. A woman must serve her in-laws and husband. It is her duty. Until we are officially divorced, you must remain. Yu Luo Ruerue found him repugnant, opting instead to embrace Yu Deli. Little Shen Yaoyao nuzzled against Luo Ruerue, seeking comfort. Observing her father's pitiful demeanor, the little one clapped her hands in delight. Her innocent face beaming as she chimed, "Father is trash, useless. Throw him away." Shen Liang clutched her chest, feeling as if pierced by daggers. Her gaze darkening as she glared at Shen Yaoyao, cursing inwardly. Indeed, what a burdensome child born of a lowly woman, not resembling me in the slightest. Upon hearing his thoughts, Shen Yaoyao spat in disdain. With your inferior genes, do you truly believe yourself to be something of value? Whoever wants you can have you. Yu Luo Ruerue chuckled at the exchange, gently stroking the child's hair. As the Yu family boarded their carriage and departed, only then did Lady Shen feel emboldened to speak. This group of individuals is nothing short of bandits. She had long regarded the dowry of the Yu family as belonging to the Shen family, and now that it has been entirely removed, the blow is akin to a thunderous strike, leaving her feeling as if her very insides are aching.
Liang.
What are we to do? Shen Liang, already troubled, found her lamentations only deepening his gloom. Mother, if she wishes to leave, let her go. As long as the materials come through, our good days are still ahead. Ever since Lu Yingying awakened yesterday, her incessant weeping and wailing had left him in a state of disarray. No. If it weren't for that little vixen Lu Yingying's seduction, would things have come to this? Shen Liang, with great patience, attempted to persuade her. Besides, his son had already made promises to the emperor. Without Yingying's assistance, they could not produce the fireproof clothing, which would be a grave crime of treason. Observing a slight softening in the old matriarch Shen's demeanor, he pressed on. At his words, The old matriarch was quickly swayed and nodded in agreement. The following day, while Shen Liang was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of smashing sounds. Who is it? A menacing voice drew nearer. Shen Liang frowned in displeasure, opening his eyes. Who is so utterly lacking in decorum that they do not face consequences? The imposing presence of the official Shen was unmistakable. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Shen Liang was instantly wide awake, startled to sit up, greeted by the visage of someone all too familiar. Why are you here again? He instinctively clutched the blanket around himself. Did we not agree to give me a month? The debt collector suddenly erupted into laughter, sending a jolt of fear through Shen Liang. Indeed, you were granted a month for those debts, but the last payment is now due. What shall we do, Lord Shen? With a furrowed brow, Shen Liang attempted to negotiate calmly. I assure you, I am in dire straits at the moment. Grant me another month, and I will certainly repay. That simply will not do. The man brandished his knife with ferocity. Brothers, since Lord Shen is unable to pay, let us assist him. Let us remove everything of value from this estate. Without hesitation, the burly men behind him began to ransack the place, smashing and overturning everything in sight.
Stop.
Cease this at once. The old matriarch Shen glared at these brigands, her teeth clenched in rage, yet utterly powerless. As they stripped the house bare, the matriarch and Shen Liang gazed at the now desolate courtyard, their hearts nearly bursting with despair. The old matriarch's vision darkened, and she collapsed entirely. That evening, Lu Yingying arrived at the door with Shen Baozhu, stunned to see the door shattered by the debt collectors. Inger, come inside. Following Shen Liang's lead, she ventured further in, her brow furrowing deeper with each step until, upon entering the bedroom and finding it devoid of even a single blanket, she gasped in horror. What is happening? Lu Yingying felt a wave of despair wash over her, her mindset crumbling entirely as she frantically questioned the system. What kind of absurd main task is this? It is far too arduous. System, did you not say it would be simple? This is nothing short of hellish. Shen Liang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly attempted to soothe her. Fear not, Inger. It is my inadequacy that has brought suffering upon you and our child. Rest assured. Once the materials are procured and the military uniforms completed, our fortunes will turn. I shall directly dismiss you, sure, and honorably welcome you into my home. On the day of the princess's inauguration, the surroundings were adorned with crimson silk, and an array of firecrackers blared incessantly. Yu Luowei, shedding her usual tranquil elegance, donned a vibrant red skirt that accentuated her beauty, while Shen Yaoyao, cradled in her arms, was equally festooned in festive attire, particularly with her two little pigtails bobbing as she moved, trailing red ribbons that danced in the breeze, capturing the eye of all. Sister, today marks Yaoyao's grand day of establishment, and our whole family has come to celebrate. As Yu Deli spoke, nearly 20 servants entered, bearing boxes filled with rare and precious treasures, items so extraordinary that even a mere glance was a rarity. Thank you, uncle, I love them. Shen Yaoyao's obsidian eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the golden treasures, her smile widening as she eagerly grasped a golden ruby. Royer, your father and I have failed to consider your feelings, and for that, we apologize. Yu Luowei's heart swelled with emotion. Mother, father, you too have been misled by Shen Liang, she reflected with a heavy heart. Within mere moments, other guests began to arrive, the most esteemed among them being the young Prince Song Huijin. Madam Yu, this is a screen crafted from gold, a congratulatory gift for Yaoyao on her inauguration. The news of the prince attending the celebration further underscored the royal family's regard for Shen Yaoyao, prompting all to vie for her favor with lavish gifts. Madam, you are truly in a position of great fortune. The Fuyan princess enjoys such imperial favor. The Marquis of Jinxiang, leading Zhou Ruodong, offered a respectful nod to Yu Luowei. That Shen Liang is truly blind, forsaking his legitimate wife and daughter for a nameless woman. It is said he is now deep in debt, and his household is in disarray. He deserves this fate. In the rear courtyard, Yu Chang'an proudly displayed a stack of books. Look here. This is written by my little cousin. It has earned a fortune, enough to purchase 20 shops, 5 courtyards, and several acres of land. He lifted his chin, basking in the astonished, admiring gazes of those around him. You'd think he'd written it himself. Chu Yanran scoffed, stepping forward to ridicule him. Having completed her house arrest, she was still resentful towards her aunt and uncle for their reprimands, thus delaying her return to the palace. Yet, yearning for the prince, she had inquired about his movements and learned of his attendance at Shen Yaoyao's inauguration, prompting her to boldly follow. Seeing her, Yu Chang'an's demeanor shifted, his smile vanished, replaced by a wary glare. She is the one who harmed Yaoyao, a villain. Unlike some, I do not harbor malicious thoughts out of jealousy. I find inspiration in the excellence of others, striving to learn from them, he retorted, subtly mocking Chu Yanran's vindictiveness. Chu Yanran sensed his intent, and was about to respond when Zhou Ruodong approached to ease the tension. Curiosity piqued among the others as they gathered around, and in an instant, Yu Chang'an's book was snatched away. Those who glanced through the pages could not help but praise the author, proclaiming, "This writer is truly remarkable. Such a treasure could only exist in the heavens." None could fathom that the highly lauded work was penned by the somewhat inarticulate Shen Yaoyao. Only Yu Chang'an and Zhou Ruodong exchanged knowing glances with Shen Yaoyao, who was engrossed in her golden ruby, a smile dancing in her eyes. Chu Yanran frowned, feeling invisible for the first time in her life. Once the center of attention, she now faced the stark reality of indifference, her emotional turmoil bringing tears to her eyes. Had it not been for her longing for the prince, she would not have set foot in this dismal place. Come, let's drum. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yaoyao agreed, and the other children had no objections. Chen Tao produced the golden drum sent by Yu Deli, placing it before Shen Yaoyao. The little one energetically beat the drum with her chubby hands, delighting everyone, while only Chu Yanran remained discontent. As they anticipated an outburst or tears from her, she merely pouted in silence, quietly departing. At that moment, Shen Yaoyao inadvertently released her grip, causing the golden drumstick to roll and come to a halt at her feet. Chu Yanran looked down at the brilliant golden drumstick, bent down to grasp it, and haughtily snorted, "Now you wish to please this princess? I will not accept your bribe." Shen Yaoyao was taken aback. What was she thinking? Is it inappropriate? Since she has already shown weakness, I should be a bit magnanimous. It seemed she had come to a realization, her frown relaxing. Forget it. I shall not hold it against her. Shen Yaoyao pondered, is she all right? Such theatrics. Chu Yanran searched her own body and, after much deliberation, removed her most cherished jade pendant from her waist. She slowly approached Shen Yaoyao, lifting her chin with an air of pride. This princess agrees to a trade. Here, take this jade pendant. Shen Yaoyao stared at the pendant, her mouth agape in surprise. Who said anything about a trade? Her mind was filled with question marks. But after a moment's thought, she decided it was not worth the fuss, considering that she was a divine beast with centuries of existence. It would be unbecoming to quibble with a mere child. The gold could indeed enhance her abilities, so Shen Yaoyao reluctantly accepted the jade pendant, tilting her head to examine it closely. Why did it evoke such a familiar feeling? As if she had seen it somewhere before, yet she could not recall. She bit her lip and scrutinized it again, but still, no recollection surfaced. Frustrated, she scratched her head and sighed. Her mind was so vexed. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. Chapter 59. A born trouble. Shen Yaoyao instinctively took a bite of the jade pendant, a thread of divine consciousness sensing something and infiltrating it. There is space within the pendant? Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the space contained only 3 lotus seeds of different hues, gold, red, and black, items rarely used even in sweet soups. She had assumed Chu Yanran was parting with something of great value. Take it. I have no need for such trifles. Chu Yanran felt even more aggrieved, biting her lip to suppress her tears. How could you be so ungrateful? She sniffled, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Shen Yaoyao instinctively glanced at her, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. How strange. Why does she bear a blue lotus mark on her forehead? Just as she sought to observe it more closely, the mark vanished, as if it had never existed. Had she merely imagined it? When Song Huaijin spoke, Chu Yanran immediately transformed her tears into a smile, linking her arm with his and beaming sweetly. You are the best, brother prince. Indeed, the prince was generous. Unlike some people who refused to trade and merely offered a worthless jade pendant. How disdainful. Yu Chang'an scoffed, activating his protective instincts. You, Chu Yanran, infuriated, could only flee with her face covered, sobbing. What a wretched place. I shall never return. Feeling both wronged and frustrated, she kicked at the stones by her feet. Just as she turned the corner, darkness enveloped her as she was ensnared in a sack. How dare you? I am the noble princess, Ro Jia. You dare offend me? Once I escape, I shall ensure my uncle punishes your entire clan. The assailants, fearing her cries would attract attention, swiftly knocked her unconscious. Barely had Chu Yanran departed when the prince's guards pursued her, only to find disordered footprints on the ground, but no sign of her. Did the young princess run so swiftly? One guard scratched his head, searching for any trace of Chu Yanran. When Chu Yanran was finally released from the sack, she awoke to see a grotesquely corpulent face leering at her. What wild boar dares to bind this princess? Though fear gripped her heart, she feigned bravery, attempting to intimidate her captor. Li Fu Gui, insulted by her words, glared at her, his greasy hands reaching for her delicate cheeks. Do not be afraid, my dear princess. You are destined to marry me. Why not consummate our union now? His ambitions had crumbled, and now, becoming a county lord seemed a worthy alternative. Li Fu Gui's beady eyes fixated on Chu Yanran, who had never encountered such a situation. His incessant advances, coupled with his sinister demeanor, pushed her over the edge, and she wept uncontrollably. Do not approach me. If you dare to harm me, my father and uncle will not spare you. Seeing her in tears, Li Fu Gui's twisted heart felt a perverse satisfaction, his grin becoming even more sinister. Once our union is sealed, you will have no choice but to marry me. Go away. Chu Yanran cried, nearly choking on her sobs. Tears cascaded down her cheeks and fell upon the jade pendant, which began to emit a faint, flickering light, as if it had come to life. Simultaneously, Shen Yaoyao heard fragments of Chu Yanran's cries. Bad sister, danger. Her voice drew the attention of many, especially the Yu family, who were aware of Shen Yaoyao's extraordinary powers and now watched her with bated breath. Yu Chang'an pressed his lips together. Worry etched in his gaze. Though he found Princess Ro Jia irksome, she was still a girl, and he regretted having bullied her. He blamed himself for her predicament. Feeling guilty and remorseful, immediately, he dispatched the Imperial Guard, sealing the city gates, and ordered a city-wide search. A handsome reward awaited anyone who provided information, while those who dared shelter the kidnapper would face the same fate. Song Huaijin's normally gentle demeanor transformed into one of cold fury, his voice steady and solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will send all our household servants and guards to search for her. We may soon uncover the princess's whereabouts. Yu Zhenhai began to lead his guards in pursuit but was interrupted by Shen Yaoyao. Uncle, I know the way, let me lead. Shen Yaoyao's voice, though stammering, was resolute. Hesitant, he glanced at Yu Luorui, who nodded in agreement, and he lifted Shen Yaoyao as they set off together. The moment she was in his arms, Shen Yaoyao again heard Chu Yanran's tearful reprimands. Fat pig, leave. Fat pig? Shen Yaoyao's mind raced. Suddenly recalling Li Fugui. In the original script, he had been a top scholar, marrying Princess Ro Jia, only to become impotent due to his excessive weight. Instead of reflecting on his shortcomings, he had become increasingly deranged, imprisoning Chu Yanran and subjecting her to cruel treatment. Eventually, he was crushed to death by an inkstone. His face a gruesome mess. Sighing, Shen Yaoyao realized she had been overly careless. Initially believing that this incarnation of Li Fugui would be unable to encounter Chu Yanran, she was astonished to find that he had already succumbed to madness at such a young age. Truly, he was a born troublemaker. Uncle, over there. Shen Yaoyao directed Yu Zhenhai with her thoughts, and guided by Chu Yanran's voice. They quickly located the secluded dwelling where Li Fugui was holding her captive. Chapter 60. Give me back my son's life. As Yu Zhenhai entered the room with Shen Yaoyao in his arms, he beheld Li Fugui's corpulent form looming over the delicate Chu Yanran, who was sobbing pitifully, her voice hoarse and her hands limp.
Beast.
Yu Zhenhai's anger surged, and with a swift kick, he sent Li Fugui crashing to the ground. Well done. Shen Yaoyao cheered her uncle. Is he unconscious? Yu Zhenhai gazed at Li Fugui, who lay motionless on the ground, eyes tightly shut, resembling a lifeless pig. He pondered to himself, considering that he had always been measured in his actions, questioning how it had come to this. Bad sister, go take a look. Bad sister, said Shen Yaoyao, her small hands and feet flailing about. Yu Zhenhai cradled Shen Yaoyao and crouched beside Chu Yanran. Your Highness, are you all right? No, don't come over. Chu Yanran was already terrified, her eyes vacant, curling herself into a ball, tears streaming down her face. Oh, the lotus flower has changed color, Shen Yaoyao observed, noticing that the original four-petaled blue lotus on Chu Yanran's forehead had transformed into shades of black, red, gold, and green. Upon hearing Shen Yaoyao's voice, Chu Yanran suddenly lifted her head, locking eyes with Shen Yaoyao, and burst into tears. Oh, mother, mother. Chu Yanran lunged towards Shen Yaoyao, weeping inconsolably, her small shoulders trembling as if she were a child seeking solace from her mother after a great injustice. Shen Yaoyao was bewildered. Could it be that she was frightened into madness by Li Fugui? I am but a child. Desperate for air, as Chu Yanran clutched her tightly, Shen Yaoyao cast a pleading glance at her bewildered uncle nearby. Yanran, Yaoyao, what has happened to you? Yu Luorui and the young prince, Song Huaijin, arrived with guards. After hearing Yu Zhenhai's report, Song Huaijin's small face turned icy, exuding an aura of maturity and ferocity that belied his years, a surge of murderous intent palpable. Whichever hand touched Yanran shall be rendered useless. Li Fugui, groggily awakened by the pain, let out a deafening wail. Your Highness, he cannot withstand this. He has fainted. Bind him to a horse, drag him around the city, and then throw him into the dungeon. Song Huaijin looked at the pale Li Fugui, his voice cold and filled with disdain. Yes. Find a doctor to accompany him. Do not allow him to die easily. Such a despicable creature's death would be a favor. Yu Luorui felt a shiver run down her spine. How could Li Fugui, at such a tender age, be so audaciously malevolent? This was a grave crime that could lead to the extermination of 9 clans. Poor Princess Chu Yanran. As sympathetic gazes turned toward the young princess, they froze. Chu Yanran was still tightly embracing Shen Yaoyao, tears and snot streaming down her face, showing no signs of letting go. Yu Luorui was taken aback. Had she not been at odds with the darling? How had this sudden intimacy come about?
Ah.
Stinky.
Dirty.
Shen Yaoyao watched in horror as Chu Yanran recklessly smeared her snot all over her, feeling as though 100 groundhogs were screaming in her mind.
Ah.
That is the new dress my mother made for me, which I just wore today. Shen Yaoyao's small face contorted in disgust. No, I don't want to leave my mother. No one can separate me from her. Chu Yanran, amidst her tears and snot, ignored Shen Yaoyao, simply clutching her tighter. Whoa, mother, close. Song Huaijin sighed, resigning himself to the situation. At the princess's residence, the crown prince summoned the imperial physician to examine Chu Yanran, who refused to let go of Shen Yaoyao throughout the process. Your Highness, the princess's pulse indicates she was merely frightened. There is no significant harm. Allow me to prescribe a calming remedy, and she shall be well. Song Huijin nodded, gesturing for him to withdraw. Yu Luerwei sat beside Chu Yanran, inquiring with concern. Your Highness, do you remember what happened at that moment?
I
was startled, Chu Yanran said, her body tensing as she fell back into her nightmare. Trembling uncontrollably. No, do not fear. Shen Yaoyao reached out her chubby little hand to pat her head. Chu Yanran calmed down, her gaze becoming clearer. I only remember the fat pig trying to pull my clothes. Just as his filthy hoof was about to touch me, a colorful light suddenly appeared between us. And then he fainted. The thought of the heavy pig pressing down on her nearly suffocated her. As she recalled that moment, tears streamed down Chu Yanran's face like a broken dam, and she once again clutched Shen Yaoyao tightly. Mother, I am scared. Thank goodness you came to save me. Shen Yaoyao was exasperated. Enough already. When Shen Fang received the news, she was utterly terrified and rushed to the Shen residence, kneeling before the matriarch and Shen Liang, pleading desperately. Mother, Fugui is your beloved grandson. You cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Brother, you care for this nephew the most. Please help him. He is still a child, merely momentarily bewitched. Shen Liang grasped the situation and was aghast, wishing he could throw Shen Fang out along with the mess. You are all fools. Kidnapping a princess is a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. How many heads do you have to spare? Now that the matter has come to light, what can I do? He scolded them with frustration. His expression cold as he pried Shen Fang's fingers from his arm one by one. Shen Fang, sensing his eagerness to distance himself, was engulfed by despair. It is you. It is all your good mistress's instigation. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to wash your hands clean and distance yourselves. If you cannot save Fugui, I will reveal this matter, and we shall all perish together. Lu Yingying looked at her with disdain, as if she were something filthy. I merely said that once Li Fugui became the top scholar, he would marry the princess. Who told him to kidnap her? I paved the way for him. It is not my fault he is as foolish as a pig, incapable of handling a trivial matter. Why should I be blamed? With Li Fugui's usefulness gone, Lu Yingying spoke without restraint. He sought his own death by committing such foolishness. Do not drag us down with him. You. Shen Fang gnashed her teeth in fury, her son dragged through the streets, bloodied and lifeless, and she had to endure such mockery and humiliation. I demand your life for my son. With bloodshot eyes, she lunged at Lu Yingying, gripping her neck tightly in a fit of madness. Chapter 61. Dog bites dog cough. Cough. Lu Yingying's eyes turned red as she struggled to breathe, one hand clutching Shen Fang's and the other reaching out for Shen Liang's help. San, save me. Shen Liang fell silent for a moment, his gaze igniting with murderous intent as he seized a nearby vase and swung it viciously towards Shen Fang's head.
Bang!
A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the room, sending shockwaves through everyone present, the scent of blood permeating the air. Shen Fang winced in pain, slowly releasing her grip on Lu Yingying, staring incredulously at Shen Liang, her body going limp and lifeless.
Fang,
Have you lost your mind? She is your sister. How could you be so heartless? Shen Liang narrowed his eyes, fixated on the glaring pool of red, his expression growing colder. He grasped the matriarch's hand, justifying his actions. Mother, it has come to this. If she does not die, we will perish. With her death, we may yet gain a reputation for righteous indignation. Perhaps even plead for a chance at survival before the emperor. Do you wish to die? Shen Liang nodded gravely. She fell silent, closing her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Shen Liang pushed past the matriarch, dragging Shen Fang's lifeless body toward the palace. Blood continued to flow from the wound on the back of Shen Fang's head, leaving a trail of crimson behind. Is that not the Lord Shen caught in the act of infidelity the other day? Has he been driven mad by the shock? Goodness, in broad daylight, he is dragging a corpse about, and the corpse still has its eyes wide open. It is too terrifying. Quickly, go report to the authorities. Shen Liang ignored the whispers, each step heavier than the last. In the imperial study, the couple from the Yuanping Marquisate knelt on the ground for their daughter, Chu Yanran, pleading with the emperor for justice. Your Majesty, that scoundrel is indeed brazen. It is pitiful that Yanran, at such a tender age, has suffered such trauma. You must not let that beast go unpunished. He deserves to be exterminated along with his entire clan. Only then can Yanran be comforted, and those lawless scoundrels be deterred. Rise. The emperor, greatly angered, replied, You are the queen's brother and my beloved uncle, and Yanran is someone I have watched grow up. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive justice. Father, I have something to say, Song Huijin interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. Li Fugui's connections run deep, encompassing not only Shen Yaoyao, recently bestowed the title of Fortune Princess by Your Majesty, but also the Yusher family, who have been honored with the rank of first-class noble consorts. Moreover, it was thanks to the efforts of Yusher and her daughter that we were able to locate Yanran in time and save her from the clutches of malevolent individuals. To implicate them in this matter would be an act of ingratitude, tarnishing not only Yanran's reputation but also the illustrious name of His Majesty. The Crown Prince's words held merit. The Emperor hesitated. Your Majesty, the couple from Yuanping Marquis wishes to speak, the eunuch interrupted.
Let him in.
The emperor squinted, contemplating the audacity of the young man daring to enter the palace at this moment. Upon hearing Shen Liang's name, the Yuanping couple's fury surged, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. But whose body did he drag with him? Minister Shen Liang pays his respects to your majesty. Shen Liang knelt on the ground, offering his greetings before immediately bowing again towards the Yuanping couple. His forehead struck the cold stone floor without a hint of hesitation. I, the guilty minister, have borrowed the guard sword. Impudent. Song Huijin glared fiercely.
Give it to him.
The emperor's cold gaze narrowed. He was curious about Shen Liang's intentions. With a swift motion, Shen Liang severed Shen Fang's head, presenting it respectfully to the Yuanping couple. This is my sister. Today as incident occurred because she urged me to rescue that ungrateful beast. As a minister, I cannot betray the royal favor I have received, thus I must act in the name of righteousness. He stood tall, appearing resolute and noble. Song Huijin narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze fixed on Shen Liang. He found it hard to believe that Shen Liang was entirely unaware of the gravity of the situation. It seemed more like an attempt to evade responsibility. The boy, despite his youth, bore a gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Shen Liang, steeling himself, met Song Huijin's stare and feigned calmness as he raised the fireproof garment. Your Majesty, I have come not only regarding this matter, but also to report significant progress on the fireproof garment. I believe it can be developed within 10 days. The emperor regarded him from his elevated position, his keen eyes seeming to penetrate Shen Liang's very being. After a long silence, which made Shen Liang fear for his life, a voice rich with authority finally spoke. In that case, I shall spare your life for the time being. Should you fail to produce it, you shall be guilty of treason, and the consequences will be severe. You must understand your fate. Shen Liang took a deep breath, bowing deeply in gratitude. Watching him depart, Song Huijin's expression grew heavier. Father, this man possesses a wicked heart. For the sake of survival, he would ruthlessly slay even his own kin. Such cold-bloodedness will undoubtedly pose a grave threat in the future. I spoke of sparing his life temporarily. Song Huijin understood immediately, realizing that Shen Liang still held value until the fireproof garment was completed. Thereafter, his usefulness would wane, and he could be disposed of. Father, you are wise. Your Majesty, has Yanran's tremendous fright been dismissed so easily? Although the Yuanping couple understood the weight of the throne, they struggled to accept the situation. I understand your deep parental concern. How about this? I will entrust the instigator of this incident, Li Fuguwei, to your judgment. What say you? Thank you, Your Majesty. The Yuanping Marquis bowed in gratitude, vowing to make that beast suffer immensely. The moment Shen Liang stepped out of the palace, it felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength. A gust of wind chilled him, the sweat soaked back, making him shiver. Hearing Shen Liang recount the events in the imperial study, Lu Yingying's shrewd eyes twinkled. Rest assured, San Ling, I have a method that will allow you to retain your life after handing over the fireproof garment. Chapter 62. The fate of the fat pig in the Fortune Princess's residence. Chu Yanran was persuaded to drink a calming herbal infusion, her emotions gradually stabilizing.
Yet.
She shook her head, clinging to Shen Yaoyao like an octopus, refusing to part from her even an inch. I don't want to be separated from mother, no. Shen Yaoyao's bright eyes had dimmed considerably, the little one worn down by suffering, her expression turning numb. Please, take her away. She longed to cry, but found no tears. Desperately signaling to the Yuanping couple. Seeing her daughter in such distress, the Yuanping Marquis' wife struggled to hold back her tears, which now flowed freely, as though a piece of her heart had been gouged out, leaving unbearable pain. She trembled, reaching out to Chu Yanran, only to see her dart away like a wounded creature, clutching Shen Yaoyao and retreating to a corner. Shen Yaoyao gazed upward, her cherubic face filled with sorrow. Mother, are you hungry? Chu Yanran's eyelids fluttered, her consciousness fading, until she finally loosened her grip. She has finally gone. Shen Yaoyao, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. Yu Lurui observed the little one sprawled out, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shook her head in exasperation. She adjusted the child's position and tucked the blanket around her. Thank you, my dear, for your hard work today. In her dreams, Shen Yaoyao found herself enveloped in a misty expanse, clutching 4 lotus seeds. Just as she furrowed her brow in confusion, the seeds glimmered and flew from her grasp, transforming into a 4-colored lotus platform under the guidance of an indistinct woman. What is this? Instinctively, she wished to step closer, only to find herself immobilized. Suddenly, the lotus platform seemed to come alive, affectionately nuzzling against the woman, with the word mother echoing in Shen Yaoyao's ears. At the sound of mother, Shen Yaoyao trembled uncontrollably. To her astonishment, the lotus platform morphed into Chu Yanran's likeness, hurtling toward her.
No.
Shen Yaoyao awoke in fright, her lips pursed as she burst into tears. Bad silver. Let me go. The dream had felt too real, as if it had truly transpired. Still haunted by the vision, Shen Yaoyao cried louder. Yu Lurui, filled with compassion, scooped her up, gently patting her back and whispering soothing words to lull her back to sleep. In no time, Shen Yaoyao's eyelids drooped, though her lips continued to murmur. Lotus seeds transformed. No, I am not. not mud. Mother. Hearing her choked sobs, Yu Luowei sighed. It seems today has truly exhausted my dear. The following afternoon, Yu Xinhai delivered a considerable amount of furniture, ornaments, and flowers. Though the palace granted by the emperor was splendid, it had been uninhabited for years, feeling rather desolate. You and Yaoyao must make this place a home. I never imagined that Shen Liang would kill his own sister for the sake of survival. Thankfully, you saw through him in time, or the consequences would have been dire. The thought of Yu Luowei living in the den of wolves for so long filled Yu Xinhai with dread and anger. With Li Fuguwei now in the hands of the Yuanping Marquis, he was truly caught between life and death. The Marquis first had him paraded through the streets, where the townsfolk vented their grievances, pelting him with rotten eggs and vegetables. Later, he was bound to a tree, honey poured over his wounds, attracting snakes, insects, and vermin, soon covering him entirely. Yu Xinhai stole a glance, the sight of the writhing mass overwhelming even his seasoned warrior sensibilities, let alone Li Fuguwei's. The Yuanping Marquis had even summoned a physician to prolong his suffering. It was a fitting punishment. Yu Luowei instinctively raised her hand to cover Shen Yaoyao's ears, wishing to shield her from such filth. Yet Shen Yaoyao pouted, appearing somewhat disappointed by Li Fuguwei's fate. In my last life, he married Princess Jero, and those he tormented became neither human nor ghost. The Yuanping Marquis' treatment of him is too lenient. Meanwhile, news from the palace began to circulate. Madam Yu, His Majesty summons you and Princess Fuyun to the palace. Upon hearing this, Yu Luowei cast a glance at Yu Xinhai. During the morning court, the emperor sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the ministers before settling on Shen Yaoyao nestled in Yu Luowei's arms, a hint of amusement softening his solemn countenance. You family, I have heard from the crown prince that it was you and Princess Fuyun who rescued Princess Rugia? Yu Luowei lowered her eyes and gracefully bowed, replying, It is by His Majesty's grace that Princess Rugia remains unharmed. This humble servant and my daughter do not dare claim credit. Although she was clearly flattering him, the emperor's smile deepened. There is no need for such modesty. Having saved the princess, you have rendered a great service and rightly deserve a reward. At the far end stood Shen Liang, his teeth clenched in jealousy, the hatred in his eyes barely contained. Why should the Yu family be rewarded while he had to kill his own sister to ensure his own survival? He was unwilling to accept this. Others also found the Yu family's reward distasteful, led by Minister Zhang, who stepped forward with an air of righteous indignation. Your Majesty, I have objections. The matter concerning the princess was orchestrated by Li Fuguwei, who is the nephew of Lord Shen. Given that the Yu family is associated with the Shen household, it is already a leniency not to hold them accountable. How can they be rewarded? The ministers rallied behind Zhang, voicing their disdain for the frequent rewards bestowed upon the Yu family, driven by jealousy to oppose them. I concur with Minister Zhang. The Yu family should not only be denied a reward but ought to face punishment. A chorus of ministers knelt in agreement, save for the Marquis of Jingxing, the Marquis of Yuanping, and a few allies of the Yu family who stood resolutely. Among them, the Marquis of Yuanping was the most fervent, vehemently denouncing these scheming individuals. Minister Zhang, do not presume that others are fools unaware of your ulterior motives. Your repeated attacks on the Yu family stem from your son's disgraceful actions. Minister Zhang, feeling the sting of truth, flailed in desperation. I did not. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have always been loyal to you and the court. His pleas were drowned out by the louder protests from the Marquis of Yuanping. Your Majesty, consider this. The Yu siblings saved Yanran. Punishing them would surely dishearten the populace. As the two sides clashed, the National Master hurried in, holding a compass, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. National Master, what has transpired to move you so? The Emperor's curious gaze fell upon him. Your Majesty, my observations reveal celestial anomalies. This is a sign that heaven favors our great Yu dynasty. Surely a testament to your virtuous governance. Is this truly so? The Emperor feigned calm, yet a tremor of excitement lay beneath his voice. For him, celestial auspices were the greatest affirmation of his reign. Indeed, the National Master knelt, proclaiming, Your Majesty's benevolence and care for the people have brought peace and prosperity. The civil and military officials echoed in unison, Long live the Emperor. Moments later, envoys from various regions arrived in a flurry. Report, golden light surrounds the ancient Buddha of Jiangnan Stone Cave. Report, auspicious rain falls upon Dali Sand City. Report, in Yuzhou, golden mines abound with birds. And koi leap in the white jade pond. Rainbows grace Putuwa Peak. One auspicious sign after another left the assembly speechless, with the most remarkable omens emanating from Shen Yaoyao's fief. This is simply surreal. Yu Luowei gasped in astonishment, instinctively glancing at Shen Yaoyao, then turning to meet Yu Xinhai's worried gaze. The Marquis of Yuanping seized the opportunity to ardently defend the Yu family and Shen Yaoyao. Your Majesty, the frequent auspices across the land, particularly in Princess Fuyun's territory, surely indicate that she is a harbinger of good fortune for you and great Yu. The Emperor showed no resistance to the Marquis's words, nodding in approval. Well said. Yaoyao is indeed my little lucky star, a gift from the heavens, deserving of great reward. Should anyone dare malign the Yu family again, they shall face severe consequences. Minister Zhang, caught off guard, could hardly swallow the retort he had prepared. His expression more pained than if he had swallowed a fly. The others, witnessing the sudden shift in favor of the Yu family, quickly altered their tones, showering praises upon them. Your Majesty is wise. Princess Fuyun is indeed a blessing from heaven to our great Yu. As the tide turned in favor of the Yu family, Shen Liang seethed with resentment, yet could not suppress a cunning thought. As Shen Yaoyao's own father, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to gain some advantage. Squinting his eyes, he stealthily scrutinized Yu Luowei and Shen Yaoyao. As soon as court adjourned, he eagerly blocked Yu Luowei's path. You scoundrel, how dare you appear before my sister? Are you seeking death? Just as he raised his hand, Shen Liang's legs turned to jelly, and he fled in a panic. You lack any spine, Shen Yaoyao teased, playfully pointing at him. Madam Yu, Her Majesty the Empress requests your presence to share some intimate words. Feng Ruo approached with a bright smile and a respectful bow. Leading Yu Luowei through the garden, they were drawn to a cacophony of sharp insults. You little wretch, thinking yourself precious like a royal.
Ha!
If you were truly so esteemed, would you be sent here as a hostage? A matron shoved a frail boy, her words laced with disdain, her actions relentlessly cruel. Behave yourself. The matron glared at him with venomous eyes, her gaze akin to that of a vengeful foe. In the next moment, her hefty frame bore down upon the boy, striking his head and slamming him against the ground. Blood quickly stained the tiles. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare me. The boy cowered, pleading incessantly. The wicked matron showed no intent to relent, rising only after enough torment, looking down at him with contempt. Kneel and kowtow. Her indifferent gaze and scornful tone suggested he was not a human but a creature to be abused at will. Bad person. Shen Yaoyao could no longer bear to watch, her small hands flailing in an attempt to help. My dear, do you wish to assist him? Yu Luowei felt a surge of indignation at the matron's cruelty towards the child. Help Guogua. Shen Yaoyao nodded fervently. As the boy teetered on the brink of humiliation, Yu Luowei stepped forward, lifting him up, her piercing gaze fixed on the wicked matron, her voice sharp and commanding. Who gave you the right to bully a child so? The matron, caught off guard by someone defending the boy, responded arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Do you even know his status?
Slap.
Before she could finish, a palace maid following Yu Luowei struck her soundly across the face. The matron clutched her swollen cheek, momentarily stunned. You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to a guest of Her Majesty the Empress in such a manner? The Empress? In an instant, the matron's arrogance evaporated, and she knelt, banging her head against the ground, pleading for mercy. I was blind, I deserve to die. Please spare me. Yu Luowei scoffed, ignoring her, and turned to check on the boy's condition. The sight was heart-wrenching. The child, not yet 10, bore numerous injuries. The imprint of a slap on his face was severely swollen, and his arms were riddled with needle marks, with the nails of his left index and pinky fingers missing. This child is far too pitiable. Yu Luowei's heart ached, tears welling in her eyes. If anyone dared to bully her dear one in such a manner, she would stop at nothing to exact vengeance. Chapter 64. I gather my brothers in the palace. Shen Yaoyao peeked out from Yu Luowei's embrace, her fluffy little head emerging with wide, curious eyes fixated on the little boy, who appeared timid and withdrawn yet possessed an unexpected resilience for his age. How amusing. She tilted her head, observing him. What is your name? She asked. The boy hesitated, a flicker of melancholy crossing his dark eyes before he quickly masked it. Feng Ruo interjected, Princess Fuyun. He is a hostage sent from the kingdom of Siam. According to our Yu customs, he is not permitted to study alongside the princes and princesses, and due to his lowly status, he is also unworthy to behold the divine turtle. What is your name? The boy's voice was as soft as a kitten's, yet his gaze was unwavering. Chu Ziyu. I am called Chu Ziyu. Would you like to call me Big Brother? Shen Yaoyao's words were astonishing. Before anyone could react, Chu Ziyu bowed deeply, exclaiming, Greetings, Big Brother. He had just heard the noble maid beside the queen refer to her as a princess, and her treatment was even more respectful than that of the less favored princes. To let such an opportunity slip away would be foolish, especially since she was the first person in the palace to regard him without disdain. Shen Yaoyao smiled radiantly. Clearly pleased, Yu Luowei remarked, it seems she has developed a penchant for familial bonds. First, a princess calling her mother, and now a hostage calling her big brother. The malicious matron, observing the scene, turned her murky eyes quickly, ready to intervene, but Feng Ruo sternly silenced her. Be quiet. Who are you to meddle in Princess Fuyun's decisions? Feng Ruo, a senior maidservant under the queen, possessed considerable authority. Cowed by her reprimand, the matron trembled, prostrating herself, daring not to utter another word. Go to the Department of Severe Punishments and await your punishment. If I see you again, you won't need your head atop your shoulders. She could discern that Princess Fuyun seemed quite fond of the hostage, and thus decided to do her a favor. Cool, Big Brother. Upon entering the hall, Shen Yaoyao's first action was to exuberantly boast about her newfound little brother. The queen, bemused, asked with a smile, Oh, did Yaoyao meet a baby even younger than herself? Not at all. She shook her head animatedly, mimicking Zhou Ruodong's scholarly demeanor. The queen laughed heartily at her whimsical antics, delighted that Yaoyao had learned to create suspense. After building anticipation, Shen Yaoyao extended her chubby little hand to point at the doorway where Chu Ziyu stood. He's right there. The queen followed her finger, and Chu Ziyu quickly concealed his shadowed emotions, stepping out from the darkness to bow. He had anticipated that the queen would disapprove, perhaps even punish him severely. Since it is what our little Yaoyao desires, it is permissible. She removed the armor from her arm and handed it to Feng Ruo before lovingly taking Shen Yaoyao from Yulurui's embrace, affectionately brushing the tip of the little one's nose. Now, I have matters to discuss with your mother. Feng Ruo will take you and your little brother to the imperial garden. On their way to the garden, Chu Ziyu was still incredulous, unable to believe the queen had acquiesced so readily. He instinctively walked behind, squinting at the small figure ahead. Little brother, let's ride the turtle. Shen Yaoyao eagerly climbed onto the back of the great turtle, calling out for Chu Ziyu to join her. Is it truly possible? Chu Ziyu gazed at the turtle, larger than himself, astonished at how effortlessly Shen Yaoyao tamed it, his curiosity about her deepening. Just as he was about to approach, a cold, mocking laugh reached his ears. Of course not. What right do you have to ride the divine turtle? The familiar voice made Chu Ziyu instinctively frown, a flicker of coldness in his eyes, which he quickly suppressed, reverting to his earlier demeanor of timidity. Shen Yaoyao turned to the source of the voice, spotting 4 boys clad in resplendent attire approaching. Leading them was the 5th prince, Song Huifeng, whose mother, concubine Shen, held considerable influence and was favored by the emperor, second only to concubine Li, accustomed to his arrogance. The 5th prince launched the first verbal assault. A lowly creature remains a lowly creature. Even born into royalty, you are still sent here as a hostage. What qualifications do you have to exist in this world, abandoned from birth? His flippant tone pierced Chu Ziyu's heart with each word. Brother 5 is right. You foolishly dream of approaching the divine turtle. I find your hands filthy. Get lost. You're just an eyesore. Chu Ziyu lowered his head, concealing the murderous intent surging within. His fists clenched tightly. Shen Yaoyao, incensed by their arrogance, patted the turtle's shell, and it immediately charged at the boys, mouth agape. The once loftily positioned youths were caught off guard, scrambling to evade, while shouting in protest. Impudent. Before the 5th prince could finish his sentence, the great turtle overturned him, sinking its teeth into his posterior. His luxurious attire bore several bite marks, and crimson blood oozed forth. He winced in agony, howling in distress. The others fared no better, fleeing in disarray, bruised and battered. In their frantic escape, they collided with Chu Yanran. The shrewdness of the 5th prince sparked an idea. Yanran. It was that wretched girl who caused you to be punished by father last time. With father and the others absent, this is the perfect chance for revenge.
Zhu Yanzan,
Favored by both the emperor and the empress, was spoiled and rather foolish, easily manipulated. The 5th prince reveled in his clever scheme, only to be met with Chu Yanran twisting his ear the next moment. Song Huifeng, stop trying to sow discord here. If you dare to bully my mother, I will tell my aunt and uncle to punish you severely. Chu Yanran, are you out of your mind? He shoved her hand away, seething. But just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of the approaching turtle and, forgetting all else, bolted away. Shen Yaoyao, seeing Chu Yanran, felt overwhelmed. Directing the turtle, quickly, let's go. But she was still a moment too late. Chu Yanran lunged at her, crying and clinging to her, lamenting mother. Do you not love me anymore? Do you not want me? Chapter 65. Concubine Li's troubles. Shen Yaoyao wished to escape, but found herself ensnared, her face displaying utter exasperation. Chu Ziyu, observing quietly, leaned closer, whispering, Big brother, should I eliminate her? His eyes gleamed with unrestrained malice. Shen Yaoyao pondered, did I misjudge? This is no innocent puppy, but rather a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chu Yanran turned sharply, fixing her gaze on Chu Ziyu. You are mother-s brother, which means I have gained an uncle. Chu Ziyu was baffled by the convoluted familial ties. What on earth is this? Is the Yu dynasty's lineage truly this tangled? Unfazed by the bewildered expressions of Shen Yaoyao and Chu Ziyu, Chu Yanran thumped her chest confidently, declaring, Uncle, do not worry. With me around, no one will bully you again. I shall deal with those rascals, Song Huifeng and his ilk. At this, Shen Yaoyao's spirits lifted, babbling incoherently, the wicked matron. Deal with her. Feng Ruo's lips twitched, sensing something amiss. Your Highness, miss, please calm your tempers. Chu Ziyu, as a hostage, holds a sensitive status. While the matroness' actions are despicable, it seems there is no way to deal with her. Shen Yaoyao pouted in dissatisfaction, furiously drawing circles on the turtle shell, wishing for a son, but alas, no. Her fierce expression resembled that of a small, clawing kitten. Feng Ruo chuckled. Princess, the palace maids cannot marry, and thus, will never bear offspring. Shen Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. Wishing for a son, but alas, no. Feng Ruo watched her with a mix of amusement and helplessness, coaxing the 3 little ones to play elsewhere. Mother, I can't bear to part with you. Chu Yanran clung tightly to Shen Yaoyao, tears streaming down her face. Shen Yaoyao looked skyward, hoping she wouldn't smear her snot on her new clothes. Be good. Shen Yaoyao, straining, reached out from Chu Yanran's embrace, patted her head like a miniature adult, and said earnestly, from now on, no one will bully you. Chu Ziyu's dim eyes brightened again, his frail face breaking into a radiant smile. After spending a day together, he felt the sincerity of Shen Yaoyao and Chu Yanran. This genuine friendship felt quite delightful. Yes, yes. He nodded emphatically. Shen Yaoyao beamed at his smile, returning the gesture with a satisfied grin. Her eyes narrowing as she patted his head again. This time, an invisible golden light soared into his body. With this protective aura, he would no longer be bullied. Mother, you've never treated me this way. Chu Yanran pouted, looking forlorn, feeling abandoned. Shen Yaoyao could only respond with a helpless roll of her eyes. After the gathering concluded, Yu Lurui gently patted Shen Yaoyao, reiterating the Empress's intentions for her. Tomorrow marks our Yaoyao's first birthday banquet. The Emperor is busy with state affairs, and the Empress cannot frequently leave the palace, so she will not attend. However, the Emperor has decreed a year's exemption from taxes for the local region as a celebratory gift. Does Yaoyao like it?
Shen Yaoyao,
who had been squinting contentedly while munching on her golden auspiciousness, widened her eyes in surprise. Does that mean all the gold produced by the Yuzhou mines this year will belong to me? A vision of a vast mountain of gold flashed before her, and she nearly drooled at the thought. How generous of the Emperor. Before you could process her thoughts, she saw the little one looking up, her bright eyes sparkling. Is there dinner at Li Fei's palace? We have melons to eat. Yu Lurui was perplexed. Why did the little darling seem so peculiar today? Your Majesty, this is the swallow's nest soup the Empress specially ordered from the kitchen. Please give it a try. Li Fei's sultry gaze, undiminished by her large pregnant belly, was captivating. The Emperor, utterly enchanted, seemed to lose himself in her allure. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, a palace maid announced, Your Majesty, Princess Fu Yun, and you request an audience. Li Fei, recalling her previous grievances in the Empress's palace, felt a flash of resentment. My little lucky star has arrived. Summon her. The Emperor, oblivious to Li Fei's darkening expression, happily ordered a seat for you. As soon as they sat down, Shen Yaoyao's stomach betrayed her. Growling audibly at the fragrant feast laid before them, she stuck out her little tongue, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. How embarrassing! A mighty divine beast with a rumbling belly. The Emperor burst into hearty laughter at her adorable demeanor, lifting her from Yu's arms. His voice losing its authoritative tone and becoming tender. It seems my little lucky star is hungry. What would you like to eat?
Speak.
He even instructed the eunuchs to prepare additional dishes suitable for infants. I want rice. And meat. Shen Yaoyao unabashedly commanded, fully indulging in the Emperor's attention. Yu Lurui watched in trepidation, fearing the little one might offend the Emperor, yet to her surprise, he was thoroughly entertained, playing along with her. A perfectly good meal was thus interrupted. Li Fei's eyes sparked with jealousy, glaring daggers at Shen Yaoyao. This little beast, with her seductive demeanor, is already so young yet knows how to entice men. Shen Yaoyao, hearing this, angrily shook her little fist at her. Bad woman. Humph. Your Majesty, look at her. She is so disrespectful to me, and being disrespectful to me is akin to being disrespectful to you. Li Fei was infuriated by Shen Yaoyao's audacity. My love. I previously advised you. It's unbecoming to argue with an infant. The Emperor's expression darkened, realizing Li Fei had become too brazen, taking advantage of his affection. Li Fei, feeling wronged, dared not pursue her antics further. Wait a moment. Shen Yaoyao observed her round belly, wrinkling her brow in concern. No wonder the baby inside hasn't even born yet. It must be that the bad woman is using secret methods to prolong the wait. With a sigh of maturity, she lamented, if this continues, the baby will suffocate in there. Chapter 66. The Emperor also suffers in love. Yu Lurui was taken aback by the little one's thoughts, casting a complex gaze at Li Fei's belly, suppressing her shock and anger. As a mother herself, she felt that her darling was more precious than her own life. It was unfathomable that Li Fei would sacrifice the innocent child inside her for selfish gains, truly inhumane. Li Fei's brow twitched, her expression faltering. Your Majesty, forgive me. I am heavily pregnant and often drowsy. I must rest shortly. Moreover, I cannot serve you. Perhaps I should visit the other ladies' palaces instead. Then, I shall visit the Empress. The Emperor nodded, considering the life of the royal heir within her. Yu Lurui took Shen Yaoyao along as they left together. Halfway, the little one suddenly stirred. Uncle Emperor, my golden auspiciousness has fallen. She pouted, looking quite unhappy. Yu Lurui felt troubled. Was she really going to summon the Emperor? Fearful. Yu Lurui was about to apologize when the Emperor, to her surprise, appeared completely unfazed, chuckling instead. It must be that Li Fei frightened my little lucky star last time. She knows I am wise and can support her. Seeing the Emperor so cheerfully entertained by Shen Yaoyao, Yu Lurui felt complicated emotions, unsure how to react. Your Majesty, I. Before she could accompany him, Shen Yaoyao, with her baby voice, interrupted, Uncle Emperor, I will be right out. What transpired next was something her mother would be better off not knowing. Shen Yaoyao winked at her, and though Yu Lurui was still apprehensive, she chose not to insist further. Thus, the Emperor cradled Shen Yaoyao, going back and forth. Your Majesty. The palace maid beside Li Fei turned pale at the sight of the Emperor, instinctively wanting to flee, only to collapse to the ground. The Emperor frowned, coldly rebuking. What's the panic? Your Majesty, forgive me, the maid stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her fear, the emperor waved his hand dismissively, just as she hurried to announce the news. Shen Yaoyao giggled, guilty conscience, as she joyfully ran around. The emperor, looking at her with affectionate amusement, suddenly seemed to understand, sternly admonishing the maid. I only came to retrieve something. There's no need to disturb your mistress. The maid shrank back in terror, her face ashen. As the emperor observed this, his suspicions grew, and he strode purposefully toward the inner chamber. Upon arriving at the window, he heard the sounds of flirtation and playful banter, and his expression darkened considerably. In the dimly lit chamber, Lady Li donned a sheer garment that deliberately exposed a significant portion of her delicate shoulder. Her slender fingers, as graceful as spring onions, teased the man's chest, her voice dripping with seduction yet laced with an imperious tone. Your attributes have become utterly useless. Why do you persist in clinging to me? A familiar voice wafted through the gauzy window. Shen Yaoyao, casting a glance at the emperor's subtly green-tinged crown, felt a thrill of excitement. Minister Zhang suddenly narrowed his eyes, forcefully embracing Lady Li. We had an agreement. You would bear a child to elevate my stature, yet look at the present situation. You have achieved your desires, while I sacrificed my only legitimate son. The thought of Yu Zhenhai filled him with profound regret, an overwhelming fury consuming him. Observing his pitiful demeanor, Lady Li coldly pushed him away. So what? We are currently bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. Do you dare make this public? If the emperor discovers this, you would deserve 10 heads for your folly. She casually adjusted her slipping neckline, a glacial glint flashing in her eyes. I advise you to maintain your composure and play the role of my loyal hound, for it might allow the Zhang family to retain a trace of lineage. Lifting an eyebrow, she mockingly patted her belly, weaving elaborate dreams of the future. When the emperor passes, my heir will ascend the throne, and this child could be granted the title of a leisurely prince. Otherwise, infuriated by her disdain, Minister Zhang grasped her wrist tightly. This venomous woman. If this is the case, why not eliminate the dog emperor upon the child's birth? Eradicate this wretched woman and her offspring, and support my son's rise to power. Becoming the regent to control the court, would that not be far more satisfying? A sinister smile flickered in his eyes as he gradually released Lady Li. At this moment, Shen Yaoyao seized the opportunity to incite further discord. Uncle, he plans to kill you and become the regent. The emperor could no longer contain his fury, violently kicking open the chamber doors. He beheld the shameless couple and, in a fit of rage, pierced both their hearts with his sword, the acrid scent of blood failing to quell his wrath. Watching the two collapse, he ordered his shadow guards to remove their bodies. The guards, terrified, dared not raise their heads, fearing the emperor's wrath might turn upon them. After ensuring the chamber was spotless, devoid of any trace of blood, the emperor staggered into a chair, consumed by existential doubt. What had transpired? His harem, once harmonious, now seemed to be in disarray. The concubines no longer vied for his attention, the empress remained indifferent, and even his most beloved, Lady Li, had betrayed him with an external minister, bestowing upon him a monumental humiliation. Shen Yaoyao, listening to the emperor's lament, could hardly suppress her laughter. Uncle, do not worry. I am but a child, and I do not comprehend. She tilted her head, feigning innocence, and gently patted him, continuing to offer her naive reassurances. As he caught her affirming gaze, the emperor felt his heart pierced, emotions swirling like a sieve. His lips twitched, the weight of sorrow deepening within him. Until he returned Shen Yaoyao to the Yu family, he remained sullen, burdened by his thoughts. Yu Luowei mused, do not fret, mother. Uncle merely tasted the bitterness of love. Observing the child's earnest demeanor, Yu Luowei felt bewildered. The bitterness of love? How could there be anyone in the emperor's numerous chambers capable of causing him such distress? A sense of disarray enveloped her. Daring not to display her feelings in the emperor's presence, she cautiously took Shen Yaoyao and swiftly exited the palace. The following day, news of Lady Li and Minister Zhang's execution spread like wildfire. This incident was a stain upon the royal family. The emperor would not permit the truth to be revealed, instead fabricating alternative excuses for public consumption. The abruptness of the event left everyone wary, though an undercurrent of suspicion brewed among the courtiers. Once the doors were shut, Yu Luowei could not restrain her regret. They both deserved their fates, yet one could not help but pity the unborn child, cursed with such a mother, destined never to witness the world. She sighed, busily dressing her precious little one. Shen Yaoyao blinked her innocent eyes, reaching out for an embrace. It's all right, Yu Luowei reassured, closing her eyes in gratitude. At last, having dressed Shen Yaoyao in exquisite attire, Yu Luowei beamed with joy as she cradled the delicate infant. Making her way to the hall, the celebration of the child's first birthday commenced with their arrival. With Lady Li's downfall, the crown prince and his faction were thrown into chaos. Shen Liang, anxious and unaware that this turmoil was instigated by his disdained daughter, lamented the foolishness of forsaking a favored concubine for self-destruction, dragging the crown prince into the mire. He could not fathom how Lady Li could be so insatiable. Coincidentally caught in the act by the emperor, Lu Yingying, soft as a willow, nestled against Shen Liang's arm, offering gentle comfort. Fortunately, the emperor still values the bond between father and son, sparing the crown prince from his wrath. This is a silver lining amid the misfortune. Yet the past affection had waned. Shen Liang sighed heavily, worry etched across his features. As Lady Li, the crown prince's mother, had brought such disgrace, the emperor would inevitably recall that humiliation each time he beheld the crown prince, leading to eventual disdain. After all, he had finally secured a supportive figure, only for this scandal to unfold. Shen Liang, do not dwell on it. Today is our Baiju's first birthday. We must greet our guests. Lu Yingying gently shook his arm. Previously, due to the influence of the Yu family, the celebrations for Shen Baiju as previous rites had been modest. Now that matters were laid bare, he felt emboldened. Fear not, my dear. I have invited all my colleagues. This celebration must surpass the Yu families, delivering a resounding slap to those who secretly mock us. With renewed confidence, Shen Liang took Lu Yingying by the arm, proceeding to the hall. As they entered, however, they were met with an alarming sight, an empty room. Shen Liang, what is this? Lu Yingying bit her lip, casting a helpless glance at Shen Liang. His brow furrowed instinctively as he scanned the distance, noticing a throng of court officials approaching. With the esteemed Lord Bai leading the way, Lord Bai, a prominent figure in the Ministry of Rites, was cherished by the courtiers. Realizing they had arrived late, Shen Liang's spirits lifted as he hurried towards the approaching crowd, a smile forming on his face, only to be met with a harsh reality. Lord Bai and his companions breezed past him, not sparing him a single glance. They were engaged in animated discussions, speaking of the grand celebration for the Fortune Princess's first birthday, highlighting the emperor's generosity in waiving her annual land tax, a clear testament to her favor. Lord Bai, what gift have you chosen? I heard the Fortune Princess adores gold. One of them remarked, just a trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Witnessing their fervent discussions, Shen Liang's expression shattered. Soon after, more colleagues arrived in pairs, deliberately bypassing him while amplifying their chatter. It was common knowledge that the Fortune Princess was the apple of the emperor and empress's eye, even receiving favored gifts. One lady, passing by the Shen residence, scoffed at Lu Yingying. A commoner remains a commoner. Even in a moment of glory, they cannot rise above their station. How dare they indulge in the presence of a mistress, hosting a lavish banquet for a bastard child? Would that not prompt laughter in the streets? I wonder if Lord Shen has settled his debts. How could he afford such a feast? This statement is akin to stripping away the last veil of shame from Shen Liang and Lu Yingying, rubbing their faces in the dirt. Even more audaciously, someone directly suggested to Shen Liang, Lord Shen, it seems no one has come to your banquet. Since Princess Fuyun is also your daughter, why not join the festivities over there and spare yourself the humiliation here? Shen Liang's face flushed with indignation, a mixture of red and white, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. It became abundantly clear to him that these individuals were being deliberately provocative. A gaggle of sycophants, who had previously fawned over him when he was in favor, now mocked him as he fell from grace. Go on. Go worship the feet of Princess Fuyun. He spat through gritted teeth, looking righteous. Lord Shen, before criticizing others, perhaps you should reflect on whether your own virtues warrant such a stance. Someone scoffed coldly, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Liang, who in the capital is unaware that your current position is due to the Yu family. Yet now you cast aside your lawful wife to bring your mistress into your home, living shamelessly as a pair of debauched lovers. Shen Liang was rendered speechless, for the accusations were all too true. Bah! A woman spat venomously at Shen Liang and Lu Yingying before haughtily departing. Others soon followed suit, mimicking her disdain. Watching the crowd disperse, Shen Liang could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, and he nearly fainted from rage. Lu Yingying gently supported him, burying her own humiliation and softly comforting him. Do not be angry, Shen Liang. They are but a bunch of petty individuals. Let them revel in their temporary triumph. They shall soon have their comeuppance. Her typically gentle eyes suddenly glimmered with a frosty resolve, and a knowing smile played upon her lips. The crown prince has arrived. Princess Yanran has arrived. The attendees exchanged glances, marveling at the level of favor bestowed upon Princess Fuyun. Although the emperor and empress did not attend, the presence of the crown prince was sufficient to convey their sentiments. Mother, I have come, Chu Yanran exclaimed, cradling a gift for Xin Yaoyao, which she eagerly presented, a golden lotus pedestal encased in a brocade box. How exquisite! Shen Yaoyao reached out, her small hand feeling the weight of the solid gold. Ignoring her affectionate address of mother, she continued, Brother, this is a carving I made just for you. Chu Ziyu hesitantly produced a small wooden figure he had painstakingly carved, his hands nearly raw from the effort. Upon seeing the clarity in his eyes, Shen Yaoyao clapped her pudgy hands and grinned broadly. I love it, brother. Hearing her approval lifted Chu Ziyu's anxious heart, and he beamed with a sunshine-like smile, his beauty shining through despite his malnourished state from years of hardship. Yu Chang'an observed Chu Ziyu with growing apprehension. Oh no! My sister has attracted another ill-intentioned suitor. Just then, Zhou Ruodong arrived alongside the Marquis of Jinxiang, making a beeline for Shen Yaoyao. Yaoyao, this is a pen wash I have prepared for you. He presented a dazzling golden pen wash, skillfully crafted, leaving the onlookers in awe. Yu Chang'an's sense of vigilance intensified. Yu Lurui instructed Chen Tao to display the carefully selected gifts for the Zhuazhou ceremony, alongside other prestigious gifts from noble figures. The ceremony commenced under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. The grandeur of Princess Fuyun's first birthday celebration was indeed remarkable, with even the Zhuazhou items crafted from pure gold, shimmering brilliantly and exuding opulence. All eyes were enviously fixed on Shen Yaoyao, eagerly anticipating what she would select. Little treasure, you may begin, Yu Lurui gently encouraged. Shen Yaoyao sat on the table, curiously exploring various items before her gaze settled on a golden copper mirror. Strange. I feel an inexplicable familiarity with this mirror, she mused, captivated by it. It appeared that she had a particular fondness for the mirror sent by Gong. Song Huijin felt elated, as he was indeed Shen Yaoyao's most devoted admirer. Upon learning that Shen Yaoyao had chosen a seemingly useless copper mirror, Lu Yingying could not suppress a mocking laugh. Just a little child, only concerned with vanity. Lu Yingying's expression twisted with malice, as she plotted to see Shen Yaoyao fall from her gilded pedestal into the muck below. I am the true protagonist of this world. Only my daughter is worthy of such privileges. The lively birthday banquet wrapped up by evening, with Yu Lurui busily seeing off guests, leaving Shen Yaoyao in Yu Chang'an's care. Yu Chang'an frowned, his gaze landing on the ever-adhesive Chu Yanran, discontent evident in his voice. Do you not have a home of your own? In the face of his hostility, Chu Yanran pouted, clinging to Shen Yaoyao with feigned tears. Mother, he is so fierce, I am frightened. Yu Chang'an was taken aback. Was this the same imperious and overbearing Princess Rugia he remembered? Stop pretending, we have yet to settle the matter of you pushing Yaoyao into the water. Yet. No matter what he said, Chu Yanran remained obstinate, only clinging to Shen Yaoyao with a look of grievance. What a talented actress. Yu Chang'an rolled his eyes in frustration, as he racked his brain for ways to rid himself of Chu Yanran. An elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles and a beaming smile appeared, brandishing lifelike sugar figures. Little ones, Granny knows a fun place, would you like to go play? Yu Chang'an immediately felt a surge of caution, positioning himself protectively behind Shen Yaoyao and Chu Yanran. This old woman is no simple character. Shen Yaoyao tilted her head, her bright eyes curiously fixed on the elderly woman, noticing a wisp of dark energy rising from her head. What is that? Yu Chang'an's pupils constricted as both he and Chu Yanran saw the dark aura emanating from the old woman's head through the copper mirror Shen Yaoyao held. Let us go. Let us play. Shen Yaoyao clapped her hands, her face alight with glee. Wherever mother goes, I shall go. Whatever sister says goes. Yu Chang'an, enamored by his little cousin, readily agreed, filled with a sense of fervor. As the only man here, I shall protect you both. The old woman seemed taken aback by how smoothly things were proceeding but quickly recovered, her face breaking into a wide grin as she scooped up the still, unsteady Shen Yaoyao. They ventured toward a secluded alley, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister, accompanied by the distant cries of children. Upon entering a large courtyard, two young men promptly secured the door. The leader of the two scrutinized Shen Yaoyao and her companions, furrowing his brow with concern as he pulled the old woman aside. Where did you find these 3 children? Their luxurious garments could not be purchased even with a house full of children. If you wish to court danger, do not drag us into your mess. I picked them up on the way, it's nothing to worry about, the old woman replied dismissively. At this age, they know nothing. Why fret? One of them is a bit dim-witted, incessantly calling that baby mother. She continued, strip them of their clothes, discipline them for a few days, and they will forget everything. Do not worry, no one will come looking. The man's furrowed brow began to ease as he pondered for a moment before ultimately relenting. The 3 children were temporarily confined to the backyard. Father, save me. Shen Yaoyao's faint cries echoed in the dim room, alongside the whimpers of the other children. She waved her hand, and countless fireflies gathered, illuminating the space and revealing a group of brutally mistreated children. The older ones, around 7 or 8, bore bloodied wounds, their clothing tattered, trembling in the corners. The small ones, some even smaller than her, were carelessly wrapped in filthy swaddles, lying on the ground, their voices hoarse from crying, with their excrement and urine left unattended, emanating a foul stench. Most were toddlers, barely 1 or 2 years old, their frail limbs marked with bruises and deep impressions, their little fingers mangled, as though their nails had been forcibly removed. This was a sight Yu Chang'an had never witnessed before. He looked at their horrifying injuries, his anger igniting within him. These scoundrels, they are less than human. Once I escape, I shall surely have my father lead his men to slay them all. The little sister, how pitiful. Chu Yanran approached the nearest infant, observing her trembling in fear, her innocent eyes filled with terror and dread, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. Shen Yaoyao closed her eyes, images flooding her mind. Helpless infants were being choked, beaten, and whipped, their mouths forcibly pried open to pour in scalding water, their nails ripped out and tongues severed, silver needles piercing their soft spots. Regardless of gender, they were treated as commodities for those vile beasts to violate, the youngest among them barely a few months old, suffering torment leading to their demise. Damn it! They all deserve to perish. Shen Yaoyao clenched her small fists, enveloped in an unprecedented silence. Chapter 69. The Child Welfare Bureau is indeed a hell on earth. No, It is more than that. Countless small souls drifted in the air, their faces and bodies stained with blood, crying out in despair, "I'm so hungry. Please don't hit me, I want to do it again, spare me." Their pitiful wails filled the entire room. Chu Yanran and Yu Chang'an also witnessed this scene through the mirror in Shen Yaoyao's embrace, their hearts tightening in anguish. Suddenly, footsteps and voices were heard outside the door. These three are quite the treasures. If we were to mar their faces and claim 3 subsidies from the Ministry of Revenue, it would be a shame. Instead, let us spread the word and allow our loyal customers to enjoy them first, fetching a high price. This is the Child Welfare Bureau. Isn't it run by the government? Chu Yanran gasped softly, unable to believe her ears. The Child Welfare Bureau was originally established to shelter homeless infants. Yet they not only accepted funds from the Ministry of Revenue but also engaged in such monstrous acts. Yu Chang'an trembled in fury. What was meant to be a benevolent act by the government had become a tool for these beasts to amass wealth. What should have been a sanctuary for abandoned infants had transformed into a living hell. I must inform my aunt and uncle, so they can deal with these despicable creatures. Tears streamed down Chu Yanran's face as she looked at the tormented infants. The next moment, the door swung open from the outside. Yu Chang'an instinctively shielded Chu Yanran and Shen Yaoyao, his gaze warily fixed on the newcomers. At the forefront was the old woman who had abducted them, followed by 2 burly men. The dark aura surrounding her resembles that of the wicked woman who abused Chu Ziyu. Shen Yaoyao's small face tightened. She had deliberately allowed herself to be kidnapped to uncover this matter, having already conveyed instructions to her vigilant guards to hold their ground, and had likewise communicated with her mother. Little ones, now that you're here, be good. If you perform well, you shall receive sweets. If not, you've seen the fate that awaits disobedient children. The old woman's sagging flesh contorted into a sinister smile, revealing a predatory expression as she menacingly threatened them. Expecting a cacophony of cries, she was astonished when the 3 children smiled cheerfully, nodding obediently at her. Rest assured, we are very well behaved. When shall you take us to play? Chu Yanran's large, watery eyes and her cooperative demeanor left them bewildered. How strange. Over the years, we have abducted hundreds of children, each one howling and fussing. Never have we encountered such behavior. The old woman, still cautious, observed for a while, confirming that the 3 children had no intention of escaping, instead appearing naively eager to play outside. Who would have thought that children from affluent families could be so foolishly innocent? This simplifies matters. Let us split up and quickly contact our regular customers. Shen Yaoyao ground her teeth in anger. Upon hearing the footsteps fade, Yu Chang'an urged, while the villains are absent, let us hasten to rescue everyone. But they were merely 3 children. Could they truly save anyone from the clutches of so many beasts? His gaze instinctively fell upon Shen Yaoyao, and his anxious heart was instantly calmed. He believed his sister would surely find a way. Sister, don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Shen Yaoyao swayed as she approached the most severely injured little girl, exhaling strands of golden spiritual energy towards her wounds. Chu Yanran clumsily cradled the crying infant in her arms, soothing her. Yu Chang'an tore a strip from his long robe to bandage the leg of a small boy. Let us go, we'll take you home. Shen Yaoyao's small face was filled with determination. In a flash of golden light, the iron lock outside fell away. The children, larger ones carrying the smaller, helped each other as they fled. However, just before they could escape the courtyard, the old woman and a group of burly men appeared. The children trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground. Ah, I knew you 3 little rascals would be restless. You dare to run away. I'll show you what it means to have a path to heaven that you refuse to take, and a gate to hell that you willingly enter. The old woman's face twisted with rage as she lunged forward. You're seeking death. Shen Yaoyao was enraged. She widened her round eyes, pure and innocent, yet filled with an icy fury, her delicate hands clenched tightly as she recited a long string of incantations in her heart. Though her voice was soft, it sent shivers down spines, raising the hair on their bodies uncontrollably. As her thoughts resonated, the sky darkened ominously, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. A streak of fierce lightning struck the wooden post in the center of the courtyard, instantly reducing it to charred remains, flames licking the darkness as if to consume all evil. Heavens, what on earth is happening? The old woman and her henchmen, initially reveling in their triumph, were taken aback. Before they could comprehend the situation, another bolt of lightning struck precisely at the old woman's feet.
Ah!
Cries of horror erupted in the courtyard as the old woman's foot was pierced by lightning, flames consuming her swiftly, the sizzling sound of her burning flesh echoing in the eerie silence. Help me, save me. She extended her twisted hand, desperately pleading for salvation. But her companions had already fled in terror. Fearing they too might be struck by lightning, they scrambled into the house. The thunder and lightning continued to rage. Yu Chang'an watched in exhilaration, joyfully glancing at Shen Yaoyao and Chu Yanran. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Let us seize this opportunity to rescue the poor infants and escape this dreadful place. Report to the authorities. Report to the authorities. Shen Yaoyao vigorously waved her small fists. As her words fell, the hidden guards immediately signaled, and officers waiting nearby surged forth, surrounding the entire courtyard. Sweetheart, Yu's voice called out. rushing forward from the crowd to embrace Shen Yaoyao, inspecting her carefully. Had it not been for the vigilant guards accompanying her, and the assurance from the Jingzhao Yin that they would intervene immediately if anything went amiss, she would have charged in long ago. The moments spent anxiously awaiting outside felt like an eternity, her heart racing with worry. Princess, county princess, young master, are you all unharmed? The head of the Jingzhao prefecture rushed forward from the crowd, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This incident entangled the beloved princess, county princess, and the esteemed general's son, and upon hearing it, he nearly fainted, his heart racing with fear. Should anything happen, not only would he lose his position, but his very life could be at stake. Chapter 70. A life lived for 1 year and 10 months. Little Shen Yaoyao extended her tiny hand to wipe away Yu Luo Rui's tears.
No.
Do not be afraid. We will save everyone. The tragic sight of the children stirred even the seasoned officials, accustomed to crime scenes, causing them to gasp in horror. Their eyes reddening as they gritted their teeth, fists clenched, struggling to suppress their urge for vengeance. Bring forth these inhumane wretches from the Child Welfare Bureau and imprison them in the dungeon. The innocent souls floated together in the air, chattering joyfully. Thank you. Thank you. Shen Yaoyao gazed at the pure spirits, extending her chubby little hand to cast a spell, a golden light gradually emanating to soothe their wounds and mend their bodies. Go now, no one shall bully you again. In your next life, may you be safe and joyful. Yet, one little boy, taller than Shen Yaoyao, refused to depart. What is your unfulfilled wish? She asked, observing his timid, bewildered spirit, not yet 2 years old.
I
want my grandmother, he stammered, his eyes brimming with tears as he nodded earnestly. Then come with me. I shall take you to find your grandmother. Do not wander off. Shen Yaoyao's small ears perked up at the sound of an elderly call in the distance. Meanwhile, the governor of Jingzhao was directing his officials, with some escorting the vile perpetrators to the dungeon while others verified the identities of the infants, notifying their families. News of the Child Welfare Bureau's closure rapidly spread throughout the capital, leaving the populace in shock and outrage. Many families, heartbroken, could hardly fathom that their missing children had been suffering in the same city, tormented beyond imagination.
Yu Lu Hui,
Holding Shen Yaoyao and leading the 2 children onto a carriage, suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry. Little darling,
where are you?
the small soul floating beside Shen Yaoyao trembled. An elderly woman, her hair white as snow, staggered into the Child Welfare Bureau. Her wrinkled face etched with anxiety and worry, desperately searching among the injured children, hope fading into despair. There was no sign of her precious grandson. As the light in her eyes dimmed, her strength waned, and she fell backward. A subtle golden light emerged from the carriage, supporting her frail form. Go. Bid farewell to your grandmother properly. Shen Yaoyao sent a beam of golden light into the boy's forehead, and the little spirit joyfully floated towards the elderly woman. It's all my fault. I caused my darling suffering. The old woman, as if devoid of her soul, stared blankly ahead, suddenly striking herself twice across the face. Tears cascading down. Her grandson's father was a gambling scoundrel who squandered their land and drowned his sorrows in drink, brutally beating the boy's mother and sister. In her desperation to protect her children, the mother finally snapped and poisoned that wretched man, turning herself in, sentenced to 20 years in prison, leaving behind 2 pitiful children. She had to toil in the fields while caring for them, and with no other choice, she sent her not yet 2-year-old grandson to the Child Welfare Bureau, hoping he would at least receive a meal. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she wept, trembling uncontrollably. They had once promised her visits, but later refused, leaving her in despair.
Grandma.
Don't cry. The little spirit floated beside her, hurriedly extending his small hand to wipe her tears. Little darling? The old woman gazed at him in disbelief. It was indeed the face she longed for. His frail, almost transparent body seemed as if it could be swept away by the slightest breeze. Oh, my little darling. I shall never leave you again. The old woman cried, reaching out to embrace him, only to have her hand pass through his form. Grandma, I've been good. The little spirit recounted how the first caregiver had treated him well, feeding him, dressing him, telling stories, and tucking him in, rarely falling ill. But soon, the good caregiver was dismissed, replaced by 2 cruel ones. The small spirit shuddered, recalling how they had torn away his fingernails, knocked out his teeth, and left him battered and bruised. He had been starved and tortured for 4 months, ultimately succumbing to hunger. Even as a spirit devoid of pain, he recoiled at the memory of his inhumane treatment, his small face scrunching in a plea. I hurt so much. I was wrong. I shall never do it again. The boy's plight pierced the elderly woman's heart like a sharp needle. My little darling. She felt as if her heart had been ripped apart, bleeding and gasping for breath. Trembling, she reached out, hesitating to touch her most obedient grandson, now reduced to skin and bones, fearing he would crumble away at a mere touch. Grandma, I must go. The little sister in the carriage is calling for me. With his wish fulfilled, he could no longer linger in this world. The little spirit waved goodbye, stepping onto the golden light that awaited him. Little darling, little darling. The old woman cried, her body convulsing in anguish, nearly losing consciousness. The next day, during court, the emperor, upon reading the report presented by the governor of Jingzhao, erupted in fury. This is outrageous. He had anticipated a flourishing and prosperous reign. Yet such a horrifying event unfolded under his rule. This was an affront to his authority. Investigate thoroughly. Anyone involved, no matter how minor, shall face execution and their bodies left unburied. Under the emperor's wrath, the governor wasted no time, conducting a complete investigation within half a day, uncovering all personnel involved, including those at the Child Welfare Bureau and any cover-ups. Your Majesty, according to the prisoners' testimonies, some caregivers from the palace were also involved. Chapter 71. Fireproof garments. The emperor was taken aback by the depth of this heinous network. Enraged, he ordered the eunuchs and imperial guards to apprehend the culprits. The wicked caregiver serving Chu Ziyu, hearing the news, hid in a water vat. As the guards searched high and low, just when they were about to give up, they suddenly heard a pained groan.
Who is it?
Amidst the commotion, the malevolent caregiver, twisted in agony, emerged from the vat, clutching her abdomen. The imperial guards cautiously surrounded her, but before they could arrest her, they noticed something was amiss. Her face turned an alarming shade of purple as her belly swelled at an alarming rate. Help me. Please save me. She could barely stand, collapsing to the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. The eunuch observed her condition with growing suspicion, exchanging glances with the leader of the imperial guards. But before they could devise a plan, her abdomen continued to expand grotesquely, as if she were carrying triplets. With a sudden pop, the onlookers watched in horror as her belly burst open. The air was permeated with an unbearable stench of excrement, invading even the most diligent attempts to cover one's mouth and nose. The choking odor was relentless, overwhelming, and even induced vomiting in some. Simultaneously, the imperial guards uncovered a trove of silver notes, jewelry, and a ledger detailing transactions with its CO bureau, which recorded that the majority of the ill-gotten gains had found their way into the pockets of Consort Shen. The emperor, upon witnessing the thick stack of incriminating evidence, felt an overwhelming fury boiling within him. Without uttering a word, he commanded Eunuch Lan to bring poison, a white silk, and a dagger to Consort Chen's chamber. Unbeknownst to Consort Chen, calamity was upon her. As she observed the imposing guards storming into her quarters, her delicate brows furrowed in displeasure as she questioned Eunuch Lan.
How dare you?
Who gave you the audacity to intrude upon my palace? Eunuch Lan coldly gestured, and his subordinates promptly presented the execution tools. Your Highness, do you truly need a reminder of your misdeeds? The truth is out. The emperor, considering your past affections, has graciously allowed you a dignified exit. Do not squander his goodwill. As Consort Chen absorbed his words, the color drained from her face, leaving her pallid and slumped in her chair. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she faced the advancing eunuchs, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. No, it cannot be. I have been the emperor's favored consort for many years, especially after the demise of Consort Li. He would not be so cruel. She cried out, desperately struggling against her fate, unwilling to accept death. At that moment, Song Huifeng entered and was greeted by the ominous sight of the guards pressuring his mother to take her own life. You treacherous dogs! How dare you disrespect my mother? Do you not fear my father's wrath? I shall have your heads. Despite his threats, Eunuch Lan remained unperturbed. Your Highness, the execution of Consort Chen is the emperor's decree. Should you harbor any grievances, you may voice them to his majesty. However, the implication was clear. There was no room for negotiation. Despair washed over Song Huifeng as he collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching as his mother was strangled before his eyes. The anguish in her final moments shattered him, and he screamed, fleeing the scene in a frenzy, unable to see the steps ahead and tumbling down. Prince! The palace attendants cried out in alarm as chaos erupted within Consort Chen's quarters. Ultimately, it was the empress who dispatched Feng Ruo to manage the situation. Your Majesty, the physician reports that the fifth prince has only suffered minor injuries, yet the trauma of witnessing Consort Chen's fate may impair his intelligence. Feng Ruo sighed, reflecting on how the palace was not lacking in children, but given the circumstances, the fifth prince would likely be abandoned. Consort Chen's numerous wrongdoings had seemingly rebounded upon her son, and one could not help but wonder if she would regret her choices in the afterlife. The empress, her fingers deftly manipulating her prayer beads, closed her eyes in silence. Feng Ruo recalled the curse uttered by Princess Fuyun, initially dismissed as a child's whim, but now hauntingly prophetic. The wicked old nurse who had perished in a grotesque manner indeed echoed the curse. 3 days later, at the marketplace, anyone associated with its CO bureau was subjected to brutal executions, heads rolling and blood flowing like a river. Even from a distance, the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. When Lu Yingying received the news, she was so terrified that she remained hidden in her chamber, flinching at every slight sound, her heart racing. Only when night fell did her anxiety begin to ease. Relieved that she had merely hinted at the old nurse's fate without direct involvement, ensuring that no substantial evidence could be traced back to her. Inwardly, she reassured herself, while simultaneously growing increasingly wary of Yaoyao, who, much like her mother, had managed to escape the clutches of danger. Initially, she had hoped to use Yaoyao's demise to undermine the Yu family, thus expediting her own ambitions, but now it seemed a missed opportunity. Her eyes narrowed, a glimmer of malice flashing within her amber gaze. If this path proved unfruitful, perhaps it was time to forge a new one.
Bring my father to me.
The following morning at court, Shen Liang was transformed from his previous dejection into a figure radiating vitality, akin to a victorious rooster. Spotting Yu Zhenhai, who did not bow his head but instead met him with a challenging gaze, Shen Liang felt a surge of triumph. Your Majesty, I have not failed my mission. I have successfully developed a fire-resistant garment. He presented the garment to Eunuch Lan, who then brought it forth to the emperor. The emperor scrutinized the fabric for a prolonged moment, touching it, noting its distinct qualities compared to ordinary cloth. Yet he questioned whether such a small item could truly withstand raging flames. Seemingly sensing the emperor's skepticism, Shen Liang confidently proposed a demonstration. Granted. In the Golden Hall, officials cleared a space for the test, all eyes fixed upon Shen Liang as flames licked the air. Curiosity piqued about the fire-resistant garment. Dressed in the protective attire and wearing a matching mask, Shen Liang strode toward the inferno, unfazed by the murmurs around him. This item is exaggeratedly touted. I find it hard to believe that human ingenuity can rival nature's fury. Yet, as the spectators watched his unwavering confidence, they wondered if he would truly gamble with his life. If this garment proved to be as miraculous as claimed, it could indeed fortify the entire army of Dayu. As the crowd held its breath, Shen Liang calmly traversed the flames. Upon emerging unscathed, the astonished onlookers gasped in unison, marveling at the garment's effectiveness. This is truly a boon for the nation and its people. Even Yu Zhenhai could not suppress his excitement, understanding the potential for saving countless soldiers on the battlefield. From his elevated position, the emperor's gaze towards Shen Liang gradually turned cold. With the successful demonstration complete, Shen Liang's value began to wane, and the emperor contemplated a suitable excuse to eliminate him. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Shen Liang seemed to read the emperor's thoughts and promptly knelt. The emperor frowned, his expression darkening. What is the meaning of this, my beloved minister? You have accomplished a great feat. Your Majesty, while I have created the fire-resistant garment, the process is intricate, and any misstep could compromise its effectiveness. I have only barely managed to grasp it after numerous simulations. He recited verbatim the words taught to him by Lu Yingying. The emperor's countenance fell, and after a prolonged silence, he regained his composure. Very well. Let you oversee the production of these garments. Suddenly, a report arrived from outside the hall. The small northern D dares to invade our borders. It is indeed infuriating. The courtiers erupted in righteous indignation, clamoring for military action. With a somber expression, the emperor commanded Shen Liang, my dear minister, I grant you 20 days to mass-produce the fire-resistant garments for our border defense. Your commands shall be fulfilled, Shen Liang replied, kneeling with a cunning smile hidden beneath his lowered head. Upon exiting the court, Yu Zhenhai recounted the events of the morning session to Lu Ruwei. To his surprise, this little schemer had indeed succeeded in his endeavor, and Yu Zhenhai found his audacity infuriating. Honestly, I am more concerned for my third brother. He is currently in Northern D, and should war break out, his safety may be at great risk. Shen Yaoyao was fervently gnawing at a golden bronze mirror when she suddenly paused upon hearing Yu Ruwei's concerned words. She raised her little head, exclaiming, Don't worry, Auntie. Uncle will find a wife for me. Oh? Both Yu Ruwei and Yu Zhenhai instinctively turned their gazes towards the little child across from them. The third brother, who was typically engrossed in his arcane pursuits, showed no urgency regarding his personal affairs. Despite their parents' repeated nudges, he remained indifferent. Could it be that he encountered a favored lady during his recent travels to Beidi? Yu Ruwei furrowed her brow, her worries deepening. While it would be delightful if her brother found someone he cherished, if she were a Beidi woman, given the current state of affairs between their nations, it could be rather precarious. Shen Yaoyao waved her chubby white hand, her voice bubbling with excitement. Future auntie is coming to marry uncle. Yu Ruwei and Yu Zhenhai exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. 10 days later, envoys from Beidi arrived unexpectedly. Your Majesty, Beidi wishes to establish a cordial alliance with Dayu. The king has specially dispatched his most cherished princess Jiangxia to select a husband. Should this endeavor succeed, Beidi pledges not to infringe upon Dayu's territory for a century. The emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, sat high upon his throne, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized the envoy's intentions. What could Beidi's sudden overture signify? Just recently, they had troubled their borders, and now they sent a princess to extend an olive branch. Were they attempting to lull them into complacency before striking unexpectedly? The court was divided. Some believed Beidi harbored ulterior motives, while others argued that the nation was peaceful and should refrain from igniting conflict that would burden the populace. The debate grew heated, with both factions stubbornly holding their ground. Naturally, the common folk were averse to warfare and were filled with curiosity about the Beidi princess seeking a husband. They had heard tales of her extraordinary beauty, likening her to a celestial being. Who among them would be fortunate enough to be chosen by such a stunning maiden? Rumor had it that she was dearly favored by the king of Beidi. Whoever became her consort would surely soar to great heights. Men rubbed their hands together, eager for such fortuitous opportunities to fall upon them. However, a nearby individual scoffed dismissively. You know nothing. Women from Beidi are likely plain and fiery in temperament. If she were truly favored, why would she be dispatched for a marriage alliance? The crowd murmured in agreement, even the initially vocal man changing his demeanor. Regardless of her looks or favor, if a marriage alliance could secure enduring peace between their nations, it would be a tremendous blessing. Meanwhile, the emperor took this matter very seriously, ordering Lord Bai of the Ministry of Rites to extend lavish hospitality to the Beidi princess and her envoys, repeatedly instructing that they must not be treated with any disrespect. At the same time, the Yu household was festooned with decorations, exuding an air of festivity. Yu Taisher and his wife gazed at their healthy son, their eyes glistening with emotion. You, my child, spend all your days out in the wild, not even sending letters home. You are no longer a child. It's time to settle down. Yu Mu revealed a treasure she had long collected, unfolding it before Yu and Aiqiu. These were all the eligible young ladies in the capital, each one of them renowned for their beauty and virtue. Choose one you fancy, and I will personally go and propose. Yu and Aiqiu was both amused and exasperated by his mother's antics. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted. Yu Mu, with a stern expression, invoked her maternal authority, declaring, "No more excuses this time." Mother. Yu Mu looked at him in surprise, her joy evident as she pressed. Oh, which girl is it? As long as she is virtuous and decent, it matters not if her family is of lower status. Just tell me. Observing his mother's eagerness to rush off to propose, Yu and Aiqiu found himself troubled. Yu Taisher noticed his son's hesitance, and his joyful expression darkened. His voice turning grave. Given your attitude, do you not wish to marry her? You've already enticed her, yet do not intend to make an honest woman of her? Is that not a disservice to her? The atmosphere grew tense. Yu and Aiqiu realized he was about to mislead his father and quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Our family values decorum. If I were to act immorally, father would surely cast me out. Yu Taisher scoffed. You'd best be mindful. Then, why this hesitation?
Igrakumu interjected.
Taking a deep breath, Yu and Aiqiu explained, her identity is somewhat special, and it cannot be disclosed at present. Upon hearing this, Yu Taisher and Yu Mu exchanged worried glances, their eyes betraying their deep concerns. Their son was different from his two brothers, having never shown much interest in scholarly pursuits or martial endeavors, and their hearts ached for him. Now, when he finally encountered a woman of interest, he found himself in such a predicament. Qing Chaoga stepped forward to mediate. Father, mother, third brother is no longer a child. He surely has his own plans. Each generation has its own blessings. You need not worry excessively. Indeed, indeed. When the future auntie arrives, she will surely astonish everyone. Hearing the little one's thoughts, Yu and Aiqiu could not suppress his smile, pride swelling within him. The woman he admired was undoubtedly the epitome of excellence. Alas, it seems future auntie has a tragic fate. In the great war between the Yu and Beidi, his malevolent adversary controls the third uncle, witnessing future auntie and his younger sister suffer at the hands of local soldiers, ultimately leading to a gruesome demise for his uncle. What? Yu and Aiqiu was taken aback, his smile faltering as his expression grew somber and conflicted. The remaining siblings of the Yu family exchanged startled glances, each having heard the child's thoughts. Fear not, with me around, auntie and sister shall be safe. Shen Yaoyao assured them, patting her little chest with innocence. Now that he was aware, it indicated there was a possibility for change. As long as he lived, he would ensure no harm came to her or the children. The Beidi delegation entered the capital with great pomp and circumstance. The citizens of Dayu were filled with curiosity about the princess who was to be wed, eagerly gathering to witness the spectacle. The Beidi were indeed from a wild land, even taming tigers for their procession. The formidable tiger, adorned with regal embellishments, left deep impressions in the earth with its mighty paws. Seated atop the tiger's carriage was a man of robust stature, clad in practical pastoral attire. His bronze skin complemented by a thick beard, exuding a raw, untamed aura. With a casual demeanor, he regarded the fearful expressions of the Dayu citizens, a sneer curling upon his lips, dripping with disdain. I truly cannot fathom what you see in that scrawny fellow. He is weak, lacking the boldness and spirit of a true Beidi man. Next to him, Princess Jiangxia, dressed in vibrant red attire, despite her face being veiled, could not hide her stunning beauty, particularly her expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Jiang Di, observing his sister's defense of the outsider, felt increasingly irked. You've lost your senses over that scoundrel. Brother. Jiang Xia's voice grew sharper, the adornments in her hair swaying with her agitation. It was evident she was genuinely upset, prompting Jiang Di to awkwardly scratch his nose, silenced by guilt. Among the crowd, Yu Chang'an held Shen Yaoyao's hand tightly, fearful she might stumble. Today, with his aunt busy with business, he was entrusted with the little one. If she were to fall, he could manage with his aunt. But their father would not be so forgiving. Remembering Yu Zhanhai's temper, Yu Chang'an instinctively tightened his grip. Luckily, there were hidden guards accompanying them. Look, sister. Future auntie. Where? Shen Yaoyao craned her neck, only to see a sea of people, with not a single gap in sight. It's too high. I can't see. Anxiously, Shen Yaoyao jumped up and down, but still found herself completely obstructed. Unable to foresee the future, auntie, I feel discontent. The little child pouted, tears brimming in her eyes. Yu Chang'an immediately comforted her. Do not cry, Yaoyao. If you ride on my shoulders, you shall see. Yes. Brother, you are so kind. As Yu Chang'an crouched down, Shen Yaoyao scrambled up with all her might. Just as she stood, she beheld Auntie parting the curtain, waving at the onlookers outside. The wind brushed against the gossamer on her face, revealing porcelain-like exquisite skin, instantly igniting a chorus of cheers.
Ah.
It is the Princess of Beatty. She is greeting me. Shen Yaoyao clapped her little hands in excitement, her innocent voice praising, Auntie, you are truly beautiful. I adore you. Who could have spread such a vile rumor that the Beatty princess was plain? Just look at her delicate face. And it is evident she is a great beauty. My relatives have a trading caravan that has been to Beatty. It is said that place is not fully civilized. The customs are quite fierce, and unlike Ardu, where only men can hold official positions, this Beatty princess is the most favored heir to the throne, holding considerable esteem in the court, even surpassing her own brother. Upon hearing this, those nearby expressed their astonishment, questioning, what? In Beatty, such things defy propriety. Women ought to dutifully remain in the inner chambers, managing household affairs, supporting their husbands, and serving their in-laws. Such women would be unwanted even in our village. Shen Yaoyao spat in disdain. Yu Chang'an, unable to comprehend his little cousin's words, recognized that the foolish individual was disparaging his future aunt. How pitiful! Yu Chang'an scoffed. Seeing the cowardly demeanor of the man, who was reveling in his own offensive remarks but suddenly found himself confronted. Noticing that these two little children had guards by their side, he hastily swallowed, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he scurried away into the crowd. In the midst of this, Jiang Xia, seated in a palanquin, remained oblivious to the commotion. Her gaze eventually settled on a familiar face across the tea-house, and she could no longer contain her excitement. Her smile curving like a crescent moon as she shyly waved. Shen Yaoyao and Yu Chang'an, noticing her gesture, instinctively followed her gaze and discovered that it was their third uncle, Yunichio, seated on the second floor of the tea-house. Uncle, Auntie, how sweet. The two little ones beamed with delight at the sight of them. Yunichio, clad in a moonlight white robe, leaned against the window, his peach blossom eyes brimming with affection for Jiang Xia, his smile impossible to suppress. Suddenly, he recalled Shen Yaoyao's heartfelt words from that day. And the thought of Jiang Xia's fate caused his smile to falter, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, tightening incessantly. Why was his dear Xia so beautiful and kind yet destined for such a fate? Yunichio furrowed his brow, silently vowing to protect her and ensure she suffers no harm. Meanwhile, below, Shen Liang, seated beneath Yunichio, noticed the Beatty princess casting her gaze this way and immediately perked up like a proud rooster. Could it be that the Beatty princess has taken a liking to me? He pondered, raising his chin, his mind racing with possibilities. The princess's high status and her arrival to select a suitor filled him with ambition. If she were to choose him, he could soar to greatness. Although he had promised Inger the position of his official wife, her status paled in comparison to that of the Beatty princess, whose potential benefits for his future were far greater. However, knowing Inger was so understanding, he figured she would not mind too much. As he admired the princess's hidden beauty behind her veil, he felt a stirring in his heart. The grand procession of the Beatty delegation paraded through the streets of the capital for nearly half an hour before finally entering the imperial city, causing the onlookers to disperse. Meanwhile, shouts could be heard nearby. It turned out that a newly opened jewelry shop, Gulenga, was auctioning off a batch of exquisite goods. Gulenga? Shen Yaoyao's innocent eyes widened in curiosity as she looked up at Yu Chang'an. He immediately assumed an authoritative demeanor, clearing his throat to explain. Gulenga is the most sought-after jewelry shop among the common folk. It is said that the owner is quite the eccentric, traveling the world to gather the most curious and unusual treasures, crafting them into exquisite pieces with gold. He continued, however, I have only heard of it before. I never thought I would see it open in the capital one day. Upon hearing about treasures made of gold, Shen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled, her tiny hands gripping Yu Chang'an's sleeve tightly. Brother, let's go take a look. Her sweet, childlike voice reached Yu Chang'an's ears, and without a second thought, he scooped her up and entered the shop. Welcome, esteemed guests. The attendant did not regard their small stature with any disdain. Yu Chang'an and Shen Yaoyao found a place to sit, and the auction commenced. The shop, though modest in size, was exquisitely decorated, clearly a labor of love. Yu Chang'an surveyed the surroundings, muttering softly. At that moment, Shen Yaoyao was completely captivated by the various gold artifacts on display, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first auction item, a drum cart made entirely of gold. The remarkable feature is that for every mile it travels, a little figure will strike the drum. The shopkeeper, Wen Mei, swayed gracefully to the front. The stunning beauty captured everyone's attention. She wore a simple garment, her hair elegantly styled in a single bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, exuding an enchanting charm without the need for excessive decoration. Her captivating smile stirred the hearts of all present. What a clever invention. But I wonder about its worth? Every patron entering Gulengo was either wealthy or noble, indifferent to the cost as long as they desired the item. The shopkeeper, well aware of this, smiled enticingly. The starting bid is 100 taels of gold. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet they quickly reconciled their surprise upon realizing the item was made of gold. I bid 150 taels. 200 taels. Bids flew in from the audience, each eager to secure the prized item. Meanwhile, Yu Chang'an and Shen Yaoyao remained comfortably seated, savoring pastries and milk, occasionally exchanging a few words. Brother, do you notice anything unusual? Shen Yaoyao's bright eyes focused on the enchanting Wen Mei, who was elegantly introducing the auction items. In the moment when Shen Yaoyao and Yu Chang'an devoured the last piece of cake before them, the auction was drawing to a close. The final item on the auction block was the treasured artifact of Gulanga, the golden branch, and jade cicada. As the alluring voice of Wen Mei resonated, it immediately stirred a commotion. It was indeed the golden branch and jade cicada. This exquisite treasure was crafted from the finest Hetian jade, renowned for its warm and substantial quality, a rarity to behold in a century, and meticulously carved by 10 of the most skilled artisans. The cicada's wings were required to be exceedingly delicate, with every vein rendered flawlessly, bringing it to life. It seemed that today would be a feast for the eyes. Just as the golden branch and jade cicada was presented amidst the crowd's gaze, a group of masked figures clad in black burst through the doors. Each of them brandished chilling knives, and their leader bellowed with ferocity, "Don't move, it's a robbery." In the next instant, the anxious robber nearly stumbled over himself. "Boss, are you alright?" His subordinate rushed to steady him. "Grab your weapons, charge." The minions behind him surged forward, seizing the golden branch and jade cicada, and dashed for the exit. Shen Yaoyao observed this band of unprofessional robbers, pursing her lips, her expression revealing her discontent. "Is this being purchased for $0? Wen Mei exclaimed, belatedly realizing the absurdity of the situation, her brows furrowing as she struck a pose reminiscent of a distressed beauty. "Is there such fortune?" Shen Yaoyao's interest was piqued to her words, and she extended her chubby little hand, her voice sweet and innocent. "If I find it, can I have the cicada?" The reward offered by Wen Mei was indeed enticing, and the crowd was stirred, yet seeing a toothless child being the first to speak prompted laughter. "Those robbers have knives. Be careful, or you might get slashed." Yet, Shen Yaoyao paid no heed to their nonsensical warnings, her sparkling eyes fixated on Wen Mei. "Can I?" Wen Mei's enchanting gaze remained locked on her, her expression turning serious. "Of course." Shen Yaoyao beamed at the captivating beauty before her, then turned to Yu Chang'an with a knowing look. Without hesitation, he hoisted her onto his back and pursued the fleeing bandits. With Shen Yaoyao on his back, Yu Chang'an effortlessly chased them down for several streets. Observing the dark-clad robbers ahead, he scoffed, "These people are pathetic. I haven't even shown half my ability, and I've caught up." He gently set Shen Yaoyao down, then confidently struck a pose, declaring, "Today, with me here, you little thieves should surrender, at once." Before he could finish his proclamation, the burly robbers in front collapsed to their knees, weeping profusely and begging for mercy. "Please spare us, we won't dare again." The leader raised his hands above his head, presenting the golden branch and jade cicada submissively. Yu Chang'an was left bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Could it be that my recent diligent training has elevated my prowess to such heights that I need not lift a finger to instill fear in my foes? Initially doubtful, he stole a glance at the robber's reaction, and his confidence surged. "I am truly remarkable. Let us go," Shen Yaoyao declared, wobbling over to the men. Straining on her tiptoes to grasp the cicada, and without a backward glance, swaggered away. "Wait for me." He hurried after her. The onlookers were both astonished and envious. The fierce-looking robbers turned out to be so inept that they couldn't even overpower two toddlers. Had they known, they would have intervened earlier.
Wen Mei,
with her captivating allure, sidled up to Shen Yaoyao, her beguiling gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, never once diverting to the golden branch and jade cicada. Gazing at the diminutive figure, Wen Mei's lips curled into a smile. "After 9 lifetimes of searching, I have finally found you. This shopkeeper is truly amusing. It's the first time I've seen someone so eager, concocting excuses just to give something away." "What? Are you suggesting that the shopkeeper and the robbers are in cahoots?" His eyes widened in disbelief, pondering the effort taken to stage such a spectacle merely to gift her something. Shen Yaoyao solemnly nodded, her confidence unwavering as she patted her little chest. "Perhaps it's because I look so adorable." As she spoke, the 2 little pigtails atop her head bobbed adorably. "Be careful," Yu Chang'an warned, his keen eyes catching sight of an approaching figure. Fortunately, he adeptly dodged. Before he could question the boy, the latter simply walked past as if nothing had happened, mumbling a string of complaints. Father is a villain, and Anne no longer cares for me. She won't let me come to you, but I'm determined to come." The little one puffed up, resembling an irate pufferfish. "I, Jiang Dong Dong, shall become a hero who aids the weak," pledging to traverse every corner of the mortal realm. His little face radiated determination. Observing his distinctly northern attire, Yu Chang'an narrowed his eyes, casting a wary glance. Could this boy be a spy sent from the north? Would your family dispatch such a foolish spy? Shen Yaoyao remarked. Yu Chang'an, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and chuckled. True. Does he resemble my future aunt?" Shen Yaoyao inquired innocently. "What?" Yu Chang'an exclaimed in shock. "Are you implying he is the illegitimate child of my future aunt?" Shen Yaoyao replied, "No. He is even more foolish. He just said his surname is Jiang." Yu Chang'an scratched his head, uncertain. "Oh right, he did mention his father and aunt. Could he be the son of my future aunt's brother?" "You finally got it right." What a challenge that was. Shen Yaoyao continued. He said he sneaked out without his family knowing. Should we send a message to my future aunt? Shen Yaoyao crossed her little arms and nodded seriously. No, I will show him the perils of this world.
Hey.
What do you intend to do? Yu Chang'an gazed at her innocent, wide-eyed expression, feeling an ominous premonition. Shen Yaoyao grinned, revealing her tiny teeth, and scampered after Jiang Dongdong. Tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful plea, little brother, I can't find my home. Can you help me? Jiang Dongdong, confronted with the harmless visage of the little girl, felt a surge of chivalry and readily agreed. What a naive little girl, he thought to himself. But his smile widened as he willingly picked her up. In the next moment, however, he was met with a sharp pain as she bit his arm. Almost simultaneously, she began to wail loudly. Jiang Dongdong was bewildered. Shouldn't I be the one crying? Uncle is trying to abduct me. Shen Yaoyao sobbed, her tiny lips quivering as tears streamed down her face, attracting the attention of all passers-by. Surrounded by curious onlookers, Jiang Dongdong's face transitioned from pale to crimson. You're lying. You're the one who said you couldn't find your home and asked for my help. Fuming, he set Shen Yaoyao down. But she clung to his leg, smearing her tears and snot all over his clothes. He's lying. He said I'm adorable and wanted to sell me. Shen Yaoyao insisted, her voice ringing clear and resolute. The two stood their ground, and the bystanders, with their hearts inclined toward the little girl, found it hard to believe that she could possibly be lying at such a tender age. Indeed, you, a mere child, harbor such malice at such a tender age. It is utterly despicable. Judging by his appearance, he hardly resembles a native of Diyu. Perhaps he is a spy sent from another nation. The scene erupted into chaos as Jiang Dongdong became the target of collective scorn. His attempts at justification fell on deaf ears, and he sobbed in distress. Meanwhile, Yu Chang'an, having grown weary of the commotion, pushed through the crowd to showcase his acting skills. Sister, what are you doing here? I searched everywhere for you. Yu Chang'an feigned concern as he wrapped his arms around Shen Yaoyao, then turned and glared fiercely at Jiang Dongdong. Is it you who has bullied my sister? I shall deal with you today. Seizing the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess, Yu Chang'an wasted no time in delivering a punch. Jiang Dongdong, feeling even more wronged, cried out in anguish, you are all villains. She is the one who lied. I spoke no falsehood. Why, when I only wished to do good? Has it turned out this way? The world outside is perilous and utterly unamusing. Despite his frantic outburst, the crowd remained unconvinced. No, we must report this. He cannot escape unscathed. He is still so young. If we report him, his life will be ruined. Perhaps we should grant him another chance. Observing that the little girl seemed unharmed, they proposed that he compensate her with money to teach him a lesson. In the end, considering his youth, they decided to give him another opportunity. Nevertheless, he was stripped of his entire fortune, his outer garments and boots removed, leaving him to walk bare towards the embassy. Weeping along the way. Outside the embassy, Jiang Di, who was anxiously searching for him, became the focus of Jiang Dongdong's tears. Father, he cried. But before he could reach Jiang Di, he was roughly grabbed by the ear. You little rascal, how dare you run off like that? Alas, Jiang Dongdong wished to flee. But it was too late. As he saw his father's massive hand descending towards him, he squealed, Aunt, save me. Father is going to kill me, help. Hearing his cries, Jiang Xia stepped out but showed no intention of intervening, instead crossing her arms and watching with keen interest. Brother, this little brat deserves a proper lesson. Otherwise, who knows what audacious deeds he might attempt next time. At her words, Jiang Dongdong hung his head in despair. Ah Chiu, thank you for today, he lamented. With Jiang Dongdong in distress, Jiang Di and Jiang Xia were in a frenzy, but aware of the constraints in Diyu. They refrained from sending soldiers from Beatty to search recklessly, and instead sought out Yunichio. Xia, there is no need for thanks between us. Yunichio regarded her with a gentle gaze, though his expression darkened with worry as he recalled the ominous divination he had just calculated. What troubles you? Jiang Xia asked, and he sighed. According to my calculations, this child is destined to face a calamity, and it approaches swiftly. Jiang Dongdong, already wailing, intensified his cries upon hearing this. It must be that little girl. I never wish to see her again. Little pot, mud, say, nest? Shen Yaoyao appeared behind him, cheerfully patting his shoulder. Startled, Jiang Dongdong's face changed drastically, and he rushed to complain to Jiang Di. Father, it was her. She bullied me and caused me harm. Father and Aunt love me the most. Just wait, you little brat, for your punishment. In the next moment, a broad hand came crashing down on his head without mercy. Jiang Di, gazing at the adorable Shen Yaoyao, found his stern demeanor melting away, only to return his gaze to his disappointing son with increasing disapproval. Father? Jiang Dongdong, taken aback, clutched his sore head. You little rascal, all you do is spout nonsense. She is hardly even half your height. How could she possibly bully you? You all favor her. Humph. Experiencing the bitterness of unvoiced grievances, Jiang Dongdong sulked in a corner, drawing circles on the ground. Yaoyao, Chang'an, what brings you here? Yunichio approached, affectionately ruffling Shen Yaoyao's fluffy hair. Nest to see you, Aunt. Shen Yaoyao, with her short, stubby legs, wobbled over to Jiang Xia. unabashedly hugging her leg and calling out warmly. Jiang Xia's face flushed with embarrassment, yet her smile was impossible to suppress. You, child. Yunichio's ears turned crimson as he cast glances at Jiang Xia. Chapter 77. She looked at me. She must be interested in me. Watching the two exchange glances filled with affection, Jiang Di could no longer contain himself and interjected, Xia Xia, although father favors you and allows you to choose your suitor, he has also made it clear that you must select from within the royal family. Do not defy his wishes. Jiang Xia shot her elder brother an irritated look.
Her voice sulky.
Father explicitly stated that if we can open the Zhenghua, not only can he become my husband, but he will also be the next king. Qiao is proficient in the art. He will surely succeed. Next uncle, amazing. Shen Yaoyao confidently tiptoed to pat Yunichio's knee. Third uncle, go on, open it.
Ha ha ha.
Little darling, do you think the throne of Beatty is so easily attained? This treasure can only be activated once every 60 years.
Jiang Di chuckled.
Only fate can determine who will be chosen.
Oh.
Shen Yaoyao pouted, her chubby little hands on her hips. Then, uncle, you are the most amazing. Jiang Di's demeanor softened considerably when addressing Shen Yaoyao, displaying a level of patience entirely absent when dealing with his own son. In 3 days, the Zhenghua would open once more, and at that time, the Beatty envoy would host a suitor selection event at the Diyu Imperial Palace. This would mean that only members of the royal family and court officials would be permitted to participate. Yunichio had earned the emperor's favor early on due to his skills in divination, receiving a special appointment as the grand historian responsible for compiling official calendars and astronomical works before being dispatched to Beatty to further his studies. The crown prince, the princess. The envoy from our emperor requests an audience, announced Lord Bai as he arrived, noticing Shen Yaoyao, Yu Chang'an and Yunichio present. He quickly added, the emperor has prepared a welcome banquet for the envoy in the palace. Since Lord Yu, Princess Fuyun and young master are all here, why not join us? The welcome banquet was held at Hucking Pool, and as soon as the Beatty envoy appeared, all eyes were drawn to them, especially on Jiang Xia, who was under particular scrutiny due to the impending marriage. Surprisingly, the girl raised in the rugged lands of Beatty was remarkably charming, rivaling even the women of Diyu, possessing an audacity and boldness that was captivating. However, it remained uncertain what type of man the Beatty princess favored, given their reverence for martial prowess. It was unlikely she would select from among scholars. The court officials whispered among themselves, each harboring their own ambitions. Among them, Shen Liang's fervent gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xia, whose flawless and pure visage coupled with her enchanting figure stirred a deep longing within him. Swallowing hard, he felt his blood surge when Jiang Xia glanced his way, an undeniable thrill coursing through him. Indeed, she must be taken with me. Otherwise, why would she look over so often? I never imagined Beatty women to be so bold and passionate in expressing their affections. Unconsciously, Shen Liang straightened his posture, casting a glance at his colleagues, who were still engaged in hushed discussions, and smirked with pride. These fools have no idea that their chances have already slipped away. Little did he know, Jiang Xia was merely gazing past him at Yunichio. My judgment truly is impeccable. The combined worth of all the officials in Dayu pales in comparison to one Qiao. Yunichio sat quietly, embodying an air of noble grace, particularly with his strikingly handsome visage, not to mention his remarkable intellect and mastery of the arcane arts. Jiang Xia gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling with appreciation for his talents. The emperor, adorned in royal yellow and seated upon his lofty throne, casually surveyed the room before finally resting his gaze upon Jiang Xia, smiling as he inquired if she had a favored suitor among his princes. If any of my sons catch your fancy, do not hesitate to speak. I shall arrange the marriage forthwith. Among the princes, only a few were of suitable age. Jiang Xia, smiling graciously, instinctively glanced at Yunichio. Though shy, she was not at all hesitant, boldly expressing her gratitude for the emperor's kindness. Clarifying that her choice in a husband was not constrained by status, she would choose based on her own preference. Her words instantly stirred the assembly into a flurry of excitement. Jiang Xia's beauty was one aspect, but her status as a princess of the Northern D Kingdom was even more significant. Marrying her would be akin to ascending to greatness. In the distance, Shen Yaoyao overheard his thoughts clearly, her brows knitting together in exasperation at his lack of subtlety. Could it be that my foolish father keeps his brain merely for the sake of appearances? Jiang Di stood boldly, casting a piercing glance at the officials present. In our Northern D culture, we value martial prowess. Anyone wishing to marry my sister must first defeat me. He raised his powerful arm, challenging the assembly. Who dares to face me? The emperor narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. The officials understood all too well that Jiang Di's actions were intended to intimidate. Should no one from Dayu accept the challenge, it would signify the absence of capable individuals in the court, turning them into a laughingstock. Yu Xinhai, observing the brashness of the Northern D prince, felt an urge to teach him a lesson, but being a family man, he refrained from intervening. Is there anyone else? Jiang Di hurled a general to the ground, laughing boisterously, his tone dripping with mockery. I've heard that Dayu values literature over martial skill, yet their generals appear feeble. His words grated against the ears of the Dayu officials. Shen Liang, unwilling to remain silent, rose to speak, only to be interrupted disdainfully by Jiang Di, who sneered at his slender frame. I am not one for mere words. Let us settle this with our fists. With you, I could defeat 10 men with a single blow. Shen Liang, stung by the insult, felt humiliated and, fearing Jiang Di, muttered under his breath about the barbaric nature of the northern Di. Seeing her brother's arrogance, Jiang Xia quickly stood to diffuse the tension. Your Majesty, my future husband need only possess a sharp mind. Physical strength is of little consequence. Shen Liang, who had been hanging his head in despair, suddenly lifted it, reigniting his spirit. She is clearly hinting at me. She must be interested. Throughout the banquet, only Jiang Dongdong was engrossed in his meal, cheeks stuffed to the brim, struggling to chew. Oh, the cuisine of Dayu is simply divine. The people here are truly fortunate. Tears of joy streamed down his face. However, his delight was short-lived as he urgently tugged at Jiang Xia's sleeve. Andy, I've eaten too much. I need to go. Amused yet exasperated by his antics, Jiang Xia ruffled his hair and summoned a nearby eunuch to assist him. Jiang Dongdong clutched his belly, anxiety etched on his face, fearing he might embarrass himself. The eunuch, smiling, led him away, exchanging knowing glances with the eldest prince, Song Huayu, who regarded Jiang Dongdong's retreating figure with narrowed, cold eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Chang'an, unable to endure Jiang Di's incessant boasting any longer, unsheathed his father's sword and leaped in front of him. I wish to compete with you. His youthful voice caught everyone off guard. Is this not absurd? Some officials murmured, casting disdainful glances at the slight figure of Yu Chang'an, seeking attention, only to humiliate oneself. Ignoring their scorn, Yu Chang'an tightened his grip on the gleaming sword, his dark eyes filled with determination. Having witnessed the eldest prince's martial skills, Chang'an felt compelled to test his own abilities, stating that the contest had no bearing on marriage. He gracefully flourished the sword and bowed to Jiang Di, requesting his guidance in combat. You? Jiang Di scoffed, sizing up the diminutive Chang'an. You are barely half my height. How commendable your bravery is. My punch could fell you, or even your father. Think carefully, lest you end up crying and claim I bullied a child. Jiang Di seemed to be toying with his young nephew, feeling belittled. Yu Chang'an's anger simmered beneath the surface. The eldest prince's strength is formidable, but the swordsmanship of the Yu family is not to be underestimated. Let us wager. The loser must publicly call the other grandfather 3 times.
Deal. Jiang Di laughed heartily, accepting without hesitation.
He could never lose to a mere child. With his sister protective of Yu Nikyu, if he let this boy call him grandfather, he would be overshadowed by Yu Nikyu, an amusing thought indeed. Let it be known that once we begin, I shall hold nothing back. Yu Chang'an smirked, pointing his sword at Jiang Di before lunging forward with incredible speed. Catching even Jiang Di off guard, he exerted all his strength to evade the attack.
Go, go.
Shen Yaoyao cheered, shaking her tiny fists. Watch out, eldest prince. With a smile, Yu Chang'an deftly leaped behind Jiang Di, his sword seeming to come alive in his hands, executing intricate techniques. When Jiang Di felt the sharp blade pierce his shoulder again, a profound sense of danger surged within him. He could no longer afford to underestimate his opponent.
Indeed.
The children of the Yu family are extraordinary. Even at this tender age, their skills are formidable. If this continues, I may soon face defeat. He took a deep breath and charged at Yu Chang'an with all his might, seizing his slender shoulder and lifting him overhead, preparing to slam him down. No. Yu Lurui's heart raced as she sprang to her feet. What if he gets hurt? Yu Zhenhai clenched his fists, ready to leap onto the stage to save his son at the first sign of danger. The crowd held their breath, believing they had finally found someone capable of subduing Jiang Di. Alas. Some sympathetic officials closed their eyes. Suddenly, Yu Chang'an swiftly adjusted his stance, using the sword's tip to neutralize much of the force. He pivoted around the sword's center, launching himself into the air, and in the next moment, he stood before Jiang Di, the glinting blade mere inches from his throat, halted perfectly in place.
Jiang Di gasped,
finally feeling a twinge of respect for the boy who had maintained such composure throughout their duel. I concede. Jiang Di clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Jiang Xia beamed with delight, her charm captivating Shen Liang, who was utterly mesmerized. Truly, the children of the Yu family are exceptional. Yu Chang'an sheathed his sword, graciously accepting the defeat. Ahem. Jiang Di cleared his throat awkwardly. In the next moment, grandfather, 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 he bellowed, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. Jiang Di rubbed his nose, accepting his embarrassment with grace. After all, he was not one to shy away from defeat. Go, go. Shen Yaoyao clapped her small hands, her heart swelling with joy. I knew Yu Chang'an would triumph. The sword of the god of war is not to be trifled with.
Ha ha ha.
Excellent. The emperor laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased. The swordsmanship of Chang'an is profound, reminiscent of Lord Yu's esteemed style. The crown prince's martial arts are equally impressive, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. You two are evenly matched. Having witnessed such a splendid display of skill, let us now indulge in fine delicacies and enjoy the performances. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck Shen Yaoyao. According to the script, it was Jiang Dongdong who faced a mishap during the palace banquet, igniting the protracted war between Dayu and Beidi, which marked the tragic beginning for the families of Yu Zhenhai and Yu Nichio. Shen Yaoyao pressed her lips tightly together, realizing that the butterfly effect had once again accelerated events. Jiang Xia immediately rose to request the emperor to search for Jiang Dongdong. Go quickly. We must find the young heir. The emperor's expression was taut as he commanded Yu Zhenhai to lead the imperial guard in a thorough search of the palace. The identity of Jiang Dongdong was of great importance, should anything happen to him within the Diyu imperial palace. It would undoubtedly spark the flames of war between the two nations. The court officials exchanged anxious glances, praying for Jiang Dongdong's safety. Only Song Huayu remained composed, casually toying with a jade pendant while observing the chaotic scene with a barely perceptible smirk. A bunch of fools, take your time searching. By the time you find him, that little chubby boy will have turned into a water ghost. His self-satisfied thoughts reached Shen Yaoyao's ears clearly. To Tei Pool, Shen Yaoyao immediately communicated to Yunichio. Yunichio sprang up and dashed towards Tei Pool with reckless abandon.
Lord Yu.
Before the courtier could finish, a gust of wind swept past as Yu Chang'an expertly carried Shen Yaoyao on his back. Could it be that the heir of Yu and the fortune princess have news of Jiang Shizhi? Chapter 79. The young heir sold and counting coins upon hearing this. Jiang Di and Jiang Xia hurriedly followed, filled with urgency. The emperor, seated upon his dragon throne, also stood up, leading the entire court and the Beatty envoy towards Tei Pool. It seems my little lucky star knows where Jiang Dongdong is. Quickly. Shen Yaoyao urged anxiously from Yu Chang'an's back. The Yu and Jiang families arrived at the edge of Tei Pool almost simultaneously. Where is he? Do you know where Dongdong is? Jiang Di's gaze fell upon Yunichio, his urgency palpable as he gripped Yunichio's hand tightly as if to crush it. Yunichio merely glanced at the pool. Without further ado, he leapt in. The water of Tei Pool was frigid and filled with countless sediments. It would be perilous even for an adult with average swimming skills, let alone a child. Jiang Di was frantic, calling out loudly while searching desperately. Behind him, the guards jumped into the water like dumplings, splashing noisily. Dozens of people searched the pool meticulously, yet not a trace was found. Those on the shore were equally anxious, scanning the area. Did he really fall in? Who could know? The Tei Pool was deep and vast, its muddy bottom obstructing visibility. If the Beatty young heir had indeed fallen in, the implications were dire. The emperor narrowed his eyes, casting a profound and dark gaze upon the surface of the pool, commanding all guards and eunuchs familiar with the water to turn the pool upside down to recover the young heir. Unexpectedly, a familiar figure emerged in the distance. Jiang Dongdong, riding a divine turtle raised in the Tei Pool, slowly appeared before everyone. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd. Peace between the two nations was preserved. Father.
Aunt.
Jiang Dongdong, soaked to the bone and shivering, sat atop the turtle, yet could not conceal his excitement, waving his small hands incessantly. You little rascal. Where have you gone? Jiang Di felt a surge of life return to him, swimming towards his son with a stern expression. As Jiang Dongdong raised his hand, he instinctively shrank his neck, bracing for a reprimand, but to his surprise, he felt gentle strokes on his head instead. Had the sun risen in the west? Jiang Dongdong looked up, incredulous, cautiously observing. You must never run off like that again. You frightened me and your aunt. Jiang Di vigorously ruffled his son's fluffy hair before lifting him off the divine turtle, his tone imbued with undeniable concern. Jiang Dongdong, taken aback by his father's sudden tenderness, shyly scratched his head. Father, it was the little eunuch who took me to the bathroom. He told me there were fun things in the pool. So I went to look. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing his words. That little eunuch has ulterior motives. He clearly intended to harm the Beatty young heir. Jiang Di and Jiang Xia's anger surged. Only Jiang Dongdong remained blissfully innocent, obliviously counting coins even after being sold. Father, he was quite nice. I really found the divine turtle inside. It was so much fun. It carried me around. Jiang Dongdong's eyes sparkled with regret as he recalled the experience. Looking at his foolish son, Jiang Di felt exasperated, clenching his massive fist, struggling to suppress his urge to lash out. Yunichio furrowed his brow and inquired in a deep voice, what of the eunuch? Such a pity. He missed out on such a delightful divine turtle, he mused. Listening to Jiang Dongdong's thoughts, Shen Yaoyao's expression turned complex, her feelings difficult to articulate. It seems that sometimes being overly protected is not a good thing. Little pot, silly. He is trying to kill mud. A failed strike made him fearfully retreat.
Huh?
Jiang Dongdong's mouth formed an O.
Who is it?
Yu Zhenhai noticed a sneaky figure in the corner, trying to slip away while everyone was preoccupied with the Beatty young heir.
What?
With no hesitation, he dashed forward, gripping the eunuch's shoulder, rendering him immobile. All eyes turned towards Yu Zhenhai, drawn by his commanding voice. Jiang Xia's fury flared upon recognizing the eunuch's face. It was him. He led Dongdong to the bathroom. Upon hearing his sister, Jiang Di's fury threatened to boil over as he glared at the kneeling eunuch, his rage palpable. He strode forward and kicked the eunuch to the ground. In contrast to Jiang Di's explosive temper, Jiang Xia remained composed, turning to the emperor with firm conviction. Your Majesty, my brother and I traveled thousands of miles to Dayu for the sake of peace between our nations, filled with sincerity. Is this how your country treats its guests? While extending a warm welcome, a eunuch deceives my Beatty young heir, attempting to thrust him into an abyss of despair. We beseech your majesty for a reasonable explanation regarding today's events. The ministers of Dayu understood that they were indeed at fault. Failing to address this matter appropriately would undoubtedly incite war, leading to suffering for countless souls. Rest assured, princess. I shall not be biased and will ensure justice for the young heir. The emperor waved his hand, summoning Lan Ful to lead the imperial guard to take the eunuch away for strict interrogation. The eunuch trembled in fear, hastily bowing and repeatedly pleading his case. Your majesty, I had no intent to harm the young heir. I was merely accompanying him in play. Jiang Xia scoffed at his clumsy excuses. Unexpectedly, Jiang Dongdong spoke up, his bright eyes full of innocence. And he is telling the truth. He was really nice to me and even filled my pockets with lots of spiritual stones, telling me that with these I wouldn't sink. Spiritual stones? Jiang Di felt his blood pressure rise, barely containing his anger as he revealed what Dongdong claimed to be spiritual stones. They were nothing more than ordinary rocks. These stones are clearly meant to keep the young heir submerged. The emperor gazed at the stones on the ground, feeling as though his dignity had been trampled underfoot. At that moment, he was utterly enraged, his somber gaze fixed upon the deceitful eunuch before him, his voice cold and chilling. Investigate, regardless of the consequences. I demand the truth. Chapter 80. I am the legitimate grandson, and I wish to enter the manor. The banquet concluded hastily. Shen Liang's eyes were firmly locked on Jiang Xia. Noticing her separation from the Yu family, he seized the opportunity and approached her with an insincere smile. Princess, you are unfamiliar with the people of Dayu. My manor is home to a highly skilled physician. Why not allow the young master to be treated there? She dotes on her nephew so much. Surely she is flustered. My offer of assistance will surely touch her heart. Shen Liang narcissistically lifted his chin, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, already worried about Jiang Dongdong's health, felt her irritation rise as he blocked her path with his nauseatingly greasy eyes. However, considering his concern for Dongdong, she chose to tolerate it. No need, Your Excellency. The emperor has already dispatched a royal physician. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Xia's polite but distant refusal sounded entirely different in Shen Liang's ears. She actually remembers me and is worried about troubling me. She must have feelings for me. Shen Liang watched her hurried departure, taking a deep breath as if her lingering scent filled the air, refreshing his spirit. He raised an eyebrow, filled with confidence about becoming the prince consort of Beatty. In the carriage returning home, Yu Luowei curiously observed Shen Yaoyao. Since leaving the palace, she had been muttering to herself, her little features scrunched up in distress. Silly girl, I knew it, but I didn't mean to tease you. She poked the wooden doll gifted by Chu Ziyu on her birthday, her expression one of turmoil. What teasing? Yu Luowei was utterly confused. Shen Yaoyao quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously, her little voice escaping in a soft, innocent tone. No, Liangqing, I didn't do anything bad. The little one was resolute, though her large eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. Yu Luowei couldn't help but chuckle at her amusing demeanor. Really? Madam, we have arrived. Chun Tao lifted the curtain, revealing the entrance to the main residence. As Yu Luowei stepped down from the carriage, a familiar voice reached her ears. Zhang Rongyin was earnestly trying to persuade Shen Zhongruwei, her face weary and aged, appearing even older than their last encounter. Yu Luowei sighed, lamenting how some people willingly jumped into a fire pit, pitiful and tragic. Shen Zhongruwei showed no mercy to his own mother, straining against her grip with fierce determination, his eyes filled with malice as he growled, "Let go. You are useless and still expect me to endure hardship with you. It will not happen." He was the legitimate grandson of the Shen family. Why should Li Fugui enjoy the family's wealth while he languished in poverty? The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became, insisting on moving to the capital. Zhang Rongyin's repeated attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears as he repeated, "Why not? I am the only legitimate grandson of my grandmother. I deserve to live in Shen Manor." Zhang Rongyin's persistent objections turned Shen Zhongrui's view of her into that of an obstacle on his path to a bright future. As she stubbornly refused to release her grip, his anger surged, and he forcefully pushed her away, fearing she would cling to him once more. "Be a coward if you wish, but do not hinder my future." Zhang Rongyin was startled by the viciousness in his gaze, and before she could react, she was pushed to the ground, instinctively protecting her belly. The sharp pain coursed through her body as if a rod were stirring her very insides. Instantly, the color drained from her face, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she gritted her teeth against the agonizing ache. The onlookers were equally shocked by the sudden turn of events, voicing their outrage. "How unfilial. Your mother is with child, and you dare to push her. This is akin to murder. Take him to the authorities." Faced with the crowd's accusations, especially the threat of being taken to the authorities, Shen Zhongruwei panicked for a moment before defiantly shouting, "She deserves it. If she hadn't stopped me, this wouldn't have happened." Hearing her son curse her, Zhang Rongyin felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. The intense, lingering pain made her vision blur, and tears streamed down her face as she looked at him, still harboring a flicker of hope. "Your mother raised you. How could you say such things? You are truly heartless." The crowd's scorn did nothing to make Shen Zhongruwei reflect. Instead, it fueled his defiance, turning his words increasingly arrogant and vicious. "Who are you to lecture me? Mind your own business, old hag, if you like meddling so much." Be careful on your way out. You might get run over by a carriage. After venting his anger, he turned to leave, completely disregarding his mother still lying on the ground. Zhang Rongyin, now weak and clutching her belly, dared not move. The spectators, witnessing Shen Zongrui's outrageous behavior, hesitated to help her, fearing they might get entangled in trouble. Be careful. That fall looked serious. You should see a doctor for your peace of mind. You lure away. Feeling empathy, instructed Chen Tao to assist her. Zhang Rongyin's hair was disheveled, her makeup smeared, utterly worn out by her son's thoughtlessness. Upon recognizing the person helping her was Yu Luruwei, her dim eyes lit up with hope, as if grasping a final lifeline. Sister-in-law, you are from a distinguished family and well-versed in the world. Could you please help persuade Zongruwei? Meeting her hopeful gaze, Yu Luruwei bit her lip. Sister-in-law, I am afraid I cannot assist. If you cannot persuade your own son, how could I? Besides, your life in Feng County is already sufficient for most common folk. Shen Zongruwei, blinded by greed, was bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. She hesitated, withholding her thoughts. Zhang Rongyin's eyes dimmed once more at her words. After offering a bitter smile and expressing her gratitude, she walked away with heavy, trembling steps towards the Shen Manor. Meanwhile, inside the Shen Manor, another drama was unfolding. Shen Zongruwei knelt at the feet of the matriarch, weeping pitifully. Grandmother, the villagers learned of my father's issues and have bullied and looked down upon me. If I stay here, they will beat me to death. Chapter 81. The stand-in I and the only heir of the Shen family. Your own grandson. Please keep me in the manor. I promise to be obedient and honor you well. Seeing his pitiful demeanor and apparent filial piety, the matriarch's heart softened. This. With a conflicted expression, she gently patted Shen Zongruwei and subtly sowed discord. My dear grandson, you know your third aunt took all the family as silver. We can sustain you, but we cannot support your mother. Although Zhang Rongyin was pregnant, the outcome of that pregnancy was uncertain. With Dong not present, the unborn child might not even be a true member of the Shen family. Just as she spoke, Shen Zongruwei, sensing hope, excitedly exclaimed, then let her go. When Zhang Rongyin entered, clutching her belly, she heard every word of this conversation. The eagerness in their voices felt like icy water poured over her. And she furrowed her brow, staring in disbelief at the figure kneeling before her. For the first time, she truly saw the child she had cherished as her own. Her heart turned cold as ice. Mother? Shen Zongruwei frowned, his gaze inadvertently falling upon her, causing his brow to twitch violently. The disappointment in Zhang Rongyin's eyes momentarily rendered him unable to meet her gaze, his eyes darting from side to side. However, after a fleeting moment of guilt, he quickly adopted a tone of righteous indignation. Mother, do not blame me. With father gone, you were always an outsider. And there is no reason for you to remain in the Shen residence. I, on the other hand, am the legitimate eldest son and grandson of the Shen family. He cast a sweeping glance over Zhang Rongyin, and his words grew increasingly outrageous. Considering the bond we share as mother and child, you should take advantage of the present moment, before time renders you less desirable, and hastily seek a new partner to take over. Do not contemplate seeking me out as a fool when you grow old. His tone was sharp and venomous, leaving Zhang Rongyin so enraged that her mouth fell agape. Rendered speechless. You, wretched beast. Zhang Rongyin's words fell upon Shen Zongruwei's ears, neither painful nor irritating. He even curled his lips in a mocking smile, his voice icy as he replied, if berating me brings you some semblance of relief, feel free to unleash your vitriol. However, once you have vented your frustrations, I urge you to remarry as swiftly as possible, along with the burden you carry within you. Depart as far as you can. A sharp and resounding clap echoed throughout the room. Are you even speaking in a manner that makes sense? Zhang Rongyin struck down with all her strength, her palm feeling faintly numb as she gazed at the ungrateful wretch before her with eyes filled with despair and sorrow, desperately searching for a glimmer of remorse within his gaze. Alas, none was found. Shen Zongruwei pressed his tongue against his painfully stinging cheek, his tone dark and menacing. Consider this slap a repayment for your nurturing. Now, get as far away from me as possible. Zhang Rongyin gazed at the familiar yet alien visage before her, large, scalding tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She never anticipated that the child she had painstakingly carried for 10 months and brought into the world with her life would turn out to be such a heartless, ungrateful wretch, a creature inferior to a beast. Despite her tireless efforts to raise him, always anxious about his comfort, and losing countless sleepless nights worrying when he fell ill, she remained steadfastly by his side. She prided herself on her commitment as a mother. Yet she was left to ponder why the child she had nurtured with such devotion had become this despicable rogue. What exactly went awry? She was too drained to think. Nor did she wish to. As she turned away, all the brilliance in her eyes was extinguished, her spine utterly collapsed, and she appeared to have been stripped of her very soul, departing unsteadily, like a marionette. Observing the scene, Shen Zongruwei felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. Without a shred of shame, he leaned against Lady Shen's lap, his eyes brimming with secret joy and arrogance, sweetly assuring her, Grandmother, rest assured, I shall diligently study, achieve scholarly success, and dutifully serve you. While he reveled in his happiness, Shen Liang and Lu Yingying, standing nearby, wore expressions of evident discontent at this outcome. The family, already impoverished, was now faced with the prospect of yet another mouth to feed. They might as well starve. Lu Yingying discreetly tugged at Shen Liang's sleeve, hinting for him to speak up and refuse. To her surprise, Shen Liang remained as silent as a turtle retreating into its shell. "Inger, please wait for me. My mother is getting older and desires to have grandchildren close by. I cannot voice my objections. You, being so gentle and understanding, must surely empathize with your husband." Shen Liang caught up with her in the room, gently enveloping her in his embrace, sweetly coaxing, "Rest assured, once I fulfill the tasks assigned by the crown prince, we shall rise anew. At that time, I will proudly bring you into my home, and our daughter, Baozhu, will undoubtedly surpass Shen Yaoyao." "Really?" Lu Yingying, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, lay languidly in his embrace, her voice a playful tease, her eyes captivating. Shen Liang, captivated by her charm, gasped for breath, his hands eagerly reaching toward the alluring neckline of her attire. "How vexatious." Lu Yingying laughed softly, her delicate fingers gripping his hand tightly, preventing his escape. "Oh, my dear, I have missed you dearly." Shen Liang lifted her onto the bed, only to find that the familiar visage before him inexplicably morphed into Jiang Xia, her enchanting gaze even more alluring. He swallowed hard, feeling a stirring within him that could no longer be contained, and in a swift motion, he turned over her. "Ouch!" Lu Yingying, unaware that she was merely a substitute for another woman, clung to Shen Liang like an octopus, the sensation of being torn yet fulfilled sending her into a euphoric state. In response to her feigned vulnerability, Shen Liang's fervor only intensified, launching a more vigorous advance. The following morning, as Shen Liang awoke to the sight of the woman in his arms, his thoughts were consumed by Jiang Xia. Throughout the day, the image of Jiang Xia's exquisite beauty lingered in his mind. Shen Liang felt as if his heart were being clawed at by a restless feline. Unable to resist any longer, he sat at his writing desk, pondering deeply, and ultimately penned a heartfelt love letter, believing himself to possess remarkable literary talent. After carefully sealing it, he instructed his devoted servant to deliver it to Jiang Xia. When the servant arrived at the embassy, Shen Yaoyao and Yu Chanan were engrossed, imploring Jiang Xia to share tales of the customs and extraordinary figures of Beatty, their fascination palpable. "This is a letter entrusted to me by Lord Shen for the Princess of Beatty." Jiang Xia, having no recollection of Shen Liang, regarded the mysterious letter with disdain, preparing to discard it. "And can you give it to me?" Upon hearing that the letter was delivered by the scoundrel father, Shen Yaoyao immediately blinked her innocent and bewildered eyes at Jiang Xia. "What do you need this for?" Jiang Xia did not inquire further and handed it to her directly. Shen Yaoyao received it with a beaming smile. Of course, she was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 82. Father and Anne engage in a naked duel. Upon receiving the letter, Shen Yaoyao promptly sought out Zhou Ruotong. "Can you replicate this handwriting?" she inquired. Zhou Ruotong merely cast a glance and felt her face flush with embarrassment. The inscription boldly read, "Hand in hand, we enter the silk drapery." Bashfully smiling as we extinguish the light, too timid to speak aloud, secretly furrowing our brows. "From whose reckless hands did you acquire this?" Simply appalling, despicable, shameless, and vulgar. Shen Yaoyao gazed at his flushed face, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. She leaned closer, eager to catch a glimpse, but before she could see, her eyes were covered. "No, you mustn't look." Zhou Ruotong hurriedly intervened, seeking to divert her attention by asking, "What do you wish to replicate in this handwriting?" Shen Yaoyao pouted her little lips in contemplation and said, "You write." Zhou Ruotong was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped, her face turning a shade redder than a monkey's bottom. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but upon catching sight of the innocent and bewildered expression on the little one's face, she instinctively swallowed her words. She is so young, what could she possibly understand? She must have been led astray by someone. Come gather at room number 1 of the Tongshin Inn for a delightful assembly. Gazed at the handwriting on the letter and instantly recognized it as. How annoying, she thought, even after all these years of marriage, he still indulges in such thrilling antics. Her face flushed with shyness. Although she feigned annoyance, her heart raced with anticipation, especially recalling the exhilarating excitement of their previous clandestine encounters. She eagerly rummaged through her belongings to find the alluring sheer gown she had kept hidden away. The dress, with its strapless design, could hardly contain the ample allure of bosom, the translucent fabric revealing and concealing her voluptuous figure in an enticing manner. As she prepared to leave, she draped a cloak over her shoulders, her mind filled with vivid imagery of what was to come. Upon arriving at room 1, had yet to arrive. She swiftly removed her cloak, drew back the bed curtains, and reclined on the bed, striking a seductive pose. The creaking of the door sent a thrill through, causing her to hold her breath in anticipation of his approach. Upon seeing the alluring figure behind the curtains, felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the people of were known for their boldness. How scandalous it was for a princess to be so audacious. Today, he resolved, he would allow her to fully experience the pleasures of womanhood. At that moment, a delicate hand, smooth and porcelain-like, emerged from the curtains, beckoning him with a gentle gesture. could no longer restrain himself. As he approached, he began shedding his garments, and by the time he slipped beneath the sheets, he was left only in his bare skin. Without even catching a glimpse of her face, he eagerly pressed her beneath him. The fragrance was intoxicating, and the softness was alluring. Shen Liang buried his head in the woman's collarbone, inhaling deeply, his restless hands wandering across her body, while he incessantly uttered teasing words. Don't be anxious. The first time can be a bit painful, but once you endure it, you'll know what it feels like to be utterly blissful. The first time? Lu Yingying was bewildered by his kisses, yet she caught onto something amiss. Could he be indulging in roleplay? Just as her confusion deepened, Shen Liang's next words shattered her composure entirely. Dear princess, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. Princess? Lu Yingying swiftly connected the dots to a potential union with the princess of Beatty. He was treating her as a mere substitute for another woman. A blatant humiliation in her eyes. How dare you? Just yesterday, you were proclaiming to honorably marry me, and today you are so eager to share another woman's bed. Fuming, she kicked Shen Liang off the bed and relentlessly pounced after him, unleashing her fury. You ungrateful wretch. Without me, how could you possibly stand before the emperor? Enough. It is entirely normal for a man to have multiple wives, especially when you are but a concubine. What right do you have to dictate my actions? Lu Yingying's vision darkened from the blows, and it took her a moment to recover. Her eyes glowed with rage, one side of her face ablaze with pain, driving her to the brink of madness. You shameless leech, a mama's boy. How dare you strike me? I must have been blind to choose such a useless coward. With a newfound strength, Lu Yingying clawed at Shen Liang, who, for a moment, couldn't shake her off. They were now completely at odds, engaged in a fierce struggle. Their bodies bare and heated. Outside, Yu Chang'an and Zhou Ruodong instinctively covered Shen Yaoyao's eyes. Let go. I want to see the commotion. Shen Yaoyao pouted, protesting vehemently.
No.
Children shouldn't witness such things. Yu Chang'an and Zhou Ruodong replied in unison. Shen Yaoyao pouted again. I won tea, look, I just won tea. The little one, unsteady on her feet, wobbled down the stairs, clinging to anyone she encountered. Uncle, where's my father and auntie? Why are they fighting without clothes? Her innocent remarks quickly attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. What? Such a thing exists? Where? The throng grew. Each person's eyes sparkling with excitement at this rare spectacle. There, right there. I wound Ti Lai. Shen Yaoyao pointed indignantly toward the room where Shen Liang and Lu Yingying were, as if angered by anyone questioning her. Upon hearing her, the crowd surged forward, eager not to miss the drama, nearly trampling the threshold of the inn. In the chaotic rush, the door was pushed open. When the crowd burst in, they found Shen Liang and Lu Yingying still grappling. Lu Yingying's face was bruised, while Shen Liang bore scratches all over his body, bloodied and battered. They had no time to react. Lu Yingying screamed and hurriedly hid beneath the blanket on the bed. This woman is utterly shameless. Look at her attire. Even the courtesans would not wear such clothing. Daily, she seduces men. How can any man resist? The crowd murmured, their words igniting Lu Yingying's humiliation. And she bit her lip, tears of shame welling in her eyes. Chapter 83. Had I known, why bother? From the start the news spread rapidly. Within half an hour, everyone in the streets was aware of the scandal. The following morning, during the court assembly, accusations against Shen Liang flew thick and fast, with everyone expressing their disdain for him. Your Majesty, this matter has caused grave repercussions, tarnishing morals and the reputation of the court. If not dealt with severely, the people may think all officials are such debauched scoundrels. It could chill the hearts of all subjects. The nation is in peril. The officials knelt, somber expressions etched on their faces, with some weeping as they denounced Shen Liang's actions, demanding his death for the sake of the court's integrity. Your Majesty, please execute this scourge of the nation. Shen Liang felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Sensing that one foot was already in the realm of the dead, trembling, he knelt before them, crawling forward, tears streaming as he begged for mercy. Your Majesty, I am loyal to you, and to you. This must be a plot against me. A plot? Lord Bai scoffed, his gaze sharp and piercing as it landed on Shen Liang. This is the first time I have heard that one could be schemed against in matters of the bed. If you did not wish for it, who could force you? Shen Liang stammered, but he immediately began to knock his head against the ground in desperation. Your Majesty, I truly have been plotted against. Someone, fearing your favor towards me, devised this vile scheme. His excuses were feeble, yet the emperor, concerned about the secret of the fireproof clothing, reluctantly decided to spare him for the time being. You are not without point, but this incident has stirred a great uproar. If we do not provide the people with an explanation, it will be difficult to quell their unrest. As I have stated, your death penalty may be evaded, but the punishment remains. Curse that wretched woman. Shen Liang thought of his mounting debts, feeling that death would be a preferable option. Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom how the esteemed princess of Beatty had transformed into Lu Yingying. Look who it is. The illustrious Lord Shen. A group of people blocked his path, deliberately teasing and mocking him. Lord Shen, you are indeed a charming rogue. Each of these incidents could entertain storytellers for months. Indeed, Lord Shen. Why not invite us over to your residence sometime to meet this enchanting lady of yours? We are curious to see what kind of beauty has captivated you. The words of the literati were sharp, and Shen Liang felt his face alternating between crimson and pale, unable to muster a retort. Upon hearing of her son's emotion, the matriarch of the Shen family glared at Lu Yingying with venomous eyes, pointing at her and scolding, "Shameless harlot. You know not your place and only seek to seduce men. Now you've succeeded, ruining my son's bright future. I ruined him. Had it not been for me, he would only have been fit to serve as a fifth-grade minister. Being demoted is not terrifying. What is frightening is never being able to rise again." Clutching the secret of the fireproof clothing, she was in high demand wherever she went. Shen Liang soon realized this, shifting his demeanor entirely. "Mother, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Yingying. Yingying, your mother is getting old. Please be more accommodating." To Shen Liang's indifferent remarks, Lu Yingying scoffed, offering him no respect. "That is incorrect, third brother. It is your mother who has been troubling me. You should advise her properly. The prosperity of the Shen family now rests upon me. If I am displeased again." The unspoken threat was clear. The matriarch's eyes widened in fury, her anger threatening to consume her as she watched Lu Yingying depart with an air of arrogance. Shen Liang, alarmed, rushed to support her, patting her back and soothing her. But once she regained her composure, she began lamenting. "Why is our fate so woeful? Had I known her true nature, I would have preferred to keep you lured away." At this moment, the matriarch began to reminisce about the benefits of having you lured away in the family, though she was a woman of high status. She had shown nothing but respect since marrying in, her dowry significantly bolstering the Shen family standing. Life had been far more comfortable then, with a reliable maternal family to support Liang's ambitions. How had she been so blinded, led astray by that wretched woman's words? Since then, their family had known no peace. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying was also engulfed in regret. After several unfortunate events, Shen Liang's favorable impression before the emperor had completely vanished. Surviving was a challenge in itself, let alone being promoted. How could she have been so blind as to choose such a worthless individual, akin to a hopeless case? No. It seems I must have a plan. I cannot allow myself to be ensnared by this incompetent fool. Lu Yingying's beautiful eyes glimmered as thoughts began to form in her mind. In the evening, Yu Luorui received a message from Yu Shenhai. The eunuch responsible for plotting against the Northern Dee's young prince had died suddenly in his prison cell. Yu Luorui was not surprised. If her precious one was to be believed, this matter involved the first prince. No matter how furious the emperor might be, he could not dismiss the situation entirely, as it pertained to his own son. 3 days later, the appointed day for the marriage selection between Dayu and Northern Dee arrived as scheduled. The emperor and empress sat solemnly on a high platform, exuding an air of majesty to emphasize the importance of this selection, choosing the hall of Baohe as the venue. Who would be the fortunate one to gain the hand of the princess? It was likely to be one of the princes. "I heard that the Northern Dee princess has been getting quite close to the third young master of Yu family," the court officials murmured among themselves, watching the eager princes, speculating who would ultimately be favored. "Mother." As Chu Yanran entered the hall, her eyes lit up upon spotting Shen Yaoyao, and she dashed over, embracing her tightly. "Shen Yaoyao, I'm suffocating. Who understands?" "Mother, enjoy this." Chu Yanran stuffed a piece of magnolia melon into Shen Yaoyao's mouth. Shen Yaoyao's cheeks bulged. Indeed, there was no shortage of melons today. The second and fourth princes, appropriate for their age, were preening like peacocks, desperately attempting to attract the attention of the Northern Dee princess. However, the one who seemed to capture her interest more was her inept father. Originally intent on showcasing his abilities, he now appeared utterly deflated, hiding in a corner as if he wished to bury his head in the floor tiles. Chapter 84. Her baby bull is treated as a national treasure. The marriage selection officially commenced. As a resounding voice echoed throughout the grand hall, the Northern Dee's treasure, the Zhengguohe, was revealed. Is this the Zhengguohe? It is said that the intricate mechanisms within this small box are ever-changing, and no one has ever managed to unlock it. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see it clearly. "Oh, let me see." Shen Yaoyao blinked curiously. Upon seeing the Zhengguohe, she froze, her mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. "Wasn't this the bowl I used for nursing when I was a little one? Later, when I could transform, I discarded all the unused trinkets into it. Is this truly the legendary treasure of Northern Dee?" Finally managing to close her gaping mouth, she was met with an avalanche of praise from the crowd. Her small face painted with embarrassment. She pouted and rubbed her little nose. Indeed, when one feels awkward, they become quite busy. "Mother, what's wrong?" Chu Yanran noticed her unusual behavior and inquired with curiosity. Shen Yaoyao sealed her lips tightly, unwilling to utter a word. Simultaneously, many individuals had already taken to the stage to challenge the Zhengguohe, but unsurprisingly, they all met with failure. The mechanisms contained within it, embodying the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, were ever-shifting. Deciphering them was no easy feat. After another prince fell short, the atmosphere turned strange, with all eyes darting among each other, hesitant to attempt again. Jiang Xia was not taken aback by this outcome. In fact, she felt a sense of delight. She beamed at Yunichio, signaling him with a glance. Yunichio understood her intent, rising slowly and walking toward her with determination. This scene tugged at Shen Yaoyao's heartstrings, causing her small features to scrunch up in distress as two tiny beings within her mind engaged in a fierce battle. Should she help her uncle, who adored her aunt so much? The bowl contained her old teething toys, jingling bells, and golden chains. If it were opened, it would be utterly humiliating. Merely contemplating it made her little feet curl, as if she were about to dig a fortress beneath her. However, if it remained shut, her uncle would not be able to marry her aunt. As Shen Yaoyao grappled with her conflicting thoughts, Yunichio seemed to sense something, casting a probing glance her way. Curious, he wondered about the profound connection between the Zhenghua he and Yaoyao. Feeling her uncle's intense gaze, Shen Yaoyao widened her innocent eyes, feigning nonchalance as she turned away. I can't see anything. Truly, nothing at all. She pouted, muttering to herself while her heart remained in turmoil. Though the thought of social embarrassment was unbearable, her uncle's happiness was paramount. Ultimately, she resolved to discreetly channel a surge of divine energy into her palm and, hidden from view, directed it toward Yunichio. A golden light entered his brow, simplifying the previously intricate mechanisms and guiding him step by step. With a click, the Zhenghua he suddenly opened from the center, a blinding light bursting forth, prompting the attendees to shield their eyes with their sleeves. Once the brilliance dissipated, all eyes turned toward the box. Incredible. Who would have thought that such a small box contained so many treasures? Is this not the legendary creation jade dish from ancient texts? It is said to be a treasure from the chaotic era, recording the essence of the world's origin. Those who learned from its principles achieved transcendence and monumental accomplishments. The Acts of Creation. Is this truly the Acts of Creation? The 9 Provinces Cauldron. It even contains the 9 Provinces Cauldron. The treasures inside left everyone in awe, casting astonished and envious glances at Yunichio. No one could fathom the source of this young man's incredible fortune. He had not only amassed such treasures, but was also set to marry the Northern D princess. In due time, the entirety of Northern D would be within his grasp. Shen Yaoyao watched as her former teething toy became the center of astonishment, her small face scrunching up in a complex blend of emotions. These people were far too dramatic, even assigning names to these trivial items. She could not comprehend, her eyes widening in shock. So embarrassing, so humiliating. The soft sounds reached Yulurue's ears, and she furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Why did her precious one seem so peculiar lately? Meanwhile, Song Huiqin approached the box, drawn inexplicably to the El-Ingi pestle made of mysterious iron. He couldn't help himself, reaching out to touch it, but hesitated just before contact. Princess, may I borrow the El-Ingi pestle within for a moment of amusement? A familiar feeling inexplicably urged him on, and he awkwardly addressed Jiangxia. Your Highness, please proceed. Each moment felt unfamiliar yet inexplicably familiar to him. As the scene shifted, he recalled holding the yet-to-transform little divine beast, Di Ting, and teasing her with the pestle. Why haven't you grown yet? Memories flooded back, racing through his mind. He recalled everything. She was our divine being, the singular supreme deity across heaven and earth, transcending time and space. Prince? Jiangxia stood beside him, observing this bizarre scene, her skin crawling with discomfort. Is this necessary? Even if it's an ancient rarity, it shouldn't evoke such emotion, should it? Shen Yaoyao watched as he wept uncontrollably while holding her teething toy, her expression shifting dramatically. This is terrible. Her most devoted follower couldn't possibly be a major creep. Could he? She swallowed hard, silently resolving to keep her distance from the young prince in the future. Unbeknownst to Song Huiqin, who was being judged harshly, he calmed his tumultuous emotions, glancing at Chu Yanran, who was blissfully oblivious, and at Yu Chang'an, who was gleefully punching the air, feeling a pang of despair. It seemed he was the only one left to protect Yaoyao. Meanwhile, the emperor was delighted with Yunichio's success in unlocking the Zhenghua he. Excellent. Truly worthy of my Diyu sons. Therefore, today I shall grant you marriage to the Northern D princess. You family as third son, do you accept? Chapter 85. The prince's silence. The prince's breakdown. Yunichio spoke with palpable excitement, his voice trembling. Your servant shall follow your majesty's command. Excellent. The emperor beamed with joy, personally bestowing marriage upon the two and rewarding them with countless rare treasures. Congratulations, Master Shen. The courtiers expressed their envy with fervent congratulations. Only Shen Liang lingered in the shadows, glaring fiercely at the Yu family, his expression dark and teeth clenched. Damn it. Why does all the good fortune fall upon the Yu family? Sister, our family's Yaoyao possesses an extraordinary fate. You must take extra care to protect her. Yu Lurui gazed at her third brother, who was about to embark on a journey to the Northern D, her heart heavy with reluctance. Be cautious on your journey, and remember to send word upon your safe arrival. Yunichio waved his hand, helping Jiangxia onto the fierce tiger steed. As their figures gradually faded into the vastness, the 3 siblings of the Yu family chimed in unison, safe travels. Shen Yaoyao nestled in Yu Lurui's arms, softly echoing, safe. Since Shen Zongrui was left at the Shen residence, idling away his days, Shen old madam watched anxiously, recalling Lu Yingying's skills. If the family could produce a top scholar, they would no longer need to rely on others. She promptly encouraged Shen Zongrui to seek Lu Yingying's tutelage. Aunt, I genuinely wish to learn from you. I know that Li Fugui's skills were taught by you. I implore you to teach me as well. I promise to study diligently, and once I succeed, I will honor uncle and aunt, and when little Mingzhu grows up, she will also need to choose a suitable husband. Having witnessed Lu Yingying's prowess, Shen Zhongruwei believed he too could excel. Lu Yingying furrowed her brow. If Shen Zhongruwei could indeed pass, it could offer a way out. Very well. I shall give you an opportunity to showcase your talent. Shen Zhongruwei nodded eagerly, determined to succeed. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply recite the principles of the great learning from the Book of Rites. Under Lu Yingying's watchful gaze, Shen Zhongruwei's mind went blank. Despite straining with all his might, his face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to articulate complete sentences. The great learning's way is to illuminate virtue. Observing his stammering, Lu Yingying sighed in exasperation. With such a level of ability, how can you possibly dream of excelling? You lack even the memory of Li Fugui. Shen Zhongruwei felt a mix of shame and humiliation. Raised under Shen Dong's indulgent care, he had acquired many vices, but remained utterly ignorant of more noble pursuits. Lu Yingying recognized the futility of relying on the Shen family. Even the household dog was inept. Good grandson, how are you? Shen old madam entered with a bowl of raw meat, presenting it to Shen Zhongruwei. This is a large turtle that I had the servants buy for you. It's quite special and full of spirit. You've been studying hard these past few days. You should replenish your strength. Thank you, grandmother. You are the best. Shen Zhongruwei instantly cast aside his earlier embarrassment, sweetly accepting the raw meat and devouring it voraciously, much to Lu Yingying's disgust. Shen old madam looked at her beloved grandson with affection, nodding in approval. Her gaze met Lu Yingying's, and she adopted a stern demeanor, lecturing. Zhongruwei has the blood of the Shen family. He is quite clever. He is still young, and you must guide him well. One day, when he becomes a top scholar, you will surely benefit. Must he be treated like a child? Should he only grow up after being buried in the ground? Lu Yingying rolled her eyes in disbelief. She held a piece of dark iron she had gathered from Kunlun Mountain, having personally forged a bronze mirror. Before she could discern the woman's features, the scene abruptly shifted to a fierce battle between the realms of gods and demons, with bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood, and cries of anguish echoing everywhere. No, no. The final image lingered on a woman sacrificing herself, and he reached out desperately to intervene, but his hands grasped nothing but air. Song Huijin jolted awake, sweat soaking his back. The following morning, he concocted a casual excuse to summon Chu Yanran and Yu Chang'an to the Eastern Palace. Brother Prince, did you call for me? Chu Yanran bounced in, casually taking a seat. Your Highness summoned Chang'an. What is your command? Yu Chang'an, bewildered, offered a respectful bow. Song Huijin gathered the books his subordinates had collected regarding the war between gods and demons, his deep and steady gaze resting upon the two. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Do you know Shen Yaoyao's true identity? Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, a thunderous storm brewing. Your Highness, be careful. A bolt of lightning struck the wooden window, narrowly missing Song Huijin. His expression darkened as he silently regarded the charred wood, understanding this as a warning from the heavens. Why is there thunder out of nowhere? Fortunately, the prince remained unharmed, yet the earlier perilous moment left both individuals shaken. After a brief silence, Song Huijin resumed, his voice youthful, yet imbued with gravity. I recently acquired a precious sword, Chang'an. Would you like to join me in its appraisal? Yu Chang'an's dark eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the sword, eagerly nodding. In his past life, he had been the Haotian sword. Perhaps using the sword as bait would trigger some memories. After a quarter of an hour, he sheathed the sword. What do you think? Yu Chang'an nodded with feigned seriousness. Indeed, it is effective. Song Huijin's profound gaze began to reflect satisfaction. However, the next moment, Yu Chang'an leapt to face him, eager to spar, declaring, Your Highness, your strength is insufficient. Your moves are superficial. Come, let's practice together. Song Huijin frowned, wondering if his sword moves were flawed. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yu Chang'an's eagerness to compete, and cautiously inquired, Chang'an loves martial arts. Have you ever heard of the ancient divine sword, Haotian sword? Could it be that your Highness's sword is the Haotian sword? Yu Chang'an's face lit up with enthusiasm as he reached for the sword, marveling at the unexpected revelation. Song Huijin, momentarily at a loss for words, finally managed to stammer, It is not. Oh, I thought so. This sword appears quite ordinary. I was worried that you had been deceived. Yu Chang'an sheepishly scratched his head, mumbling softly. Chapter 86. Death to the Old Witch. Despite Song Huijin's maturity, he couldn't help but rub his temples when faced with Yu Chang'an. Yu Chang'an furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the prince. Several times, he hesitated, unsure of what the prince wished to express. Unable to decipher, he boldly asked, Your Highness, do you have something to say? Alone. Song Huijin's gaze was complex and inscrutable. After a long silence, it culminated in a heavy sigh. Forget it. I have nothing more to say. He shifted his hopes onto Chu Yanran. Brother Prince, why are you staring at me like that? Chu Yanran, oblivious to his gaze, was entirely engrossed in the ginger-scented plums and rose cakes laid out on the table. These are sweet and sour. Mother will surely love them. Song Huijin observed her carefree demeanor, his brow furrowing as self-doubt crept in. Xiao Qi had once been a 12th grade Lotus platform. Her influence had been paramount in preserving Yaoyao's spirit. She was also the one most attached to Yaoyao, and perhaps she could indeed recall something. Harboring this hope, Song Huijin spoke earnestly. I have heard that the lotus flowers in Taipool bloom beautifully overnight, and Yanran, you adore viewing lotus flowers. The weather is perfect today. Why not accompany me to see them? His words carried an air of inquiry, yet his tone brooked no opposition, radiating the authority of a ruler. Chu Yanran gazed longingly at the confections, and under Song Huijin's intense gaze, she slowly replied, Brother Prince, if I go, can someone pack these cakes for me to take home? Mother will surely adore me. Song Huijin now felt weary at heart. He silently nodded, gazing at the exuberant Chu Yanran, and took the lead in stepping out of the East Palace. Chu Yanran joyfully followed, chattering incessantly. On ordinary days, Song Huijin would have found her chatter irksome, yet today he walked on, indifferent to her words. They finally halted before the Tai pool, where the lotus flowers were in full bloom, enveloping the air with a delicate fragrance, a sight both vibrant and pleasing to the eye. Song Huijin pursed his lips and slowly raised his hand to point at a flower not far away. This particular blossom resembled her past self most closely and surely could awaken her memories of a former life. Yanran, look. Chu Yanran followed his gaze and saw the divine turtle within. Her previously radiant expression shifted. What does my elder brother mean? Is he still blaming me? Faced with Song Huijin's veiled words, Chu Yanran felt both guilt and grievance, tears welling in her eyes, unable to hold back any longer. Her lips quivered downwards, and with a sob, she began to cry uncontrollably. Song Huijin was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. His brow furrowed, and confusion flickered in his steady gaze as he looked at her. Elder brother, I was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yanran was unable to cease her weeping, stammering an apology. I truly was wrong. I should not have envied mother, and pushed her into the water. I won't dare again. Song Huijin stared at her in speechless astonishment, opening his mouth yet ultimately saying nothing. That's not what I meant. After a prolonged silence, he attempted to explain, but to his surprise, Chu Yanran absorbed not a single word. She shook her head vigorously, continuing her self-reproach. Elder brother, I know you haven't explicitly mentioned it. You wish to spare me some dignity, but there's no need. Song Huijin fell silent once more, observing the already breathless Chu Yanran, and gave up entirely. I beg both of you officials for leniency. This humble offering is merely a gesture, a token for a meal or a drink. The attendants prepared everything, assisting the anxious matriarch Shen into the interior. The dungeon was dark and cramped, with a pungent odor that was almost unbearable. Imagining her son living in such conditions daily, matriarch Shen's tears flowed, her hatred towards the Yu family intensifying. Dongya, my donger, you have suffered. Upon seeing Shen Dong, matriarch Shen's tears streamed down as she tenderly caressed him, not forgetting to hand him the prepared turtle soup. My son, you have truly endured hardship. Do take care to nourish yourself. In a corner of the same cell, a man crouched, and upon hearing matriarch Shen's voice, he abruptly lifted his head, his expression shifting drastically. It's her, the old hag, who ruined me. Hatred surged within the man's eyes as he silently rose, moving behind matriarch Shen and gripping her neck tightly. Ah! He croaked, his voice dark and raspy, unable to articulate a coherent word. Matriarch Shen struggled desperately, panic overwhelming her. Even with their combined effort, they were powerless against him. The man's eyes glinted with malice, his mind fixated on one thought, to end her life. He had recognized the old hag instantly. Many years prior, she had accompanied a heavily pregnant woman to find him, sweet-talking him into a trap that led to his ruin. At that time, he had naively believed that fulfilling his part of the bargain would yield a handsome reward, envisioning a life of seclusion with a modest farm and a family. Alas, it was all but a foolish dream. These two women harbored malicious intent, not only failing to deliver on their promises, but also secretly plotting against him. Fortunately, he had survived, albeit with his voice rendered mute by poison. These years had transformed him into a wretched shadow of a man, all thanks to them. Seeing matriarch Shen adorned in finery only fueled his resentment. He gritted his teeth, longing to devour her whole. Just as matriarch Shen was on the brink of suffocation, she fought with all her might to pry his hands away. What are you doing? Hearing the commotion, the jailer rushed in, shouting and striking the man to force him to release his grip. As the life-threatening hold loosened, matriarch Shen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the terror of her narrow escape overwhelming her, causing her to tremble incessantly. It was a harrowing experience. A moment longer, and her life would have been forfeit in this dungeon. Unsurprisingly, the incident reached the ears of the Jingzhao Yin. With a swift turn of his eyes, he prepared to head to the princess's residence, and upon encountering Yu Luowei, he divulged the entire matter. Chapter 87. The master of the mad horse is found. Mother, it's him. He is the one who harmed my second uncle. Shen Yaoyao flailed in Yu Luowei's arms, desperate to capture her attention. Her fervent cries struck Yu Luowei's previously tranquil heart like a boulder, stirring tumultuous waves within her. No wonder they had searched for so long without a trace. It turned out the perpetrator was already imprisoned. Taking a deep breath, she managed to suppress her tumultuous emotions. What crime has he committed? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jing Zhaoyin's eyes, surprised by her interest in this criminal, yet he quickly donned a flattering smile. Theft. If the lady wishes to meet this person, I am more than willing to arrange it. Facing Jing Zhaoyin's overtures, Yu Luorui did not decline. Very well. I would appreciate your assistance. You flatter me. It is my honor to serve the lady. Jing Zhaoyin was efficient in his tasks, and by afternoon, everything was prepared. The carriage came to a stop in a narrow alley just a street away from the prison. Before disembarking, Yu Deli suppressed his complicated emotions but could not help but ask, "Sister, do you feel confident about succeeding?" Though they had located the master of the mad horse, he might find it difficult to speak. Shen Liang was cunning, and this matter was likely not as simple as they imagined. Yu Deli furrowed his brow. Concern etched in his eyes. If they could not uncover solid evidence proving Shen Liang's orchestration from behind the scenes, their efforts would be in vain, let alone severing ties between Luorui and that beast. Second brother, do not worry. I believe heaven is just and will not let a guilty person escape. Yu Luorui cast a determined look at Yu Deli, her voice resolute. Liang, I believe you will surely succeed. Shen Yaoyao poked her little head from her embrace, her soft voice imbued with strength. Yes, with our dear little one speaking up, we shall surely succeed. Yu Luorui's icy gaze softened slightly upon resting on Shen Yaoyao. She donned a prepared hat and slowly descended from the carriage. She had thought she could control her emotions well, but upon seeing the man who had rendered her second brother disabled for many years, the pent-up hatred and fury erupted uncontrollably. Gazing at the man kneeling before her, restrained by the jailer, Yu Luorui could no longer contain her rage, trembling violently. It's him. He nearly cost my second brother his life. After years of hard study, she was so close to her dreams, only to have everything shattered the day before. Such a blow was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Without her dear one, her brother might have never stood again, leaving this life with a lingering regret. Yu Luorui cast a pained glance at Yu Deli, and when her gaze returned to the man, the hatred in her eyes seemed ready to consume him whole. Why? Why did you do this? Do you even realize what you have destroyed? How dare you? How dare you? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, rushing forward to slap the man's face fiercely. He gritted his teeth, silently enduring it all, not daring to resist. You vile woman, your strikes are ruthless. Mother, that scoundrel dares to insult you. Strike him. Shen Yaoyao exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation as she fervently encouraged Yu Luorui, wishing she could personally intervene and punish the villain. Yu Luorui felt as though her hand had gone numb from the impact. The man, having been struck, turned his head away, spitting blood. His face was swollen and disfigured, resembling a pig's head, with blood oozing from his broken lips. A mere touch to his mouth sent him reeling in agony, and the disdain in his gaze towards Yu Luorui was replaced by a profound terror that seemed to etch itself into his very bones. This woman is no different from a madman. That slap nearly killed me. He shuddered back, fearful that Yu Luorui might unleash her fury upon him once more. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of another individual in the cell. Yu Deli sat in a wheelchair, his gaze cold and piercing, fixated on the man. Memories of past events flashed rapidly through his mind, the pain and despair as palpable as if they were carved into his very marrow. A sensation akin to an insatiable black hole yearning to consume him. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead, and he struggled to suppress the overwhelming feelings. Yu Deli's chilling gaze bore down on the man as he spoke with an air of authority. Wang Sheng, born in the year of the Jia Qin, a resident of Guping village, unmarried, with an elderly mother still at home. Prior to their encounter, Yu Deli had ensured that every detail of Wang Sheng's life was meticulously investigated. Wang Sheng listened with mounting dread, his eyes widening in terror. The debts of the past must find their rightful owner. It was I who harmed you, so let your wrath be directed towards me, he pleaded, terrified that Yu Deli would seek retribution against his family for the transgressions of years gone by. Just as he attempted to rise, Yu Deli delivered a powerful kick to his leg. The man gasped in pain, shock etched across his features as he stared at his injured limb. Is he healed? Yu Deli, aware of Shen Yaoyao's concerns, replied coldly, rest assured, I will not harm your family. However, it would be prudent for you to cooperate fully and divulge everything you know. Otherwise, the threat in his voice sent a shiver down Wang Sheng's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Reduced to his current state, it was evident that the orchestrators of his downfall had not been idle. Yu Deli's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Wang Sheng's very soul, while his mocking tone felt like a dagger, mercilessly embedded in Wang Sheng's heart. The memories of the betrayals he suffered at the hands of the treacherous women in his life ignited a furious hatred within him. Wang Sheng abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a ferocity that was more terrifying than poison. Wang Sheng divulged much, and through his gestures, Yu Deli finally managed to locate Wang Qianfu, the former manager of Bao He-Tang before its closure, who happened to be Wang Sheng's great uncle. This man, childless and doting on his nephew, had eagerly brought Wang Sheng from the countryside as soon as he took over the tavern. Listening to Yu Deli's account, Yu Luorui let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with sarcasm. One could only wonder if, upon seeing his beloved nephew in such a wretched state, he would regret bringing him to the city. As expected, when the two met, they fell into each other's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Especially when Wang Qianfu learned that Wang Sheng had been poisoned and rendered mute, his anger surged, and he nearly fainted from the shock.
What has happened to you, my child?
What transpired over these years? Wang Qianfu lamented, tears streaming down his face. Each pat on Wang Sheng's back filled with heartache. It was that wretched woman you introduced who has caused my suffering. Wang Sheng's fury flared as he recounted the events of the years past, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Wang Qianfu struggled to comprehend the gestures Wang Sheng made. Observing this, Shen Yaoyao quietly extended her small hand, channeling her spiritual energy into his forehead, allowing him to hear Wang Sheng's inner voice. When Wang Qianfu heard the name Lu Yingying, he froze, confusion etched across his face. How could she have harmed you? She promised to give you a substantial sum of silver and arranged for your escape. He recalled his attempts to find Wang Sheng, only to be met with failure. And suddenly, realization struck him, leaving him in disbelief. So Lu Yingying deceived me. Upon seeing Wang Sheng in such disarray, a premonition had already begun to stir within him, but he had been unwilling to accept it, or perhaps too afraid to believe it. As Wang Sheng nodded vehemently, Wang Qianfu's emotions surged, shame, guilt, and anguish flooded his heart, twisting his insides painfully. After the deed was done, that vile woman tricked me into dining with her, secretly poisoning my food. When I awoke, I found myself discarded in a mass grave. She clearly intended to end my life. Shen Yaoyao, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. So she was playing both sides, masterfully deceiving everyone. These two truly are the epitome of foolishness. The weight of the revelation struck Wang Qianfu hard, causing his once proud posture to slump, aging him by a decade in an instant. He took a deep breath, filled with sorrow, as he felt the warmth of familial love that had been lost for so long. Wang Sheng, overwhelmed, crouched down and wept bitterly. I cannot. That woman is ruthless, capable of murder and disposal. If she learns I survived, she would surely find a way to kill me. My life is worthless. But I do not wish to endanger my mother. At the mention of his mother, Wang Qianfu's expression stiffened, shame preventing him from lifting his head. Child, your mother passed away from grief in the second year of your disappearance. Wang Sheng could no longer bear the weight of this revelation. He wanted to scream to the heavens, but no coherent sound emerged. In that moment, his hatred for Lu Yingying, Shen Liang, and the elder matriarch of the Shen family reached its zenith. Had it not been for these treacherous individuals breaking their promises, he would not have found himself in such a pitiful state, nor would he have been robbed of the chance to see his mother one last time. The tumultuous emotion within him was deafening, causing Shen Yaoyao's ears to ache. She pouted, continuing to add salt to the wound in her mind. One is a high-ranking minister, the other adorned in riches, and you can't even touch their garments. TSK, 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 and you still seek revenge? Her sardonic thoughts ignited a fire within Wang Sheng. I will report them. Yes, I will report them. This was the very response they had been waiting for. Yu Luo Rui and Yu Dali exchanged glances, their hearts racing with anticipation as the long-hidden truths were finally poised to be revealed before all. Wang Qianfu hastened to the government office of Jingzhou in early the next morning, frantically beating upon the door. Once inside, he slid to the floor in desperation. The Jingzhou, with a furrowed brow and an air of authority, regarded him with a stern gaze that commanded respect. Who are you? And what grievances do you bring forth? Wang Qianfu prostrated himself repeatedly, recounting the entire saga with fervor. I was once the manager of Bao Hitang. Many years ago, Shen Liang, envious of the Yu family's second son, conspired with a mistress to take my life. What? Such treachery exists? The Jingzhou contemplated the weight of the Yu and Shen families, recognizing their significance. He suppressed a shock and dispatched 3 officers to summon all individuals involved in the case from both the Yu and Shen families to the court. When adversaries meet, their animosity is palpable. Despite wearing a hat, the anger and frost in Yu Luo Rui's eyes were unmistakable. Wang Qianfu, falsely accusing a court official is no trivial matter. You claim Shen Liang and Lu Yingying conspired to commit murder, but do you have any evidence? I dare not speak without proof. Wang Qianfu had long since prepared all the evidence. Here were the silver notes that Lu Yingying had used to bribe the commoners, along with letters exchanged between her and the commoners, which included inquiries about the whereabouts of her nephew. Mentioning Wang Sheng, he tightened his grip on the letter. His voice tinged with evident agitation. She had even attempted to poison him, plotting to kill the commoner's nephew. Fortunately, the nephew had a strong fate, and the commoner could testify to this. What? Wang Sheng is still alive. Lu Yingying, who had previously shown no fear, now paled, her confidence wavering. Wang Qianfu, what nonsense are you spouting? She inhaled deeply, steadied her nerves, and shouted, I know you harbor resentment towards me because of the Bao Hotang incident, but you cannot slander me like this. Or is it that someone has bribed you to do so? Lu Yingying's insinuation was clear, suggesting that Yu Luo Rui had bribed Wang Qianfu to entrap her. What a wicked woman, so adept at fabricating tales. It's no wonder she has deceived both uncle and nephew. Shen Yaoyao's sharp remark ignited Wang Qianfu's ire. You vile creature. Dare you swear to the heavens that you have no part in this? You forget that I have not forgotten. Back then, you knelt before him in the courtyard of Baohotang, engaging in that shameless act. Afterward, you lay in his embrace, declaring that as long as the second son of the Yu family was alive, he would never have a chance to rise, while he groped you, praising you for your thoughts on him. The intimate details of their clandestine affair, laid bare in front of so many, left Shen Liang and Lu Yingying both embarrassed and furious. The others, however, listened with great interest. I believe there is a 9 out of 10 chance that this is true. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, how could he describe it in such detail? He looks respectable, yet his heart is so cruel. Who would have thought these two had such a relationship so many years ago? No wonder he hadn't married the young lady from the Yu family back then. It turns out they were entangled from such an early age. Does this not imply that the Yu family was schemed against? Truly shameless. Chapter 89. Some are born to stand on the pedestal to have plotted so many years ago. Such a thought was indeed insidious and profound. Shameless Phoenix man, your true nature has been exposed. Shen Yaoyao popped her head out, disdainfully wrinkling her nose at her father and his mistress, feeling elated for her mother's impending liberation. Lu Yingying, internally crumbling, attempted to argue but was met with a resounding slap that sent her sprawling. She covered her face in disbelief, staring at Shen Liang. In an instant, Shen Liang made his choice. Now that both witnesses and material evidence were present, denying it was impossible, he could only push all the blame onto Lu Yingying, hoping to safeguard himself for future resurgence. Vile woman, all of this is your doing. Shifting his gaze to Yu Deli, his fierce expression quickly morphed into a facade of insincere flattery. Brother Deli, we are friends and I am your brother-in-law. How could I wish you harm? It is this vile woman who has instigated me. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast all accusations onto Lu Yingying, distancing himself completely from the situation. Shameless. Utterly shameless. While Lu Yingying was inextricably linked to the affair, the truth was that Shen Liang stood to gain the most from it. Lu Yingying had served him faithfully, believing him to be her perfect match, only to discover he was a heartless ingrate. It served her right. Moreover, Shen Liang's propensity to shift blame onto women only made the situation more revolting. Shen Yaoyao curled her lip, unable to suppress her disdain. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Shen Liang desperately tried to appeal to Yu Deli's emotions, appearing deeply affectionate. Were it not for everyone knowing his true character, he might have successfully deceived them. I was blinded by desire. None of this stemmed from my true intentions. You. Lu Yingying seemed taken aback by his audacity. Her eyes widened, mouth agape. Yet no words escaped her lips. Yu Deli observed silently, finding his hypocritical display both ironic and ludicrous. As he approached, he subtly maneuvered his wheelchair backward. His scorn and disdain unmasked. His reaction filled Shen Liang with humiliation, yet he was forced to endure. Brother Deli, let us not speak of the past. Luorwei is still my wife, and we have Yaoyao. He intended to leverage his relationship with Yu Luorwei and Shen Yaoyao to sway Yu Deli, but it backfired. The mere thought of his sister suffering at Shen Liang's hands made Yu Deli wish to flay him alive. Dare you mention Luorwei? Back, when you came to propose, you were destitute, promising to cherish her and respect her for life. Yet look at your actions. Your so-called love at first sight was nothing but manipulation. You married Luorwei and yet dallied with this woman, committing shameful acts in broad daylight. Do you not fear the heavens' wrath? His narrowed eyes glinted with malice as he spat at Shen Liang, harshly unveiling his deceit before the gathered crowd. As I understand it, not long ago, you two were caught in a clandestine affair at an inn, and now that the truth is out, you seek to shift the blame onto her? How utterly shameless. Shen Liang, if you had the courage to admit your wrongdoings, I might have regarded you with a modicum of respect. But your cowardice in denying it only proves you are unworthy of Luorwei and even less deserving of being Yaoyao's father. You are no better than a rat in the gutter, and I will not forgive you. Prepare to face the consequences of your vile actions. Yu Deli's words rang with authority, each syllable piercing Shen Liang's facade. As the latter's shame became palpable, Shen Liang ceased his subservience and glared at Yu Deli, seething with rage. Yu Deli, you crippled wretch, what right do you have to stand in judgment of me? Just because you come from a good family? What superiority do you possess over me? Your disability is your own doing. Watching Shen Liang's reckless laughter, devoid of any sense of remorse, Yu Luorwei rushed forward and slapped him across the face, her fury evident, as if she wished to tear him apart. What right do you have to compare yourself to my brother? He is honorable and upright, a quality you, as a despicable man, will never comprehend. Shen Liang turned his head from the slap, defiantly tilting his chin, casting a cold, ferocious glare at Yu Luorwei. I have served as an official for many years. Dragging Yu Deli down with me is sufficient. Is it? Yu Deli scoffed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, though his eyes concealed emotions that were indiscernible. Even if you possess wealth, what does it matter if you are merely a useless cripple? Shen Liang, brimming with arrogance, was cut short when he witnessed Yu Deli rising from his wheelchair, slowly standing upright. To ensure Shen Liang saw clearly, he positioned himself between Shen Liang and Yu Luorwei. His skin must be thick, his hands must be pained. How can this be? How can you stand? Shen Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Deli, Observing Shen Liang's near-manic state, coldly snorted. Rest assured, not only am I well, but I will also participate in next year's palace examination. Each of his words struck Shen Liang like daggers, penetrating deep into his very core. No, Shen Liang crumpled to the ground, his face a mask of despair, mumbling incessantly. Shen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with joy. Uncle, this is simply a masterstroke. Father has long envied his capabilities, and with such devious schemes to suppress him, it all ends in vain. He is on the brink of collapse. Clearly, Shen Liang could not accept this revelation, muttering incoherently, showing signs of losing his sanity. Enough. The magistrate struck the gavel, ready to deliver the final judgment. The facts of this case are clear, with both witnesses and evidence irrefutable. The judgment was about to be announced when a sudden, loud exclamation interrupted the proceedings. Everyone furrowed their brows and turned in unison to see the elderly matriarch of the Shen family, struggling to push her way through the crowd. Her expression filled with concern for her despondent son. When her gaze fell upon Yu Luowei, it ignited a fierce and venomous resentment within her. And her voice dripped with accusation as she spoke. You, do not forget that you are still a daughter-in-law of the Shen family, the lawful wife of Liang. Chapter 90. To sever family ties? Impossible. If Liang is sentenced, what benefit will that bring you? The elder matriarch of the Shen family, evidently still oblivious to the situation at hand, commanded Yu Luowei with an air of superiority. You must immediately speak to your second brother and urge him to let this matter go. As long as Liang remains safe, I will ensure he treats you well moving forward. What a spectacle. With such a large bird, one can find all sorts of creatures in its forest. Does she truly believe her worthless son is a prize that everyone desires? Shen Yaoyao's small face was contorted in disdain as she deliberately spat in the direction of the elder matriarch and Liang. Seeing the child's behavior, Yu Luowei felt a warmth in her heart and affectionately ruffled her hair. However, her gaze turned icy as it once again met the elder matriarch's. The actions of Shen Liang were entirely of his own making. As for living together, I find it distasteful. You. The elder matriarch slammed her thigh and collapsed to the ground, wailing. Yu Luowei, listening to her nonsensical lamentations, felt her anger rising. A child? How dare you shamelessly utter such words? Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Shen Yaoyao chimed in, kicking her little legs in indignation. The elder matriarch, nearly breathless with rage,
Pointed accusingly at Yu Luowei.
You dare to disrespect your elders. Shen Liang harmed my brother before, I will sever ties with him. Your role as an elder has reached its end, Yu Luowei declared, each word resonating with unwavering resolve. Noticing that Yu Luowei was unmoved, the elder matriarch's eyes flickered with a cunning idea as she shifted her focus to Shen Yaoyao. She sprang to her feet and made a move to snatch the child away. You may sever ties with my son, but this child is our flesh and blood. You cannot take her. Such a little vixen, always doted upon by that good-for-nothing. Shen Yaoyao's disdain was palpable as she realized the elder matriarch's intentions. Shen Liang, initially bewildered, quickly chimed in indeed. Yaoyao is a Shen, my own flesh and blood. You may leave, but the child must stay. Nonsense. Yu Deli stepped protectively in front of his sister, his gaze sharp and unyielding, causing the elder matriarch to hesitate. Yet, despite his imposing aura, the elder matriarch stubbornly threatened. You, think carefully. If you truly sever ties with Liang, this child will no longer have any relationship with you. Yu Luowei understood that their intentions were not genuinely concerned for the child. They merely sought to use her as leverage to coerce her into submission. The more she observed their smug expressions, the more furious she became. From the moment Yaoyao was born, your family has caused nothing but chaos. Who has ever considered her feelings? As a father, you dote on your illegitimate daughter, throwing her a lavish birthday celebration, yet on the very same day, you neglected to acknowledge Yaoyao's own birthday. As a grandmother, you have never even acknowledged her existence, providing her with no gifts or comfort. Do you truly believe you deserve to keep her? Yu Luowei's words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Shen family had shown themselves to be utterly disgraceful. Their legitimate granddaughter received treatment inferior to that of an illegitimate child. How absurd. The elder matriarch's use of threats regarding the child was shameless. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, their words clear to both Shen Liang and the elder matriarch, whose usual composure began to falter under the scrutiny. The elder matriarch remained resolute, insisting, stop spewing nonsense. She is, without question, a child of the Shen family. You have no chance of taking her away. Yu Luowei, filled with righteous indignation, retorted coldly, if you want me to leave Yaoyao with you, who among you is capable of raising and caring for her? We will manage her care, however we see fit. If necessary, we shall find a nurse for her. After all, her own mother has abandoned her. As long as she is alive, that is sufficient. The elder matriarch's shamelessness was on full display. Yu Deli clenched his fists, filled with a desire to confront her. The magistrate, present in the court, was visibly sweating. Madam, severing ties may be feasible, but erasing the princess of fortune from the Shen family lineage is another matter altogether. Hearing this, the elder matriarch and Shen Liang exchanged triumphant glances. Yaoyao has her own residence. If you wish to care for her, go plead your case to the emperor. Once Yu Lurui made this declaration, the elder matriarch and her son were left speechless, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Shen Liang, indignant, shouted, "You vile woman, you are clearly bullying us." He was on the verge of being imprisoned, and without a noble title, he had no way to approach the emperor. Yu Lurui had expertly exploited this vulnerability. "You should be contemplating how to spend the rest of your life in prison instead of shouting here." Her words cut deeply, piercing Shen Liang's heart. He had no desire to be incarcerated. With gritted teeth, Shen Liang glared at her, yet found himself powerless, his thoughts shifting to the side, where Lu Yingying stood, still hoping to manipulate her. "Yingying, you..." Having witnessed his earlier disgraceful behavior, Lu Yingying no longer wished to engage with him. She forcefully pulled away from his grasp and shouted, "I want to sue Shen Liang." What a delightful turn of events. Shen Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to glimmering grapes, as the prospect of a scandal unfolded before her. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes darting between the two. "You vile woman! How dare you speak such nonsense?" Shen Liang, in a fit of rage, attempted to prevent her from continuing, his eyes blazing as he viciously grasped her throat. "Impudence! You dare to resort to violence in this court? Such brazen behavior shows utter disregard for the authority of this court and the laws of Diyu." The magistrate's voice thundered, and immediately, the guard stepped forward to separate the two. Lu Yingying, nearly choking, clutched her throat as she gasped for air. "I have evidence hidden in the residence that Shen Liang previously arranged for me. If the officials investigate, everything will be revealed." Chapter 91. Strip him of his scholarly titles, vile.
Vile.
Shen Liang roared, struggling against the guards restraining him. His agitation suggested a desperate attempt to silence any potential whistleblower, indicating that the accusations were likely true. Who could have imagined that someone so outwardly proper could engage in such explosive misdeeds? His own nephew had been caught cheating during examinations, perfectly illustrating the adage, "A family of ill repute, a meeting of ill repute." The thought of Yu's daughter marrying him felt like a flower being placed in dung. Fortune smiled upon her, revealing the truth just in time to prevent her from spending a lifetime with such a treacherous soul. The spectators were abuzz, with fervent discussions, calling for the magistrate to thoroughly investigate the matter and uphold justice for the scholars of the realm. Aware of the gravity of the situation regarding the imperial examinations, the magistrate swiftly calmed the crowd before ordering the arrest of Lu Yingying and Shen Liang. All gathered evidence and reports were presented to the emperor for his judgment. Finally, liberation. As memories of her family's past misfortune surfaced, Yu Lurui felt a mix of sorrow and relief. Though she had not witnessed their demise firsthand, the weight of those events haunted her, robbing her of restful nights. Had she not misjudged their characters, she would not have found herself in such peril, endangering not only herself but also everyone around her. While Yu Deli could not fully empathize, he offered her a gentle, affectionate smile. "This is a good development, why weep?" Hearing his gentle and soothing words, Yu Lurui's tears flowed like a kite severed from its string. "Second brother, it is all my fault. My inability to discern character has caused you to suffer this injury. You must not blame yourself, if there is anyone to blame. It is I for inviting the wolf into our midst, nearly jeopardizing your entire life in a den of beasts." Contemplating Shen Liang's demeanor today, Yu Deli pressed his thin lips together, feeling even more guilty and remorseful. As the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly somber, Shen Yaoyao peeked her little head out and exclaimed, "Liang Qin, uncle, cheer up." The two instinctively lowered their heads, watching the cherubic little one wave her chubby hands, her baby fat face quivering with each motion, her cuteness nearly overwhelming them. Yu Deli smiled, his face aglow with warmth, as he reached out to ruffle her fluffy little head. The soft, tousled texture was simply irresistible. "Yaoyao is right. Today is your special day, and we must celebrate with joy." The carriage came to a steady halt at the Yu residence, where Yu Xinhai and his family awaited at the door. "Sister, step over this fire basin, and all misfortunes will be kept at bay. From now on, may you enjoy smooth sailing, peace, and health." Su Chaoga smiled as she guided her towards the fire basin. "Father and mother are waiting for you in the main hall. Once you are dressed, come right over. I have instructed the servants to prepare hot water for you. And after dinner, you shall enjoy a soothing bath with pomelo leaves to bring you good fortune." Yu Lurui felt a warmth in her heart as she observed her sister-in-law's meticulous preparations. Once she changed into her attire, she realized the main hall was filled with guests. The Marquis of Jinxiang, the Count of Yuanping, and others had come to congratulate her upon hearing the news of her newfound freedom. "Congratulations. The lady has been reborn. She can no longer be called lady. She must now be addressed as Miss Yu." Dressed in a vibrant red skirt, Yu Lurui appeared even more fair and translucent. The alluring red did not come off as gaudy but rather exuded an air of dignity. With a radiant smile gracing her face, she truly appeared rejuvenated. "Thank you all for your kind wishes." The entire Yu household was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere due to the news of her liberation, while the Shen family found themselves in a starkly different situation. Upon reading the contents of the petition from the Jingshuoyan, the emperor was filled with rage. How audacious! To dare commit plagiarism in the imperial examination is truly an egregious crime. Not only does it constitute treason, but it also dares to bully my little lucky star. To execute him by dismemberment 1,000 times would not be excessive. The ever-watchful eunuch Lan had never seen the emperor so furious, and his heart sank. A moment later, the emperor spoke in a deep voice, "Proclaim my decree. Shen Liang's treachery is unforgivable. In light of his previous merits, strip him of his official title and confiscate all his family's assets."
Yes.
Eunuch Lan bowed his head, not daring to breathe. Stepping out of the Yangxin palace, he immediately led the imperial guards to the Shen residence to deliver the edict. Upon arrival, they found the old matriarch of the Shen family weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing that the emperor had ordered the confiscation of all their assets, she nearly fainted from distress. "This residence will also be sealed. You have 3 days to vacate." "Heavens! Are you trying to kill us all?" The old matriarch clutched Shen Baozhu, feeling as if the sky was collapsing. Observing the wailing woman, eunuch Lan snorted coldly, ignoring her as he efficiently directed the imperial guards. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the Shen estate was thoroughly sealed off. Nothing here can be taken. If even a single item is missing 3 days hence, prepare to enter the dungeons. The old matriarch watched the imposing imperial guards with a mix of rage and helplessness. She could only swallow her grievances until they had completely departed, at which point she beat her chest and wept bitterly. "Grandmother, what has happened?" The old matriarch's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Zhongrui, it is that wretched Yu family. They have caused your uncle to be imprisoned, stripped of his title by the emperor, and had all his wealth confiscated." She sobbed as she vented her frustrations, attempting to brainwash Shen Zhongrui. "Our family can only rely on you now. You must study diligently and strive to excel in your examinations. If you achieve success, our Shen family will rise again, and those who sought to harm us will see." As she spoke, she pulled out the last of her silver and stuffed it into Shen Zhongrui's hands. "Take this to buy books. You must succeed." Shen Zhongrui's eyes sparkled at the sight of the silver, his mind wandering to the alluring figures on Cui Lu Street, longing to rush over immediately, though he feigned obedience. "Do not worry, grandmother. I will study hard and rescue father and uncle once I achieve success." The old matriarch looked at him with pride. "You truly are my good grandson. There is still some turtle soup left in the kitchen. I shall warm it up for you. It will restore your energy." Chapter 92. She was consumed by her grandson in the kitchen. The old matriarch cleaned the remaining turtle, chopping it into pieces, still dripping with blood as it was brought before Shen Zhongrui. "My dear grandson, this is a rare delicacy caught in the wild. It is brimming with vitality. Eating it raw is particularly beneficial for men. You should eat plenty to nourish your brain, and soon our family will stand tall once more." Struck by the news of Shen Liang's misfortune, she was filled with obsession. Shen Zhongrui gazed at the large bowl of raw meat, still stained with blood, and instead of feeling repulsed, he licked his lips in hunger. "How truly extraordinary. This turtle meat is incredibly delectable. Missing a meal only makes me crave it more." Under the old matriarch's incessant chatter, he opened his appetite and indulged heartily, devouring the entire bowl of turtle meat in less than half a quarter of an hour. Sated, Shen Zhongrui wiped his mouth and declared, "Grandmother, I shall head out to buy books now." "Yes, go ahead, my good grandson," the old matriarch replied eagerly. Little did she know, her beloved grandson had dashed out, heading straight for the enticing Cui Lu Street. "This amount of silver will allow me to indulge myself for a while." Upon entering Cui Lu Street, Shen Zhongrui's gaze fell upon the voluptuous beauties, completely disregarding his grandmother's instructions. "Sir, it has been too long since your last visit. I have missed you dearly." A woman greeted him warmly, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, her scanty clothing barely containing her ample bosom, threatening to spill forth. As a young man filled with vigor, and having just consumed a large bowl of turtle meat, Shen Zhongrui was ablaze with desire, his eyes fixated on the woman's enticing figure, resembling a wolf starved for days, emanating a predatory gleam as he pulled her into an upstairs room, without a second thought. "My lord, your body is so warm." The woman giggled as he stripped her bare, her moans igniting a fire within him. Shen Zhongrui furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, and despite his reluctance, he rubbed against her for a considerable time, yet remained unsatisfied. The woman, once full of anticipation, lost her smile and grumbled in disdain. What bad luck to encounter such a man. Men are particularly sensitive in such matters. And her taunts provoked a fierce reaction from him as he tightened his grip around her neck, terrified by his fierce gaze. The woman scrambled off the bed as soon as he released her. Moments later, the madam arrived with a male servant, berating him sharply. "How dare you? If you cannot perform, do not take it out on my girls. With the meager amount you offer, do you even think you are worthy? If you possess such a thing, it would be better to become a eunuch in the palace. You have no future." After venting her frustrations, the madam ordered the servant to throw him out. Shen Zhongrui was dragged out without even having time to put on his trousers, and as he stood on the street, all eyes were upon him, filling him with shame and an even deeper resentment towards everyone around him. "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. You shall wait and see. Once I achieve the status of a top scholar, I will capture each of you and subject you to the most excruciating of deaths." He hurriedly pulled up his trousers, his mouth continuously spewing curses. At that moment, a lean hand patted him on the back. "Young man, do you wish to restore your glory?" The husky voice whispered in his ear, sending a shiver down Shen Zongrui's spine. He frowned and turned to find a gaunt man, his skin stretched tightly over his bones. With sunken features and bulging eyes that were somewhat terrifying. Clad in Taoist robes, he squinted, exuding an air of an otherworldly being. Have I encountered an immortal? Shen Zongrui's expression transformed into one of eager deference, and he nodded fervently. The old Taoist waved his hand gently and murmured a few words in his ear. Initially resistant, Shen Zongrui gradually revealed a glimmering light in his eyes. Stealthily, he crept into the room and deftly bound the person with hemp rope. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch Shen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos until a sharp pain jolted her awake. The sight before her widened her eyes in terror, disbelief etching her features. Shen Zongrui's face twisted into a mad semblance, akin to a demon awakened from hell. Pain radiated through the matriarch's body, prompting a scream of horror. What are you doing? She felt her blood run cold. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, leaving her pallid and weak as though her very life force was being drained. Despite her frantic inquiries, Shen Zongrui continued his actions, muttering incantations. Grandmother, you have always cherished me. I am the hope of the Shen family. Rest assured, I shall excel in my studies and secure the top position, ensuring I grant you more great-grandchildren, perpetuating our lineage. His demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes tinged with bloodlust, as his movements became more reckless. The matriarch gazed upward, her bulging eyes filled with despair and confusion. How could it have come to this? Her youngest son had murdered her eldest daughter, and now both of her sons were imprisoned. Once a family of promise, the Shen household lay in ruins, and the grandson she had entrusted with so much had absurdly bound her, carving away at her flesh. She was overwhelmed. This was not how it was meant to be. She felt acutely the loss of her lifeblood, her strength dissipating, her vision blurring, until her mind sank into a fog. Was this the sensation of death? Suddenly, it felt as though an immense force was pulling her, drawing her into the old Shen residence. In that scene, her dear grandson had not perished. He had become the top scholar and married the gentle Princess Regia. The scene shifted once more, and the matriarch observed her son, Shen Liang, being appointed as regent. While she herself had become a woman of high rank, the entire Shen family perched at the pinnacle of power. Yet all of this now belonged to the Yu family. Shen matriarch ground her teeth, her aged and murky eyes brimming with unquantifiable hatred. Gazing at her own skeletal remains, festering with putrid blood, she clenched her jaw, filled with profound resentment. Everything was meant to unfold as in her dreams. In her final moments, a flash of insight illuminated her mind, as if she had suddenly grasped the truth. She realized that all of this was the work of the Yu family, who had schemed to usurp the fortunes of her clan, particularly after the birth of Shen Yaoyao. When that wretched woman from the Yu family had transformed into a different person, harbinger of doom, it was you who caused this. The matriarch's last words hung in the air as she breathed her last. Her bulging eyes seemed on the verge of escaping their sockets, a ghastly sight. The true culprit, Shen Zongrui, had long since vanished without a trace, and 3 days later, the matriarch's body was discovered. Officials arrived to seal the estate, only to find her lifeless form, with blood long dried and her remnants already decayed, swarmed by maggots in the sweltering heat. In the imperial study, the emperor gazed darkly at the memorial presented by the capital S magistrate. His lips were pressed tightly together, his fingers absently brushing against the document before shifting his attention to the dutiful attendant, Lan Fulu. Convey my decree. Instruct the magistrate to temporarily release Shen Liang and Shen Dong until their mother's funeral is conducted, at which point they shall be re-imprisoned. Lan Fulu lowered his head, concealing his astonishment. In his view, the emperor was not one given to such mercy. Your majesty is wise and benevolent. If you can show such clemency to the guilty, surely the common people will sing your praises. To Lan Fulu's flattery, the emperor merely waved his hand, his expression inscrutable, neither revealing joy nor anger. I am not merciful. Shen Liang dared to act against my little lucky star and deserves torment. The tragic death of that matriarch is an opportunity for both brothers to witness, allowing them to truly feel the weight of their actions. The Yu family erupted in heated debate over whether to confront the Shen matriarch. No. Father, mother, elder brother. That old witch of the Shen family committed unspeakable acts against my sister. Even 1,000 deaths would not atone for her sins. Now, she is being devoured by her own grandson. This is her just retribution. Yu Deli was the first to stand, his brow furrowed in staunch disapproval. Everyone in the capital knew the character of the Shen family. What could his sister possibly gain from such a confrontation? Why should they willingly subject themselves to such indignity? The Shen family was more loathsome than rats in a sewer. Just the thought of his sister suffering at their hands left Yu Deli choking with frustration. Second brother, Yu Zhenhai despised the Shen family as well, but reason prevailed over emotion as he calmly analyzed the situation. What are you afraid of? Yu Deli scoffed, but was quickly silenced by Yu Zhenhai's words. You may not fear, but what of our sister? A woman's virtue is often scrutinized. The Shen family has wronged her, allowing her to escape gossip unscathed. However, the deceased must be respected. If you persist in your opposition, people may accuse her of being ungrateful, and the tide of public opinion may turn. The gravity of the situation needed no further elaboration from Yu Xinhai, and Yu Deli immediately grasped the implications. Just then, a youthful voice broke the tense atmosphere. I want to go, I want to see. Shen Yaoyao's innocent tone drew everyone's attention. Yu Deli furrowed his brow, torn between words, gazing at Shen Yaoyao with a complex expression. After all, Yaoyao and that old witch are blood relatives. Could it be? Before he could finish, Shen Yaoyao's thoughts dispelled all his concerns. To witness the demise of an enemy in such a visceral manner would be a shame to miss. Mother, I am unfilial. I have arrived too late. The lifeless body of the Shen matriarch remained undisturbed as the two brothers rushed forward, only to be assaulted by a putrid stench that nearly blinded them. They retched in unison, struggling against their instincts, trembling as they entered the room, where they beheld their bound mother. In the sweltering heat, her corpse lay untouched for 4 or 5 days, with what little flesh remained infested with maggots, crawling in droves, some even reaching her head. Much of her eyeball had rotted away, leaving behind dark, gaping sockets, a chilling and grotesque sight, with dried blood trailing down to the floor. Inching towards Shen Liang and Shen Dong, the brothers had never encountered such a scene. Their original grief was eclipsed by terror and panic, especially for Shen Dong, whose legs buckled beneath him. After a long moment, they finally regained their composure, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, their wails were interspersed with resentment and curses. Who is responsible for such heinous acts? I shall ensure they pay dearly, crushing their skulls and pouring molten mercury into their wounds. Mother, you cannot rest in peace. Yu Luerwei held onto Shen Yaoyao, flanked by 2 rows of well-trained guards. As she heard the curses of the Shen brothers, a knowing smile appeared in her eyes. It seemed they were still unaware that it was Shen Zhongrui's handiwork. She eagerly anticipated their reactions upon discovering the truth. It would surely be a spectacle. Sister-in-law, miss you have come as well. Zhang Rongyin instinctively referred to Yu Luerwei as sister-in-law, only to suddenly remember that she and Shen Liang had severed their ties, likely wishing to distance herself from the Shen family entirely, and would not want to hear such a title. She would forever remember what Yaoyao had once said about Zhang Rongyin's kindness towards her in their past life. Sister-in-law, my ties with the Shen family bear no relation to you. If you do not mind, let us refer to each other as sisters from now on. Zhang Rongyin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Luerwei. Sister Rongyin. Yu Luerwei glanced at her belly, which had grown larger than before, dressed in a plain linen gown, creating the impression that her abdomen might burst. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Chapter 94. The Mourner in the Hall of Mourning. Sister Rongyin. I have brought the house physician, Dr. Zhang, whose medical skills are exceptional. You are about to give birth. He should examine your pulse shortly. Yu Luerwei's voice was gentle, her gaze filled with care. Zhang Rongyin felt warmth from her thoughtfulness and nodded appreciatively. Before long, Shen Liang and Shen Dong emerged, carrying the body of the old matriarch. Yu Luerwei, in Shen Yaoyao's name, provided a fine coffin. The wails before the mourning hall rose and fell like waves. When Yu Luerwei arrived, cradling Shen Yaoyao, Shen Liang was already clad in mourning attire, kneeling before the coffin, weeping in anguish. She approached him slowly, looking down upon the wolf with whom she had once shared a bed for many years. It was evident that he had endured considerable torment in prison. The spark of his former bravado had been extinguished, leaving his eyes dull and lifeless. The stubble he had failed to groom added decades to his appearance, shrouding him in despondency, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. Initially hunched over, Shen Liang straightened upon noticing Yu Luerwei. His eyes ignited with overwhelming resentment and hatred as he fixed his gaze upon her. What are you doing here, you harbinger of doom? This family has fallen because of you. If you had not disregarded our years of marriage and refused to stand up for me, Mother would not have died. You are the one who killed her. You murderer. You do not deserve to be present in this mourning hall. Leave at once. What a wretched father, incapable of change. Shen Yaoyao shook her head in disdain. You. Shen Liang was stung by her scornful demeanor and sprang to his feet. Useless. All you do is blame women. Shameless. Shen Yaoyao made a face at her wretched father. You. Is this the daughter you raised? So ill-mannered and unruly. Shen Liang's face was a mask of sorrow. His lack of paternal affection had always been a detriment. Enough. Zhang Rongyin interjected, fearing for Yu Luerwei's safety, and despite her advanced pregnancy, she resolutely positioned herself in front of her. Mother's affairs have nothing to do with Luerwei. Before she could finish, Shen Dong, who had remained silent throughout, lunged toward her, ruthlessly gripping her arm with no regard for her condition, pulling her aside without mercy. Zhang Rongyin stumbled, nearly falling. Despite witnessing this, Shen Dong displayed no hint of compassion or remorse. Instead, his eyes reddened as he aggressively demanded, "Wretched woman. How dare you meddle in others' affairs? Tell me, where were you when Mother was in trouble?" His gaze was filled with malice and fury, his cold stare more akin to that of an enemy than a husband. In his heart, he wished to substitute Zhang Rongyin for his deceased mother. Zhang Rongyin perceived his intentions, though she had long given up on Shen Dong. Having shared a bed for years, his ruthless heart still caused her profound pain, flooding her with fear and chill. No. It was your mother. She attempted to recount the absurdities Shen old matriarch had inflicted upon her, but Shen Dong showed no patience for her words. Mother is dead. What more do you wish to say? It is all your fault. He was convinced that Zhang Rongnin's failure to fulfill her duties as a daughter-in-law had led to his mother's tragic demise. With rage, he raised his hand and ruthlessly swung it toward her. What a farce of filial piety. How dare he strike a woman, a beast? Shen Yaoyao's small face tightened, her youthful voice roaring in protest within her heart. The disparity in strength between men and women was glaring, leaving Zhang Rongnin with no escape. She despairingly closed her eyes, a silent tear slipping down her cheek as she awaited her impending suffering. After a prolonged period, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she heard Shen Dong's anguished cries.
Who are you?
I am disciplining my wife. What right do you have to intervene? Shen Dong's furious yet futile roar echoed through the morning hall. Zhang Rongnin opened her eyes in shock to find Yu Luowei resolutely standing before her. Shen Dong continued to struggle, but the guards gripping him remained unyielding, even subtly increasing their grip, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. The 2 rows of guards behind Yu Luowei advanced, their formidable presence evoking fear and respect. If you dare lay a hand on her, you will lose that hand. Yu Luowei's gaze was icy, a menacing glare directed at Shen Dong. Such a frigid stare, even a mere glance, plunged him into despair, a chill penetrating his spine. Shen Dong swallowed hard, recalling the defeats he had suffered at Yu Luowei's hands. No, this woman is truly terrifying. He grudgingly shrank his neck and reluctantly released his grip on the guard. Just a dog raised by the Yu family, how dare she disdain me? Infuriated, he suppressed his anger, instead casting a resentful glare at Zhang Rongnin, threatening her subtly. All right, Zhang Rongnin, you are quite something. You best pray that you can hide for a lifetime, or I will find you. And if you do find me, with a mere glance from Yu Luowei, the guard immediately understood, lifting his foot to deliver a heavy kick to Shen Dong's groin. The unbearable pain forced him to kneel on the ground. Just as Shen Dong attempted to rise, a guard's boot pinned his head down with unyielding force. In such a humiliating position, Shen Dong's rage surged. Yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Witnessing her elder brother's humiliation ignited Shen Liang's own fury. He coldly invoked the emperor's name to threaten Yu Luowei. Enough. My brothers and I were released on the emperor's special pardon to arrange this funeral, to ensure our mother rests in peace. Since your arrival, you have shown no sorrow and instead stirred trouble, causing a scene in the morning hall. Do you not fear the emperor's retribution? Shen Yaoyao pouted. If she could see through it, how could Yu Luowei be oblivious? She let out a cold scoff, her tone laced with mockery. Shen Liang, spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. Given your transgressions, even the obliteration of your entire clan would be insufficient. Do you think the emperor would care? Chapter 95. The farce of a man pretending to be dead. Shen Liang opened his mouth, a fierce expression crossing his face. It is you. You must harbor a grudge against Yu Deli, hiring assassins to kill mother. You wicked woman. I will end you. His eyes were bloodshot as he lunged towards Yu Luowei with malice.
Bang!
A guard kicked him away, sending him sprawling 3 meters before he stopped. Dog eats shit. Shen Yaoyao's obsidian-like bright eyes sparkled with mirth as she clapped her hands. Yu Luowei, with a tender demeanor, affectionately ruffled the little one's hair before shifting her gaze to Shen Liang, a playful smile gracing her lips. Hiring a killer? This murderer is beyond my means. You would be better off discussing Shen Dong as eldest son, Shen Zongrui, who gruesomely slaughtered his own grandmother. Such a case is unprecedented in Dahu. The Shen family truly is a treasure trove of misfortune, producing such vile descendants. You lie. You lie. Shen Dong, sprawled on the ground, erupted in a furious roar. Unable to fathom that his son could commit such an atrocity. It is true. The officer who came to inform me has already conveyed this. Zhang Rongnin paused, grappling with the harsh reality. Shen Dong, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen, the agony of losing his mother to his son enveloping him like a suffocating net. Zongrui was such a well-behaved child. It is you, you vile wretch, who led him astray. Why were you not present when this calamity struck? You are the true culprit. His eyes bore into Zhang Rongnin with a malevolent glare, as if wishing to transform his hatred into a sharp dagger to carve her flesh. Zhang Rongnin, confronted by the man whose wrath seemed intent on her destruction, felt a swell of anger amidst her despair. What right have you to blame me? Is he solely my son? Are you fulfilling your duties as a father? For the first time, she challenged Shen Dong, her voice steady. Traditionally bound by the virtues of a good wife, she had endured her husband's wrongdoings in silence, but now, he was undeserving. Shen Dong was taken aback by her audacity, staring at her in disbelief. Yu Luowei, however, found joy in her defiance. Your Shen family is fundamentally flawed. No matter how you educate them, it is in vain. In my view, your lineage is of such poor quality that it has produced this wicked spawn. Shen Dong, if you truly feel remorse towards your mother, why not take your own life in front of everyone at her funeral? At least that would show some semblance of manhood. She scoffed at him, her tone dripping with disdain. Shen Dong's face fluctuated between shades of green and red, humiliated. What a disgrace. Shen Yaoyao added, piercing his heart with her words. Both Shen Dong and Shen Liang found themselves rendered speechless, gasping for air. ultimately collapsing at the funeral. Still playing dead. Utterly pathetic. Shen Yaoyao saw through their crude act, pouting and rolling her eyes. Yu Luerwei cast a scornful glance at the man on the floor, patting Zhang Rongyin's hand in silent consolation. Zhang Rongyin felt her unspoken comfort warm her heart, recalling earlier moments in Feng County. Had she not been driven away by that beast, she might have met a similar fate. She dared not linger on the sight of the late matriarch, overwhelmed with fear, unable to imagine her own suffering in such a scenario. In her distress, Zhang Rongyin felt a pang of anxiety, her complexion draining of color. Quick, summon Dr. Zhang. As Yu Luerwei assisted Zhang Rongyin to the nearest room, she calmly directed everyone to act efficiently, silently grateful for her foresight in bringing a midwife and medical attendant. Zhang Rongyin lay on the bed, her hair damp with sweat, her condition precarious. Grasping Yu Luerwei's hand tightly, she mustered her strength to speak, her tone laden with regret. Luerwei, I'm so sorry. It was my fault for not heeding your advice sooner. Listening to her fragmented words, Yu Luerwei pressed her lips together and held her hand firmly. Let us not dwell on this now. Conserve your strength to ensure a safe delivery.
No.
Zhang Rongyin stubbornly shook her head, her voice faint yet resolute. Childbirth is a woman's perilous journey. If I do not express this, I will not depart in peace. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Luerwei, I must thank you and your daughter. Without you, I fear. Seeing her in such despair, Yu Luerwei's gaze filled with compassion. As women, they understood each other's struggles profoundly, sharing a bond of empathy. Do not speak such nonsense. Both you and the child will be well. Zhang Rongyin felt warmth from Yu Luerwei's concern, a newfound strength igniting within her. The arduous journey of her second pregnancy culminated in the birth of a daughter after 2 grueling hours. Yu Luerwei gazed at the rosy bundle, reminiscent of her own joyous experience. Zhang Rongyin, touched by Yu Luerwei's unwavering support, felt overwhelmed with gratitude, struggling to express her appreciation. Noticing her distress, Yu Luerwei immediately propped her up, advising her to rest and recover. Before leaving, she assigned 2 maidservants for assistance and stationed 4 guards to prevent any trouble from the Shen brothers. Upon entering, Yu Dli could not suppress his astonishment.
Luerwei.
Did you use our daughter Yaoyao's name to fund that old hag's coffin? Yu Luerwei, preoccupied with calculating the month's earnings, only hummed in acknowledgement.
Yugoslavia Dali.
Upon hearing this, clapped his thigh in delight. You wouldn't believe it, but Shen Liang and Shen Dong, those brutes, even fought over the money. The whole city is buzzing about it. Is that so? Yu Luerwei raised her head in surprise. How could my brother deceive you? They discarded their dignity, fighting over the fine coffin you provided, only to sell it for silver. Imagining the absurdity of the scene, Yu Luerwei shook her head. That old hag would never have anticipated that the son she raised with such effort would, after her passing, hastily bury her with nothing but a tattered mat. It was said that when she died, no one was willing to assist in her burial. The 2 brutes dug a shallow grave, barely half a meter deep, and, unable to endure the labor, carelessly discarded her body. Such a shallow grave, merely covered with a thin layer of soil, would likely attract wild dogs and wolves. And it would not be long before they devoured the remains. Chapter 96. 2 princes. A mocking smile crept upon Yu Luerwei's lips. This was the very son the late matriarch had extolled day and night for an entire month upon her marriage, praising his honesty, filial piety, and promise of success. The brothers, who always paraded their piety, had completely forgotten the essence of filial duty when it came to their own actions, a truly laughable irony. With a cold chuckle, Yu Luerwei shook her head, deftly calculating on her abacus. Yu Zhenhai burst in breathless. After the court session today, I heard that Shen Liang's concubine is set to be released.
What?
Both Yu Luerwei and Yu Dli were taken aback. She and Shen Liang had committed treason. Even if the emperor showed mercy by sparing their lives, it was still a grave situation. Yu Zhenhai furrowed his brow, his tone heavy. It is said that the crown prince interceded with the emperor on her behalf. That woman possesses knowledge of crafting firearms, which has already been tested. If mass-produced, our army in Dahu would become invincible. Such a thing exists? A flicker of concern crossed Yu Dli's eyes, unable to suppress his anger. They had worked hard to imprison the 2, expecting them to face consequences for their misdeeds, only to discover a hidden scheme. Uncle, you must be cautious. In his previous life, the wicked woman and her scoundrel father had exploited poorly made fire-resistant gear, leading to catastrophic losses for the Yu family army on the battlefield, crippling the emperor and the prince's right-hand men. The crown prince, ambitious, had already been recruiting soldiers in his territory, waiting for this very moment. The Yu family army was entirely annihilated, and the uncle was framed and met a tragic end due to the schemes of the scoundrel father and his treacherous allies. The crown prince, Song Huijin, seized the opportunity to storm the imperial city, washing it in blood within 5 days, usurping the throne. In contemporary times, unscrupulous women have bypassed their dubious fathers and directly entangled themselves with Song Huiyu, conspiring together to orchestrate schemes against the Yu family. The 3 siblings of the Yu family felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively tightening their bodies in apprehension. Do not worry, dear niece. Your uncle will ensure the safety of both you and your family. Yu Zhenhai declared, gently rubbing the head of the little one with his calloused hand. His tone imbued with affection. Since the mistress had been released, the heavens had unleashed a torrential downpour for an entire month. Yu Zhenhai furrowed his brow. As during the morning court session, numerous reports emerged from the southern regions indicating incessant rain had drowned the seedlings, and this year's harvest might fall short of 30% of the usual yield. In response to Yu Zhenhai's admonitions, Yu Luorui nodded, a hint of concern shadowing her eyes. Rumor had it that during the middle of the month, officials from Nanwan were dining at Jianhua Tower when a fierce gale shattered the wooden windows, sending officials of all ranks tumbling from the building, with none escaping unscathed. Merely contemplating such scenes was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Moreover, in areas like Minjiang, where bamboo was commonly used for housing, the tempest had obliterated numerous homes, leading to tragic incidents. One couple, sharing a room, found the husband awakening to the horrifying reality that his wife had been swept away by the winds. In another case, an elderly woman and her grandson were taken by the storm, leaving only the granddaughter and her parents safe in another room. In the span of a single night, countless citizens were rendered homeless, and many lives were lost. Yu Zhenhai sighed, his heart heavy with concern for those innocent victims of calamity. Additionally, various transportation hubs had collapsed, as the relentless rains had destabilized the earth, resulting in landslides that buried many merchants and bodyguards beneath the rubble. Yu Luorui, lacking her brother's extensive connections, could not suppress her worries upon hearing these accounts. What could have possibly gone so awry? Officials from many southern regions had already submitted petitions for amnesty, beseeching the emperor to issue a decree for disaster relief. Exchanging glances with her brother, neither sibling felt compelled to speak further. They both understood that such frequent disasters could not be solely attributed to the local officials. Even the emperor would find it difficult to absolve himself of responsibility. The populace might speculate whether the emperor's moral failings had incited divine displeasure, resulting in calamities as a warning. As anticipated by the siblings, an imperial edict was announced in the evening, stating that a sacrificial ceremony would be held at the Temple of Heaven at the first hour of the next day. The emperor placed great importance on this ceremony, with the national master presiding over the grand event. All royal relatives, high-ranking officials, and noble women were required to attend, with no exceptions allowed. Before daybreak, Yu Luorui rose to prepare herself, as this would be her first sacrificial ceremony since being granted noble status. Clad in the formal attire designated for noble women, she felt as though the elaborate headpiece threatened to crush her. After she finished preparing, she approached Shen Yaoyao, gazing at the peacefully sleeping child, hesitant to rouse her. Yet, considering the day as significance, she steeled herself and gently nudged her beloved little one. By the appointed time, all attendees had gathered. The emperor, donned in a brilliant yellow robe adorned with a golden dragon, exuded an imposing presence, rendering the atmosphere so tense that no one dared to draw a breath. Prior to the commencement of the ceremony, the emperor read the self-criticism edict, enveloping the assembly in silence. Yu Luorui cast a worried glance at the slumbering Shen Yaoyao, who, once again, appeared to be in a deep sleep, as if utterly exhausted. After the self-criticism edict concluded, the national master began the sacrificial rites. Finally awakened, Shen Yaoyao furrowed her brows slightly, her innocent thoughts clear as they reached Yu Luorui's ears. Strange. Why is there also a young prince in the south? Yu Luorui pondered, baffled by the child's words. For was not the young prince standing right before the altar? At that moment, the national master gazed at the tortoise shell cast upon the altar, descending into deep contemplation, his expression growing increasingly grim. National master, what do you discern? The emperor inquired. The national master pressed his lips together, trembling as he articulated the divination results. He hesitated, unable to continue. Oh. The emperor furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. The matter concerning the heir apparent was of utmost significance, leaving everyone bewildered and astonished. Yet none dared to speak. Yu Luorui recalled Shen Yaoyao's thoughts, a tempest brewing within her heart as her face paled despite the delicate cosmetics. What did this mean? Was there truly another prince? Could it be that someone else was vying for the throne? Father, I volunteer to journey south to oversee disaster relief, Song Huiqing suddenly declared, kneeling before the emperor, his youthful countenance imbued with resolve. The situation in the south was dire, with the populace rife with resentment. It was crucial for someone of noble stature to take charge to quell the turmoil. As the heir apparent, he bore this responsibility without question. Additionally, he harbored a personal desire, sensing that a miraculous artifact might soon emerge in the south. Chapter 97. The journey begins. Chu Yanran and Yu Chang'an could no longer be relied upon. If they could connect with other artifacts, they could better safeguard Yaoyao from harm. My son, the empress exclaimed, her heart laden with worry as she gazed at him. With disasters erupting in the south and numerous bandits taking advantage of the chaos, the situation was perilously dangerous. Jeaner, have you truly considered this? The emperor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Song Huiqing for a considerable time. Unwavering, Song Huiqing nodded with determination, his voice firm. Father, having been bestowed the title of prince and supported by the people, I must shoulder my responsibilities. Excellent. Well said. The emperor regarded his son with a mix of pride and affection, recognizing the boy's gentle demeanor yet formidable presence. In that case, Let Yu Aiqing accompany you on your journey. You are still young and lack experience. Should you encounter any troublesome matters, consult the local officials, especially Yu Aiqing, and humbly seek their counsel to gain insight. Do you understand? I will remember my father's teachings and shall never forget them, Song Huiqing replied, his gaze lowered. Voice respectful, yet resolute. Upon hearing that her uncle would be dispatched, Shen Yaoyao's heart raced, and she tugged at Yu Luowei's sleeve, her innocent voice insistent. Auntie, the young prince and my uncle will be in danger on this journey. I can help resolve it. I want to go with them. She sensed that something significant awaited her in the south. Yu Luowei frowned, aware of the chaos in the south and the imminent danger of traveling there. Yet, considering her beloved child's abilities, she felt a measure of reassurance. Coupled with her concern for her brother's safety, she stepped forward. Your Majesty, an extraordinary phenomenon has befallen RDU. Although my daughter and I are but women, we have greatly benefited from your grace and wish to contribute to our country. Her words ignited a wave of murmurs throughout the assembly, with some openly scoffing. What a laughable notion, to think a mere woman could contribute anything of value. Unfazed by the scornful remarks, Yu Luowei's countenance grew fierce as she met their gazes head-on. You claim to speak of women. Might I inquire who among you is not born of a woman? If you possess genuine talent and knowledge, why cling to such gender prejudices? I merely wish to accompany the prince to the south to pray for the heavens' blessings. What is so unacceptable about that? The official who had spoken out found himself at a loss for words, glaring at her with resentment. Yu Luowei paid no mind to the naysayers, turning to kneel before the emperor, her tone earnest. I implore your majesty to grant my request. Your highness, the fate of the princess of fortune is precious. Should she be permitted to journey south, she is certain to turn misfortune into fortune and calamity into blessings. The national master's words resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The emperor narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting between Shen Yaoyao and Yu Luowei. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You family, you must contemplate this carefully. The situation in the south remains uncertain, and this journey will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. You, a grown woman, and a child, are ill-equipped to face the dangers that await, am I not correct? Before the emperor's counsel, Yu Luowei's icy gaze held no trace of hesitation or doubt. The noble wife and daughter cannot compare to the citizens of Dayu. Should heaven perceive even a fraction of their loyalty, they would be content. Indeed, it is fitting that she is a lady of Dayu. The emperor personally assisted her, not only granting her request, but also rewarding her in the presence of all. You and your daughter exemplify loyalty and patriotism, serving as a model for all officials and citizens of Dayu. The journey ahead may be fraught with peril. Yet today I bestow upon you the jade tablet granted to me by the late emperor during my princely days. Behold this jade tablet. It is as if I stand before you myself, and no official, great or small, shall dare to defy it. This is an unprecedented honor. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Those who once underestimated the Yu family and Princess Fuyun felt as if they had been soundly smacked, their faces burning with embarrassment. Others, envious, quickly tempered their thoughts, considering the current situation in the south. Their intentions were clear, yet Yu Luowei remained indifferent. Meanwhile, the emperor continued his bestowals. Lan Fulu, heed my command. Select 20 elite guards from the imperial retinue to be at Princess Fuyun's disposal. If the onlookers had managed to maintain their composure thus far, they could no longer contain themselves. The tension surged like boiling water. The imperial guards, traditionally tasked solely with the protection of the emperor, could not even be commanded by princes, yet now 20 were being dispatched. All eyes turned in unison to Yu Luowei and the infant in her arms. Their expressions a complex tapestry of emotion. The following day at noon, the crown prince rode a chestnut steed, accompanied by Yu Zhenhai. Yu Luowei and Shen Yaoyao were seated in a carriage, with a formidable line of guards bringing up the rear as they galloped out of the city. The grand procession traveled tirelessly for a day and a night, reaching a point of exhaustion. Eldest brother, where are we now? Yu Luowei inquired, glancing at her drowsy child, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She lifted the curtain to ask Yu Zhenhai. His tone was gentle as he urged the party to hasten. Faintly, a conversation could be heard outside. Why has the road ahead become so dark? This is a government road. What could possibly go wrong? No need to make a fuss. Indeed, how could there be an issue on a government road? At that moment, a merchant convoy sped past them, seemingly in a hurry. Stop, don't go that way. A sleek, glossy steed blocked the path, its rider waving desperately at the approaching merchants, shouting with all his might, the road has collapsed ahead, it's dangerous. His voice was nearly drowned out by the sound of hooves, and the merchants, heedless, charged forward. The splashing hooves seemed poised to leap over him, and as the rider realized the imminent danger, he pulled the reins frantically. Fool. It collapsed. His words barely escaped his lips before his companions rushed past him, only to plummet into the abyss, their cries echoing in the air. Chapter 98, A Hell on Earth. Second brother. Third brother. His eyes blazed with fury. Following closely behind the merchant convoy, Yu Zhenhai's group sensed the disturbance, yet their speed left them no room to slow down. Stop, quick, stop. Yu Zhenhai, pulling on the reins with all his might, shouted at the trailing entourage. However, the horses seemed uncontrollable, charging headlong. Song Huijin, at the forefront, found his chestnut steed on the brink of falling.
No.
The obstructing man lunged forward, attempting to halt the steed with all his strength. Feeling a surge of energy welling within him as if it would burst from his chest, his tremendous roar resonated, awakening all living beings. Song Huijin, staring into the abyss just a step away, made a split-second decision to leap from his horse, landing heavily on the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop against a stone. Are Yaoyao and the others all right? The carriage carrying Yaoyao and Shen Liang finally came to a halt after a tumultuous ride. My dear. Yaoyao fought through her dizziness, clutching Shen Liang tightly, terrified of any harm befalling her. Shen Liang's long lashes fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes to see a thick, black mist enveloping Yaoyao. What is this? Get away. She gently tapped Yaoyao's forehead, a golden light streaming from her fingertips, effortlessly consuming the dark cloud. Where did this black mist come from? Shen Liang probed with her divine sense, her brow furrowed. Those shrouded in the mist seemed to lose their sanity, madly charging forward, plunging into the gaping void. This thing can confuse the mind. But where did it originate? Many were buried when the ground collapsed. Those fortunate enough to survive bore the brunt of the violent impact. Among them were the elderly and children. Some mothers shielded their children with their bodies, their final gaze filled with anxious love even as they drew their last breath. The innocent infants, unaware of the calamity, cried out in despair, no longer receiving their mother's gentle, soothing comfort. The children's spirits were shattered. If help did not come soon, even divine intervention might prove futile. A heavy sorrow settled in Shen Liang's heart. In this era of peace, such tragedies still unfolded in the human realm. Silently, she called upon her divine power, extending her hand toward the child, sending forth a beam of golden light that enveloped the infant like a mother's tender embrace. The baby seemed to sense it, halting its cries, blinking its innocent eyes. Meanwhile, on the official road, Yu Zhenhai and the guards rushed to lift Song Huijin. Your Highness, are you alright? Song Huijin waved his hand, wiping the blood from his face, and, supported by the guards, approached the man who had blocked the path. Thank you for your selfless act of rescue. May I know your name? Lin Yusher. Lin Yusher observed the young boy surrounded by admirers and immediately sensed his noble status. As for my act of rescue, it was merely a coincidence while on my way to the capital for the imperial examination. I could not stand idly by. Unfortunately, his solitary effort was insufficient, as many hurried merchants and citizens fell into the chasm, their fates grim. Lin Yusher sighed deeply. This feeling intensified upon seeing Yu Zhenhai's group. As if that important person was among them. General Yu, our immediate priority is to rescue those who have fallen. Song Huijin's expression was grave. Your Highness, Father, I want to go too. I am not afraid of danger. Yu Chang'an stepped forward, gripping his sword with determination. Very well. Yu Zhenhai patted his head. In perilous times, as sons of the Yu family, we must possess such courage and responsibility. If we cannot overcome this challenge today, how shall we speak of valor on the battlefield and loyalty to our nation in the future? With his father's approval, Yu Chang'an eagerly followed the pace of two guards. As darkness descended, visibility waned, and the muddy path, ravaged by the recent collapse, added to the challenges of their search. Initially considering Yu Chang'an a burden, the guards soon discovered his agility matched their own. Unaware of their thoughts, Yu Chang'an focused solely on reaching the bottom swiftly. At the lowest point of the collapse, debris from overturned carriages littered the ground, and the bodies of people and horses lay shattered, torn apart by the violent impact, their remains too fragmented to be pieced together. The stench of blood permeated the air, and even as the trio held their breaths, the overwhelming odor invaded their senses, rising to their heads. This place is no longer of this world. It is akin to a hellish inferno. Under the overwhelming assault of a nauseating stench, the guards could not help but bend over and retch incessantly. However, Yu Chang'an, although his complexion was also rendered pale and ghastly by the odor, gritted his teeth to suppress the urge to vomit and methodically assign tasks. Who among you possesses agile skills? Go forth and send a signal. The rest of you, search this area with me. We must see if there are any survivors. Help! Help my child! A faint female voice reached their ears. Someone was still alive. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yu Chang'an's eyes as he eagerly sought the source of the voice. It was a carriage. The horse tethered to it lay dead on the ground, its brain matter splattered everywhere. Fortunately, the horse had absorbed some of the impact, allowing the occupants inside to survive. Yet, the carriage was overturned, with boulders blocking both sides, making escape impossible. Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Upon hearing the voice, the woman inside could not contain her sobs, especially as she felt her child's temperature plummeting, flooding her heart with worry and fear. Please, save my child. He is only 1 year old. Listening to the woman's desperate, incoherent pleas, Yu Chang'an patiently reassured her while attempting various methods to right the carriage, but to little avail. Give me a sword. Will this truly work? The guards watched him with furrowed brows, their tone laced with skepticism. After all, he was merely a youth, and even seasoned adults lacked the strength to cleave the carriage apart. Yet, Yu Chang'an seemed guided by an unseen force. Without a moment's hesitation, He drew the sword from a guard's side, gripping the hilt tightly, as if a surge of energy was yearning to break free from within him. Chapter 99. Rebirth. A golden radiance subtly enveloped Yu Chang'an as he swung the sword down, unleashing a fierce blade of energy towards the carriage. With a resounding crash, the carriage splintered into pieces, yet the occupants inside remained unscathed. Is this a benefactor? The woman clutched her child tightly, trembling all over. Only moments before, she had believed herself doomed. Now, upon seeing the youthful face before her, she realized it was this young boy who had saved her. Summoning her remaining strength despite the pain, she crawled out and knelt before Yu Chang'an, unhesitatingly bowing her head 3 times in gratitude. Benefactor, thank you for saving my life. Without you, my child, and I would have perished here. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, her disheveled hair threatening to fall apart, leaving her no time to attend to it. Her pale face was smeared with dirt and blood, and her body bore numerous wounds, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, even in the face of death, she displayed unwavering resolve to protect her child. Please rise. Yu Chang'an gently assisted her, his hand trembling uncontrollably. As his gaze fell upon the mother and child, an indescribable sensation surged within him. The strength of a mother, perhaps, was truly unparalleled. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the weight of his emotions, and instructed the guards to continue their search. Some may have fallen unconscious from the impact. We must ensure everyone is accounted for. After this incident, Yu Chang'an's demeanor gradually transformed into one of steadfast resolve. The guards, taken aback, sensed an echo of their master's youthful aura emanating from him. Over here, there is someone with a broken leg who has fainted. Quickly, carry them away. Someone is still alive. Yu Chang'an led them through the rubble, retrieving a wife cradled by her husband, a strong man whose legs had been severed by sharp stones, and a feeble child alongside an elderly person. As dawn's light began to break, the group had yet to cease their efforts. Each individual was drenched in sweat, and when swords broke, they pressed on with their bare hands, their palms bloodied yet unyielding. They gathered all the remains they could find, creating a pile of bones that towered higher than a person. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their eyes welling with tears, silently bowing their heads. Each soul buried here represented a shattered family. The wilderness was sparse. They could only hastily bury the deceased without erecting markers or memorials. Please forgive us. Yu Chang'an's voice quivered as he spoke. With a heavy heart, he silently bowed towards the grave, prompting everyone to follow suit, their movements synchronized and solemn. The distant cawing of crows added an air of somber desolation. In Shen Yaoyao's embrace, the child Shen Yaoyao gazed at the encroaching darkness in the sky, realizing that the events unfolding here were no mere coincidence. The malevolent forces behind this tragedy would stop at nothing, sacrificing countless innocent lives to achieve their goals. The deep, lustrous eyes of Shen Yaoyao shimmered with unprecedented severity and indignation. Clenching his tiny fists, a radiant light burst forth. With his spiritual power, he gazed at the souls floating above, gradually channeling his inner divine energy to cleanse their grievances and guide them to peace. Well done. Song Huijin's gaze darkened slightly, his hands hanging loosely at his side, tightening and loosening repeatedly as he struggled to quell the turmoil within. How innocent the common folk were to suffer such unwarranted calamities. If heaven were to punish, he would willingly bear the weight of all sins. Observing the citizens, who despite being rescued, bore grievous injuries, Song Huijin suppressed his sorrow and instructed his subordinates. Their wounds are severe. We must not move them hastily. Quickly summon the nearest physician. Given his status, he could not linger too long, yet he allowed half of his guards to remain. Once all matters were settled, Song Huijin turned his attention to Lin Yushi. He held great admiration for Lin Yushi's courage. If this man were to enter the service of the state with such conviction, he would surely achieve great things. Are you here for disaster relief? Lin Yushi queried, his tone tinged with confusion and hesitation. Just recently, the court had dispatched the crown prince to this area for disaster relief, and now, unexpectedly, more individuals had arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, the prophecy of the national teacher echoing in their minds. Could this be what was meant by the 2 princely stars? Yulerue was equally astonished, recalling her dear companion's mention of the 2 princes, her heart tightening. Your Highness, this matter is quite suspicious. We must remain vigilant. Yu Zhenhai, deliberately avoiding Lin Yushi, spoke with concern to Song Huijin. The rogue has ill intentions, daring to impersonate the crown prince. Such crimes deserve execution. However, what is most urgent is to uncover the motives behind this deception. After a moment of contemplation, Song Huijin decisively declared, from today onward, I shall disguise myself as a servant of the Yu family, accompanying you into the city. Yes. Yu Zhenhai regarded the young yet astute crown prince with admiration. In Zhangzhou City, the county magistrate personally led the welcome for the Fortune Princess and General Yu. Your humble servant greets the Fortune Princess and General Yu. Lu Zemin, the county magistrate of Zhangzhou City, greeted them with a beaming face, eager to please. I have prepared a banquet in advance to welcome you both. Yu Zhenhai gestured for him to lead the way. Disguised as a servant, Song Huijin kept his head lowered, trailing behind Yu Luowei and Shen Yaoyao. Is it true that the crown prince has arrived in Zhangzhou City? Yu Shenhai's sharp eyes narrowed as he probed. Lu Zemin, caught off guard, nodded enthusiastically, extolling the crown prince's recent deeds in Zhangzhou City. His Highness is truly concerned for the nation and its people. He has not only provided disaster relief, but has also personally visited various locales to comfort the citizens, removing many inept officials from their posts. To think that this impostor had garnered such a favorable reputation among the populace. In a mere moment, they arrived at the inn. Fortune Princess, General, please take your seats. Yu Shenhai's gaze fell upon a figure approaching, flanked by attendants, who bore a striking resemblance to Song Huijin. Chapter 100. The Difficulty of Distinction. When Yu Shenhai finally discerned the prince's visage, he was taken aback despite his mental preparation. The resemblance was uncanny. Was it a case of disguise or something else? It was hard to distinguish even for the emperor and empress. Lu Zemin fawned over the prince, eager to exalt his achievements to the heavens. Regrettably, the prince paid him no heed, his eyes narrowing slightly as they fixed intently on Yu Shenhai and his companions. A fleeting look of surprise crossing his features before reverting to his usual demeanor. He was astonished that these individuals had managed to survive the surprise he had orchestrated. His expression was inscrutable, leaving others uncertain whether he was pleased or irritated. A brief tension enveloped the air as he locked eyes with Yu Shenhai. However, in the next moment, Yu Shenhai unexpectedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, I pay my respects." The others followed suit, kneeling in reverence. The prince appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "General Yu, there is no need for such formalities. Let us dispense with the trivial customs outside." "Yes," Yu Shenhai replied, relinquishing his seat while his gaze remained fixed on the prince, curiosity evident in his eyes. This individual seemed remarkably well-versed in the affairs concerning the young prince, imitating him to such an extent that discerning the truth became nearly impossible. It appeared the situation was far more grave than he had anticipated. Furrowing his brow, Yu Shenhai felt a sense of foreboding. Disguised as a servant, Song Huijin too recognized this anomaly. Who was this person? He searched his mind frantically, but found no clues or leads. "General Yu, was your journey smooth?" the prince inquired, his gaze probing as it rested upon Yu Shenhai and his entourage. Yu Shenhai replied, "It is my failure that I did not safeguard the prince's safety, disappointing his majesty's trust. After losing the prince along the way, I dispatched several waves of guards to search nearby, but could not locate you. I never imagined your highness would arrive in Zhangzhou, ahead of us." "Oh, so you lost your way." The prince's anxiety eased slightly, and a genuine smile brightened his eyes. "I did not expect General Yu and Princess Feigned to toil so hard. Once we conclude this welcoming banquet, you should rest early." "Yes." With the prince's arrival, the banquet reached its peak. Throughout the proceedings, Yu Shenhai, Yu Luowei, Shen Yaoyao, and Song Huijin's eyes never left him. Not only did he share an identical appearance, but his mannerisms were also indistinguishable. Even the closest of acquaintances might struggle to tell the two apart. Shen Yaoyao furrowed her brow, her consciousness transforming into a golden light that penetrated his being for examination. How is this possible? The power and soul within him are indistinguishable from that of the young prince. Shen Yaoyao gasped, nearly leaping in astonishment. Isn't this merely a clone? Could he be the emperor's illegitimate son? Or perhaps the empress was carrying twins. Even Song Huijin began to question the validity of Shen Yaoyao's thoughts. He pressed his lips together, concealing his head to avoid drawing the impostor's attention, while his peripheral vision was involuntarily drawn to the doppelganger, his expression darkening further. Regardless of the sorcery at play, the genuine cannot be mistaken for the false. Shen Yaoyao fixated on the false prince. No matter how perfectly he imitated the real prince, she refused to believe he could conceal even the slightest flaw. The following morning, intent on monitoring the prince, Shen Yaoyao rose at dawn, cradled in Yu Luowei's arms. Song Huijin continued to disguise himself as a servant, accompanying them under the pretense of the princess, wishing to pray for the people, shadowing the impostor closely. They had anticipated that prolonged exposure would inevitably reveal the falsehood. To their dismay, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. The impostor was flawless, even surpassing Song Huijin's own capabilities. "This place requires urgent reconstruction, and the disaster relief funds for the people must be secured. These are vital for their survival," he stated, personally overseeing matters. In the morning, he inspected farmland and livelihood, then visited the porridge distribution site in the afternoon, even rolling up his sleeves to serve the elderly. After the flood, "There is a high risk of plague. I shall report to His Majesty to summon physicians from the capital, but we must also seek capable doctors locally." "Yes." Suddenly, Yu Chang'an rushed in, breathless. "The disaster victims ahead have gone mad." "What?" His words were disjointed, eliciting furrowed brows from the crowd, especially from Song Huijin, who was perplexed. While it's common for floods to lead to diseases, how could it affect their sanity? "Let us go see for ourselves." As Shen Yaoyao and her group ventured forth, they indeed discovered many victims behaving oddly, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been siphoned away, while others engaged in chaotic brawls. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed nearby. It was Lin Yushi. "Young Master Lin, what are you doing?" Yu Chang'an questioned, bewildered by his actions. Lin Yusher sheepishly scratched his head. A few days ago, during the landslide, I noticed that my voice seemed to restore people's sanity, but I wasn't sure. I just attempted it again, and it surprisingly worked. The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, the disaster victims closest to Lin Yusher appeared much clearer-headed after his shout. It was astonishing that young Master Lin possessed such an ability. Truly remarkable. While Yu Chang'an marveled, Shen Yaoyao and Song Huijin regarded him with keen interest. It seemed that when he shouted, a faint golden glow emanated from him. Song Huijin felt an uncanny familiarity with him, a suspicion forming in his mind. Could the artifact he sensed coming into being be tied to Lin Yusher? This feels wrong. Something is definitely amiss. Shen Yaoyao's innocent gaze fell upon the disoriented victims surrounding her, and she abruptly sensed an unusual aura. Her small brows knitted together, her young heart brimming with doubt. Since leaving the capital, there had been too many strange occurrences along the way. What feels wrong? Chapter 101. The Eerie Black Mist. Hearing her thoughts, Yu Chang'an could no longer suppress his curiosity and leaned closer, wary that the imposter might detect something amiss. He eagerly whispered, Yaoyao. Have you uncovered something about that imposter? You silly goose. The little one pouted, her expression earnest. You haven't realized? The rain has stopped, yet the deceased are multiplying. That seems true. Following Shen Yaoyao's insight, Yu Chang'an was struck by clarity. Moreover, many in the city exhibited symptoms resembling madness, more akin to a loss of spirit. Yu Chang'an scratched his head, pondering whether it could be due to the sudden loss of loved ones alongside the destruction of their homes by the disaster, overwhelming them with grief. Something still feels off. Shen Yaoyao remained silent, yet she had already formulated a plan. As night fell, enveloping everything in silence, Shen Yaoyao suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze exceptionally bright in the darkness. With eyes as lustrous as grapes, she blinked while glancing at her mother, who was already deep in slumber. Stealthily, she climbed out of bed, holding her breath, and carefully stepped over, cautious not to disturb her mother, fearing discovery. The little dumpling pushed open the door, looked around for a while, and upon confirming that no one was watching, she summoned the divine energy within her. In an instant, she transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light and vanished. In midair, Shen Yaoyao held the golden branch and jade cicada, unable to part with it, feeling the endless fortune emanating from it, and took a deep breath in satisfaction. This treasure was indeed far superior to the gold bestowed by the emperor. What a marvelous gem! Shen Yaoyao took another deep inhale, and the figure of the ancient Liang Pavilion's shopkeeper flashed in her mind, accompanied by the image of a lovely, blushing silhouette, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering. The ancient Liang Pavilion was extraordinary. The proprietor was even more remarkable. She discreetly released her divine awareness to probe the souls within the city. The situation was more troublesome than she had anticipated. The entire Zhangzhou city had been thoroughly enveloped by a sinister black mist. This malevolent energy coiled around everyone, some with only a thin layer, posing no immediate danger, while others were completely shrouded, like a tightly wrapped chrysalis, destined to perish before dawn. Shen Yaoyao pressed her lips tightly together and, in the next moment, found herself in a mass grave. In the entirety of Zhangzhou city, this was the place where the black mist was the most dense and raging. The sky above was completely shrouded in darkness, rendering even the moonlight unrecognizable. Furthermore, the surrounding wildflowers and grasses showed signs of withering. An eerie silence prevailed, not merely due to the dead, but because their souls had vanished. Shen Yaoyao's heart sank further. Even if the messengers of the underworld were to come for the souls, with so many corpses and continuous new deaths, it was impossible to take them all at once. The Grim Reapers operated in shifts, collecting souls in batches. Shen Yaoyao's large, watery eyes fixated on the black mist. Was it the source of this malevolence? She had not detected it at all during the day. Could it be that someone had employed some form of sorcery to conceal it? Thus, it remained undetectable until nightfall. Furrowing her small brows in thought, she remained oblivious to the fact that the black mist was gradually coalescing. In the blink of an eye, the black mist transformed into a colossal entity. This creature had no eyes or nose, only a gaping, dark maw that emitted a howling roar upon opening. Hee, these souls are truly exquisite. The Master's grand endeavor is in sight. The creature swooped down before Shen Yaoyao, morphing into a pair of gigantic hands that effortlessly grasped her, drawing nearer as if scrutinizing her closely. What an ugly thing! So hideous! Shen Yaoyao exclaimed. What does this grotesque creature want with my soul? And what exactly is this grand endeavor of the master? The creature, enraged by her words, bellowed. If it weren't for the fact that your soul is a rare find, I would have crushed you already. Shen Yaoyao, grinning and revealing her tiny teeth, thought, how fortuitous. I was just looking for you, and you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. If you wish to claim my soul, let us see if you possess the capability. The black mist whisked Shen Yaoyao away, soaring over Zhangzhou city, finally halting in a pitch-black abyss, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. With a sudden thud, she rolled across the ground, her previously pristine clothes now encrusted with mud.
Ugh, ugh.
Her little head spun, and she couldn't help but curse. Bracing herself on her chubby little hands, Shen Yaoyao struggled to rise, her pouting demeanor resembling that of a pufferfish. Once she comprehended the entirety of the situation, she would ensure that this creature faced the consequences. The black mist creature, oblivious to Shen Yaoyao's gaze, began to drift around in search of something. Master. Master. It was eager to showcase its prize, believing that this singular soul surpassed all others in the city. Seizing the opportunity, while the black wind creature was distracted, Shen Yaoyao surveyed her surroundings. What is this? The place was shrouded in darkness, and at the center, a large pool exuded a nauseating stench. Filled with countless skulls that seemed to scurry about as if possessed, occasionally clustering together, hinting at an imminent transformation into a corporeal form. Countless souls floated nearby, emitting wails as they were devoured. Shen Yaoyao's eyes widened. These were the souls of the corpses from the mass grave. Among them were also fragments of souls belonging to those who had lost their sanity. Help me! The terrified souls fled in all directions. Yet they could not resist their grim fate. In mere moments, those that had just cried out in anguish were consumed by the monstrous entity, erasing their existence from this world entirely. Just as Shen Yaoyao was about to examine further, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind her.
Fool.
I instructed you to bring souls. Yet you dare to bring a living child instead. The masked man paused momentarily upon seeing Shen Yaoyao on the ground. Isn't this the fortune princess? The black mist creature, feeling aggrieved, explained that this little girl was no ordinary child. Her soul was a rare treasure, equivalent to that of an entire city. We have captured so many souls. Yet none could revive that esteemed individual. Perhaps it is due to their inferior quality. The man stroked his chin, contemplating. Your reasoning holds merit, but... His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Shen Yaoyao, for such an exceptional soul was not commonplace. Are you certain you have not made a mistake? Seeing the man's skepticism, the black mist creature swelled visibly, nodding furiously in affirmation. The man, still dubious, reached out his hand, intending to probe Shen Yaoyao's soul, but she suddenly spoke up. Isn't that just like the fake prince? Shen Yaoyao tilted her head, her two little pigtails swaying with her movement. Her voice, though childlike, held no trace of hesitation. The man, caught off guard by her rapid deduction, hesitated in his incantation, then coldly smiled as he leisurely removed the black cloth obscuring his face. I did not expect you to be so clever, but what a pity. He gazed at Shen Yaoyao with regret, yet his words were icy. But alas, your fate is unfortunate. With a glance towards the black mist creature, it immediately understood and seized Shen Yaoyao, dragging her towards the dark, viscous pool. Only upon nearing the pool did Shen Yaoyao realize that the swirling substance within was a mixture of dark crimson blood, the foul odor overwhelming her senses and inducing nausea. As her gaze fell upon the skulls that seemed to be amassing into shape, a surge of righteous fury erupted from her sparkling eyes. This entity was none other than the demon god. Shen Yaoyao felt her blood boil, nearly losing control of the primordial power within her. Did these beasts realize the gravity of their actions? They intended to resurrect the demon god, a notion bordering on madness. All the evil stemmed from this creature's existence. Billions of years ago, it ascended to divinity, but did not relinquish its greed and desires. Driven to insanity by an immortal existence, it harbored ambitions to dominate the three realms, ultimately falling into darkness and igniting the great war between gods and demons. The heavens trembled, and the seas roiled. To protect the frail mortals, the deities sacrificed nearly half of their ranks. The world was engulfed in a sea of corpses and flames, on the brink of total annihilation. When Shen Yaoyao stepped forth, she offered herself as a sacrifice, ultimately subduing the demon god. Now, with peace reigning across the seas, and the populace living harmoniously, they audaciously entertained thoughts of resurrecting the demon god. Such audacity is truly infuriating. Shen Yaoyao clenched her tiny fists, her rage palpable as she glared at the false prince and the shadowy creature, her eyes ablaze with a fire that seemed capable of tearing them apart. How dare you? Her voice, though innocent, pierced through the soul. The false prince clutched his chest, where pain throbbed, and glared back at Shen Yaoyao with a cruel expression that mirrored Song Huaijin's visage, evoking a profound discomfort. No wonder that mortal emperor conferred upon you the title of princess. It seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. As the pain subsided, he slowly released his grip. His gaze laced with amusement, yet he knew it was futile. No one could thwart the grand endeavor of resurrecting the demon god. He laughed maniacally, lunging towards Shen Yaoyao, but at the moment he sought to seize her soul, an overwhelming force, one that instilled fear and rendered him helpless, sent him flying. Impossible. In that fleeting moment of contact, he discerned a power emanating from Shen Yaoyao that was strikingly familiar. He murmured in horror, disbelief etched across his face. Who are you? Why do you possess a power akin to my own? Not merely akin, but the strength within him seemed to be devoured by her. Ah. So you are the missing fragment of the crown prince's soul. Shen Yaoyao regarded him coldly, witnessing a flicker of panic cross his features before he turned to flee. Unhurriedly, she unleashed a beam of golden light that ensnared him instantly. Finished. No matter how vehemently he struggled, it was in vain. In that moment, despair and terror surged within him as he beheld Shen Yaoyao preparing to obliterate him completely. Reluctantly, he cried out, "No, you cannot kill me." Shen Yaoyao, amused by his desperation, laughed at his folly. Even if you manage to thwart the resurrection of the demon god, the world's greed, anger, ignorance, and desire will never diminish. These malevolent thoughts will coalesce into a new demon god, who shall lead the demon realm in a resurgence, reclaiming dominion over the three realms. I shall await that day.
How noisy.
Shen Yaoyao dismissed his delusions with disdain, casually tapping her ear with one chubby little hand while mercilessly crushing him with the other. The golden light binding him constricted instantaneously, reducing him to countless fragments. Even as his essence dispersed into the air, he did not cease to cry out, "Great demon god, grant me the sight to witness that day." With a decisive strike, Shen Yaoyao dispersed the nascent demon god, transforming it into golden light that vanished. Furrowing her small brows, she pondered the nature of the force that compelled this fragment of soul to take form and wreak havoc. The demon god had yet to be resurrected. Could it be him? Shen Yaoyao's tiny features twisted in distress, resembling a plump little bun. It seemed that this impostor was merely bait. There must be a greater power at play. This force must have orchestrated the emergence of the false prince from the missing fragment of soul. But what was this power? And why was it so intent on resurrecting the demon god? All of this felt like a meticulously woven web. The following morning, Shen Yaoyao recounted the events of the previous night to Song Huijin. He frowned slightly, concern etched in his eyes. No wonder that impostor mirrored his appearance and demeanor to the slightest detail. His true form is the Kunlun mirror. Each shard of the mirror reflects a complete image. That counterfeit has been discarded. There is no need for you to continue the charade. Shen Yaoyao patted his shoulder with a maturity beyond her years. Indeed. Song Huijin chuckled lightly, though unease lingered in his heart. The situation was far from simple. Eager to find Yaoyao, he had brushed aside this matter. But now it loomed large in his thoughts, chilling his spine as he contemplated who had taken away his soul fragment. In the previous 9 lives, no disturbances had occurred. Why, then, had this life been marred by chaos? The more he reflected, the heavier his heart became. Presently, only 2 possibilities remained. Either a traitor lurked among the divine artifacts, or the fundamental laws had undergone a perturbation. Should it be the latter, the implications would be dire. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Shen Yaoyao's cherubic face, his pupils constricting as he hesitantly inquired, "Yaoyao, have you ever dreamt of peculiar visions?" He tentatively broached the subject, only to find himself rendered mute. The heavens are intervening. What? Shen Yaoyao gazed at Song Huijin, who struggled to articulate his thoughts. Her small head brimming with questions. After several attempts, he met the same fate, his heart sinking deeper. It appeared akin to the previous incident when he attempted to reveal the truth to Yu Chang'an, which nearly resulted in calamity for Chu Yanran. The heavenly laws forbade excessive interference in the fates of others. Thus, if one had not recalled their true self, he could not directly disclose it. With the demise of the false prince, Song Huijin would naturally reclaim his identity. I have thoroughly investigated. The collapse of the roads outside Zhangzhou City and the madness of the displaced populace were orchestrated by that scoundrel. Last night, he faced justice on the spot. Your Highness is astute. A minister added, I have also uncovered some leads. The false prince has colluded with the capital. Yu Zhanhai's eyes blazed with fury, though he struggled to contain his ire. No wonder that impostor was privy to such intricate details. He sought to use the landslide to bury them. Had it not been for Lin Yushi's presence, the prince's life would surely have been forfeit. The crown prince, driven by selfish desires, conspired with the false prince. Using innocent lives as mere stepping stones, such treachery is detestable. Were his schemes to succeed, the realm of Diyu would inevitably meet its demise. Upon reaching the capital, Lin Yushi claimed he was staying with a friend, parting ways with them. Song Huijin observed the exuberant citizens. A complex emotion swelling within him, an amalgamation of pride and responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders. In the court, Song Huijin held the swaying Shen Yaoyao, methodically detailing the state of Zhangzhou City while presenting a memorial. The burdensome taxes alongside calamities had driven many to sell their children, yet despite this, countless souls perished from starvation. He proposed a reduction in taxes and the return of lands to the farmers, asserting that only when the people thrived could the nation prosper. Dressed in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, the emperor sat atop the lofty dragon throne, listening attentively as Song Huijin spoke. He glanced down at the filled memorial and nodded in satisfaction. It appears this journey has yielded fruitful insights. Let us proceed as you suggest. I express my gratitude on behalf of the common folk, Your Majesty. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, his sharp gaze resting upon the two, softening instantly when it landed on Shen Yaoyao. Truly, you are my little fortunate star. With you, all matters proceed smoothly. Yaoyao, you have accomplished a great deed alongside the prince. Tell me, what rewards do you desire? The court officials were astonished as they witnessed the emperor's gentle demeanor towards Shen Yaoyao. Isn't it said that a sovereign's heart is inscrutable? That accompanying the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger? I wish for gold, heaps and heaps of gold. The emperor chuckled at her adorable demeanor, waving his hand to bestow a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. And what of Jean Heir? Song Huijin pondered for a moment, expressing his gratitude to Princess Fuyun for the smooth completion of the task assigned by the emperor. He requested that his reward be shared with her. The emperor laughed heartily and, without hesitation, bestowed upon Shen Yaoyao a staggering 10,000 taels of gold, along with a death exemption medal and a yellow robe for both. This was an unparalleled favor. In the century since the founding of the Diyu dynasty, only the first emperor had granted such a medal to the founding heroes. The courtiers whispered among themselves, filled with envy and jealousy at the remarkable achievements of a mere infant. The crown prince, Song Huayu, bowed his head, his expression darkening with resentment. The detestable Song Huaiqin seemed to have the heavens favor him. In what should have been an inescapable predicament, he forged a path to salvation, receiving lavish rewards from the emperor, despite being the true firstborn. If this continued, the emperor would surely forget his status. Your Highness, what troubles you? Since Lu Yingying's release and her subsequent unacknowledged residence in the crown prince's estate, she had been advising him. This incident was entirely orchestrated by her. Regrettably, the flicker of concern in her eyes turned to a spark of cunning as she listened to the crown prince recount the events of the morning court. Do not be angry, my lord. I possess a plan to regain your father's favor.
Oh,
What splendid idea do you have? Pray tell. Lu Yingying leaned in closer, whispering her scheme into his ear. The next morning in court, Song Huayu entered with a beaming smile, kneeling before the emperor before anyone could speak. Father, I acquired a spiritual stone yesterday, rumored to be a remnant from Nua's celestial repairs. Whoever possesses it shall enjoy longevity and be free from ailments. As such, I cannot keep it for myself and wish to present it to you. He clapped his hands, and eunuchs outside the hall brought in a giant stone, half his height. Is this truly the spiritual stone from Nua's repairs? The court gasped in admiration as all eyes turned to the magnificent artifact, which shimmered faintly with an ethereal glow. Although Song Huayu kept his head down, he could not suppress his burgeoning pride. Lu Yingying was indeed correct. Throughout history, emperors coveted supreme power. Who would not wish to grasp it tightly and enjoy it for eternity? Father, this stone is the one I mentioned, discovered by the Lu family. Lu Yingying, receiving a nod of approval, gracefully entered the hall, bowing deeply. I have come to pay my respects, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Yet, she remained oblivious to the emperor's icy disposition. Expecting praise and rewards, they were struck dumb when the emperor's first words were a scathing retort. What audacity! A mere mountain chicken dares to flaunt itself before me. My little lucky star far surpasses this trifling stone, he mused, pride swelling within him. Since encountering Shen Yaoyao, he felt invigorated and revitalized. Surely, my little star is watching over me. Meanwhile, in the princess's residence, Shen Yaoyao sneezed, wondering who was speaking of her. Is it the emperor perhaps? In the golden hall, the emperor's smile shone brightly until it turned to disdain upon seeing Lu Yingying. You, with no noble title and a history of disgrace, have no right to be here. Remove her at once. As she knelt, her beauty could no longer mask her distress. Her mind spiraled in panic. This was not how things were meant to unfold. The emperor's voice boomed with disapproval. Song Huayu, as my firstborn, you should concern yourself with the welfare of the people, yet you squander your thoughts on frivolous matters. I am greatly disappointed. Song Huayu stood frozen, unable to reply. If you truly cared, you would have devised weapons by now instead of indulging in these trivial pursuits. Where is your dignity as a prince? His reprimand stripped Song Huayu of all pride. The whispers of the courtiers comparing him to Song Huaiqin pierced him like daggers. Though he had remained indifferent before, the stark contrast was now glaring. Though the crown prince is young, his maturity shines through, as evidenced by his benevolence during the disaster relief in Zhangzhou. Such compassion is indeed a blessing for our Diyu dynasty. The accolades for Song Huaiqin felt like a relentless assault on Song Huayu's heart. His eyes darkened with fury, his nails digging into his palm, the pain oddly invigorating. Song Huaiqin, Princess Fuyun, and the Yu family, just wait. I shall not let a single one of you escape. As for the emperor, his favoritism towards the crown prince would be tested. After court, Song Huayu rushed to the crown prince's estate. His first action to release a carefully tended pigeon. He caressed its feathers, his face contorted with jealousy. Father, you have wronged me first. Do not blame me for my disloyalty. He scribbled furiously, sealing his message within the pigeon's anklet. The borders had remained too tranquil. It was time to stir the Northern D into action. Watching the pigeon ascend into the clouds, his anger began to dissipate, replaced by a triumphant laughter. Song Huaiqin, when you lose the support of the Yu family, let us see how you fare. Shen Yaoyao, seeing a small child a head shorter than herself, was filled with excitement, reaching out her chubby hand to gently poke the little one's cheek. Soft little sister. Having finally met someone younger than herself, Shen Yaoyao was enchanted, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Rongyin looked at Yulurui, her tears spilling over. For the past month, she had fervently prayed for their safety. Lurui, our well-being is thanks to you. Without you. As she spoke, her voice quivered, unable to express her gratitude adequately. What need is there for such formalities between us? Shindong may be a scoundrel, but you and the little treasure are family to me. Yulurui's words filled Zhang Rongyin with warmth and guilt, and just as she was about to respond, Shen Yaoyao's innocent voice interrupted. Gift for you. Shen Yaoyao produced the gold ingots, just bestowed upon her by the emperor, stacking them into a small mountain. Seeing the little one's reluctant generosity, Yu Luowei chuckled, wondering how she managed to hoard so many gold ingots. Expecting to delight the child, she was surprised when Shen Yaoyao, seemingly uninterested, waved her hand, pushing the gold away. Third sister, Yaoyao. Father, mother. As Yu Luowei met her parents' concerned gazes, her heart swelled with warmth. Mother cradled her in her arms, examining her repeatedly, ensuring she was unscathed before speaking with lingering anxiety, imploring her not to be so reckless again, for it was exceedingly perilous. When she first heard of those events, worry had drenched her in cold sweat. Even now, knowing her daughter was safe, the dread refused to dissipate. Mother, I am perfectly fine. While the family conversed with Yu Luowei, Yu Chang'an clutched a scroll of freshly inked poetry, presenting it before Shen Yaoyao and the little one. Quick, take a look at this. Chapter 105. Old Acquaintances. As she spoke, Yu Chang'an waved the scroll before their eyes. As they gazed, the little one's sparkling eyes transformed into crescent moons of joy. It turns out the little one is a flower deity incarnate. Shen Yaoyao blinked in wonder, her cherubic voice chiming in. Yu Deli playfully teased her, Yaoyao. The little one is clearly intrigued by the poetry I just penned. Why claim she is a flower deity? Of course. The flower deity presides over the talents of women. Shen Yaoyao asserted, biting into a golden ingot of sweet delicacy with conviction. Yu Deli chuckled. Yaoyao speaks as if she has truly encountered her. I might as well have. The flower sister is well-versed in the heavens and the earth, no less than the star of literature. Shen Yaoyao straightened her petite frame, her chest puffing with pride. Laughter erupted amongst the crowd, considering her innocent musings a testament to her wide-ranging knowledge. Shen Yaoyao huffed, if you don't believe me.
So be it.
The flower sister is exceedingly gentle. She even let me taste sweet passion fruit. Zhang Rongyin gazed tenderly at the little one, expressing her wish for her not to face a life of hardship. Her words trailed off, the name Shen Zhongruwei unspoken, as she grappled with her feelings towards her wayward son. Until this moment, recalling those events felt surreal. Noticing her somber mood, Yu Luowei shifted the conversation, directing attention to the poetry in Yu Chang'an's hands. Is this your new work? Seated amidst the peaks, surveying the lowly woods below, such grandeur. The powerful lines captivated everyone, rendering this piece unparalleled in the contemporary literary realm. While the audience remained in awe, Yu Chang'an had already ensnared Yu Deli, uncle. You will surely top the exams this time, achieving great fame. Indeed, I've always said my second uncle could be the top scholar. Shen Yaoyao declared proudly, her discerning eyes making a prophetic statement. Yu Deli blushed at the exuberance of the two little ones. A gentle smile graced Yu Luowei's lips as she recalled Lin Yushi, who was also participating in the imperial examination. Though young, he possessed true talent and was anything but conventional, brimming with passion and ambition. It was uncertain who would ultimately excel, her brother or him. Uncle, I heard on my way here that there is a great sage in the west of the city. If we pay our respects, perhaps our wishes will come true. Why not take a look? Regardless of its efficacy, it would bring us good fortune, Yu Chang'an suggested, recalling the intriguing tales she had overheard. Shen Yaoyao poked the little one's cheek, mumbling, what nonsense about a sage. It would be better to offer gold. That would surely grant us our desires. Zhang Rongyin, however, was intrigued by this sage. Is there truly someone with such remarkable abilities? She mused, gently squeezing the little one's hand. I would like to see the sage for my little treasure, if only for peace of mind. Since we have some free time, let us all go and take a look. Yu Luowei chimed in, recognizing Zhang Rongyin's confinement during her long recovery and believing a change of scenery would do her good. A lively group made their way to the city's western district, where they found a stall surrounded by throngs of people. Yu Chang'an lifted Shen Yaoyao onto her shoulders. Yaoyao, can you see the sage? Yu Chang'an asked eagerly. I can't see anything. I'm too short. Shen Yaoyao sighed dramatically, her expression one of disdain. Yu Chang'an felt exasperated, wishing she had just squeezed in herself to see the spectacle. Just then, reporters with a sign squeezed through the crowd. Make way. Shen Yaoyao craned her neck, catching sight of the sign which read Sage Among Us. Is it really that miraculous? At that moment, countless voices buzzed in her ears. Can it truly be so? I feel no hint of divination, she frowned. Yu Chang'an, frustrated by her inability to see, urgently passed Shen Yaoyao to Yu Luowei and pushed her way inside. Great sage, please divine for me. Without hesitation, she placed a silver ingot on the table, then paused as she recognized the face of the sage, first startled, then smiling. Lin Gongzi, what brings you to set up a stall? Lin Yushi sighed at Yu Chang'an's inquiry. It's a long story, one that is difficult to convey. Chang'an, please wait a moment. He returned the silver to the man opposite him, apologizing to the crowd pressing forward. Everyone, we won't be divining today. We shall continue tomorrow. If you wish to resume, please come early. A murmur of disappointment rippled through the crowd as they dispersed. Yu Luowei and the others approached Lin Yushi. Lin Gongzi, are you not preparing for the imperial exam? Have you encountered any difficulties? Hearing Yu Luowei's concern, Lin Yushi hung his head in shame. I have embarrassed you all. This was truly a last resort. After the messenger had departed, he found himself financially depleted and felt too embarrassed to trouble his friends. Reflecting on his recent discovery of a talent in Zhangzhou City, he resorted to this means. I must confess, I am no fortune teller. I resorted to this desperate measure for the sake of tuition. Are those people foolish? Yu Chang'an was utterly astonished, recalling the bustling crowd. Her eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Rongyin stepped forward, somewhat shyly. Lin Gongzi, though you say you are unskilled, so many are eager for your divination. Surely there is some profundity to it. Might you divine for my little treasure as well? Despite knowing it was likely a charade, she did not wish to forego any opportunity that might benefit her child's future. Exactly. Now that we are here. Shen Yaoyao clapped her hands, her eyes fixed on Lin Yusher, eager to discover his abilities. Since you have expressed such interest, I shall give it a try. Chapter 106, The Peculiar Ritual. Lin Yusher's gaze fell upon the cherubic face of the little one in Zhang Rongyin's arms. This child possessed delicate features, with thick, lustrous hair and exceptionally fair skin. Yet, it was her clear, deep-set eyes that captivated all, drawing the gaze and leaving one unable to look away. From her, Lin Yusher sensed a unique aura. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable familiarity, he exclaimed, "This child shall thrive. Her future is boundless. I knew it. My sister is a flower deity." The crowd gasped, their attention shifting between Shen Yaoyao, Lin Yusher, and the little one, marveling at Yaoyao's prophecy. Lin Yusher's voice was gentle and calm, and as he spoke, Zhang Rongyin could almost envision the scene he described. The little one, clad in a red robe and wearing a scholar's cap, parading through the streets atop a majestic steed, basking in the adoration of the people. She placed a hand over her heart, smiling wryly as she gazed down at the little one. Would this child really don male attire to sit for the exams one day? The little one's destiny is bright. She shall enjoy a life of peace and prosperity. Lin Yusher concluded. His words flowed into the ears of the listeners like a celestial melody, transporting them to a serene lakeside, where they could observe the gentle streams and flourishing flora, their spirits soothed as never before. While they were lost in this reverie, Shen Yaoyao's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yusher. As he engaged in the mystic art of fortune-telling, a faint golden light began to emanate from his being, evoking an indescribable sense of familiarity within her. Not long ago, while tending to the afflicted souls in Zhangzhou City, there had been signs of this ability, albeit not fully mastered. Thus, the golden glow had been subtle. Now, with growing proficiency and the faith of the common people, the radiance had deepened significantly. Lin Yusher pressed his lips together, at a loss for words. As he instinctively lowered his gaze, it fortuitously met Shen Yaoyao's clear, amber eyes. Under her gaze, he felt as though his very soul was laid bare before her, prompting him to bite his lip in embarrassment, feeling somewhat flustered. I truly am not adept at fortune-telling. The words I speak are merely based on intuition, so I beg your understanding regarding their accuracy. Can one truly divine destinies relying solely on intuition? Yu Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly feeling a sense of capability within himself. Thus, the tale spread, one person sharing with another, and he found himself unwittingly elevated to the status of a sage. Lin Yusher understood the confusion clouding his mind. He too questioned the origin of this newfound ability. Why does this power resemble the ancient artifact, the Shou Tsung Qin? Both seem to govern the hearts and minds of all beings. That night, Shen Yaoyao experienced a peculiar dream. In her slumber, the scene unfolded amidst a relentless battlefield, where the sky appeared ominously poised to collapse. Demons rampaged unchecked, wreaking havoc upon countless lives. The earth was stained crimson by the brutality of slaughter. Amidst this chaos emerged a young maiden, wielding the Haotian sword, cleaving her way through the throngs to rescue the innocent souls on the brink of demise. The other 6 artifacts played their roles. The Shou Tsung Qin resonated with melodies that soothed the hearts of the terrified mortals, while the Jiu Li pot healed the wounded. The 12-petal lotus platform, Kunlun mirror, and the immeasurable ruler encircled the maiden, assisting her in vanquishing the demons. Good child, Yaoyao? In the early hours, Yulurui, seeing Shen Yaoyao drenched in sweat, felt her heart leap to her throat and gently nudged her awake. The moment Shen Yaoyao awoke from her dream of battling demons, she was abruptly seized by a sensation of weightlessness. Upon meeting her mother's concerned gaze, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. My dear, what just happened to you? Yu Luorui felt a wave of relief wash over her as her daughter stirred, tenderly wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Mother, I am so weary. I have been fighting with monsters all night. I feel utterly exhausted. As the year drew to a close, the emperor was poised to host a grand sacrificial ceremony within the palace, seeking blessings for the nation. As a noblewoman, Yu Luorui and Princess Shen Yaoyao were naturally included in the guest list. At 2 years of age, the obedient little princess sat at the table, savoring the plum blossom cake before her, occasionally glancing towards the sacrificial altar where the national master, adorned in flowing robes, was meticulously arranging the offerings. Noticing the state of the floating cloud cauldron, the national master's expression darkened, eventually turning as black as the bottom of a pot. His countenance grew grave as his fingers moved swiftly in calculation, causing the emperor and the court ministers to feel an acute sense of anxiety. National master, has heaven decreed a message? The emperor's heart was heavy with worry. Last year, the drought in Diyu had been relentless, although it had been brought under control. The people were already voicing their discontent. Should the outcome of this sacrificial rite prove unfavorable, his brows furrowed in deep concern. Strange. This is exceedingly peculiar. The national master murmured to himself, and upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, he immediately knelt and reported his findings with utmost sincerity. Your Majesty, do you recall the last sacrificial rite, when I mentioned the emergence of a prince star in the south? Yet, what is amiss with this prince star? The emperor's tone was tinged with urgency. Indeed not. The national master shook his head, explaining slowly that inexplicably appearing prince star has vanished without a trace. As he uttered these words, the emperor exhaled sharply, but as he listened to the latter part of the report, his heart sank once more. However, according to reason, both the true imperial star and the prince star should be shining brilliantly at this moment. Yet the floating cloud cauldron reveals that their radiance seems to be obscured by clouds. Obscured? The collective breath of the assembly halted, their expressions shifting dramatically. Could it be that the emperor and the prince are in peril? The emperor's face darkened as he rushed to kneel before the sacrificial altar, prompting all ministers to follow suit in a flurry of reverence. Shen Yaoyao, engrossed in her cake, suddenly found her treat snatched away, as Yulurue swept her up and knelt. From the high platform, the emperor's earnest prayers resounded. Heavenly deities, I implore you, bestow your blessings upon the people and protect the Diyu dynasty. I offer sacrifices of 3 beasts and 6 livestock. In the midst of the solemn atmosphere, a sudden childish voice broke through, exclaiming, "This shiny thing is delightful. I like it." The ministers, who had been ready to bury their heads in the ground, curiously lifted their gazes. Before them stood a chubby little girl with short legs, wobbling to a stop beside the national master's floating cloud cauldron. Shen Yaoyao, captivated by the soft glow emanating from the cauldron, reached out her tiny hand to poke at the luminous spot. To her astonishment, her touch made it shine even brighter, as if something was poised to break free from within. So bright. So beautiful. Shen Yaoyao clapped her hands in delight, her laughter sweet and infectious. The audacity of the fortune princess to openly disrespect the heavens was met with gasps of horror from the court ministers, drenched in cold sweat. Never before had such an incident occurred in a millennium. Yaoyao, come down. Song Huiqin, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, gently urged, fearing she would incur her father's wrath. Yulurue felt her heart leap into her throat, as if plunged into an icy abyss, the chill seeping into her very bones. Only Song Huayu maintained his composure, a glint of malicious delight dancing in his eyes, reveling in the misfortune of the Yu family.
Now.
There is no need for me to intervene. The Yu family has dug their own grave. He lowered his gaze, signaling to the ministers behind him. Impudent. The fortune princess has gone too far. A minister stepped forward to chastise. What kind of teachings has the Yu family imparted, allowing her to commit such sacrilege in public? This cannot be overlooked. Suddenly, the national master, intently observing the celestial phenomena, changed countenance and hurriedly knelt. Your Majesty, the clouds have parted, revealing the moonlight. A new, radiant star had appeared beside the imperial and prince stars, illuminating them with a brilliance that surpassed their former glory.
Oh.
The emperor's tightly furrowed brows relaxed in an instant. Your Majesty, it was the deft hand of the fortune princess that brought forth this auspicious sign. The national master prostrated deeply, his heart racing with uncertainty. Could it be that this seemingly insignificant fortune princess possessed the power to alter the celestial patterns? Was she perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient deity? I congratulate your Majesty. This is indeed a fortuitous omen, heralding favorable weather and bountiful harvests for the Diyu dynasty. Upon hearing the national master's words, the emperor was overwhelmed with joy and lifted Shen Yaoyao high into the air, laughing heartily. Indeed, Yaoyao is my little lucky star. With her presence, the nation is truly blessed. Just as the emperor was about to bestow rewards upon Shen Yaoyao, a sudden blaze erupted in the western part of the city. Your Majesty, there is a fire in the western district, spreading perilously, causing chaos among the populace, with numerous stampedes leading to injuries and fatalities yet to be fully accounted for. What? Such calamities have not befallen the capital in decades. The assembly gasped in astonishment. A sinister smirk curled upon Song Huayu's lips as he stepped forward, eager to speak. Father. Surely this is a consequence of the fortune princess's earlier disrespect, provoking the heavens and inciting divine retribution. The ministers knelt in unison. The fortune princess has angered the heavens, jeopardizing the fortunes of the Diyu dynasty. We implore your Majesty to investigate. We beseech you to punish the fortune princess to quell the wrath of heaven. As the Yu family heard the unanimous calls for the emperor to punish Shen Yaoyao severely, their hearts tightened with anxiety, and they immediately knelt on the cold floor. Your Majesty, Yaoyao is still young. It is my fault as her mother for not guiding her properly. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon me. Her forehead struck the icy tiles repeatedly. With a fire raging in the west of the city, the most pressing matter was to quell the flames, soothe the populace, and investigate the cause. Yet, the eldest prince lingered here, seemingly with ulterior motives. Song Huijin stood protectively in front of Shen Yaoyao, glaring fiercely. You! Song Huayu found himself at a loss for words. The crown prince speaks wisely. The emperor's cold gaze swept over Song Huayu. Under the dragon's might. Song Huayu bowed his head, drenched in cold sweat. Convey my decree. Jenner and General Yu shall lead the imperial guards to the west of the city to control the fire and quell the unrest. Depart immediately.
Yes.
As Yu Shi held Shen Yaoyao tightly, she saw Song Huaijin and Yu Zhenhai preparing to leave, desperately shouting in her heart, "Uncle, watch your back." Yu Zhenhai was taken aback by her sudden warning, but, recalling Yaoyao's abilities, he pressed his lips together and silently tucked this matter away in his mind. In the west of the city, under the blazing glow of the fire, a band of fearsome refugees stormed into the old Liang pavilion.
Attack.
Robbery. Someone shouted. And the leading man swung his hand at another's head, grumbling, "Stop stuttering. Next time, let someone else shout." His voice was coarse, and the scar that ran across his face seemed to twist with his words, rendering him even more menacing. Behind him stood dozens of his comrades, each wielding glinting machetes. Without needing to say anything further, they began ransacking the place with wild abandon. "Damn it, there's nothing here? Didn't someone say there was a room full of gold? What are you all planning to find in my humble establishment?" A voice, delicate as if it could shatter bones, drifted in from the courtyard. Wenmei entered with the grace of a willow swaying in the wind, her every movement exuding charm, particularly her enchanting face that bore no trace of panic. Only a faint, playful smile. A stunning beauty, she captivated the men, their eyes glued to her, unable to look away, as they radiated an eerie green light. "You're the shopkeeper here?" The leading man taunted as he leaned closer, his knife grazing Wenmei's cheek while he lecherously licked his lips. "Hand over the gold, and we'll spare your life."
Stop.
Lin Yusher burst forth from the courtyard, his eyes wide with fury. "You all have hands and feet. How can you engage in such vile deeds? As the saying goes, might cannot be subdued by threats, wealth cannot lead to debauchery, and poverty cannot change one's principles."
Huh.
The men seemed to find his words utterly ridiculous. "What nonsense is this kid spouting? Keep talking, and I'll take your head," the man snarled, pressing the blade to Lin Yusher's neck, a trickle of blood seeping out. Yet Lin Yusher remained unafraid, his voice booming. "One must live with integrity. If everyone in Dayu resorted to looting like you, how could the common people live in peace and harmony?" As his words resonated, the band of robbers suddenly turned pale, clutching their ears in agony. "This kid is problematic. Stop. Enough." Chapter 108. Possessed? The ancient said, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly." One must not commit wanton acts of violence. Lin Yusher ignored them, continuing to implore, "Put down your weapons. No more harm shall be inflicted. Surrender now, and you may yet redeem yourselves. Go to hell." The scar-faced man was about to retort when his hand twitched uncontrollably, and in the next moment, his knife clattered to the ground. His expression shifted from rage to sheer terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Yusher. Realizing the unnaturalness of his situation, he felt compelled to pick up the knife again, yet his body was uncontrollably moving away. This sensation of being possessed sent him into a frenzy, and his companions followed suit, their movements stiff and comical. When Yu Zhenhai and the imperial guards arrived, they witnessed the fearsome refugees lining up to exit, and rather than flee, they willingly surrendered to capture. The scar-faced leader dropped to his knees before Yu Zhenhai, his hand striking his own face in a frenzy. "Sir, take me away. I am no better than an animal. I attempted to rob." Yu Zhenhai was taken aback. Have the refugees reached such awareness? They are voluntarily confessing? The scar-faced man was unaware of Yu Zhenhai's thoughts. All he could feel was pain. The agony was unbearable as he slapped his own face, swelling it grotesquely. "Yu Zhenhai, I will kill you." Suddenly, a familiar figure surged forward from the crowd. It was Shen Liang, who had killed his own grandmother. Upon seeing Yu Zhenhai, his eyes turned red with rage, his expression twisted in madness, as if he wished to devour him whole. "It is all because of the Yu family that I suffer like this. I have been hiding, terrified of the officials discovering me. I have had enough of this wretched life. If I cannot live well, then neither shall anyone else." Yu Zhenhai, seasoned in martial arts, reacted swiftly. Just as Shen Liang charged at him, he delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying several yards away. A cold arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Yu Zhenhai's heart. Remembering Shen Yaoyao's warning, he remained vigilant. As the arrow approached, he swiftly sidestepped, allowing it to embed itself in the wall nearby. A testament to the assailant's lethal intent. Had it not been for Yaoyao's alert, he might have lost his life today. Yu Zhenhai stared at the arrow, cold sweat dampening his back. "General, it was he who shot the arrow," one of the guards reported, having dragged the assailant from his hiding place. "Kneel." A kick forced the man to the ground, though his eyes burned with defiance. "Yu Zhenhai, your life is fortunate, but just wait. One day," he laughed maniacally, then suddenly coughed up blood, his breath escaping him in an instant. Yu Zhenhai could tell without examination that he had taken poison. Such a swift exit suggested he was likely a trained assassin. The imperial guards thoroughly searched him, but found nothing that could reveal his identity. His attire and weaponry were utterly ordinary. The mastermind behind this truly leaves no stone unturned. The resolve of such assassins is unyielding. And thus they were not easily swayed by Lin Yusher's words. "Father, you cannot continue to indulge the fortune princess. Her actions jeopardized the fate of Yu and the welfare of countless citizens. Song Huayu proclaimed with righteous indignation. He and the other officials knelt in unison, expressing their grave dissatisfaction with Shen Yaoyao, who, in their eyes, had become a scourge upon the nation. We beseech your majesty to consider the nation's interests and impose severe punishment upon the fortune princess. As they spoke, an impassioned elder rose, determined to sacrifice himself. Charging towards the altar within the temple, your majesty has been blinded by the fortune princess. I, an old minister, am powerless to sway your heart. For the sake of our ancestors and the people of Yu, I willingly accept death. With a loud thud, the old man's head struck the panlong pillar, instantly bleeding profusely. Witnessing this, Song Huayu was poised to seize the moment and urge the emperor to impose severe punishment upon the Shen family, but before he could utter a word, the commoners spoke out first. Your majesty, spare us. We are scoundrels. We are not human. Each of these individuals bore faces swollen like pig heads, banging their foreheads against the ground, soon leaving a trail of blood. Song Huayu was taken aback. Have these people lost their senses? He stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate his thoughts in response to the scene unfolding before him. Seizing the opportunity, Song Huaiqin immediately interjected, Father, these commoners were once notorious villains. Yet under your majesty's imposing presence, they have been remarkably reformed. Upon hearing this, the emperor's previously simmering anger subsided considerably, and he looked increasingly pleased with Song Huaiqin. The events of the day mirrored the sacrificial ceremony, underscoring the actions of the fortune princess, which not only did not provoke the heavens, but also garnered their protection. The emperor nodded in agreement with Song Huaiqin's assertion. Do I need reminding of my little lucky star? The fortune princess is the nation's blessing. This matter shall not be broached again. Should anyone dare to mention it again or offend the fortune princess, they shall be deemed the scourge affecting the fate of my Yu kingdom, and I shall show no mercy, ensuring the annihilation of their entire lineage. His gaze fell upon the minister who had collided with the pillar, his voice icy. Take him away and exile his entire family to the frigid northern wastelands. The bloodied minister, upon hearing this, could not catch his breath and met his demise. A profound silence enveloped the room. Those who had previously spoken the loudest now hung their heads, fearful of meeting the same fate. Song Huayu realized that this incident would not topple the Yu family, rather. His father would likely bestow even greater favor upon them, inciting a rage that twisted his features. A bunch of worthless fools. You family Shen Yaoyao. It is you who have brought my downfall. You deserve to perish.
Goody.
Among the ranks of the commoners, Shen Zongrui, upon spotting the elegantly dressed Yu family and Shen Yaoyao, erupted with primal fury, straining against his bonds and hysterically charging forward.